all the way to the bottom. So then he devised a way of like, measuring the angles of the light to determine the circumference or the radius of the Earth. And what he got was one location was Cyrene, another one was Alexandria. They're roughly about 500 miles apart. And on one location at high noon, there was no shadow, right? The light went directly into the well. But in the other location, they put a stick, and the stick had I think like a 7.8 degree of shadow. And from that, he did the math, calculated the circumference and the radius. That's where that comes from. That's where the globe measurement comes from. Okay, that's what
Okay,
they're still
but
using.
Also,
That's what they're
but
still using to this day, like that measurement from 230
yeah,
BC.
Jose,
but
it's
Yeah.
just
very
like
important to mention also that Eratosthenes was the first to measure the distance between Alexandria and Syene of 800 kilometers, and the method he used to measure it was using a magic camel, the walk of a magic camel. So, if you
what?
think, yeah, if you think that's a precise measuring tool, yeah, then we have a problem.
Well, I want to bring it back to
Gotta
something like
figure out.
we could.
Yeah,
I have a feeling that we can talk to you about all these measurements, and you don't care. Let's be honest. I don't think you
yeah.
care about any of
No,
that.
because
Like,
how do you
no, no.
think
Listen,
that
listen to me.
whatever
Listen
you
to me. I'm
said?
not done. Let me finish. So I'm gonna bring it back in a different way. Like, we're giving you all these measurements. I don't think none of it's gonna really make sense. But you have to think about something. There's something that must trigger in your mind that tells you how is it that these people I think are pretty much, a meme server know more about the place where I think I live. Just ask yourself that question. You know, like you're preaching to the like you're not even preaching to the choir because you haven't brought anything that a glober should be saying. So you're in a position actually where you don't know anything about the globe and you don't know anything about flat Earth, but you're kind of making fun of the flat Earth. So I mean, if you're really if you're a smart individual, you
Opinion.
ask yourself, you'd be like,
Yeah,
why do these guys know more about my own model? You know, even if we're wrong, let's say we're wrong about flat Earth, you should question that, right? Like, why do we know about your own model that you believe in?
yeah.
And then your next conclusion should be like maybe they know enough about it where they've researched it and they've came to a different conclusion, and maybe you should try to figure out how that is. You know, that's a
Do
good way
you
to
have a
start to look
model?
at things.
Does your people have a model?
Nah, there's no models, man.
Okay,
You
you're
cannot
saying
make a
some
model
guy
of the
in
world.
like 2000 BC did something, but how do you know that he did something if you don't
Yeah,
have proof? That's exactly
yeah,
what your logic with NASA. You can't prove anything, can you?
yeah. Of course, of course. I'm not, like you have to understand something. For us to be able to debate the topic, we have to go into your realm. In the realm where you do believe in us, in the realm where you believe in Aristophanes. I'm not saying I believe Aristophanes. That would say I believe it's a fucking globe, right? I don't even think that dude existed. I mean, he probably did exist, but I don't think he measured the Earth. I have my own ideas of that whole story. That's not the point, though. The point is you like if you really are interested in learning about this, like you got to start somewhere, you know. And if you're here to
I
just troll it, then I
am,
mean
but
you
you're
you
like
control it.
saying,
It doesn't really
"Oh,
matter to me, you know.
I'm
It's your life.
listen, I am," but you're like saying, "Oh, you're not a smart individual because
No,
you're
I didn't
like
say that. I never
not."
said that. Those words never came out of my mouth.
No,
You said you have to be
I
a
said
smart
if I
individual
said
to.
what I said about
no,
being
he
smart, I
only,
said you would have to be smart enough to. If people were smart enough, they would come to those conclusions, those thoughts. That doesn't mean you're dumb, you know. It means like
No,
that takes it to its logical
it's
conclusion, you know. Like if you follow ideas, like if you start, like if I, like you know how you came here, right? Like I said, you hear us talking about this stuff. You hear us talking about things that you don't know about, even things about your own model. Like a logical conclusion for someone that's thinking like to try to learn. Not me saying that they're stupid, but someone that's interested or trying to learn, they would come to those conclusions. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're stupid, man, or dumb. I just think you're just not, you're. I just think you're honestly not interested, or I think you're trolling, and either one, it's like doesn't really matter to me, you know.
listen.
But
I kinda was interested, but like everything that you're saying could be reversed into like your thing. Like you're saying things to me that apply to you. Like, oh, how does this guy know? Okay, how do you know? Like, it doesn't take someone to know that makes sense that what you're saying doesn't make sense. You know, like all these years, okay, NASA went to space, Jeff Bezos went to space, SpaceX goes to space. They do these space launches in public where people can freely watch. But like
Right.
all this time, people went to space, but none of these times someone went to space and saw that the Earth is flat. Why?
Well, like I said, if you believe in that, then you believe in it. Like I'm not gonna sit here and argue like things that we can't prove, right? Like I can argue, like I said, observations that we do on Earth, things that you, the common person, can actually go and test to, to come to that logical conclusion of what the shape of the Earth is. We can sit here and argue all day that like you believe in us. I don't believe those people go to space. I think they fucking film everything on Earth. Like I don't
Then
think no
what?
Does
one's
he
in
even?
space. But see,
Jose,
I
just
can't prove that, and you can't prove that they're up there. Like it goes both ways, right? Like you just believe in them, and you think it's logical to believe in that because they spent so much money in that, in that project where it's like you would think it makes no sense for them to even fake it, and then you'd go, why would they fake it? Or why would they lie? That's where your line of thinking is taking you, I think, and that's why you choose to believe in it, which is fine. You can believe in it. I have no issue with that. But what I'm saying is that
No,
like, no. So
because
then why do you
listen,
believe in
I
NASA?
actually did the research. Like, I went to their website. They have like a requirement to be an astronaut. Oh, you need to have an American
Oh,
resident,
you need a
American
requirement, dude.
citizenship.
Look at Dom Pettit.
Uh,
Look at Dom Pettit and tell me what's like. Go look into Dom Pettit. You know who Dom Pettit is, right?
Look at what? What?
Don Pettit, the astronaut for NASA. You know who Don Pettit is?
No, I
Dude, I
think
want you to tell me what requirement that motherfucker got his job, dude. Because dude, that is the dumbest motherfucker on earth. Like, dude, I
Yep.
think you, me, and everyone in this room is smarter than Don Pettit.
listen,
Straight up,
the
like.
requirements, I actually looked at the requirements, and it's like you need to have major in something like science related in university and get a PhD or something and have American citizenship.
Freemasonry, acting, and Freemasonry.
Yeah, that's all bullshit what you just said, right? Do you know who the
Usually.
first person supposedly in space was?
The first person in 1969. I'm talking about now's recommendation. If you go
No,
Gagarin.
to
I'm
the
not
website,
asking about today's recommendation. I'm asking you, do you know who the first person that reportedly went to space was? What was he associated with? What club was he associated with? And what was his first words that he reported back?
Neil Armstrong, I think. I'm
Nope.
not sure.
No.
Nope. See, you think NASA. It has nothing to do with NASA. That's the problem.
The
Okay, it's
Gagarin,
probably some random
Russian.
guy who
Yuri
went to space.
Gagarin, Russian cosmonaut,
Yeah.
launched from the Cosmodrome, right?
So
He
now
was a
you're
32nd
supporting.
degree Freemason. The first words that he reported back is, I am up here and I don't see God.
Yeah.
That's the truth. You can look it up and research it for yourself. Had nothing to do with NASA.
The first person that went to space is Russia? Is Russian?
Yes.
Yes.
So now you're supporting them in the Cold War?
Jesus Christ, you don't understand anything, do you? You
No,
are
I am. What?
misconceiving history. You think history went a certain way, but it didn't. It went
Okay, and
one
you
way.
know how it went?
And you can even go back and look at the annals. Look
Yeah,
at the
but how
hard
are they?
tape.
You don't know how it went. You're just saying that.
Oh, I do know how it went.
Were
This
you
is the
there?
problem.
Were you there?
Were you there?
I have
How do you know
video.
you're alive?
You
Are
don't.
you real? Hold on. Are you real?
Do I go and kill myself now?
Do
What do
you
you mean with
exist?
that question?
I never
Do you
said
know
that. Do
what
you
you
exist?
do you
All
know
right, all right.
what you
Let's move it.
need
Let's
to
move it
know
forward from here.
history?
Let's move it forward from here. Like,
Yeah.
let's bring it back to flat Earth, and we're debating too much on things that don't really matter, in my opinion. Like, whether they went up there or not. Like I said, man, let's bring it back down to Earth. Like, like my first question to you: what in your
Wait,
daily
but
life
if they
do you
did go up,
experience? Hold on, listen. What in your daily life do you experience that tells you you live on a globe besides you trusting in people, right?
do you
Like
just wake
that's a
up?
real good question because most people would say like they either don't have an answer for it or their answers aren't quite good. That's why I'm kind of hoping you give me something like what in your daily life tells you you're living on a spinning globe. What experience do you have on Earth that tells you that? It's a very hard question to answer, isn't it?
It's not because it's too obvious. Okay, for
It's
example,
not too
number
obvious
one,
because if you
we have
look, I'll
like
tell you why it's not too
le,
obvious. It's not too
le
obvious because
sun
you still have.
et les
Okay, go
moons.
ahead.
Le
The sun and
sun
the
et
moon.
les...
You keep going, like I said, experience on Earth, like the Earth itself.
That's an
Remember,
experience
the
on Earth.
globe claims that the Earth spins. The globe claims that that we're adjacent to a vacuum. The globe also claims that there's curvature. So those are three things that you can practically figure it out, right? Like you don't
Listen,
ha-
are you
you
gonna
like
send me?
you keep going back to like saying, oh, I see the sun is round or the moon is round or the planets are round. That's not an argument. I covered that already. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't
No,
follow.
you just think about how they rotate around the Earth, and I'm like, if you see at NASA's model and
Huh?
compare me being here and someone being on the other side, you're like, oh hey, the sun is not here, and you call them, and they're like, nah, bro, it's over here.
So how
And
do you
when
know
it's
it's
like,
how do you know it's you that are spinning and not the celestial objects you're observing?
okay, can it spin if it's flat, like upside
No, no,
down?
no, 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 no. I never said if it's
Yeah,
spin if it's flat.
quantum locking.
I'm asking you, how do you know what if we're standing still and not moving, but the things in the sky are revolving around us? How would you be able to determine that difference between us spinning on a globe or the Earth being flat and stationary and things moving around us? How would you determine that?
Are you saying that the Earth is flat and people are living down and some people are living up?
Nope, that's not what I'm
No.
saying at all. What I'm saying is that if the Earth is flat and stationary, meaning it's not in any motion, it's steady.
I
You
mean,
know,
you are not
like
explaining how your concept of sun and moon is. You're just like, oh,
Yeah,
you
the
don't
sun and the
know.
moon are quantum locked in the sky.
Are you Russian?
No, I'm not Russian. I'm Romanian.
Okay, good.
So the world has a magnetic field, a giant uniform magnetic field. And in this magnetic field, you can have everything in the sky into quantum locking position.
What the hell is a s- What?
Yeah, it's
Listen,
something we
do
do
you
in
You don't
laboratories.
know anything about science, guys.
you're like, oh,
so.
laboratory.
So
Are you
if
like a
you're curious
scientist?
about quantum locking, Menso, like you can look it up right
Yeah,
now. Like they do a test where they get like a bunch of like magnets in a circuit,
yeah.
and they put another magnet, and they put I think they put what is this?
A bismuth,
What's that fluid they put on
a,
it to make it cold?
liquid nitrogen.
Liquid nitrogen. Thank you. They put liquid nitrogen, and when they do that at those temperatures, that
Yeah,
magnet will lock. You can literally move it like at any angle, and it will
yeah.
lock in that position and stay in that
It
position.
will stay
Push it,
there. Yeah.
yeah, and it will levitate in that angle that you put it on. It will
And
quantum lock.
it will always follow the magnetic track. So if you arrange your magnets in a circuit in a circular path, that bismuth piece, called bismuth piece of thing, which you
It's a
cool it.
superconductor. It's a
Yeah,
superconductor.
yeah. When you cool it, it becomes superconductor. It will quantum lock with the magnetic field of the magnets, and it will follow that magnetic field. So if you push it, it will spin only around that magnet, above that magnetic field. It will never go astray. It's clockwork precision.
Okay, and
Cannot be by
And
chance.
you
well,
ask me how
how
you ask me the question, how will the sun and the moon and the stars work in a flat earth? I just explained you with phenomena which we are actually dealing with here on earth.
Can I clear something up real quick though? Because I
do
think
Yeah,
you have like a
sure, go ahead.
model or
there's a
a model
confusion.
or something? A
Because
model or
what
like
he asked, I think what he asked, he wasn't asking how they rotate. I think he was asking the day and night cycle because he did give a reference saying, oh, if I'm here, I see the sun, but if I call someone in this location, they don't see the sun. So he's talking about like the propagation of light on a flat Earth, like how would that work? That's what I think where he was going. Not so much how like they move, but like how you can
Yeah.
observe the sun from one location and not from the other.
Listen,
Oh
I
yeah,
can easily
that's also
give.
simple. This is also a simple question and has a simple answer. Every light source has a power output, light intensity output, and according to that output, yeah, you can calculate the surface it will shine light on.
A good way
Okay.
to
Also,
think of it too
in
is think about it
relation
like a
with distance.
sunset, right? Another way to look at like how the light works, I'll tell you through an experience that you've probably seen, right? I'm sure you've seen the sun at high noon when it's right above you. It's brightest. You see everything, it looks clear. But as soon as that sun starts getting towards the horizon, you see that that light isn't as powerful. It's dimming, and you know there's like the shadows are different. The light is different. It starts to turn like it's like red, and that's just between the distance of you and the horizon, right? Like where it's setting from. That light
Yeah,
is having
the
that effect
sun
from there. Now
is
think of
light.
it. Now add 3,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles. What do you think is going to happen to that light? It's going to diminish, right? Because the light can't travel forever through this medium. You know, the attenuation of light does not travel infinitely. It has a point where it can't go any further. It diminishes. It starts to
Yeah.
wash out.
Listen, you're
For
like giving me
example,
these
for
big words or
example,
something, but I can give you a ball, which is the earth, and a ball, which is the sun, which is like, oh, look, I have a model. Can you give me a model so I can look at it and understand it without all those big words?
No, there's no model. We actually don't
we
think models are science, to be
we
honest. You
don't
know,
make
like
models of the world. Nobody can make a whole world in a light bulb. Yeah, like in a jar. Nobody can put the whole world inside a jar
look, you have to
An
understand
example,
something. Like
unless
we
you
don't
are a
have we
god.
don't have to have a model to
an
prove that
action
like the Earth.
figure. An
Yeah.
action
Yeah, I get what
figure
you're
is a
asking for, but
model of
like,
a
listen,
superhero.
I get what you're asking for. You're asking for a model of how every little intrinsic thing works on the flat Earth. That does not exist, and it doesn't even exist for the globe. It's a band-aid Frankenstein model where they have all these patches that they have to do. Like I get into dark matter, dark energy, where they have to fill in blanks where the model falls apart. So not even you guys have a coherent model. It's a bunch of patches, errors that they got to fix. The point is that the model doesn't tell you where you live because you can make a model of a lot of things and make it work in within that model, but it doesn't mean that that's what reality is doing. Like I give you an example, like a 500 years ago, 600 years ago, maybe even longer, there was a geocentric model, right, where they believed that everything was revolving around the Earth and they can make predictions. They can tell you, oh, the sun should be there, the stars should be there, and it worked within that model. Now it's opposite. They're saying that the sun is at the center and everything is revolving around the sun, and they can also make predictions with that model. So what this tells
Okay,
me about models is that you can have an infinite amount of models that represent what you're seeing, but it doesn't mean that that's the reality that you're living on. That's something you have to
because now
understand.
Yeah,
technology is
Jose,
more
to
advanced,
correct you,
so
they
they
are
have
not
more
making
advances.
predictions. They are not making predictions with the heliocentric model. They are making only postdictions. They are wrapping up their heliocentric model with the Saros cycles, which is ancient Babylonian knowledge, observation of celestial bodies, observation of repeating cycles.
Right.
So
It's
these
something
are
as
not
simple.
predictions, they are
Yeah,
post-dictions.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You're right. You're right. It's
yeah,
as simple as
yeah,
going outside and seeing where the moon is on a certain given day of the year, and then doing that
yeah,
every day for however long, and then just getting that cycle. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
yeah, yeah.
So my bad for saying predictions. You're completely right. But
No
yes,
problem, no problem. Just making sure we are on the correct line
I just like
of thought.
speaking your terms sometimes.
I know, even I do mistakes sometimes, don't worry. It's humane to do it.
If I could interject one thing, I could be wrong, Jose, but uh,
Mm.
who are you talking to right now, man?
Simple
Anyway,
people, it's like, wait, what?
are you picturing when you think about flat Earth in your mind? Are you picturing a disc floating in space?
Are you in a car or something? And how old are you?
Yeah. Somebody else asking me here what I'm
Yeah, he
asking.
is. He is thinking that because what led me to believe that he's thinking it like that, Dave, is that a little while ago he asked us if we think that people are living on the bottom of the earth as well.
Yeah.
So that's how.
No,
So he
because
thinks
when
there's
the
a.
sun sets, the sun goes down, and if the sun goes down, then in the flat there must be people living in the bottom because
The
they
No,
see the
no, no,
sun.
sun.
no,
And
no,
I
no,
Sun
no.
don't.
doesn't go down.
No, we don't believe that. Look, let me just tell you what we.
You ever seen a sunset?
The sun does not set. It does not go down. It does not go past the horizon. I'm sorry.
Okay, listen, I saw a sunset. Maybe you don't because you're
No,
always
you
on your
didn't.
computer or
You
something.
saw an illusion.
In your
And
mind.
okay, like a hologram.
Okay,
It's what
yeah,
you.
you saw an
It's
illusion.
what
The sun does not
you
go
saw.
down past the horizon. The horizon is not real. It's an apparent thing.
Yeah,
A
Manso.
hologram made by the government.
Manso. When you were
No,
watching
you were made by the government.
Manso. Sorry, Joshua.
Oh,
Manso.
Man, what the hell is?
Hey,
Yeah.
Manso.
What?
When
What's
you
wrong?
were when you were watching the sunset, did you feel yourself flying backwards at 1,000 miles an hour?
Oh, you're gonna go back to this point where it's like, oh, the earth
No,
is
don't
spinning
mind.
and we
Don't
can't
fortune tell and mind
feel
read
the
with
wind.
me, little whippersnapper. Don't do that to me. I got you covered.
You're not
Hey,
clairvoyant.
can I get a quick mic check? My headset just died, so I'm curious
I
if this
hear you
sounds
very
way
well,
worse.
Yeah, it's working.
Jose.
We hear you good.
Very good.
Does it
You
sound
sound
bad?
very good.
Listen,
No.
this
No.
guy's like
Good. You're good.
talking. He's like talking and mentioning 1,000
So,
mistakes in a sentence.
Manso,
But
shut
I
up for
can't
a
even
second. Answer the
interrupt.
question. Did you feel yourself flying backwards at 1,000 miles an hour when you're watching the sunset?
I mean, I'm not dead right now, so no.
Why not? Why didn't you feel it?
You can Google it yourself. What the hell?
When you fall over on your head, do you every time you've fallen over or lost your balance, you feel that. Every time you're in motion of any kind, you feel every single motion in every direction.
Yeah.
Facts,
Yeah.
even when you're in a plane.
So why don't you feel a terminal speed that speed on the surface or that 1,039 miles an hour? Why don't you feel that? That's 1,500 yards per second, brother.
If there
Okay.
was a landslide
We
beneath
don't
your
feel
house,
the
do you
earth.
think you would feel it?
Yeah,
We don't feel the
vestibular
earth
system.
spinning itself because we are held close to the
Because
earth's
it doesn't
surface by
spin.
gravity.
We don't
Yeah,
feel the
Constant
earth
speed of
spinning
rotation.
because it doesn't spin. That's
Okay.
Occam's
I just-
razor right there.
I just
Then-
answered.
He made a claim. So good. I got your claim. I got you covered. So vestibular
Yes.
system, you're going to need to show me right now with scientific citation how the vestibular system is being suppressed by something.
Vestibular? Are you serious? Using big words again?
You don't know what
Vestibular. Would you like inner ear?
It's not big words, it's an
ear.
organ in your ear.
your inner ear, your balance system in your inner ear. Do you know about that?
What? My vestibular is my ear?
Okay, I rest
Yes,
my case.
the
Thank
inner
you.
ear.
It's
You have
inside your
bones
ear.
inside,
Thank
and it's
Inner
like
No, no,
ear.
no. You
gyrate
don't
fluid.
rest your case. Elaborate it to me
Check it out.
because I'm
You have-
stupid. You need to
He
explain
doesn't
You
it.
know
have
what a
bones
vestibular
inside your
system
inner
is.
ear,
Wait a second.
right?
I do, and
I'm gonna bow
One
out.
time, guys. One
Hold
person explain it to
on.
me.
I'm gonna
Yeah, let Sunny do.
I'm gonna fucking bow out here. Hold on. Just rest. Hold on. I rest my case.
Go
He
ahead.
doesn't know what the vestibular system is. Go ahead, you guys.
just because I don't know what a word is, you're like,
Look,
oh, rest my case.
Look, I'll explain it to you real
shut up.
quick. Just like to put it in
It's
simple
not
terms.
just a word, it's your body anatomy. Go
Look,
ahead,
to put it in
Jose.
simple words,
I
it's like
told
having
you,
a
I'm invisible.
gyroscope where your ears are at. You know, it tells you like when you're leveled or you're laying down. It lets you know motion. You know, it's responsible for all that.
Okay, and
So what
How
Sonny
do
was
you
asking,
suppress it?
Sonny, would you like to ask your
Yeah.
question again? Since now he kind of understands what the vestibular is.
Okay, so we have a vestibular system. It's like a perfect gyroscope. There's semicircular canals that are set at basically 90 degrees from each other and 3 frames of reference or 3 in angularity to each other, right? So it has endolymph which is a liquid in your ear. The liquid is in the presence of this liquid are cilia or hair that on one side of the hair has a nerve. This is a location. Yeah, it's a it's a specific site in your ear that detects motion in certain directions. It's a very high tech instrument you have in your ear.
Huh.
That's how
Okay.
whenever
So,
you are awake, you know if you're in motion or if you tilt your head the tiniest little degree, you feel every single motion and angularity. So if you're saying that we don't sense this motion of Earth spinning, and I'm only using just the first primary spinning, not the other three vectors, only the first one, the axial rotation. If you're saying you don't feel 1,500 yards, that you're zipping by that fast on the surface, you're telling me you don't feel that, but you feel every single other motion, it's nonsense. So you would need to
Yeah,
show us
and
how the inner ear is being suppressed from doing what it does always without fail, unless there's one, damage to the system, brain damage, or you're unconscious.
I mean, humans been on this earth for like thousands, like millions of
I
years. You don't think we gotten used to that? Our
I'm out.
like ears.
Then
Plus,
why don't you
did you
get used
learn
to
the ear part from like a
wait a
biology school,
yeah,
minute.
or
but
did you like
can you
read it
tell
from
me
the
then?
internet?
You see, evolution. You claim that evolution did this to people. We adapted to this motion and we don't feel it. But then, why do we build nuclear comagnetometers? Yeah, and they take rubidium atom. Yeah, a rubidium atom, and they suspend it inertially on 6 axes of spin. Yeah, for the for building the most precise tools for measuring acceleration and motion
Well,
and
I'm
position in
not a
space.
I'm not a nuclear scientist, and neither do you. So you should probably ask a nuclear
Well,
scientist about that question.
these devices, they serve the same purpose the vestibular system does, and they are built on the concept of the vestibular system.
And they are built on an Earth that spins 1,000 miles by
Well,
people who
this
spin
is
a
a
thousand miles.
mechanical device now, yeah. It's a man-made, yeah, for measuring motion, for detecting motion, and it's detecting the slightest kind of motions, like molecular motions, you know.
We are held close
And
to the surface by gravity.
with this
Hold on.
device, we still cannot measure the speed of the ground. It says when this device is fixed attached to the ground, yeah, it shows that it's not moving. It has zero velocity in space.
We're inside an atmosphere.
You keep
Well, this comagnetometer doesn't detect motion using air. It
so
detects motion by the motion of particles inside a magnetic and electric field. So, whenever you change the position of a particle into a magnetic and electric field, you have different charges and voltage. You register those values.
Wait,
You
what was the name
don't
of the
get,
device you're talking about again? What was the
yeah,
name of it?
nuclear comagnetometer.
Do you have it?
What do you mean if I have it?
Do you have a nuclear cognometer?
Well, you probably have it too in your cell phone. It's a small microchip,
Oh, you're talking about like a compass.
nanometric in size. Yeah, it's very, very small. It's nanometric in size.
Okay, why couldn't you just say compass? Why use fucking confusing
Compass.
words?
is not a compass. Yeah,
What's the purpose of it? It's in
it
my phone. So
uses
how do I use it?
it uses one atom of rubidium gas, and it is inertially suspended on 6 axes inside that chip. Yeah, and you have coils. Yeah, which hold it in a locked position. And now, when you move this device, yeah, that little atom is moving through a magnetic and electric field, and you will get the readings from it because its voltage charge potential increases or decreases according to the direction it's moving through the electric field.
Okay, listen. I can prove this with like an easy example. So, it's probably said before, but have you ever heard of the theory of relativity?
Well, can you show me a scientific
Okay,
experiment for the
scientific
Does he
theory of
experiment.
understand
relativity?
relativity?
So you are in like a terrain and you're standing still and you're like, okay, you're standing still. But if you like open the window or something, then you're like, oh, the air is pushing me back. It's like you're in the earth and it's like an atmosphere, and if you
Incorrect.
like, you know,
So you're saying something like your feet are older than your head.
I did not say that your feet is older than your
Well,
head.
this is what Einstein said with with his theory of relativity.
Okay, he knows more than me probably. I just gave you an example of a
Okay.
train.
So you believe your feet are older than your head, right?
I'm not sure if he said that or not, but if he said that, then it's
Yes, this
probably
is what
true.
he's saying. Yeah, his twin traveled to space and he came back, and his twin was older than himself.
Good for him, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you know what
So
the word
according to
relative
the
means?
altitude you're uh, living at, time passes different for you. Yeah. So if
I
I
mean,
go
one
up in the
year.
clouds, yeah, if I build up my house on the top of the mountain, yeah, above the clouds, uh, I live one day, and when I come back down to the ground, yeah, the flat level, the people will be 1,000 years older than I am.
We calculate people's year
Yeah,
by
yeah, yeah. We
Earth.
calculate.
Earth's years. So when Earth is like one full rotation around the sun, that's like 1 year. So when it's like someone in space, then we can't measure his age with Earth because it's like, is his planet rotating around the sun in the same
So,
speed that the Earth is rotating around the
Sure,
sun? No,
sure,
we don't know.
so
sure.
you're saying that rotation is the time passing?
Sure it
I
is, bro.
mean, what is a
Sure.
year? It's when Earth rotates, does a full rotation
Sure, there's all these
around the sun.
planets. Sure, there's
No,
planets spinning
you're wrong.
around.
That's not when the Earth does a full rotation. That's when the sun is in the same spot in the sky.
Yeah,
That's called an annual, right?
yeah.
Now, with
Have you
Huh?
seen
relativity,
this
since you want
sun
to talk,
analemma?
hold on. Since you want to talk about relativity, do you know what the premise of the theory of relativity is?
No, I just gave him an example of a train. That's
Okay.
it. I don't know the
Well, let's
specific
talk about
details.
relativity since you brought up relativity, right? What relativity is, right? The premise of relativity is, will things appear to look different and react different given a different reference frame, right? This is relative. So you could either be outside of the system and looking at the Earth and suppose the Earth does something different than what you suppose when your reference frame is on Earth and you see the stars moving. The mathematics that he has Einstein's mathematics makes it to where both the flat Earth and the heliocentric model is correct in his math. This is why it's flawed. This is why it's called relativity. Okay?
So Einstein
So if
with
you've
like
never read the work,
highest
you should shut up.
IQ, the highest IQ, and
Okay,
like
don't
what
cut the
even
man
like
off in the middle of his fucking
I'm
sentence. Shut your
man,
pie
most
hole
of
and
his
listen.
information is wrong.
I'm 160 IQ. I know a lot more than you, businessman.
Take an IQ test and show me.
I did
Can we
when I
dial
was
down the
16 years old.
hostility, please?
106.
Just talk to the guy. Don't have to be hostile. Just talk.
Yeah.
Let's not
He
yell.
wasn't rude or.
Let's not let this guy upset you. It's not worth it. Listen, he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground, and it's very good for the audience to hear this. That this is what's being put forth to propagate some globe belief. It sounds like religious chanting from him. He's provided a bunch of baseless claims and statements with no backing whatsoever at all. Nothing. I mean, zilch, nada.
No citation.
That's what I was trying to get to from the beginning. Hold on, man. So real quick, that's what I was trying to get to from the beginning, right? Like I was trying to prove him a point, and I think it's been proven. That's why I kind of stayed quiet this whole time. But the point that I started was with you came to a place where the people that don't believe what you believe in know more about the thing that you believe in, and I've told you this from the beginning. Question yourself, why is that? You know, maybe we know something you don't. You know, like maybe you should just give it a try. Maybe you should look into it, or maybe you should at least study your model up so that you can understand it better if you want to have the discussion. Because right now it's like it's become a teaching class, you know, which is fine. There's not an issue with that, you know. But that's what it's become.
I find it hard to believe that a random guy on the internet is saying that Einstein's work is wrong and his work is right. You know how stupid that sounds?
Well, it doesn't sound
how
so stupid
you
because
sound?
even people in like PhD levels, people that are in the science academies and all that shit, they're actually admitting that Einstein's equations and all his theories need to be revisited because they're starting to have a lot of gaps, a lot of holes.
Yeah, because it's
So this is something that they
outdated.
even talk about amongst themselves. It's not us saying it. It's even mainstream scientists claiming that Einstein's has a lot of holes. You know, it's
probably outdated because he didn't have the proper equipment, but it's not like
no.
Is anyone here who went to like university?
I gotta cover that.
Anyone here went to university? Any
No. Listen to this. You said that it's probably outdated because they didn't have the equipment, dude. He is not a scientist. He didn't work with equipment. He's a mathematician.
Yep.
Okay. There is no experiments. There's no equipment. He is not a scientist. He is a mathematician. That means he came up with numbers in his head that matched what he wanted to, to assume was going on, and came up with this formulas for like relativity. Pretty much, it's just math. There's no experiment for relativity. Like the closest thing you'll give me to an experiment, if I were to ask for it, if you knew anything about it, you'd probably bring up something about it to do with an atomic clock, which we're not going to talk about because I know you don't even know what that is. But that's probably the closest thing of an equipment being used to deal with relativity in this day and age.
Use relativity, use the signal. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, you can say that he was like a math person, but he researched quantum mechanics and he did theories about gravity and motion, and just
incorrect.
Like I said,
quantum mechanics was not something Einstein did. So, are you serious?
Did you go to like a school of quantum?
Yes, I went to school. Yes, I went to school. Same as you, right?
Einstein,
not
Einstein
middle school. I'm
hated
talking about
quantum
university.
mechanics.
What does
actually? Quantum mechanics was born in the times of Einstein, and Einstein hated quantum mechanics. He did not want mankind to go study further research into quantum mechanics.
With a simple Google search, you can see that his research quantum mechanics. Just one Google search, please.
He hasn't done any research in
it did not
mechanics.
do anything with quantum mechanics. Once again, everything about relativity is relative. What don't you understand about relativity?
Actually, at the time, there was a huge battle in those fields of science between these people. with the quantum physicists and the Einsteinians, there was a huge schism in those ranks. Like they
And
were
you participated?
there were battles between Einsteinian gravity people and the people in quantum physics. They were having out and out freaking probably.
See that same logic you're using right now, how you keep saying like, "Were you there?" That's the same logic you should apply when you talk about NASA and all these other things, space agencies. That's the same logic that we're asking you to use. Just don't pick and choose. You know,
NASA
like,
isn't afraid to like launch
man,
a
so-
rocket publicly to everyone, or like go on a plane, or like literally anything.
What? NASA doesn't launch rockets anymore. Where have you been? It hasn't launched a rocket since like the shuttle.
yeah, they go through the
Everyone
Russians now,
forgets
right?
about
Don't they go through
all
the
the
Russians
other
now?
agencies.
Yeah, they don't even have anything to launch a rocket with. They don't even have any rockets.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. NASA like connoisseur entrepreneur. Let's say SpaceX then.
Well, I live in America. Like, I want to know where my money's going. They don't have any rockets.
Yeah, those damn taxes. Are you doing like tax evasion or something?
He's paying the
Tax evasion
taxes,
applies
so
to
he
your
wants to
OTAX.
know. He
Okay, no
wants to
stupid
know
So, but I want to go
what
back to
they're
just gonna
Einstein
using
get-
because
for.
you're
Yeah.
getting triggered, dude. Why are you so emotional? Is it your theory or something? Is the globe your personal theory?
Huh? I'm just listening
No,
to
'cause you're
things
getting
that don't
triggered.
make sense.
Okay, so this is what don't make sense, the idea that you think Einstein was pro-quantum mechanics. Then why did he write the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paper and
Nah,
talk
you're
about
saying
quantum mechanics as spooky action as a distance?
you're saying, oh, Einstein never searched quantum mechanics, but if you still Google his name, it
No, I said he was
automatically.
against the modern. I said he was against it. You're straw man, and
Yeah.
said he
One
was
of you,
against the modern
one of you
quantum
said never
mechanics
touched it.
formalism. He didn't touch it as that was not his field of expertise. He obviously he knew about it. He was a physicist.
It was part of his research.
Were you
Wow.
there?
His research
Okay.
was to
Mensa,
know
were you
the
there?
Other than
Google
other
his
than
name.
story.
Google his
other than the
name.
EPR paper, what
Google
did he
his
write?
name.
Other than the
He didn't
EPR
even
paper,
know
what
the
did he
premise.
write?
He doesn't even know the premise of the theory.
Other than the,
Yikes.
That's ridiculous.
other than the
Why are we
EP paper, what did he write as regards to quantum mechanics?
Man,
Asking me
so
a question and muting me, really.
Double yikes.
You
man,
okay,
so
listen. Okay, we're all talking over each other. It's kind of irritating me.
This
Answer
is
the question,
how
dude.
a
What paper
person
did?
like you.
Now you're
This is
talking
how.
over me.
Okay, listen. This is how a person like you.
No,
who's
you
like,
listen.
oh, everyone is
Answer my.
invited.
So now you're going to talk about us because you don't actually know any of this. That's what you guys always do. That's what your go-to. When you can't talk about flat Earth, you talk about flat Earthers.
yeah.
Well, flat Earthers isn't the topic. So the topic is flat Earth. I don't even know why Einstein's even involved in this either. When did he measure the Earth?
Yeah, I muted you, Manso, so I'll explain why, and then I'll unmute you when I'm done explaining. So I'm also willing to unmute any. I'm also willing to mute any flat earthers who aren't able to take turns speaking. So I can understand, Manso, why you might have gotten the wrong impression that we accept people talking over each other. So another person muted you while Indio was trying to talk to you. It wasn't me. And instead of answering Indio, you started complaining about that. So then I muted you again because when Indio tried to explain it to you, you kept talking while he was talking. So let's start from here on out, Manso, where you'll take turns talking. And then when other people are talking, you won't talk. And we'll enforce this equally for everyone. And hopefully if flat earthers here, we won't have to enforce it because hopefully they realize that this person is at a very rudimentary level here. So we just need to take it down a notch and talk to him calmly, one person at a time. Anyone in this room is capable of explaining the concepts to this guy. So he's very, very new to it. Doesn't understand his own model. All that's obvious. So, anyone who feels like going back to the basics with him, like Sonny suggested earlier, maybe the 3 points, or someone could go through long distance observations with him. But he does not understand the relativity theory, as he's made clear by saying all you have to Google it. So there's no point in discussing that with him. If you guys want to discuss that, you can discuss that among yourselves when he's not here. Okay, man, so I'm going to unmute you, and I am going to ask you one
Bravo,
question.
Dandelion. That was perfect.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you.
It was perfect. But you sound very busy today, sis.
Oh, can you hear the screaming?
It sounds
boys.
lovely. It sounds
We all
lovely.
They're upstairs. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to know if Manso has been here before with a different username. Have you been here before, Manso?
No. Why?
I'm just curious. Oh, you just sound like exactly like, a person that's been here before, but that's perfectly fine. All right. So yeah, Indio, did you finish with him or
Wait.
I was going to Napalm had a really good Napalm earlier suggested that we stop talking about relativity with him. So I don't know if Napalm's available. If he wanted to talk to him about, the 3 points or any basics of flat earth. Napalm, are you there? Otherwise, if anybody else wants to go through the basics with him, that'd be cool.
Dandelion,
I
were you
agree
here
with
from
that
the start?
100%.
Yeah.
God,
Thanks,
dude. Listen,
Were
the
you
reason.
here from
Listen,
the start
hold on
of
a
this
second.
chat?
Hold
I
on.
just want to ask
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick
Yes.
to back up what Dandelion? It's not even about being polite. It's unintelligible conversation when over each other. That's all I care about. I don't even care if people are rude. I just talking over can't hear what people are saying.
Yeah.
So please, everybody, make an effort to not talk over each other so we can all listen and understand what's being said.
No, because listen.
Anyway,
Can I talk?
no.
Okay, tell me when I can talk.
Okay, I just muted him again because I saw Napalm unmuted.
Jeez.
So
I just said go ahead.
Okay, who do you want to talk, Indio? Manso?
Hold on. I just want to say this too. Discord is having one of those days where everybody's interrupting each other. This has been happening all day. I don't think it's just us. I think it has something to do with Discord lagging or something. So I think that's definitely a factor. But anyway, I don't care who talks. I think he needs to go back to remedial globe Earth, and someone else can give him the 3 points.
Yes, Mary Mom and Indio. I want to say that Manso was started talking. Jose started talking with him, explaining how some people actually know more about the model he believes, and he finds himself now not knowing what he should know about what he believes. And I also want to say that it's important to clarify with this person if he is capable of distinguishing between what he believes and what he knows.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
go
before you
ahead.
get into that,
Yeah.
I saw Napalm unmute 2 times. So are you available, Napalm? No.
Yeah, I can talk if you want me to.
That would be great. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you
sure.
have a
I
good
think it would.
approach.
Yeah, I think it would be advantageous to just kind of take him through the 3 points real quickly. So, Manzo, I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions, and you can just give me your honest answer regarding these questions. And we ask these questions because they are very intricately tied to the globe model, meaning these 3 things are a necessity for the globe model. Okay. So the first question is, do you know anybody at any point in time who has measured the radius of the Earth? If so, where, when, and who did it? And how was it done?
Can I say something that I actually want to say? Or am I going to get muted again?
Well, I think we're moving on from what has been previously said. So we're just going to go through these 3 simple questions. And then after that, save what you're wanting to say now after the 3 questions. Okay, is that cool?
I'm curious about future conversations if, this is going to happen again. So can I ask something?
Depends on you.
We're trying to establish just kind of a basis of where you stand and your comprehension level of your own model. So once we establish that, then we can have other conversations. Okay.
Okay, sure.
So
My answer
did you
is
hear my first question?
yes, and my answer is not personally, but if you take do some research on astronomy, like university class or something, or like a Google search, this information is openly available.
So your answer is no. You don't know who, what, when, where, how the radius of the Earth was measured.
You don't know John Cena personally, as I don't know this person's identity personally.
So I'm not asking whether you know somebody personally. I'm just asking, at any point in history, by anybody that's ever been documented, do you know anybody that has measured the radius of the Earth? If so, how was it done and by whom?
You want me to Google it for you?
No,
I'm asking you a
say
question.
the answer.
I'm not bothered with
He's
researching
asking if
if
you know.
like I'm
Yeah.
not bothered with doing research for something that I already know.
Wait, he's simply asking you if
So,
you know. So just say you know and tell us how it was done, or just say you don't know. Googling it is not an answer to if you know or not. We just want to know if you know right
Yeah.
now or not.
I
yeah, so
said
this is
like I'm not bothered to do research, so I obviously don't know and don't care.
Okay. Okay.
okay. So your answer to the first
Okay.
question is no, you don't know anybody who has measured the radius of the Earth. Okay, cool. So the second question is very similar to the first, but it applies to the rotation of the Earth. Do you know anybody at any point in time who has measured the rotation of the Earth? If so, who was it? What was the method used?
Probably measuring.
Okay, so is that a no? You don't know
I
anybody at
don't.
any point in time who has measured the rotation of the Earth.
In my life, I mean, I don't think they ever went to North Africa, so I don't think so. You know, how can I know him?
I'm just asking if you know of anybody in history, right? Do you have any documentation? Could you cite me in your brain without having to Google? Do you know anybody in history who has measured the rotation of the Earth?
Business
Have you
school
learned?
doesn't teach these things, so I don't know unless I actually do
Okay.
research on my own.
Okay, cool. So the answer to the second question is no. So you don't know who has ever measured the radius, and you don't know at any point in time whether anybody's ever measured the rotation. All right. So the third question is, can you have gas pressure without a container?
I mean, probably.
Okay. Do you know or have you seen any demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Closed container.
I mean, can you see gases?
I'm asking
Yes.
you if you can have pressure without containment.
Like a container with like no air,
So
or
a
a container
container,
with air.
either or, right? So gas pressure is only possible within a container. It's in the definition of the word pressure.
Listen,
It means
simplify things for me. What's pressure?
so pressure is the force exerted on the container, right? That's how you get gas pressure.
Like too much gas in a container, that's pressure?
Too much?
Not too
There is no
much,
too much.
not too much, but when you have gases within a
More
container.
than, yeah. A car tire has a higher gas pressure than the outside medium. Outside, we experience a gas pressure of about 14 psi, but in a car tire, you can get it like 3.5 bars.
Okay, I get
Or
it.
in a
Wait,
bicycle tire, you can all have even 8 bar gas
are you
pressure.
trying to ask me this question and then be like, the container is the atmosphere, and it's like a trick question?
Well,
No,
the
so
question
how does
is, the question here is, can you have that gas pressure around your car wheel without the car tire? Can you still keep it there if you didn't have a tire?
Without the container, like the gas would probably go everywhere. But luckily for us, Earth has an atmosphere,
Exactly.
so the gases are inside.
Well, the atmosphere is the gas, right? So in order for
Yeah.
to have a gas and to have a pressurized system that we experience here on Earth, that would necessitate a container, right?
Sure, what's your point?
Physical.
Because space is claimed to be 10 to the negative 17, so almost a near perfect vacuum.
What the
So
hell is it for?
how can gas pressure exist next to a vacuum without physical containment?
Atmosphere, which is like a container.
Atmosphere is just saying gas. So you're saying
Yeah.
gas is what holds gas.
It's different gas. It's not all the same gas, you know?
Okay, can you show us a different gas which you put it around your cart wheel, yeah, to hold a different gas at a high gas pressure around your wheel so you can drive safely your car on the street?
Oh, so you want me
Can
to
you do
like
that?
put a gas inside of the
Demonstrate.
gas to use
Yes,
it as
yes.
a wheel?
Scientifically demonstrate. Yes, by experiment. Yeah,
Yeah, an easier
empirically.
question would be can you demonstrate a gas being a containment for another gas without any type of physical container?
I mean, I can probably give you an example, but not like a wheel.
Okay.
A
Go ahead
bicycle
and
wheel then.
let
Or what?
I'd be
Not
curious
like
as to your example
wheels,
of
you
gas
know?
containing gas.
Okay, let's use like another planet's atmosphere other than Earth.
Okay, so we can't go to another planet. This theory, right?
Yeah, we
So
don't
I'm
know they
asking for
exist.
right. I'm asking for an experiment, right? A demonstration, because that's what science is. Science is experimentation. Without experimentation, you don't have science.
Yeah.
So I'm asking for an experiment of that you can prove that gas can contain another gas without physical containment. I guess maybe a simpler question to ask you is, do you know what science is? Do you have a good definition of science?
I mean, who put the gas there in the first place? You know, like, why are we even if we gas wasn't contained in Earth, then we'd probably be dead because we need oxygen, you know?
Well, correct. But who put it there when it was put there is something that we can't necessarily answer, right? So we don't need to speculate on that. We just know that it is here. And in order to have gas pressure, the necessary antecedent, meaning the necessary requirement, would be physical containment.
Yeah.
So these three questions, right? The measurement of the radius, the measurement of spin, and gas pressure without a container are three fundamental things that the globe claims, but we have no actual experimentation, proof, or test of any of these. So without something as simple as the radius value, you can talk about people going to space all you want, but in order for orbital mechanics to work, you need a
One
radius value.
one point that you forgot to mention is gravity, you know?
What about gravity?
It plays a strong part in like the atmosphere.
Can you show me within the standard model of particle physics where gravity comes into play?
Earth's gravity is strong enough to hold the atmosphere.
No, I'm asking you within the standard model of particle physics, where is gravity accounted for?
What do you mean accounted for?
Where is it taken into the equation?
It's strong enough to hold into the atmosphere.
Based on what? You need to provide some citations for this, because the standard model of particle physics does not even account for gravity at all whatsoever.
You're talking about a proof that the gravity holds the atmosphere?
You know, it's
Well,
crazy.
let's first have you define gravity. What in your mind is gravity?
Uh,
I mean, it's
Okay.
like
Oh, I'm sorry.
something that pulls, like, okay, you want me to get you like the definition?
yeah.
Sure.
Something that pulls people towards the center of a planet, but it's like Earth has some of it and some planet has like more of it, you know?
So we're talking about a planet, but we just went through 3 questions that completely demolishes the idea of a planet, right? Because we have no radius value, we have no spin, and we have no pressurized system without a
Wait,
container.
we have no radius value? What do you mean by that?
No,
I asked
wait,
you, that was the first
Napalm.
question that I asked you, right? So in order to have a ball, you have to have a radius. Do you understand basic geometry?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so do you know what a radius is?
I know what a radius is.
Okay, what is a radius?
Napalm,
Yes.
can I explain to him what was the point of those 3 questions? Please, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but yeah, just wait. Well, okay, that's fine. Let me just say, I was going to do that anyways, waiting for them to finish this thing. It
Go
was
ahead,
great,
Mary
Napalm.
Mom.
Thank you. When other flat earthers were interrupting you, Napalm did great on the 3 points. When the 3 points, I actually gave Napalm the 3-point wig snatcher roll because the first time I've heard him do the 3 points, he did a great job. So if other people who have done it many times before, who already have the roll, could just let the person do it when they're doing it, that would be great. So if we want to come to a conclusion of that part, I've given Manso the 3-point participant roll. Congratulations. I've given Napalm the 3-point wig snatcher roll. Congratulations. So yeah, if somebody wants to just get if you want to explain to him the whole thing about the belief, how he's confirmed, that would be great. If you just want to put a bow on that, explain how he's demonstrated they're all beliefs, and then Napalm could go back to this line of questioning about the radius, which I think was great. So go ahead, Beget.
Thank you, Mary Mom. So, Manso, the purpose of those 3 questions was to establish what you know and what you believe. By not knowing the answers to those 3 questions, which are the most imperative questions for the globe model, it means that what you have is blind belief, and that is not knowledge. You believe blindly that we live on a spinning ball. You do not know how it was measured, the radius, the method, who did it, nor the spin, nor how to violate the physics definition of gas pressure and second law of thermodynamics. You have no demonstrable violation of these laws, governing laws of nature, except a blind belief which you have in your imagination that this thing is happening at a huge, immense, large scale which you cannot reach to.
Not everything that I see is like a blind. Okay, you can't see a volcano. You only see it in like videos and like video games. Is that a blind belief then? You know?
False equivalency.
No, I've seen volcanoes. I went to
I'm giving
Italy.
you
I've
an
seen
example.
the volcano Etna.
I'm giving you an example, not like volcanoes. Maybe like a PS5 or something. I like Gucci,
Well, that's
Gucci
kind of the
belt.
point of that's kind of the point of the question, asking, do you know anybody in history ever that has measured the radius? We know people that have visited volcanoes. We have pictures of volcanoes. We have the ability to go there if we choose to do so. So when it comes to the radius or the spin of the Earth, has there been anybody at any point in time that has substantiated either of those claims?
Yeah, but until you actually go to the volcano, then it's a blind belief, just like our friend said.
Exactly. So you're kind of proving our point. So until you actually have somebody who's measured the radius, it's a blind belief. Unless you actually have somebody who's measured the spin of the Earth, you're taking it on faith as a
What do you
blind
mean
belief.
measured the spin of the Earth? Like, I'll explain. You're talking about the speed of how it measures it, or like the size of
Well,
Earth?
you see, there is a mechanical instrument, speedometer, which reads, the revolutions of your drive shaft in your car. And that instrument tells you the speed you are traveling with when you drive your car. So, can you show us such an instrument which can show you, the rotation of the Earth, measure it? It's RPM, it's angular tangential velocity.
I mean, people in like space stations who have observed the Earth already done that. You can't measure the speed
Well,
of the Earth from the
space
Earth
stations can be
because,
fake. Listen,
gravity.
the stuff you see on TV, is it. You cannot be 100% that is full reality. That thing you see on TV, which is a space station, can also be a Hollywood basement studio. Yeah.
But when I see a rocket getting
But
launched
it
in
can
front of
be
my
that.
eyes, or
It
like a
can
space
be fake.
station crashing from the space, like in front of me, you know?
Rockets leave the ground all the
Well,
time. You don't know where it's going.
I can see it with my eyes, or I can use a telescope, obviously.
Have you been to a rocket launch ever?
Once my parents went, but not me.
Okay, so I've been to quite a few. I live in Florida, right? I see rocket launches often. And at any point during those rocket launches, I never would, if I wasn't told that they were going to space, I would never assume that what's launched would go to this alleged space. There's nothing visually that would lead me to believe that those things are going outside of Earth's atmosphere.
You can use your eyes or maybe a telescope.
Yeah, I have used my eyes, right? So just
Or
because something goes far enough away that you can no longer resolve it does not mean that it goes to space.
But there is humans in it. You suggest that the humans that go in the space and just go where you can't see them anymore, like what happens to them?
I have no way of verifying that there are humans within that rocket. I can't even get within 10 miles of that rocket.
They can have those spiral slide tubes, so you see them going on a door inside that top of the rocket, in the tip of it, you see them going in, and then they slide down through that spiral tube all the way down to the bottom, where they escape in a bunker.
And a billion
How do you
people
know?
never noticed because
How do you know that's not happening?
there. What? You're telling me after all this time, no one has noticed it?
No, it's not about no one noticed. They actually
Yeah.
made documentaries about this and showed the slide and the little room underneath where they play. So they've already shown all this. It's very obvious.
They claim it's a
Yeah.
safety feature, right? Where like if something were to go on with the rocket, they have a quick way of escaping it, and that's why they have that bunker. So they all have it. Now the question is, are they using it every day to do it? That's the question now, right?
A slide and the roof. Serious?
Well, the point being
Well,
is we have no way to actually verify any of this stuff for ourselves, right? But we do have the Earth below our feet, which we can test, right? So we can test the claimed radius value for ourselves. We can put it to the test and see if it comports to reality. Now, I have personally gone out and done many observations that disprove the claimed radius value of the Earth.
You personally went out and did observations. Are you like a
Yes, sir.
scientist?
It's a geometry question.
Do you have to be a scientist to do an observation? Did you do any scientific experiments in school?
I mean, I'm business school, so we don't do science here.
What, in grade school you never took science class?
I took chemistry and biology.
Did you ever do any type of experimentation within your classroom?
Sure, I guess, but okay.
So children can do experimentation, and they don't have to be whatever you label as a scientist, right? Anybody should be able to go out and do an experiment. That's part of science.
Yeah,
Science is
but your
testable,
experiment,
repeatable, and so science is testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, meaning the
but
claim
your
needs to be falsifiable.
but
So
your
that's why I was
experiment
asking you.
is like, since you are not a scientist, your experiment is like probably go out and grab a stick and be like, oh, the stick
No.
isn't round, so Earth
No,
isn't round.
No.
no. So if you want to ask me what my observations were, then I would certainly let you know. But instead, you're trying to straw man me into what I did or did not do.
No,
But
because you probably don't have enough money to do like a high budget experiment.
so
Well, it's not
observations and measurements are not experiments, right? Do you know what an experiment is?
he
It's
does
like
because he's in
experiment.
business school, and we should approach his field of expertise, the business. As a businessman, you are learning to deal with precise number, calculating precise numbers, correct?
I failed calculus 1.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
mean, when you have a
I'm
business,
sorry.
yeah.
We're at the point of like absurdity. Like he failed calculus, but he's going to school for business. Blah 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 blah. Bottom line is, the guy before you asked him a question, and he wasn't allowed to answer. Just I wanted to, and I shut my mouth because I'm like, he's doing good. Let me shut up. So let
Yeah,
let
sure,
him
go
do
ahead,
his thing.
no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so my question is, do you know what a scientific experiment is, or do you have a definition of science?
You're gonna say that everyone who's using the scientific way is a scientist?
No.
So I asked you a simple question.
Wait there. This dude
Hold
needs
up,
to stop
hold up.
assuming right now. Stop assuming and just go along with what the guy's saying to you. He's not trying to gotcha. He's not trying anything like that. In this room, we're trying to educate people. We're not here to smack people over the head with hammers, okay? So let's keep a cordial level to it. Let's not imagine that everyone's trying to, get one over on each other with a dagger in the back. Okay, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to establish whether you understand what science is, right? So in order for us to talk about science, and in order to have a conversation about science, we should understand what it is. So do you know what the science is, or can you give me an explanation of what a scientific experiment entails?
I know what the scientific way is, and I know what the like. What even is your question? Do you know what science is?
Yeah, so what is the scientific method?
I mean, I forgot, but I can look it up again if you want.
So what we're trying to establish is that you basically don't know what the scientific method is, and you have a rudimentary understanding of what science is. So you're appealing to an authority, saying people that are quote unquote scientists or have a degree in science are the only ones that can perform science.
I'm just asking if there's any scientists in the server.
Yo.
Yes.
What's up?
Like with like
everyone
a
can be a
PhD,
everyone
like
can be a
science major.
scientist.
Wait, so you're a scientist?
What does PhD stand for? What does PhD stand for?
Pretty
I don't know,
huge
something
thing.
like doing a PhD in a major or something. I don't know. It's like
No,
something
it
smart
stands for
people have.
Doctor of Philosophy, right?
Something that smart people have. But anyone here with a PhD?
He just
I
said
don't
Doctor
know.
of Philosophy is what PhD is. It's philosophy degree. It means you're a master in the doctrine.
In talking.
Is anyone here, Master and the Doctor?
Storyteller.
Why do you keep appealing to authority? It's just
The
a
answer is
simple.
yes. There's many people in here with PhDs, so that's the answer. Yes.
And degree.
Next question.
Appeal to potential is appeal to authority. It's just all fallacies with this guy.
Guys, I mean, just let the other guy handle the conversation because these are all answers that shouldn't have been given anyway.
Yep. True.
Listen, I am comfortable talking to you, but in the chat, everyone's calling me an idiot. Like, what?
Everyone in the chat, please stop doing that. Please.
So just talk to me for a second. Don't pay attention to chat. So the good thing about natural science is that it's accessible to everybody. So natural science, the first the first thing we do in natural science is we observe something in nature. So we have an observed natural phenomenon, right? And then we speculate about what may have caused this natural phenomenon to occur, right? So we come up with a hypothesis as to what is causing the observed natural phenomenon that we see, right? And then we put that hypothesis to the test, meaning
I don't smoke weed. I mean, you know weed. I hate weed.
Oh, Mike.
Sorry, yeah, I was hearing something. So then we
me too.
So then we put that hypothesis to the test, and we have variables that we deal with. We have a dependent variable, and we have an independent variable, and we have control variables, right? And what we're trying to prove is that the independent variable, the thing that we are adjusting for, is proving the cause of the effect that we see, right? Do you understand this from science class back in the day?
You're just saying like some random words, a variable and a phenomenon, and it's trying
Oh,
to.
look up what he's saying. Go to Google and type in what's the scientific method.
Probably reading a script even.
That's kind of rude.
Well, I think we've come to an impasse here where maybe you need to do a little bit more legwork on your end, understand what science is, and then we can move forward with a conversation, right?
I mean, did
Or you can
you
continue the
study
conversation.
science in the school?
Listen, wait there, dude. You have things at your fingertips to confirm what he's saying is either true or not. If he's
Just read
reading
him off
from
the
a script,
definition of the science. And
No,
listen,
because
he just told you the wait there, dude. You're not going to speak over me. He just told you the definition of what science was. Okay, yeah. He explained to you that you had a rudimentary understanding because you yourself didn't have it in your brain and readily there to answer. We're not trying to beat you over the head. That's why I say people who are being rude to you in the comment section, they shouldn't be. We're here to just simply give you tools to examine things yourself. We don't want to convince you of anything really here anyway, okay? It's pointless, right? The people that get it are the people that really matter. Because those are the people that are going to be able to give it to other people that will get it too. You understand? You have the acumen for this stuff or you don't. This is a challenge to your brain right now. He may be reading from a script, whatever. Okay, if it's a script that he's reading from, it's a script that is one of the most solidified scripts in the world because anything that falls under the umbrella of science falls actually under the umbrella of the methodology in which he has told you, okay? You have at your fingertips a computer, that's how you're speaking to us, so you have a way of verifying what he's saying as not a script and as something that is actually validated information as toward the methodology of the scientific method, okay? So look into it as you're talking to him. Use your brain.
Listen, the reason
Well
I'm
said.
asking.
Well said. Thank you.
Otherwise, it's a defensive mechanism for you to avoid the conversation that you seemingly now know you're in too deep, which you could also admit and then use as an educational basis instead. You could
Check
go
for
your
the
way.
curve in his voice.
Are you British?
Yes.
Makes sense.
I do make sense.
Thank you for saying that.
Bro, what is
Are
that
you
supposed to
German?
mean?
That's nice to
Are you German, Monsa?
No.
Oh, well, I loved what he had to say. It was perfect. Well done.
Complimenting
You have a
people on the
German
Sir,
accent.
you're British. Case in point.
Thanks, Manso. Thanks for playing,
Listen,
Manso.
okay.
No,
The
it
reason
doesn't
that
go
I'm
though.
asking if that there's a scientist here or not is because probably all of you did your research on like some Discord, something like a femboy server or something, but the
Femboy stuff.
actual
What are you talking
scientist
about?
got
He
his
brings
That
this
was
up.
research
pirate
from
link.
like a school, like
Government prototype alert.
Okay,
Don't
so
mute
he's
him, man.
telling us
Yes,
what
I
he
have a
does.
degree. I have a scientific degree. I am a scientist.
Why was he muted?
Remember, I am the one you were talking to that was schooling you on things that you kept quoting that you had no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah, everyone in here could be a scientist or is a scientist. Let's just say that
Yeah.
everyone in here is a scientist. But see, Manso, you wouldn't know that because you're too busy just like categorizing and making little slight judgments based on personality or where someone's from or just like, do you have a degree, appeal to authority, is a
What
stomach.
you just said, Sonny, sounds you're describing somebody who's closed-minded.
Yeah.
But why is this guy
Well,
even
Being a
asking?
scientist is simple as boiling water. That's how simple it is to
Some
be a
people don't know how to
scientist.
do that.
Just like boiling
can I say
water.
something real quick? This goes back to Crackervillain's point, right? Like, if
Yeah.
you wouldn't think that it's a script, you wouldn't think that we learned from some fanboy page. If you actually followed through and research, like as we're talking to you about the scientific method, maybe you should have Googled it from a source you deem reliable, and then
Yep.
compared what you read to what we're saying, and it avoids this whole discussion of like, do we know what we're talking about? Where did we learn it? Because to be honest, we're citing scientific papers, real science. We're not citing some stuff like you believe, So
where
that's
do you think
back to his point. Crackervillain's on point with that. Like, if you want to get a fruitful discussion, maybe you should follow through as we're talking about these. Kind of Google them and do a little quick read just to kind of get a brief idea of what we're maybe speaking about. There's some validity to it, right?
I know what the scientific method is. I just told you I know what it is.
You
Can
didn't
you
know
articulate it
before.
for us?
Yeah,
Can
could
you
you repeat
No,
it
articulate
for
because
the
us,
I
scientific
also
please?
method?
told you that I forgot what it is, but if I look at
That's
it again,
fine.
I'll probably remember.
That's why
That's
I said
also
you didn't.
fine. But he repeated it to you, so you should have known what it was as he repeated it to you, right?
I
That's the
thought he
point.
said it very
Well,
well.
does
What are you talking about when he
what
went over the scientific method?
Yeah,
does he
no
remember
doubt.
what the first step in it is?
I thought
What the
that
first
was
step
very
is?
nice that he took the time to read it, and then when he came back, he kind of sloughed the new guy kind of sloughed it off, and I'm like, whoa, yeah. So, yeah, maybe it went. He didn't not ready for the information, maybe.
Yeah.
I studied it in business school, but like I forgot.
Damn.
Yeah, but you
Maybe
just have a
English is
belief.
not his first
You just have
language.
for the
It
globe. Everything
isn't.
about the globe
When you
is only a
Maybe.
belief. Is only a belief, man. So in your mind, we already determined that, and so we just would hope that you would be
Yeah.
honest in your answers. Stop using these logical fallacies because your knowledge level is minimal.
Yeah, so
Minimal
that
is better than completely
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, you have a less than a fifth grade degree
Come
knowledge.
on, listen, we don't need to insult.
hey,
We don't
hey,
need to
yeah,
insult him.
that's an ad hominem.
You're
He
interrupting.
could be
Hang
doing a
on.
little bit of
Let
trolling.
Less than a fifth
let
grade degree of knowledge.
yeah.
Science.
So
let me try to get through to him. Do
Could
you
be doing a
remember
little
what
trolling.
the first step in science is? What the first step in knowing something is?
Thank you.
Observation.
Oh, sure.
I can
Observation.
ask you what the first step of doing anything is. It's not
It's
like
observation. You see something. You see
Yeah.
something happen. That's the first step.
I'm not gonna think about steps whenever I see literally
Or
anything.
just look up scientific method in anything you want to.
I know what it is.
So then you should have known that the first step is observation. To see something happening. And science means to know.
Okay.
So what's the first step in knowing something? Is to see something happening. How else can you know something's happening?
Are you in a religion? Let me ask you this
The
question.
first step to know something would probably be more to believe it or have faith that it's true.
You're saying all
Manso,
That's
religions are
belief.
false because you
That's
don't see
actually
God.
called belief, knowledge. See, it's a perversion of the language. This is why we are in the spot that we are in. This is why English is so difficult for other people to learn.
And why don't you believe in NASA? You know, not like in a religious way, but like
That's
in a
that's why when you use words like independent and
You
dependent,
just said
that's you may not
believe.
understand.
What does believe mean? It means faith. It means blindly believing something without knowledge.
I mean, if you don't want to trust our government's knowledge and you want to like go to an
no,
island and
Manso,
restart
Manso,
civilization and prove
NASA
everything
is
Manso,
not
all
your
over again,
government, dude. NASA's not
Manso,
France.
Manso. In science, the word believe is blasphemy.
is what?
The word believe for science is blasphemy.
What's
Science
blasphemy?
doesn't require belief.
Yeah.
Language
Science is
barrier.
not a religious system. Science is not a system of belief.
So
Science deals with observations and empirical experimentation. It proves things,
It's all about causation.
reality.
So,
Proving
Manso,
causation.
one thing I would like to say is okay, NASA is telling you one thing, but what if your observations say the exact opposite? Wouldn't that make them a liar?
I mean, if I make like $1 million experiment versus like a 50-cent
What
experiment,
are you on
No, it's
about?
not.
I'm
Look,
pretty
look.
sure.
If there's any sort of curvature, you should be able to measure it here down on Earth as well, right? Would you agree?
No, because the curvature is hard to see.
I'm
So you're
saying
arguing
measure,
Hard to
measure.
see, but to measure.
One at a time. Who's going to take it?
Huh?
So
I'm not talking
if there's no way to validate the curvature here down on Earth, and we have to fully depend on pictures from out quote unquote outer space, that's a really weak basis to found your science on. Like it's
I mean,
one and all belief.
you
Having
could
a
Well,
like,
faith that they're
it's
telling you
not.
the truth.
It's worse than weak. It's just wrong because how we derived our radius was by observation
did you go
on the
like
surface.
on a plane that went
No,
like
no,
to
I'm
a
sorry. What I'm saying is your is wrong because actually how the dimensions of Earth were derived were by looking into the distance on the Earth. The end of that point. You're wrong. Next point.
Wait, what did you say? Well, my point is wrong. I just told you you need to like go to a high place to see a curvature.
Yeah,
And
not
my response to you was what it was. Can you not remember it? I just said it only 20 seconds ago.
If you like go on a plane or like you can
Wait, wait,
probably
wait,
find
wait.
like
No,
a
you're
touristic
gonna have to
What
answer
attraction
is
the
what
if
is
you
question.
going
like
on a plane have
go
to do with what is going on a plane have to do with how the dimensions of Earth were derived here from the surface.
being like
Not up,
very high
not
and
up,
being
not
able
up
to
in a
see a
plane.
little curvature.
What does it have to do with people deriving the radius from observation on the surface of the Earth?
You know if it's like a big ball, right? And you're
What
Hey,
like
does
trying
are
to
it
at
you
the
have
okay,
to
bro?
do? What does it have to do with how they derive the dimensions, so called, from the Earth by observing the surface of the Earth from the surface of the Earth? Does it have something to do with it, or does it have nothing to do with it? Because because I can only imply from what you're saying that it has nothing to do with it. Because you're saying that you can go up in a plane or whatever have you, but the bottom line is you're saying that they can't do what they supposedly did do.
Do you
You're
understand?
wrong.
well, what did I say that they can't do? measure the surface exactly
Okay,
from the
dude, or
Earth?
how are you? Okay,
They
listen.
can't.
The way they came up with the supposed radius value of the sphere Earth was by looking at the Earth from the Earth and getting a distance to the horizon. So if you're now saying that the only way you can see the curvature is way up above the Earth, then you have to then admit that how they first came up with the number is wrong.
Dun, dun, dun.
You're saying they have to go to space to see the Earth is curved.
But they
They
needed.
don't have to go to space. They have to go to a really high place.
Well, how high is that then, buddy? Could you state the
On
number?
top of a plane? I don't
No,
know.
No,
you cannot see
that's a red
curvature from
herring,
a plane.
though. That's a red herring. How
Red herring,
high?
anyway.
Like, no, the
He can't
bottom line
understand
is
terms like that, though, Elijah. So, like, how? When they say how
no,
high,
it's not. It's not about him.
I know.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that he doesn't understand that
I
the
don't know.
statement he made is demonstrably false, because the claim on the table is that you can derive the circumference and the radius from observations here on the surface, where he says cannot do exactly this detail. Well, then you have a problem with the people who claim that they have.
So
Not
welcome
me.
to Flat Earth.
The
according
sentence
to
where
Google,
you
which
say,
who knows
"Oh,
is right or
I
not,
know."
approximately slightly below 35,000 feet, you can start seeing the curvature.
No, you
But who's to
can't.
say if it's
Okay,
true?
then go there.
Google also
I'm
tells
just
you that
telling
you can
you.
be.
I'm just
Google
telling you
also
what the
tells you
top
can
of
be like
Google says,
57.
which I'm not saying I trust completely, but that's what it says. I don't
Yeah,
trust it.
Google also says you can be a 57 genders and identify as a spaceship if you want to. So
Yeah, no, it's cool, isn't it?
yeah.
Well,
So
we've set up weather balloons up to 120,000 feet with lenses that don't have fisheye lenses, and effectively we see that it's a flat plane. So, we also have even like the Red Bull thing with Felix Bortmeyer. When it switches from the fisheye lens at his altitude, we see that it's a flat thing again. We also see it's flat in Mythbusters when they go up in a U-2 spy plane at roughly 90,000 feet. That it's flat when they're not looking through the canopy camera, which is a fisheye lens. We've seen that it's flat, and also Neil deGrasse Tyson, an astrophysicist and a scientific explainer, a hostile witness that I'm about to use, also claims that that shit is flat, bro, at 120,000 feet and often above that, because basically the Earth apparently is too big. Ron Jeremy fallacy, ball too big, can't see the curvature at that height, so the idea that you can see it from a plane is debunked, bullshit. The only reason you'd ever see curvature from a plane is because of the convexity of the windows due to the cabin pressure. That's exactly the only reason, because it's pressurized and it's basically shaped like a sausage. So that's
How does
why
cabin pressure affect the view?
cabin pressure affects the view because basically there are three windows on the side of a plane. On the plane, you have the outside window, which is convex, and then you have the inside window sometimes, which is flat. Then the middle window, in fact, is an expansive window that, as the pressure changes in the cabin for pressure mediation, it's an expandable membrane type window that actually curves with the pressure. So then it seems here that the curvature, the higher you get, adheres to the convexity of that middle window. We can find and
So we
show you
have
the
what
patterns.
windows?
We can show
We
you the
have
patterns.
funhouse
We can
views
show
for
you.
windows on our planes.
We can show you the patterns for those windows if you would like, and the designs. We're not making this shit up.
I understand the concave and convex windows. Yes, they distort views.
There are 2 points to make to the guy with the green icon. Number one, you claim that you cannot see curvature from Earth. That's the only reason that you have the geometry and the math to suggest where the sun is, where the stars are, well, maybe, I don't know about the stars, but where the planets are in relation to the Earth itself. All of that stems from the observations that were done on the Earth's surface and the presupposition that it is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So
Amen.
your claim is wrong. When I came in, you were saying something about gravity holding gas, essentially. That's also incorrect. There are many physicists and scientists that question this being true because they understand that the laws of thermodynamics are in violation up there in that story.
One, for instance, one's nameable by the name of Pierre Robotelli. You could look him up straight away. He's the one who's just debunked, Flat Earth Dave or Professor Dave. Just for one physicist, if
Yeah,
you would like.
bottom
Go ahead,
line
Martha.
is he's written a lot of papers, and then people who are of maybe the same background or people that are in the same discipline asking the same questions have cited his work because they too see the flaws that he's pointed out, and they too are questioning the current cosmology of these spherical gases being in the vacuum of space. So we already know that the ideal gas laws have nothing to do with gravity whatsoever, and definitely has nothing to do with entropy. So on that front, you're also wrong.
Yeah, I don't
And
think this guy.
we're left with you probably not giving positive proof of a measurement of some kind.
Which
So
is
where does that
fine.
leave us?
Well, I said for him to use this as an educational thing instead of like paying an intellect he doesn't have, because like he could just use this to ask us great questions and be like, oh, okay, sweet, and then he could verify whether or not we're lying to him with Google or whatever form of authority he holds to be the biggest in his mind. Like he doesn't need to trust our word on this at all. Like for real. That's the other part. He's probably just gonna run away though because it's too frightening for him right now. He's just realised he didn't just walk into a group of idiots like Vsauce videos make out we are.
Yes, I'm going to say no. He's mad. It's like,
Man, so you still here?
He's just outside looking for some curvature.
Yeah.
He needs to get to just 35,000 feet, and that's where he'll find it.
Maybe he's looking at videos about the 6 or 8 videos I sent to
Well,
him. Messages.
maybe we could have a better conversation with the guy that cited the idea that you see curvature from 35,000 feet instead. A proper conversation, one where we're not trying to bash him over the head, one where we're not trying to say, "Oh, you're stupid" or anything like that. Just like a genuine conversation. Who was that guy?
I think it
How
was me.
did
I'm watching a video right now. At 30, I mean, I'm watching a video. I don't know if it's true. I'm just taking it completely unbiased. But at 35,000, it looks fairly flat. But nearing 50,000, you start to see a curve, according to the video.
Okay, yeah, okay. We could provide you video that shows slightly higher, that shows it still to be flat. Afterward, there are obviously issues when it comes to videos with barrel distortion as well, especially the higher you get and the wider the angle you have in the camera and the more light that gets let in by the lens, right?
Okay, so there's no way. Is there any way to view the Earth remotely from someone else's capture via an electronic device such as a video camera or picture camera? Is any lens going to not be distorted to be 100% truthful?
Well, you could never truly take it unless you did it and set up the apparatus yourself as 100% truthful, but it could hint toward a idea of truth at least if you coalesce information together in a modulated form where you have lots of different ones,
What's the most unperverted way, untampered way to view the Earth? in quote unquote space besides taking your helmet off and exploding?
You have a drop on some distance.
You're kind of skipping a few steps before you can
Or
say
you have not.
space. We need some validation before we can get there. That's about 10 steps down the road.
Yeah, but as well, guys, I
but it's
really
more of a
want to hear some
conversation.
cordiality here. I really want to hear something cordial. I really want people to be cordial with one another, and I don't want to hear ad hominems and stuff at this time. It's kind of like, yeah, if we get the caliber of person that comes in that's like a professor who's like, I'm going to smash you all, then let's meet people at the level of veracity in which they come in with, because otherwise it's just not fruitful else, guys.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to give like a scenario. So when you get a person that comes in here and they actually want to have the debate, I think you should run them through that ringer, right? Where they should have to prove what they're on first to get to where their arguments are at. But when it's like a person like this that is kind of just questioning, I mean, be able to talk about it, even if we have to go to Narnia. I know a lot of you guys don't like that. A lot of you guys don't like that, but it's if the conversation gets fruitful once it starts, right? You can't end it with, "Oh, you haven't proven it's the globe, so therefore we're not even going to discuss with you." Like, we're shutting a lot of people out like that. Like, you guys need to we need to learn how to like kind of accommodate to where people are at. And this guy obviously he brought up a point. Like, let's just continue with it, even though we know it's Narnia. Let's go down to that level, and we can expose it. Or we can show them what we believe or what we think. It's not hard.
And Jose, I completely agree with you, and thank you for that. And I want to add to that also is that also, guys, we have to remember, like, at one point we weren't necessarily as knowledgeable, but not just only that, like, we have to remember the fact of the matter is this, right? That at the end of the day, if we pose ourselves as people that are coming against these people straight away as, oh, prove your claim. We pose ourselves as individuals that are enemies against them almost, as if like, and the moment you do that, you basically isolate them into a position of emotionality, in the sense of not just emotionality, but in the sense of like, oh, you are here to, basically confirm a claim that you either made or you did not make, especially we ram a claim down their throat, right, which is the worst, because then they end up in an egotistical state of mind. And not just an egotistical state of mind, it's a state of mind in which they feel they need to defend themselves. So it's hard to have objective truth. The foundation of trust between the words that we speak between one another, so that when at least we get good information out, they trust what we're saying, right? So that starts off slow. Like, we need them to trust what we're saying toward the tail end of it once they start to understand the fundamentals, right? So they're not coming at us like debaters. Then let's not take it that way. And then by the end of it, they may trust what we're actually saying to them a little bit more.
Well, to me, it depends on why they're here, which is why it's very important to know why they're
trolling,
here.
then yeah.
So
No.
if no, not even whatever it is that they're doing doesn't matter. Like, you got to know what the purpose is. So
Yeah, but he is right though.
I came in on the back of someone, I'm assuming, doing the 3 points. So I wasn't part of that. I was just speaking to.
Not you. We're not talking about you.
Well, it could. I don't know, because I don't think that I do that. I don't think I force people.
You come across completely cordial, Elijah.
I just like people to say what their main premise or their main point is, and then I begin to ask questions, or I start to unpack, what's going on. But yeah, I
don't know. I wasn't really talking towards you though, bro. So that's why, like I felt like
you crack, chill out, man. Okay, Jose was also speaking, so I agree with Jose. You can't just come at people in this aggressive way. But I don't know what just happened at the same time. I just came in hearing him say that off of the third question, and then I kind of shut up because the other guy was handling it. Then it got to a point where he was saying something about not being able to see Earth curves, and I just thought it was simple to point out, if that's the case, then how do you have the dimensions if that's how they were derived, by looking into the distance on the surface? and he was attempting to not answer that question. I mean, I don't want to force people to answer questions, but if you're going to answer something that I said in relation to what you were inquiring about or something that you said, and then you answer with a non sequitur, I don't know.
No, that's perfectly in context, bro. And I wasn't referring to you. I'll tell you exactly what I was doing.
Okay,
I don't know who it was, but
yeah, you're right. I'm just kidding.
yeah. I was referring to like he tried to bring up a topic and we shut it down. Like it wasn't like we were in a conversation. It wasn't like he was dodging a question. He literally brought up a topic and we try to not cover it because he hadn't proven the radius, which I think is not fruitful. You know, like if he's bringing up a topic that he wants to talk about, I think we should go that route, even if it's something that like we know it's bullshit and Narnia. That's all I'm saying. You know, like. You know, of course, everything has its context. You know, like what you did, I thought was fine. You know, he was trying to weasel out of an explanation, and you were holding him down. I think that's great. What I don't like is when the conversation couldn't get fruitful, and we shut it down. That's all I'm saying. Of course, in context, you know, every situation is different. But man, that's enough talking about that, man. Let's get back to the guy.
Well,
But wait,
what did he bring up?
I just want to say, so like, I will say, out of all the times I've been with really crazy people in here, the most times I woke people up was like when I hit them in the feels. Like I was like real heartfelt.
Yeah.
Because I get worked up too, you know, and I push people away. But like, it's like this. It's like, you know, I know it sounds crazy, man. And when I first found out about it, I thought it was crazy too. I thought anyone that would ever even say something like that is dumb. And that's because I had not even fully understood what it meant. It's just very perplexing. And the magnitude of that lie is a bit overwhelming when you first hear it. So I get it. I know it sounds crazy, but hey, bro, 2022, we've been lied to about a lot of stuff. And when you come out, I'm like, damn, I want to like this guy. And so it kind of like pulls their guard down, you know, and I've broke way more people like that than being like,
yeah, which I'm glad you've learned that, bro, over the time. Like, I'm so glad, bro, because, like, I had to learn that too. Like, for real. You do get better, don't you, right? Like, that way.
Witsit, I think you'd be even better at it if you were a likable guy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Crack Villain.
I think you're fucking amazing at it, bro.
Crack Villain, is it possible to turn down your mic a little bit? You're just like way louder than everyone else in the room.
I'm like 50 feet away from my laptop. It's a new laptop. I got it today. That's why, probably.
You can just turn it
Well, it's just I could barely hear what Elijah was saying, and you're like, blasting through like a rock concert.
You just turn me down.
Well, yeah, but it sounds kind of terrible on the live stream too. Like on YouTube, you have the same problem, but people there can't.
Just saying for now.
So I was the one
While I
taking
work it out. It's a new laptop I got today. Is what I'm saying.
So I was the one taking him, guys. I was the one taking him through the 3 points, and I'm open to constructive criticism as to how I was directing the conversation.
Yours was perfect. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it was good. It was really good.
It was solid, bro. No complaints there, man. I think what we need to work on is like not cutting people off, because you got cut off a couple of times during it, and it dragged it out. But you're consistent. It was good.
I didn't even hear it, but it was terrible, bro. Yeah, you're awful, bro. You're trash.
I don't care about your opinion, Witsit. Okay.
Damn.
Woo-wee.
What is the guy you were talking to?
It's the same usual suspects that interrupt, and I don't want to put y'all on blast, so I might just
I interrupted, so I'm sorry.
You're definitely doing a fair share of.
I am.
And it's like unnecessary because we're not even back and forth. Well, yeah, definitely when it seems like they're having the conversation, just let them have it. I wanted to jump in so bad because he was talking about gas, and I was like, bruh, I was just listening to something specifically related, but I was like, damn, I can't be rude and just kind of bogart my way in here. I really wanted to. I even kind of tried, but I was like, nah, I can't do that.
Well done, you.
This guy wasn't here to learn, to be honest. He wasn't willing to learn. You can clearly see that in the chat as well. He's typing at the he's calling us a femboy server as well. So, it's not even
I'm not calling this
serious at this
server a femboy server. I'm saying he did his research from like some random.
It's not serious, man. You're not being serious. You're not being honest with yourself. You're not here to learn. You're just spewing out shit. So.
Okay.
Why are you not here to learn? Why are you?
I
here?
am. I am.
Why
here
are
to
you
learn,
here?
But
No, you're
don't
not. Why are
make
you calling us
sense
a
to me.
femboy server? Why are you calling us a
I'm
femboy server?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be aggressive.
Guys, this is what we just spoke about. Okay, let's try and bring it back down to like somewhere that can maybe have some form of actual cordial conversation that could go somewhere. Anyone that wants to take it.
I nominate Jose because I haven't in a while, and I'm sure these are like some of the moments that he waits for.
I second
Please,
that. Yep.
if you could, Jose. I'll just mute anyone's voice that I hear that's audible.
Well, I already talked to him the whole time you guys were gone. I think I've reached my conclusion with him. Like, I'll give you a quick summary.
Oh, okay.
I started off with asking him because he says that his first claim was that it's so easy to know that we're on a globe because it's just common sense and we all know it. And I was like, well, what in your daily life experience tells you live on a globe? And so that obviously went to NASA, which isn't a daily experience, and we went that route. So that I already talked to him, and to be honest, I don't want to entertain it anymore. I went to my logical conclusion with him, and I know where he's at. And no disrespect, but I'm good.
Alrighty.
Anyone that tries to prove you wrong is a troll, really.
Nope, that's not how it works.
Troll, man.
Yeah, how about proving the globe? Why don't you start doing that?
When I was doing good points and beating you in like conversations, some random girl muted me because you were talking over me. But when I do it, it's like unfair and
We're sorry about that treatment, bro. How about we try and take it forward from here in a more cordial fashion, and let's try and have that conversation and do it in a better way right now.
Because in one sentence you make like 50 mistakes, but I can't interrupt you because you're talking. And it's
Okay,
like,
so if the Earth is a ball, if the Earth's a ball, when we have those meteors, bro. Sorry, I got a phone call. So whenever we have those meteors, dude, Kai is spamming me right now, dude. Anyway, when we have the meteor showers, if the Earth's a ball that spins, wouldn't some of the meteors come from the horizon up?
They'd be going all different directions, wouldn't they? What's it?
I've never witnessed a meteor shower before, but if I had to say assumption, like, how the atmosphere is like the movement of something that's slingshots, and it's like, okay, let's say a meteor is going and it's passing by Earth. It's gonna change direction because it enters the atmosphere for a bit and then it goes out.
How do you know it's going to change direction? When did you scientifically prove that to yourself and others?
Wait, I think the good way to do this is to really go ahead. But here's the deal: like, just if you don't know much about a subject, it's okay because there's like a million different subjects. No one's expected to know all about them. You don't have to like immediately try to pretend like you know all about the subject. I just a word to the wise. But go ahead.
I don't. I'm just saying some like basic things that I learned from school alongside with my own common sense.
Okay, so have you ever learned in school that the meteors wouldn't come from the horizon up?
I don't remember ever learning about meteor showers in school.
Right. So whenever I asked about them, if you went to immediately defend some explanation about them, that's not very logical, right?
No, he said that he was assuming it. So he said he was making an assumption.
Okay.
Other than the meteor showers, I know that some things get pulled in an atmosphere, then change their directions and then go out. Because I seen like a YouTube video of a guy explaining how spaceships actually launch and how like they are timed to exit the atmosphere perfectly.
Right, and I just saw Superman movie, but what I'm trying to talk to you about is how if the Earth's a ball, the meteors would come
comments
up.
like
I want to make sure you understand the premise, right? So, like, if the Earth's a ball and it spins, then we can only see so much of what's in the sky because the Earth is blocking the rest of it, right? So, like, we're looking out into the sky and we can only see so much of it because the Earth's curving and blocking the sky. Same thing with the sunset. If the Earth's a ball, well, the sun goes behind the curve of the Earth that blocks it in the sky, right? So if that's happening and we have meteors shooting through the vacuum of space, okay, we would see them come from any and all directions, right? Because the Earth is spinning and revolving around the sun, and these meteors are shooting randomly through. It's debris that shoots through the vacuum of space, according to the globe Earth model, right? So
the system, yeah. So there are
right.
lots of vectors of gravity for them to permeate towards. Yes.
Well, I want to keep it really simple for them. So, like, if we see the meteors that we see on a globe Earth are just because those are the ones visible that aren't being blocked by the curve of the Earth, right?
I mean, they are moving in like one direction, and we happen to be in the place where it is perfect for us to see them.
Okay, let me give you. I can cite NASA for you here. Okay, but according to what NASA says, meteor showers are. There's something called a radian. Okay, and it's a circle where these meteors become visible from the Earth, and within that circle, they can appear to come from every single direction.
Okay.
That's what NASA says. Okay.
Okay,
So,
then that's a clear explanation.
right. Okay, so here's the problem. Now that we understand the context, okay? Meteors never come up from the horizon in reality. Never. Never been seen, never been recorded. It's never happened.
Check what NASA says about that.
I did.
And
They say that it would happen because it would happen from all directions. That's all it says. It says that it would happen. They don't claim to have seen it happen because it's literally never been seen to happen. So my question for you is, if you're being honest, isn't that kind of odd?
oh, you mean like if like the sunset is like the sun is like diving so we can see that it's going to the other side? You mean like why isn't a meteor showing up from there?
No, like what I'm like saying is like what I said, which is the meteors would have to come up from the horizon if the Earth's a ball.
From the horizon, like from
Yeah,
where
it would come from
exactly?
all directions, including up from the horizon, because on a ball, the horizon is the Earth's curvature.
Space junk isn't just randomly going. It comes from somewhere, and from the place where it launched, it just keeps going. It's not like someone is launching them. It's just like debris. Why are you folks so
Okay,
focused about it?
meteors are not what someone launched, though, right?
I know.
So that's irrelevant then, right?
I'm saying you are talking about them as if someone launched them. They're just like random. You know the chances of
Random,
something
we can actually
happening.
track them. They're not random.
No,
We can.
no, wait. I'm telling you that NASA says that they are random. Okay, now they're actually reoccurring and they happen from the same 6 central points in the sky on a reoccurring cycle. And now your model has to make up all kinds of fairy tales about why. It's that there's a comet with a tail, and we run through the tail of the comet and see some of the debris dragged by the comet, and it keeps coming through every 70 years, and we keep seeing the debris randomly from whatever angle we hit the tail of the comet that time. That's what your side says, okay? And your side also has to say that meteors can come from all directions
You
in
know,
our
it
sky.
follows a certain gravitational loop. It doesn't always have to be random, so that's why they're like always like over there. The same
I'm explaining to you what NASA explains is there's something called a radian of a meteor shower, okay? And that's a circle where from the Earth, these meteors become visible. The idea is that they were so far away you couldn't see them, and they get close enough to see them. And then there's a circle where that visibility begins. It's called a radian, a meteor shower radian, okay? And they go in all directions perceivably in our sky. There's no preference. They wouldn't go up more, down more. It's all just based on the random chance of how you perceive it with the Earth spinning and obstructing the sky. That's what NASA says. So then I'm now informing you, and you've admitted you don't know much about them, and that's okay. I'm glad that you were honest. I'm now informing you that it's never been seen to happen in the history of mankind.
Not everyone's bothered to go record it.
No one's even claimed to have seen it in the history of mankind.
Does NASA mention where that radiant spot is?
It's all relative to said meteor shower. That's still not the point, though.
Then what is the point? The point is
If
no
the
one
Earth's
has
a
seen
spinning
it.
ball, the point is that if the Earth's a spinning ball, the meteor showers that we observe would come from all directions, omnidirectional, all directions, including directly up from the horizon, which on the ball would be the curve of the Earth. Yet in the entire history of mankind, it has never been observed.
The meteor follows a gravitational loop, which is why it doesn't go random.
I feel like you're on a gravitational loop, man. I feel like you're not actually capable of responding.
There are other gravitational vectors in the solar system that would make those meteorites basically track toward those other gravitational vectors, which would be classed as the other planets. Why do we not see meteorites basically going from below and up the horizon or across and up, always down at a diagonal or straight down? Why is that always the case? Yes, towards the center of the gravitational force of this Earth in their story. But I'm saying, what he's saying also is, why do we not see them going in different directions towards maybe some of the bigger planets that have even stronger gravitational pulls, when some of the meteorites are actually reported to be at distances that are closer to these other places?
Because they already
Ones
started
that hit
the
the moon even, for
gravitational loop. You know, they don't just stop and go to another location. They keep going on the loop. That's why we can predict when will they be or when they will not be. Unless there is some other debris that is coming out of nowhere from like somewhere that crashed and it joins the new loop, then maybe it has a different direction. I don't
This
know.
is irrelevant, bro. It's irrelevant, though, right? Like, what you're not understanding is if the gravity is causing the meteor showers to do whatever they're doing, all of that is irrelevant to how we perceive it on the Earth. It's all random and unrelated to us, other than the fact that we crossed its path, right? So if the gravity's causing the direction of them, cool. That direction can be all directions. Gravity doesn't just pull it in one direction relative to us; it pulls it in all directions. So how come we never see them going up from the horizon? I don't think I could paint it much simpler than this. I'm quite sure you understand what I'm saying.
Because if you take like a look in the model of a gravitational loop, it's not like it goes far from Earth and it comes close to Earth, maybe like one point where we can see it with the human eye and then keep going around the loop again.
That's
And just
irrelevant,
restart
though,
its
dude.
journey.
He's not
It's
getting it.
relevant because if you see something going in a straight line, it's going in a straight line. If you see something going to the right, it's going to the right.
What
How
does
it's
that have to
moving is
do
how
with
you
the
see it.
direction of it, though? Wait,
It's
let me
how you
ask you
see
this.
it.
Let me ask you a pointed question then. Can the meteors go in every direction? Yes or no?
If they are already starting in a loop, then they go where the loop is, you know?
And can that loop be in any direction?
It doesn't just change directions. It's a
But
loop. That's why
can
it's
the
called a loop.
direction of the loop be in any direction relative to the gravity?
from its original trajectory.
They don't just go east, right? They don't just go left, right? They go in all directions. It's whatever direction the gravity leads it towards, and that can be any direction, right?
And that is a loop around the Earth, you know, where it just goes.
No, meteors don't go around in a loop around the Earth.
They follow the gravitational force, not around the Earth. I don't know kind of what gravitational force it's following, but it's around the gravitational
So
force.
you don't know, but I'll call out to my big G. It'll answer the question I can't answer. I can just say, Big G, creative, omnipresent force, save me. I pray to you now. I'll bow down 6 more times today. But just invoking Big G, gravity God, doesn't even answer my question, though. I'm giving you your God, gravity. I'm acting like he's real. He's not, by the way. I'm letting you think he's real. Let's pretend your religion of Big G gravity is real. Within that religion, it necessitates that it can go in all directions.
I don't know how to explain this more to you.
I know, because if I ask someone about Proverbs and they made a claim about Proverbs, but they've never read Proverbs, and then I open Proverbs and say, that's not what it says, they don't have a further explanation. It was a religious belief.
The only reason you know more about the subject than me is because you're prepared to talk to people like me, but you obviously haven't done enough research about what a gravitational loop is.
So what you're saying is that I've done more research than you so I can talk about it, but I obviously haven't done enough research to talk about it.
Research from like a femboy server or something.
Oh, so I read NASA.gov. Are they not competent enough for you?
You're countering them with false logic.
No, I'm quoting them and you're trying to counter them because of lack of information and knowledge.
I'm not trying to counter them. What they are saying is right.
Well, what they say is it can come from all directions.
You just said that what they're saying is that there's a spot where you can see that it's coming from all directions, not that it is actually coming from all directions.
First of all, what we see is relative to the direction it was already going, okay? And if we're talking about seeing the meteors on the Earth and what direction that we see them go, then what direction we see them is directly relevant, isn't it? And NASA says that you would see them go in all directions.
From this radiant area.
That's right. From all directions, they can come into the perceivable sky on the Earth. That's what NASA says.
But do you live in a radiant area?
It's all relative to when the meteors are there, and your sky also, once again, relevant. NASA says you can see them come in from all directions.
From a radiant area.
Which is a circle, which means you still have all directions.
Are you in that circle?
The circle is in the sky. You're looking in the sky to see the circle. You're not even understanding the basics.
I am. Are you like viewing them from the circle?
No, the circle is where you can now view them in the sky. You're on the Earth.
Okay, and?
And you could see them come from all directions.
Yeah, you could see them coming from all directions, from this radiant area.
Right. How come we never see them come up from the horizon then?
I've never seen a meteor in my life. Have you?
Yes.
Yes.
Numerous times.
If
Saw an
one
incredible
time
one
it
at
didn't,
Red
if
Rock.
one meteor didn't go from the direction that you liked, wait for another meteor.
No. I'm saying throughout the history of mankind, it's never happened. Are you not paying attention? It's not about what I saw. Yeah, I went to Red Rock and there's no light pollution and we saw an incredibly bright, beautiful horizontal meteor. It was wild. I've seen numerous meteor showers. They're all like coming down in the same general direction and they're cyclical and happen over a certain amount of years over and over.
Yeah,
but
they're coming
I'm
from the
saying,
same
I'm
direction.
saying though, you don't understand is if the Earth's a ball that spins, they would come from all directions. So let's
Hold
see
on.
if that's what happens. Oh, it never has happened before.
It's it. Can you
They're
explain to me
coming
what you
from
mean?
all the TikTok.
Sorry, what?
Can you explain to me what you mean by they should be coming from all directions, and there are certain directions which we don't observe them to come from?
Yeah, like there is no preference as to what direction that we perceive the meteors going in the heliocentric model. But we've never seen meteors come up from the horizon in the history of mankind. Of
What do you
course,
mean?
on the globe Earth, you see a certain part of the sky because the Earth's spinning, and then you start to see more and more and more of the sky as the Earth spins,
Hold on.
allowing that observer to see it. So we would start to see the meteors for the first time as the Earth stops blocking them, and they would be coming up from the horizon. It's never happened.
When you say up from the horizon, can you draw like on a picture what you mean? Like,
I'll do it with words.
It doesn't even have to be 90
Allow
degrees.
me to jump in for a second, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
just a second, because I just realized this might be a death blow if you word this way. All right, so for me, um, from the north, right? If I live on a ball, right, I would see the meteor shower going towards my horizon, which is towards the southern hemisphere if you live on a globe. Do people in the southern hemisphere then see them come from the horizon into the sky?
okay, so can you explain to me what that means? Or can you draw?
I just
Or
gave you a
not explain.
description, and
Hold on.
I just
misspoke.
gave you a description, and I'm asking you
I misspoke.
if it happens, because that's what Witsit's asking.
I misspoke. What I meant to say is, can you take like a picture of the horizon and then draw what you mean? Like draw which path you're saying
Why
we
would I have
never
to do that when I just explained if I live
Because
on a ball and the
because I'm
stars are
dumb and I don't
going?
understand your description.
Listen to what I'm saying then, because I want the people who are also listening to evaluate whether what I'm saying is clear or not. So let's just say I live on top of a ball in the north, and south of the horizon, right, is where the people in the south live on the other side. So if I'm looking at a meteor shower and it's going towards my horizon, and in the south, that meteor shower should appear to be coming from the horizon.
Okay, so if you're not going to draw a picture, then I guess I will try to draw it myself.
Real quick, do you mind if I jump in? I just got the easiest way to explain it because everyone sees this. You've seen a sunset, right?
Sure.
So imagine seeing a sunrise. Why don't we like picture the comets or the meteors being like if it was the sunrise? You know how you see the sunrise from the horizon coming up that angle? That's what he means. Like why aren't we seeing meteors coming from those angles up? Instead, we always see them coming straight down.
Okay,
Does that kind of paint it in a way better?
So I mean, again, because I'm stupid, I'm going to take a picture and then draw what I think you're saying, and then I'll post it up, and then you tell me.
Well, he's talking, a sunrise. That's perfect. Thank you so much, Jose, bro, because I've been trying to figure out the best way to say. So just like we see a sunrise, the same thing should happen to the meteor shower, but it's never ever happened. Now, of course, it wouldn't happen on a flat Earth, right? Because everything in the sky is above you.
So I just posted up the picture with 3 lines. Those are 3 possible paths you're saying, or I'm understanding.
Dude, you can use all of them, man. You can use all of them. You're never gonna find one that goes in any of the directions up from the horizon ever.
Okay, so do you not really understand why directly above you would be a preferred direction to observe the comets?
Well, no, that's not my point. My point is that if the only time you can observe it is above you, then that's not what would happen on a globe.
Right, but do you understand that the conical section that's directly above you constitutes a lot more of the sky? Therefore, the likelihood of you seeing a meteor within that conical section is much higher than a very small. It's not called radiance. It's called steradians, I think, or solid angle.
It's a radiant. But the problem with that is some meteor showers last 2 consecutive days. The Earth would have spun around twice, dude. You would have definitely saw meteors come from the horizon up. I'm sorry, this is a death blow. There is no. I've tried my best to explain it before going and asking the best I can find on your side, which is slim pickings, to be honest. And there is no answer. I had to watch them stumble down physics stock exchange comments to try to explain it, and I'd already read them. I know what the conclusion from your side is. Oh, well, yeah, it would happen. It just apparently is very rare and hasn't been spotted. That's your argument.
It's extremely rare, and there would have to be more of a clear path because there's more stuff, more horizon, or rather more atmosphere that you have to see through. So if there's any clouds like off into this distance, that would totally cover it.
No, because listen again on a ball. The same way that you see them go down to whatever point that you can see them, let's just call that the starting point. Why don't they go in the opposite direction from that point? But again, this is you not actually addressing what you asked to be detailed. Now you're just saying, well, the reason that we haven't seen it is because it's actually rare, but it does happen. Nice.
I mean, I did address it, and
it's never been. It's actually. So I even looked into it deeper, though. I'll help you out here. I'll throw you a life jacket. So, like, when you claim the rarity part, you actually can't explain that part either efficiently. You can't explain it. No,
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Absolutely just did.
No,
the amount of area that you sweep with a conical section above your head is much larger than the total area that you actually perceive in the sky. Therefore, because meteors are things that don't think, they're just random, the chances of them landing in the small sliver, between the horizon and whatever epsimal solid angle you define is
no one asked this. No one asked this.
That's like you're asking me. Hold on.
No, that's not. That's
what you're.
that's
It's
not,
like you're asking me.
That's
Why is it
not
that
what
when I
he's
throw a dart,
saying.
why is it that most
That's
of the
not what he's
times I
saying.
don't get a bullseye?
Your setup is incorrect because just
Elijah,
like you
try
see
not to
them,
interrupt you, and it would be nice if you didn't interrupt me.
because your setup is incorrect. The only thing we're asking here is because they're random, just the area in which you see them go down. How come you don't see them go up?
I just did. I just explained to you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't because it's going in one direction but not the other. But we're talking about the same area of visibility.
All right. As usual, flat earthers don't understand.
Well, I fully understand what you're saying. You're basically saying that there's an area, okay, even though perceivably small to us, it's much bigger. It's called the radiant. And you're basically asking why we never see that small little perceivable area where one just happens to go up as you have your horizon relative to you. And that it would be low odds to ever perceive that. I know your argument. I can articulate it better.
No.
I can articulate it better. I just did. There's a radiant in the sky. It's a very small circle in our sky, but it's actually much bigger. It's actually.
What do you mean by a radiant in the sky?
There's a perceivable. It's called a meteor shower radiant. A meteor radiant. Look it up. A meteor shower radiant. Okay. That circle you draw in the sky, it represents the area where the meteors become perceivable on the Earth in the heliocentric model. Right? So like they're there prior to them being visible. Once they become visible, they enter what's called a radiant, a meteor shower radiant. And that's an area where they're now visible. Okay, so from that area, they can go in all directions. Like you said, they have no preference. It's completely random. Now we have meteor showers that last up to 2 days. So these meteor showers are in this perceivable radiant for up to 48 hours. Okay, and the Earth is spinning 2 full times. Everyone on the Earth is going to see that part of the sky as it becomes visible. So there would be meteors because they have no preference of direction. You would perceive them in the sky being visible for 48 consecutive hours, coming up from the horizon. Never, ever, ever been observed. Now, what's interesting is on a flat Earth, of course, everything in the sky is above you, so you would literally never see it.
So Witsit, can I get you to commit that if I showed you video of a meteor coming from the horizon up in the way that you described as impossible or that we never observed, would you therefore declare that flat Earth is a lie and I've convinced you?
That flat Earth is a lie.
Because things in the sky just do things. No.
Well, no. For one, I would have to fully make sure I fully understand the meteor shower phenomenon more, and actually know and fully understand it. But you're not going to find that. So that hypothetical doesn't matter. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm going to reserve. I'll reserve my answer. Give me the information, and then I'll honestly assess it. I know it doesn't exist, and the best you'll come up with is a time lapse where it shows them becoming visible a little bit above the horizon. I said from the horizon, bro, because the horizon is supposed to be physically blocking the sky.
Well, clearly you don't know how hypotheticals work, right? So this conversation is pointless.
Oh no, would I declare flat Earth a lie? No, I would. This flat Earth silver bullet I thought I had is actually not a silver bullet because apparently the phenomenon does occur, although very rare.
Okay,
like
so
the
why
zealots aimlessly claim?
Why are you discussing this if you're admitting that if I showed you evidence that your claim is incorrect, you wouldn't change your mind anyway?
Well, it wouldn't make me change my mind because it doesn't dispute physical measurements of the Earth, right?
You've already made up your mind.
No. I'm
You're
saying
not-
if you no. The
you're
reason
not
it's not that I've
sensitive
already
to
made up my
evidence.
mind. It's that if
evidence.
listen, time out. This can't happen on a globe, right? Like on a globe, it has to do this. It never does this. Okay. Now I've never seen that. If you show me meteors coming from beneath the surface of the Earth, I would definitely have to step back and be like, how could this happen on a flat Earth? Yes.
That doesn't change the physical measurements of the Earth being flat, though. Is what he's saying.
And it doesn't even matter because I know for a fact it doesn't exist. But I would still, I'm honest enough to say, like, that is what I would do. I would step back and be like, whoa, how could that even happen? Is that even possible on a flat Earth? So now all we need is come shut up once it gets it. Maybe we can shut the channel down.
Like, I mean, much like many other arguments that I've had with you and other people here, what is the point of me bringing this up? Because once I've spent hours looking for actual evidence of this, you're just gonna hand wave it away. Like, just admit that you're gonna hand wave it away.
That's
and that
not
way
how evidence works.
No, I would not hand wave it. I would commend you for doing what you talk about a hypothetical. That was just a hypothetical. You actually won't do that, but I would commend you for doing it. I'd be like, wow, you're unlike most of these Glovers who actually don't go test anything. Like when I asked them about time lapse of the star trails never intercepting the marine horizon that I've taken myself dozens of times and they've never taken it, and then they just say, oh, it doesn't matter. Or they show me a Photoshop picture. So it's like, okay, same thing. I'm telling you, this this has to happen on a globe. It's never happened. I'm making a very bold claim there. You only have to present one efficient time, as in like empirical and verifiable time, that it happened. It's super easy claim to falsify. So if you're being intellectually honest, it's not about me hand wave dismissing it. It's a claim of exclusivity.
So if I present it to you, what's gonna happen from your end?
I would, for one, I would try to verify the actual footage.
Okay, so I will hypothesize here that you're just gonna say it's bullshit because there's no
That
way.
doesn't matter, though.
What you don't understand is you're hypothesizing in an attempt to try to convince. Wait, listen. Yeah, but you're doing that in an attempt to convince yourself that I actually do have this like intellectually shaky ground, because it messes with your cognitus, right? When you know that you feel inclined to agree with the things that I'm saying, but you have to disagree with them.
No, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that.
But of course you would, though, in that scenario I just detailed.
So let's get to what I think is a more fundamental issue, if you want. Can we talk about your epistemology? I had a conversation with QE about epistemology.
But wait, before we have to wrap this up with the bow, though. So like, because what I need to understand genuinely from you, bro, is like if you do think that the Earth's a ball, right? Wouldn't your logical, honest next step be to actually be curious as to whether or not that's ever been seen or why it hasn't been?
It has been seen. It's been observed. I know under my model It does happen, albeit it's a lot more rare, and it's built into the model as to why it would be a lot more rare. In order for to observe what you're describing, right? You basically need to get a meteor that is basically tangent to the atmosphere of the Earth. Do you understand what I'm saying? And obviously, the majority of meteors don't have that property.
Okay. Actually, if you are in a perceivable sky that is tangent to the atmosphere, that's what the radiant is. That's that, right?
No, you just word saladed there.
I
don't have my salad dressing out. Sorry.
Wait, how is that a word salad?
Okay, so wait, can you define what's happening in that circle that the meteor showers become perceivable? What's happening in your paradigm? What happens in that moment where they become?
Sure. So I don't know this for a fact. This is my understanding of the model. Okay, so I could be wrong about this. But my understanding is that they hit the atmosphere, and the friction creates heat and light, and therefore the meteors become visible.
Okay, and that checks out to you, right?
Yeah, that to me is a totally reasonable explanation.
Okay, so when that process is happening, there's no preference of direction, correct?
Well, let's be precise on what you mean here.
I was pretty precise and concise.
No, I don't think so. And I think it would help to draw a couple of diagrams, right?
If you think there's a preference of direction, would you feel free to specify?
Yes, there is a preference in direction.
Specify.
With respect to what you perceive, right? You obviously don't perceive, for example, the meteors that are coming from the opposite side of the Earth because you have this huge occlusion beneath you. And also, you might not be able to see certain meteorites that are further away from you because the light has more atmosphere to travel through, and it might be dust or more particles or just something that impedes the path of the light.
Okay,
So
but everything that you're saying is irrelevant because you're talking about not seeing meteors, and the radiant is the area. It's literally defined as the area where they become perceivable. So when you talk about the meteors that aren't perceivable, it's literally irrelevant.
Is this the same guy who knew nothing about this?
Yeah, he said what was a radiant earlier.
Okay.
And then also said that was word salad, so.
No. I didn't say that radiants are word salad. I said what he said.
Well, what you said was literal non sequiturs if you're talking about not seeing them, and we're talking about the area in which they become perceivable.
I mean, are you saying there's no?
I want you to know.
Hold on. Are you saying that there is no such? So I could totally see a scenario, right, where the radiant is occluded by the horizon, and instead of seeing the point where the meteors are originating from, you just see lines that have a separated space. Did what I just say make sense?
Yeah, and the occlusion can last up to 48 hours.
What do you mean the occlusion can last? The occlusion is the Earth. It lasts forever.
That's right. So if it's perceivable areas in the sky that would, if it's perceivable areas in a portion of the sky that would be obstructed by the Earth, then that's pretty much the same area occluded by the same portion of the Earth in the 48 hours.
No, because the Earth rotates, right?
Earth rotates, but how much closer are the meteors getting, though?
What do you mean? How much closer is the meteors getting?
So you're not, so you don't understand.
Exactly.
Wait, are you under the assumption that if there's a 48-hour meteor shower, meteors are always like falling over the same part of the Earth?
No, the Earth is spinning in your paradigm.
Right, sure. So it would follow that area where they enter the atmosphere, relative to somebody that's on the Earth, would be like cyclical, or would be what's the word?
The relative altitude would stay the same, dude.
I never said I don't care about the relative altitude.
No. Do you agree that the altitude
care about the global
would stay
position, like
Do
latitude
you agree that the relative altitude of the perceivable meteors would stay the same?
No.
Oh, so it would change. So would they get closer or further away?
Depends on where you're standing.
It depends on where I'm standing. Do you understand what's happening in your paradigm? Cyclically, we go through the tail of a comet, and it's carrying debris, and that debris hits our atmosphere and lights up and catches on fire, and we can see it.
I said that.
Okay. So if you understand that, then that means that there's a certain perceivable part of the sky that's happening, right?
Well, it's not. What do you mean, certain perceivable part of the sky that's happening? You're
We
standing
covered this. It's radiant. We covered this.
Jesus. Right, but the radiance isn't. The radiance is the point in where they're entering the atmosphere, right? And if the ball is spinning, that point relative to the ground is changing.
Okay.
Now, if you want to take a reference frame that's fixed with the atmosphere, right, and so the Earth rotates under it, then your point makes sense.
Wait, does the atmosphere move relatively with or not? See, because in your paradigm, I'm not even trying to talk about that, but you have to understand the basics of you're not understanding, and that's why I encourage you.
It doesn't matter.
To look into what your side says as the explanation, because it was pretty baffling to me. And what you'll find out is when you find out a home run question, like when you find out a death blow question and you Google it, there will not even be attempted answers. So just so you know, that's what this is. And I'm trying to let you know. I'm trying to actually give you a life jacket because, like, I've met worse globe zealots than you. You know.
But I don't need your charity.
You seem pretty chill. I'm trying to help you out here. Like, it's not a big deal, but there's a perceivable part of the sky. They have no preference of direction. Okay, their altitude relative to the sky, as it comes to their perceptibility, would relatively be exactly the same, right? Because it's just a small portion above the Earth in its atmosphere relative to our spin within a revolution, within passing the tail of this comet in its trajectory. You would just see it would stay relatively the same altitude-wise, perceivably in our sky to any local observer on the Earth. Okay, that's just how it would work. So if it goes on for 48 hours, then the Earth's curve would block it out, then reveal it over the course of 48 hours. The whole entire Earth would spin twice. Now, its altitude doesn't change, though.
You mean radius from the center of the Earth to where it's happening? Yes, sure.
Okay, so that's the whole point. So that area in the sky is a little circle you can draw, and it does not change for 2 days.
I mean, I don't know.
So now continue your little diagram out, and you're going to have the Earth spinning underneath that. And in your paradigm, it's actually going to be spinning with the Earth, the atmosphere itself. It spins with the Earth, but detached from the Earth simultaneously, but basically attached to it. That is your paradigm. Now, you're going to have to explain to me how we don't see them with no preference of direction coming up from the horizon that would occlude them.
I already did. I don't know what else to say to you, What's it?
Yeah, post any video or anything ever.
Yeah, just prove what you're saying is a real phenomenon. How do you know if it is one? You have no documentation of it.
So, Witsit's girlfriend, why would I do so if he's already admitted?
Please get it right, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was talking to the other girl. So it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm just fiance. Please get it right.
Okay, Witsit's fiance. So why would I do that if he's already admitted he's not going to change his mind?
That's not how evidence works. Just present it as if you were in court and let the evidence do the speaking.
He's saying that there's no documentation of a meteor coming up from the sky, and you are saying the positive claim that there is, and so you need to provide that.
Okay, but
That's
you
what
haven't addressed. But you're not addressing my point, right? Like more generally, if Witsit and I are arguing about, I don't know, Burger King is better than McDonald's. Some silly point, okay? And I mean, this is a bad example because there's no conclusive evidence that one is better than the other. But let's assume that let's assume that there was, okay? Why would I try and fetch the evidence that Burger King is better than McDonald's if Witsit is admitting that even though if I were to present the evidence to him, he's not going to change his mind?
Because there's not just him. There's a judge.
If you don't find the evidence, are you going to change your mind?
if it is
No, answer my question. If you don't find anything that backs up this imaginary claim you're making, then you're going to change your mind. We know the answer.
No, because not finding evidence is not a sufficient condition to knowing that something does not exist, right?
So, and
But why would you expect the same evidence to change his opinion?
No.
He's saying
Absence of evidence. Absence of evidence is
true.
evidence of absence, but it does not.
No,
It
he's
does not
saying
mean
that
absence.
something can be true until there's evidence proven for it. You can't say something's true unless you have evidence that supports it. You just have a religious belief at this point.
But why can't we act under uncertainty here? Like, if I like, why can't we say if?
Because that would happen on a globe. That would happen on a globe. You would see occasionally meteors come up from the horizon. If we were on a flat Earth and the celestial bodies were rotating above us, then that makes sense why we would not see them come up from the horizon, because they just stay
Still
above.
might see it though, because it's just.
I feel like I'm just talking over you, and it's quite unfortunate because I feel like you're being genuine.
What?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah. You.
I'm just saying. What don't you want to prove it to yourself that this is a real phenomenon? Right now, you're just theorizing, but we're asking for this actually to be demonstrated, because this really would help your case, and it really supports us that there isn't this. I just looked for like the last 10 minutes.
So you're
it could
making
be a
the claim that
documented phenomenon.
You're making the claim that it does not exist, right? I'm making the claim that it's a rare thing that does exist.
Okay, but who has the positive claim?
Hold on. I do. I agree. I have the positive claim.
Cool.
I absolutely agree that I have the positive claim. I'm the one that's making an well, actually, he made an assertion as well, but it's much easier to prove that something exists than it does not exist, right? All I have to do is demonstrate like a picture of a video of it happening, and then if you guys were honest, you would say, "Oh shit, okay, I'm wrong about that," right?
Well, do it already.
No, because I could say, look, I have a picture and a video of Bigfoot, but it's really rare that you would see him. Therefore, Bigfoot is real.
There's no evidence that I can present to you that would change your mind, because you're always going to doubt it.
But everyone has their own answer there. My answer is I'd be like, wow, that's super interesting. If it seemed like a verifiable, like a valid observation, like it seemed like it really happened, I'd be like, that's crazy, yo. I wouldn't think that would happen. So how about the next meteor shower, we get flat earthers and hopefully globe earthers alike all over the world to make sure we time lapse them. You know what I'm saying? And if we can cover the right amount on the ground in a long duration of a meteor shower, then we would have a lot more answers and be like, oh, and like, wow, so you have to, I'd really question the, verifiability of the initial one if we still couldn't reproduce it. And that's actually a more honest pursuit of truth. Now, I actually don't have that call to action at the moment because it's never been seen. It's similar to how when I did go and I time-lapsed the star trails of the stars over the marine horizon, they never ever intercept the horizon. So I'm saying they don't do that. They would on a globe. You just have to show me them doing it. It's a very easy claim because it's a claim of exclusivity. All you have to do is show one thing that proves me wrong. Now, it's actually ironic, though, because what I'm making a claim against, if you will, is your positive claim that this happens on a globe that spins. So it's pretty simple. Like anyone in the pursuit of truth, right? That's always going to breathe. The truth is going to breathe and settle out. And that's why it's best to not fight, bro. Like, I will say too, dude, if you keep it real, man, I can say like, we'll, my best for everyone else, but we'll accept you, man. You know, like for me, if there's someone that's been struggling with it for a minute, but been honest, I think it's cool that they were open during their struggle, because a lot of flat earthers had to kind of struggle through things, and they were like, there's not a sufficient answer for this, and they kept it to them.
Do you not see how it comes across as incredibly patronizing?
That some people take months and months and months.
Like,
well, I'm not trying to patronize you.
I know you're not trying to. I'm asking you if you can see from my point of view how it can come up as incredibly patronizing. You're assuming that I'm the one struggling here.
Sure, but what I am just going to explain is that I do know that it is a process because it's such a big deal, and just like the mere idea of telling people around you that you think the Earth's flat, you're part of that group that gets super like stigmatized and stereotyped is a crazy thing to face. It's not easy, right? And so I think that any real flat earther can empathize with someone going through that, because a lot of people do go through that, and people take different amounts of times and they do it different ways. And I'm actually saying, in a way, I tip my hat to those who did open on the internet like this early on. In a way, I just know it probably also makes it harder in a way to end up admitting maybe it is flat, but you know, it's a crazy thing. Like I just told everyone around me. So like everyone's different. I started talking to everyone around me that I thought was smart and see what they knew, see if they could answer questions. Kept researching, but I wasn't like online debating saying, no, there's no way there's a flat, because it kind of, you know, it buries a little like hole.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. And this is really gonna be not for you, but for everybody else that's in the room. Okay, I'm gonna go off to the side and I'm gonna find clear video evidence, a nice time lapse even, of exactly what I'm saying should happen, right? And then once I present it, I want everybody to note how Witsit handles it. Okay, that's it.
Okay, perfect. And this little like fake fantasy that you're talking about is almost as substantive as the fairy tale that concepts can bend and warp.
But he's saying I'm gonna get a time lapse of exactly what I'm saying is going on, which is pretty much exactly what you're saying is going on, because your question is how come what we both are thinking about goes on when I'm asking you why don't they go in all directions? Because they're not going in all directions, are they? In the field of view that you can see them, they're not going in all random directions, right?
You know, the fact you can see the same like meteors over and over and over, and they come from the same 6 spots in the sky over and over and over. I mean, just accept the truth, bro. It's a joke. The Earth's an electrical system, and it is constantly mediating pressure and attaining equilibrium and balance.
Have you actually like genuinely sat down and watched the NASA bloopers? Like videos that flat earthers will show, where it's very obvious with their somersaults that they're on wires and stuff. Have you sat down and watched those videos?
Yeah, I like to get really high and I watch them for shits and giggles. It's hilarious.
Shut up, you
So you watch them.
Shut up! Wait there. Shut up, you dickhead. You sarcastic little shit.
Say again, though.
So you do.
I'm being totally serious.
You have sat down and
No,
watched.
you're not being serious. I'm English, brother. All right.
I have done it. I have gotten really high and watched them for shits and giggles. I
Don't
swear.
piss off the Englishman, okay?
I'm English. I understand.
No, he's probably that was his way of trying to answer the question, Greg. That was his way of trying to answer. Like, okay. We're gonna give you. We're gonna try to give you benefit of the doubt there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
listen, I'm English. I hear sarcasm very easy. That's all. Sorry.
So you have sat down and watched them then?
Yes.
And there's nothing that seems weird or suspicious whatsoever.
No, honestly,
wow.
The number one thing that really makes me think that you guys don't know what you're talking about is because I've never actually met a flat earther that can do like basic math.
You mean like 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
That's crazy, bro. That I like used to just literally solve algebra equations with like 2 lines that were supposed to have like 15, and used to get accused of cheating. That's irrelevant. Math's a description, how it's efficiently utilized is beautiful. Back to the point, though.
Wait.
This is weird. This is weird. Don't bring up math. We're talking about when you watched the videos. You did sit down and watch them. She said you didn't find anything a little suspicious or off whatsoever.
Yeah, no.
See, that's a good honesty test right there, because people who even believe in the globe can admit that they're very weird videos. When they are doing their somersaults, you can absolutely see if you are being honest with yourself. And that's, again, it's a good honesty test, because people can still think that the earth is a globe and think that NASA is being dishonest. Or you could even think that they're trying to be not like, maybe some of their stuff is genuine, but they can't go back, or maybe it's too expensive to film things all the time. So some things they do in the studio. But for you to sit and watch those videos and think that there's nothing sketchy at all is dishonest, especially because you're younger. If you were a boomer, maybe I would believe you, but
How old do you
you're
think I
younger.
am?
Under 35.
How old are you saying you're
Under
45 or older?
35. Like when someone watches Star Wars and they're younger generation, they're like, oh, this is bad CGI. Bad CGI. You just know it. Okay? So it's a good honesty test.
This is why when they're raising children now, they don't show them when they're like 8, like the moon landing footage. They'd be like, what is this?
Yeah, you'd show their kid, they'd be like, yo, my Roboblox like computer graphics is way better than this.
Seriously, now that we're talking about it, like, why do they not show the moon landing footage to everybody all the time? Why would that not be a basic aspect of curriculum? Dude, no one alive that's younger has even seen it. Like no one.
Dude, I never saw it even in school, and I'm not that old. I'm only 30. I've never saw it until I started looking into this topic. And I've actually showed it to a bunch of my cousins when I first started looking into flat Earth. I just showed it to them. I didn't tell them anything. I just showed it to them, and they're like, "Dude, that looks fake as shit." I'm like, "Bro, that's the moon landing."
Yes, that's exactly what happened with my brother.
It was me.
So again, it's a good honesty test for Globers, because you don't have to be a flat earther to know that NASA is making fake stuff.
And of course, they are a federal agency in the U.S. government. So, CIA, FBI. I mean, the federal agencies are notorious for this very thing. Say NASA. I mean, come on. They actually they should be viewed skeptically preemptively.
Dude, that's why I respect Globers that question the moon landing. Like, it's cool, dude. You can still believe it's a globe, but like, at least they're honest enough to question certain things that
Exactly.
are pretty obvious.
They just think, oh, they faked it because they wanted to win the war against Russia. They had all this pressure. It failed secretly. They had to air it on TV. Like, they're at least honest and they know it's fake.
Yeah, I'll even take the excuse. I've heard this one. They faked it because they found alien bases on the moon, and they didn't want to show the public that, so they actually had to fake the moon landing. But they actually
that's
went
like
there.
the go-to.
Yeah, I'll go with that one. I'll run with that one. That to me, at least that the video you're fucking viewing is fake as shit. Like, that's honesty, at least. Even though you want to convolute the story, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when people can see something that's blatantly bullshit, and it's just like, no, I don't
and
see anything wrong
pretend
there.
live that it's real. Like,
Did I find that when I ask my friends about the moon landing, the ones that question it are the ones that have reviewed the footage within the past 30 years, and the ones who don't question the moon landing at all haven't even reviewed moon landing footage in the last 30 years.
Hey, is Chicken Nuggets there? I want to ask him a question that I asked to M. Scott Beach a long time ago, and I want to see what like Chicken Nuggets would answer to this. Are you there, Chicken Nuggets?
He has to get so high to believe that it's real. Isn't that sad? He literally has to get himself so
Is he
stony below.
muted? Or Chicken Nuggets, are you there?
He's afraid. He doesn't want to hear the question.
No, he's not afraid. I'm sure he's maybe
Nah,
he's
it's
busy
cool.
or
It's cool. It's
something.
cool. It's
talking
cool.
to me?
It's cool.
My
Let
name's
it. Let
Keith.
Yeah, there you are. I have a.
Try calling
Can I ask
Let
you a
it
question?
soak in. Let it soak in.
My
Try and
name's
be
Keith.
cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question. So, I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of the arguments for flat Earth. So I have one that I've asked a couple of people, and I've gotten some interesting comments. I just want to hear what you have to say about it. So,
Go ahead.
what is the explanation for why stars twinkle in your model?
Or why the stars twinkle?
Yeah,
I actually don't know. I think I've heard it before.
right. Well,
I think
I'll
it
tell
might
you.
be.
It's not a test. You know, I thought you would have known, but it's fine. It's turbulence, right? The turbulence in the atmosphere causes the stars to twinkle. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson has said this, you know, a bunch of times. That the turbulence in the atmosphere is what we perceive the stars as twinkling, but they're not. They're static. But the atmosphere's turbulence causes them to look like they're flickering, right? They twinkle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of like how in a hot day, you know, on top of the
Right,
asphalt.
exactly.
Like
Or when you're cooking on a stove and you see like the waviness, you know, and it kind of distorts in it. Yeah, like that type of stuff. So temperature, all these things cause it, right? But the main one is turbulence in the atmosphere. So this is my question to the globe earthers: is if you believe that the footage of the ISS viewing the Earth in the nighttime. 1 second, I dropped my mic.
Yep, no worries.
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, okay. So my question is, if you believe that the footage of the ISS viewing the Earth at nighttime is legit, can anyone explain to me how the city lights that we observe from the ISS, from like United States, Brazil, all these cities, you can see the city lights. Why are they static?
Yeah, I can tell you why. Because the twinkling effect, or rather, it's really refraction that's doing the thing. The effect of refraction is much more pronounced when the medium which is doing the refracting is closer to you than further away. Right. So when you're looking up at a star, the atmosphere is there with you, or a relatively short distance according to the globe model than to the star. Right. And with the ISS,
Okay, so
it's the inverse.
So my question is, isn't that ignore the distance? Like, is the lights not remember the stars are static. Like, if we were in space, the stars would be static. The only thing interfering the light is the medium. So it's the same distance the light has to travel. It doesn't matter if it came from trillions of years. The intensity of the light has to hit the.
No, I'm
has
not
to go
saying.
through
I'm not saying. I'm not saying the distance of the light matters, although it might.
Okay.
I don't think it does. I'm saying that where the medium is relative to you matters. It doesn't matter if it travels to the same amount.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that the ISS is closer to the medium as opposed to us viewing the stars.
No, the other way
right?
around. It's further from
the other way around.
to me, it's like asking, if you take like a magnifying glass, which works through refraction, right? Why would we move a magnifying glass closer or further away from us? Well, because it looks different from different distances, right?
Okay, so now here's my. Okay, I know you answered it pretty good, but now I'm gonna just continue it. All right. So here's the thing. So if that light from the city lights is still traveling through a medium, why aren't we getting any type of refraction? Why are they static? How can something be static through that medium?
You probably do get refraction. It's just too small to resolve.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a valid. I don't think that's. I'm not gonna take that. It's okay if at least you give me an explanation. I'm not gonna take it, but it just seems so strange to me that like all phenomena that we observe through this medium, there's always it can never be static. The world we live in isn't static. So when I see the ISS footage of the city lights, and you have to remember, the Earth is turning, or not turning. They're orbiting around the Earth, right? So the light at 90 degrees, I would understand if it was at 90 degrees viewing. there would be like minimum refraction or minimum, interference of the atmosphere, right?
Mhm.
But
You mean the light that's straight down, right?
Repeat that?
You mean the city lights that are straight down, right?
Yes. Like if we were viewing them like at a 90-degree angle, which I know it's kind of like it's not even feasible because where they're at and you're looking at just kind of an idea though. Like if we were looking at them directly at 90 degrees, looking down at them, I could understand how like they would look static, most likely, right? Because that's like the least amount of refraction the light has to travel through. But as the ISIS is moving away from them, they're hitting different angles of the atmosphere. So I just think it's impossible for them to be static through the whole duration, which is something we view. You never see, not one time do you see like a city light or anything refract or anything. No turbulence.
Right, because
it's just crazy to me.
Over that distance, those very large distances, like if you're at the ISS, it's difficult to identify a small patch that's right next to another small patch that is a significant temperature different or has a significant temperature or pressure difference, and a patch right next to it, such that you would see a warping effect. What I would think happens, and again, I'm hypothesizing here, is that you probably do see refraction, but it's affecting large enough areas of the image of the Earth such that the effect is the same for the entire area. Like, it shifts this entire patch slightly up, or it shifts it slightly down or to the left or up and down, right? Such that there is no great difference, like, between one light of a city to the next.
Okay, man. So when you're talking to someone about something, and whenever they don't have an answer, they appeal to a creator. People call that the God of the gaps, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So if every time we can't explain a phenomena in a way that's viable at all, we just invoke two concepts, two ideas that are effectively omnipresent, certainly one of them, and undefinable intrinsically, and explains any phenomena not known, that would be the same thing, right?
Are you trying to say that I'm doing the same thing?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm asking you, that would be the same thing, right?
With respect to what specifically? Like, what specifically do you think I've done?
Refraction and gravity.
No, because I understand refraction and I understand the gravity, at least the theories, and I've worked with them a fair amount.
Well, did you know that refraction isn't claimed to be understood, though, in your paradigm?
Witsit, I'm not going to have a discussion debating refraction with you.
No, I'm saying, wait. Did you not know, though, that in your paradigm, it isn't even claimed to be a phenomena that's fully understood?
Witsit, I know your game. You find reputable scientists who said a quote, and then you misinterpret the quote what you want it to mean. That's not going to work with me.
No,
yes,
what I'm saying is, when we have these observations on the Earth, anyone with any credentials that's tried to look at it and explain it away, saying it's on a globe, have said that they don't fully understand all of the effects of refraction that happen on the Earth. They don't fully understand how to explain them. And this is just like an accepted thing within any field expert.
So,
which would just be really, refraction's a very simple thing, and when you start to apply it to trying to explain how the Earth's a ball, looking at it being flat, I mean, that's pseudoscience. But anyway, I digress. But wait, let's start with the first one. Okay. So it's omnipresent. It's the creative force.
What's omnipresent?
Wait. Listen. It's omnipresent. It's a creative force of all things that we see. Big G. See, right now you don't even know if you should say gravity or God. You actually don't. Like, it can literally be either one.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay, so is gravity omnipresent?
I would. It's a field by definition. Yes, all fields are.
Okay, is it a force?
Now there you can get into a semantic sort of conflict. We're talking to
Right, so-
a layman. Yes. If I were talking to a sophisticated student of physics, I would say no. But
So
the
it's not
difference
fully
the
understood.
difference is technical.
So it's not fully understood.
Well, if by it's not fully understood you mean our theory is not compatible with reality in all cases, yes.
Right, and so it's omnipresent, and it's not a force, but you can say it is because it acts like one, but it's just not fully understood, and it has created everything that we see because it coalesced it. Right.
No, it didn't create everything that we see. No, I don't think anybody's ever claimed that gravity created everything.
Well, so was gravity?
You mean like the planet?
Was gravity not omnipresent at creation?
I mean, I would think it was. I actually haven't studied cosmology that much beyond just like general relativity.
Okay, so let me just so the comparison is simple though, right? So it's like they say that everything, including the Earth, was coalesced over billions of years by gravity into a sphere.
Sure.
Right. So gravity has molded and crafted this Earth that we live on, that is a sphere.
I mean, it's not the only effect, but yeah.
So it's the creator of what we
hold
live on.
The sphere-like nature of it is mostly due to gravity. Yes.
Okay, so the source of this Earth that we live on, it was crafted by gravity. Okay, it's omnipresent. We don't fully understand it. There's a little g, like when people say they're pagan gods, and then there's a big G, which is the omnipresent, basically omnipotent force that all this phenomena in the sky and around us that we can't fully understand. And when we cannot fully understand a phenomena, we attribute it to that deity.
No, it's not omnipotent. I never said it's omnipotent. And moreover, I would like to add, the parts that we don't understand about it don't fall within this domain. There are very specific scenarios where we go, this theory seems to be in conflict with this other theory that we like. Therefore, one of them must be wrong. Okay? Like, that does not mean that therefore all the predictions that we
You
made
never
with
do
gravity,
that with gravity. No, you never actually. Gravity's on the table to be thrown away.
Hold on, Witsit. So, you don't get to say, because there is a small domain in which we don't understand gravity, that therefore we must throw our whole understanding and all the predictions that we made with it, okay? For example, we don't truly understand how lightning starts. I mean, we can't predict it, right? But we have a very good understanding of what electricity is, of what Maxwell's equations is, stuff that even you, I think, agree with, right? Because you're an electric Earth guy.
Yeah, stuff that can actually be proven, guy. Yeah.
However, so now we can say we don't really understand electricity. Therefore, whenever we use electricity, we're appealing to a deity, and that's nonsense.
No,
I know you know it's nonsense.
No, I can actually manipulate electricity. I don't know what you're talking about. That's ridiculous. You're talking about something that can actually be isolated, but you claim is simultaneously omnipresent, and the answer phenomena you cannot thoroughly explain. And no, it's never on the table to be thrown away. And feel free to give me one example of one person in the modern history of any field that has even had the balls to pretend to claim it's possible that the theory of relativity and gravity as we know it is wrong. Feel free to enlighten me. Not one person ever in modern history has done that on any substantial platform or been allowed to.
Most physicists understand, since they were undergrads in college, that quantum field theory is incompatible with GR. And when asked which one is correct, they tend to side with quantum field theory. Which implies most of them agree that On the edge case, which if you're interested in this, we're talking about like the singularity of a black hole and scenarios where quantum effects become important. Most scientists agree that GR is probably wrong at that scale.
Right, because they would just be blatantly incompetent if they didn't, right? But that's not the point, right? How many of them said that the assumption that we must explain gravity coalescing this sphere that we live on in a system of spheres can be thrown away? None of them. None of them.
Yeah, because none of them think that we don't have an explanation for it. Again.
Oh, okay. So then you're conceding
again,
that the heliocentric driven big G isn't even questionable like a deity.
Witsit, in the same way that nobody's going to throw away circuits working because there are certain parts of electricity we don't understand. Okay, because the Earth forming as a sphere because of gravity isn't one of those. It doesn't fall in the domain of things that we don't understand about gravity.
No, yeah, it's just it's an assumption. It's like, see, in fact, the necessary disintegration is a crater, right? But you can try to call that an assumption, right?
You have precept.
Okay, so here's the question then. So when we manipulate electricity and it's physically real, and I can prove it's real, is that synonymous to something I cannot do that with?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yeah, if I can manipulate and physically verify via manipulation electricity and its effects, is that synonymous with something that I cannot verify and manipulate?
That is something that you can manipulate and verify.
Right. So is that synonymous with something that I can't do that with?
I don't know what you mean by is it synonymous with something that you can't do that with? I feel like you're trying to word salad me here.
Well, no, it's just such a simple question.
Can you rephrase your statement?
Well, I just know what you're going to do right after this. So like, do you not? Which part is not being understood?
I mean, just rephrase it differently. Ask the same question in a different way.
I don't even remember the question now.
Your question was, is something that I can manipulate synonymous with something that I cannot manipulate? And I don't even know what that means.
Okay, so you understand the question then?
No, Jesus Christ. I remember what you said. I don't understand it.
I know, I just wanted to make you say it out loud again. You did. You still don't get it. Okay, so if I can verify and manipulate electricity, is that synonymous with gravity, which I cannot do those things with?
I don't agree that you cannot do those things with gravity.
Wow, you isolated gravity?
What?
You isolated gravity.
Did I isolate gravity?
Yeah, you isolate. Sorry, you're right. You manipulated and verified gravity.
Yes.
How?
Okay, it turns out that if I take like massive blocks of mass, right? I can
Wait, you have
measure...
Whoa, we're talking about gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when did you manipulate gravity?
Yeah, I'm telling you that before you interrupted me.
Is gravity synonymous with mass?
Is it synonymous with mass? I mean, that's like saying, is electricity synonymous with charge? I mean, they're not the same thing. But they're related.
Okay, so gravity and mass aren't the same thing.
No, of course not. Just like electricity and charge are not the same thing.
Well, yeah, electricity is made up of charge. So gravity's gravity's a totally separate phenomena than the actual material composition of something.
Okay, what's it? Let me clarify what I mean with my electricity analogy. Okay, when I talk about electricity, I don't just mean the flow of charges. I mean things like the force that two objects that are electrically opposed. You know, if you have a positively charged thing on your left hand and a negatively charged thing on your right hand, you will feel a force between them, similar to what magnets that are actually heavily related to the electric force would feel. Yeah. It turns out that gravity is a similar force. In fact, the classical formula for gravity looks identical to the classical formula for Coulomb's law. Okay. It turns out that the charge, quote unquote, for gravity is mass. So you can literally take some, not all, of the equations that we use for electricity, named Coulomb's law, and replace charge with mass. Right? That is what I mean when I say when I say there's an analogy.
So long-winded, man. Like, did you manipulate and verify gravity? No, you changed the mass.
Yeah, just how I can change the.
You said you know it's there by assuming that it's there.
So no. What I said is that you can manipulate electricity, right, by adding or subtracting charges from.
Oh, we're talking about gravity.
I know, but I'm trying to be analogous here because you clearly understand electricity more than gravity. So in a circuit, you can add and subtract charges from like a capacitor, for example. You can measure different voltages based on that, right? So I can do the same thing with gravity. I can add mass to a collection, and I can measure out the difference in forces that I measure. In that way, I have manipulated gravity.
Okay, so it's not that I understand gravity less. Okay, it's that electricity is real. And so whenever you manipulate the mass that you manipulated is electrostatic. Okay? And so that's also called dielectric. Electricity is dielectricity with magnetism because they coherently move in an autonomous field of energy. That is what electricity is. A coherent hybrid of dielectricity and magnetism. Dielectricity, electrostatics.
That's it.
Any mass that you manipulated is electric. You pretending they're analogous different. No, they're intrinsically tied. Electrostatics is way stronger than what you claim gravity is holding this mass together, supposedly. So it is literally just a fairy tale. The reason they're not analogous is I can manipulate, verify, and physically test and prove one of them, even measure them with extreme accuracy. The other one is just a fairy tale.
You can measure the other one too at home. All you have to do is spend a couple $100 on an experiment setup. But we both know that you won't do that.
Wait, the experiment setup for $200 is going.
You cut off.
Wait, so it's going to actually manipulate and vary isolate the variable of electrostatics.
Now you keep wanting to add isolate.
No. Control the variable of electrostatics so that anything much weaker than it could ever be isolated.
What's it? Would you say that adding and subtracting charges to a capacitor is like an independent variable? And you can measure, for example, the resulting voltage across it? Like that is a real measurable effect of electricity, right?
That's correct, but you can't make a claim outside.
You can do the exact same experiment with gravity, except replacing electricity with mass. And I guess you can't use capacitors for it, but
the reason that you can't do that is because the mass is intrinsically electrostatic, which is 10 to the 26 power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Therefore, any mass that you manipulated is by default electrostatic, thus tying into electricity. You lose.
We all know your script, okay?
I hope you listen to it. That's why I had to say the script, because don't understand the script.
I'm actually trained in this stuff, and I actually use it every fucking day. Okay.
Then why is it that you can't comprehend it?
It is difficult, nigh impossible, to comprehend gibberish. Right?
It wasn't
what
gibberish.
You have to be filled with content for somebody to understand it.
Okay, I can say it all really slow for you, right? So none of it's gibberish.
Oh, it has nothing to do with me not being able to make
all
up the word.
molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, that means anything holding molecules together. That means anything that holds molecules together. Well, you're talking about mass. So now you're going to have to jump over into quantum and pretend that you remove the intrinsic variable of the resonance of matter. That's impossible. You don't understand electric field theory, but you want to simultaneously throw general relativity out. It's preposterous. It's not my problem. You made a claim that there's a force there that can't be isolated because the stronger force is there, but you know it's there, even though the stronger force is still there.
We all know your quote from GA Tech that you love to quote. This is an example of one of the quotes that I say that you quote and misinterpret. It's a perfect example of it, and you do it all the time. It's funny how predictable it is because it's always the same script.
Okay, is it a gibberish or is it a script?
Yeah, well, you just never actually responded with
No. So
any
what he just said.
substantive
What he just
specificity.
said.
I'm about to have to go, dude. Like, choose your words wisely. I'm about to have to leave. I'm explaining to you that when you make a claim that it's analogous to electricity, it's preposterous because that is physically verifiable. You can manipulate it. You can prove it. You can actually accurately quantify it. We know exactly what it is. We know it's there. We can prove it's there. Okay. Now, when we're talking about gravity, we're claiming it has the same type of effect, an attractive force, but it's much weaker than what we can actually get rid of. So we just know it because on the bigger scale, it made the Earth a sphere. And that is literally what it is. And that is why QE or QM does not work at all with GR because they're fundamentally incompatible, right? And that's why. So that it's very simple. So then they start to incorporate electric field theory. Electric field theory understands that resonance is what matter is. Matter is a resonance within the background medium.
Okay.
So if you don't know that, you'll never understand.
Again, I don't have my salad dressing with me. But since you say that you understand
I gotta
why...
go, dude. Here's the gem I wanted to drop you with. Okay, you'll never fully understand quantum mechanics until you understand that matter is actually a certain resonance of the background medium that is already there.
Okay. Again, I don't have my salad.
All right, I gotta go.
Yeah, that's super respectful. Hey, I'd like to take over for a second. Thanks, Witsit. Witset's brilliant. I'm not, but I'm sarcastic enough, right? So let's just see if you can demonstrate for us the manipulation of gravity within a scientific experiment. Can you do it? It's a yes or no question. Oh, okay, great. Let's go ahead and view that right now.
I don't have the materials with me. Or
so it's a no then. So then it's just a no, not a yes.
Are you serious right now?
Absolutely serious. You need to provide proof of something that you claim.
Validated his homework.
Okay, hold on.
You gotta give him a break.
Black Flow. Can you measure the Earth being flat?
Just shifted.
Every time it's been measured by myself or others, it's been flat. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, do it right now.
I can't right now, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it, just like we're trying to do with your globe.
Wow. So a similar question that I gave.
Here's the difference. I've measured it. You haven't. Ouch.
The thing is, we could provide evidence that it has been measured. Where's your evidence that it has been manipulated?
I presented it multiple times. You guys rejected.
That was some violent silence after I asked that question, though, partner. Good job.
And you had confounding variables in your so-called experiment, so try again.
What experiment?
Exactly.
Yeah,
what experiment?
The reference, dude.
I'm done. That was easy.
Yeah.
What experiment?
Yeah, exactly. That's our point. What experiment? Thanks.
No. You said I had confounding variables in the experiment that I mentioned. What experiment?
The non-experiment you tried to invoke.
So there are confounding variables in a non-experiment. Is that what you just
said? Yeah. That's why it wasn't an experiment.
All right, at least Witsit is fucking honest.
Unlike you?
I'm not interested in talking to you.
Yeah, you're just being dishonest, so there's no reason to have you speak anymore anyway.
I mean, he seemed a little confused there.
Well, let's not mute him. We need to disperse the globe.
You're expecting honesty from a glober?
Wait, so someone who's actually experienced in the subject and you muted him?
Wait, what's sad is
I don't think we should censor him.
Have honest conversations with these people outside of this subject. Like when they have to defend a lie, it makes them lie,
Are you gonna unmute him anytime soon?
Oh, I don't mute people. I would shut them down. I just make them break before I have to mute them. Usually, someone will swoop in. Wait, so whoever's saying this, I mean, he's a subject field expert apparently. Well, why is it that he didn't understand that you can't interpret any of the phenomena on the quantum field level without understanding that matter itself is a resonance of the background?
Just because you say some more expensive,
Are you a
complicated, huh?
Are you
No,
a
it's not.
techno?
It's because the fatherheads of electrical field theory said that quantum field theory has debunked general relativity. Thus, the only thing verifiable or even viable is electrical field theory.
Why don't you talk to him about that? Since
Well,
he's
he's in denial. He's having a bit of a time right now. The moon landing,
not in
how fake the moon landing was, it really messed with him.
he's not in denial. He uses this information every day in his life. So talk to him about it instead of muting
Well,
him.
I
You don't use
better
any information.
hear what I'm saying without feeling like he's put on the spot to have to defend it if it is actually like his field of study.
It is his field of study.
That's good. Then he needs to understand that the father has electrical field theory, knew that all matter was the vibrational pattern or resonance of the background medium. So the motion itself is what matter is, like infinitesimal prodigious whirls of velocity. That just means really fast, really small. And not just Tesla said that, they all knew that. That's how they came up with everything about electricity.
You're scared of him proving the whole
No
server
one's
wrong, so
scared,
you
dude. We
mute
just talked to
him.
him for like an hour. What are you talking
He's
about?
not
Yeah.
proving
He's
anything.
had many
Concern
chances to do
trolling.
that.
You're a concern troller.
Prove the
That's
whole
against our
server
rules
wrong,
too. You're
but
gonna
you
get
just
muted too, Manso.
you just got like
Prove,
intellectually eviscerated.
prove that you are not scared and unmute him.
We just
Prove
talked to
that
him for
we're
like an
not
hour
scared.
straight. What are you talking
Wow.
about?
He doesn't know anything besides business, remember.
He hasn't even answered a question.
Better
Hey,
idea.
asking Monso, are you familiar with the Quran?
The Quran, who?
Are you a Muslim? She's asking.
Yeah.
Quran. I mean, a little bit. Why you ask?
Oh, it just says the earth is flat in there. Didn't know if you knew that.
No, it doesn't. It just makes like, oh, the earth is like a carpet, but you shouldn't take everything literal.
Is a carpet flat or is a carpet curved?
Literally the verb. I don't want to mess it up, but I'm pretty sure it's daha, and it doesn't mean to stretch out. I tagged you in a video. That's
Listen,
been by
attacking
study of-
someone who is inexperienced, such as me. I mean, that's a bad move. You should
You're not
probably
being
talk to
attacked.
Chicken
Don't know
Nuggets.
anything.
You're not being attacked, man. Don't feel like that.
It
No, I
just
just was trying
feels
to let you know.
violating
No.
that you would mute my best friend, you know?
Jeez, didn't realize you guys had to hold hands.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
That's kind of fanboy.
Definition of concern
Little
trolling.
Yeah, I'm
And he
muted
said
him.
earlier that his friend that he joined here with, which is what I'm guessing this little snowflake is just here to troll, and so is he. He said that earlier.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
muted
but
him
what's the thing about it,
because
right? The defense
I
mechanism to make people be allowed to come talk about the subject that they can't help but be infatuated with. And that's because their subconscious is intuitively drawn towards the truth and a longing to discover what they've been lied to about. So they have to come in here with some type of disguise because it's easier that way.
and you
Much
have a
easier.
PhD.
Okay, hold on, Manso. Hold on. First, Drace is going to finish a statement about why he muted him. Then, Manso, you are not going to say anything more about it. If you have a concern about how the servers run, we have a complaint department. I'll link you to it in the live stream voice text. Otherwise, you're concerned trolling, which is against the rules, and you'll get muted as well. So I'm also going to change Chicken Nugget's name back to Guy Gijon, because that is the name he came in here with. It sounds like he's been around for a while, so he might have had other names previously, but just so people aren't confused. It was cute. Chicken Nuggets, I actually liked it, but I'm just going to switch him back so there's not confusion. All right, go ahead, Drace.
Yeah, I just muted him because he was repeatedly violating our rules. I recommend anybody to read our hashtag welcome, and if you have any complaints, go to, like she said, the complaint department.
Are there any new people in here that have about the Fantasy Globe?
I have a request for a favor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, J.E.
Hey, does anybody have the link to the video of the professor that says gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force?
I might have something for you.
Awesome, thanks.
I'm going to need to request a favor dated and signed below. It's funny because she said we have a complaint department, and then the next guy speaks up and said, "I have a request of a favor." I'm like, "Yo, we're in court."
Objection. Yeah, I object to all this these fallacies that have been going on for the last hour.
Wait, I have a question.
Oh, Manso, please. Is it about the Earth by any chance?
I mean,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. To be fair, we entertained your buddy for a long time, bro.
oh, entertaining? No, he was saying the truth, but you're scared. But okay.
Okay, well, I guess if we can, I mean, I don't know if everyone's tired of hearing just him and I talk back so long. I mean, I don't care if he's unmuted, but you know, he can't interrupt, and just sophistry is pretty exhausting, you know.
Do you think we're
Listen,
scared then?
but
Wait, hold
like
on, hold on.
seriously,
Hold on,
by
man.
the way.
With a smile on your face, you're going to tell us that you think we're scared. Because I can hear the smile on your face.
of chicken nuggets.
Oh my God, you're just
guy
having
that
such a good time, aren't you? Why are you smiling when you're telling us this stuff? Do you really believe it's a globe, or are you just fucking with us?
I really believe. What? It's obviously a globe.
You're smiling like crazy though. Why are you so happy about this?
Well, then what do you think about when I was talking to him about the meteors then? So do you agree with that it would happen, but there's just no evidence of it happening, but you think you can find it somewhere?
I agree that he proved you wrong.
Well, he literally didn't even claim me wrong, though. He didn't even say that. He said that if I did hypothetically bring the proof and prove you wrong, you wouldn't even care anyway.
Yeah, because like one guy joining a server with like 10,000 people, I can't like prove 10,000 people wrong at once and make them delete. Some guys
your
gonna
friend
come up
provide
with something.
citation?
Not required.
Stop claiming without backing it up, then, you idiot.
Did he provide citation? No. Did you provide citation? No. It's a big problem with you guys.
He said he was going to provide a video that proves him right. Instead, all he did was waffle for an hour.
Okay, tell him to send it now. He probably has it.
No, he doesn't. It doesn't exist. He can't find it. That's why he waffles for an hour instead of posting it.
Wait, was he asking? Was he waiting for us to ask him to post it? Why wouldn't you not just post that?
He doesn't have it.
See, your sophistry is null and void here. We want intelligence, not repeated toxicity.
Oh, Tony V is back. He doesn't have any roles, though. He's been around for a while. Try unmuting him. See what's happening, if he's learned anything about the globe model. Hey
guys.
there.
Hey.
Tony V.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Tony V.
Hey, how you guys been? Yeah,
You got-
same
I'll
Tony
give
V.
Okay, I'll give you the VC verified, so at least next
Oh, whoa, wait. I'm actually working right now, so I'm just enjoying listening to you guys.
Yeah, you don't have to talk. I'm just saying I'll give it to you so you'll have it for next time.
Oh, cool. I appreciate it.
Okay.
And I'm more calm now. So.
Oh, good news. Can't wait to talk to you then.
All right. So, well, maybe I might be. I don't know. We'll see. No, I got to be.
We'll try to be
tested.
calm next time. Yeah. All right, good.
All right, cool. All right. I enjoyed so far, so guys, keep going.
All right. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Any French people here?
There was a French guy that came to ladies' night. Lapointe? Is that his name? Lapointe? I can't remember his name, but there's a French guy. Yeah. Are you French?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if he comes around, I'll let him know you're looking for him.
Okay, sure. Is he a flat earther?
I'm pretty sure he's a globe believer. Hard to remember. I can't actually remember. Does anybody else remember? He came to ladies' night and talked for a really long time.
Now Lapointe is a flat earther, yeah.
Is he? Okay.
Okay, then never mind. Don't tell him about me.
Hey, he's a smart guy. You probably want to talk to him.
So basically, you only want to talk to people who agree with you. I wonder why that.
You want to talk to other
He's a
people that are going to help
technocrat,
you
that's why.
reinforce your delusions.
Yeah, he's a technocrat. He's into that technocracy. He appeals to the experts in a field that he has no idea about. Doesn't even know the premise or the first thing about the field that he's arguing about. So he appeals to the authority that is technocracy.
I think
That's
there
okay,
was a
that's the new
guy
way.
who
It's existed in France for many, many, many years.
You're saying I don't have experience in this field, but you muted
Yes.
the guy that has experience in the field.
He doesn't have experience in this
talked to him
field. He's
for
been
over an
here
hour.
waffling on for several months.
Yeah, and I was asking him about how if you claim something's omnipresent, meaning everywhere all the time. And it's the force that created everything that we live on and around. And we don't fully understand it. And we call it Big G. You might as well just say God. It is a religion.
Takes a lot of faith to believe in Big Bang and evolution and accretion. See, that's the difference. We believe we are a creation, where you believe you are an accretion.
He said so confidently, of course we live on a ball. It's so obvious. So excluding NASA, any photos, videos, images from them, what is your proof for a ball? Just one. We just need one.
I mean, I'm giving you photos. You're saying they're fake, but you're giving me photos,
No,
and
no,
I
no.
could say the same thing. You know,
We don't. Would you agree that we don't need NASA to prove?
you're acting like NASA's the only space company that goes to space.
Excluding all space agencies, just excluding all governmental space agencies. You agree?
None of them go to space. Sorry, Mrs. Gibson.
So you agree without the government, we should.
I mean, if you have a lot of money like Jeff Bezos, you can probably buy a rocket or something.
Oh yeah, you can do that. You can go to 50 miles altitude and still see no curvature. So what now?
35,000 feet, just like scientists say.
They don't say that. You need to listen to your priests a lot better, because they don't say that. They say that you can't see any curvature at 130,000 feet.
Yeah, and
you can't even see curvature from the space station altitude.
Yeah.
If you Google it, it says you theoretically can.
Okay, so when you said scientist, you meant to say Google.
I mean, yeah.
Google is not science.
Google is their
what
religion.
experiment has Google done?
I'm reading articles backed up by scientists.
Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a scientist?
Probably. I don't know him.
Oh. You're not even familiar with the priests of your own religion. Okay.
Who's told you about my religion? What?
Well, you're a heliocultist. You've been in here explaining that to us all day.
Yeah, by the way,
let's not call it a cult, because that's kind of offensive.
I'm going to call it a cult.
That's what it is. It's a cult.
Founded belief. Okay.
Yeah, there's expert witnesses that testify in court as to what an actual cult is. Usually it's because they use one or more thought reform techniques, which are clearly defined and accepted in court as testimonies. So I think the heliocult does objectively adhere to those guidelines and definitions. It's not our fault that you don't understand, Monso. We get it. You're superstitious and you believe in your globe. It's fine. I don't know if anybody over I don't know, central banker. I don't think you were here when Monso. Napalm went through the 3 points with him earlier. I don't think anybody explained the black swan to him. I don't know, central banker, if you feel up to explaining the black swan or another observation or laser test to him, because he definitely is a back to basics kind of guy. He needs rudimentary help.
I'll try to help him.
Every time I prove them wrong, they quickly
That's right,
change the
man.
subject.
So, yeah. All right, let's just start over. Pretend you're new.
Yeah. So the thing is you don't have to go to any high altitude to see if the Earth is curving or not. You could just do it from a foot off the ground. Did you know that?
Wait, repeat that?
You don't have to go to 30,000 feet or 137,000 feet or anything like that to observe Earth curvature if it exists. You can just go a foot above sea level, and you can see it from there if it exists. Can you see the live?
If you are like an ant sitting on a
No.
football, maybe. But
No.
if it's the size difference
No.
between humans and Earth, so that Earth is so big it looks like flat.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant though, because your model makes specific geometric claims, right? And it specifies exactly where the horizon has to be if your model is true. Did you know that?
I mean, probably.
Okay, well, I'm going to post an observation in the live stream voice text for you to look at right now.
Does it say that it's backed up by an important person?
It's backed up by geometry. It's backed up by the Earth. So
Probably made by a flat earther to back up your idea.
irrelevant. It's just the Earth. Do you see it at 57 after the hour? It's what I posted.
At me, I don't see it.
Okay, I'll do it again.
Which channel is it?
Live stream voice text.
Just to clarify, the maths were not made by flat earthers, so
Yeah, these
Like
are
I
your
said.
maths we're testing. It's the globe model's math we're testing, which says, based on the radius value of 3959 miles, that every horizon has to be no further than 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Those aren't numbers we made up. Those are the numbers of the globe model. So look at that picture that I just posted again.
Wait, hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Chicken Nuggets saw this picture and he's telling me that he's experienced in the subject and he wants to get on so he can.
We don't
Man,
care
so no,
about
no.
chicken nugget. We're asking
I already
you.
told you to use the complaint department later when central banker's not talking to you to write your whole essay about how
Bruh.
great chicken nugget and Gijon is. Right now, just listen to what central banker's telling you. Do you see the image in the live stream voice text of the two oil rigs? Can you see that?
The two oil rigs or the Excel formula?
Yeah, the oil rigs, all that. You see it?
Yeah, these are like, I've seen this picture like 60 times already. How many
Okay,
times has it been sent here?
so it's been 60 times. Do you know what that picture is showing you yet after those 60 times you've seen it?
No, I ignore this, not relevant.
Okay, so you ignore. All right. So what it's showing you is that the horizon is not at 1.2 miles, which is where it has to be if the Earth is the globe that you think that it is.
There was probably a wave.
No. A wave?
Dégage.
10 miles. The horizon is 10 miles further than it needs to be for the Earth to be what you think it is. Where do you see the horizon in that picture?
You're standing 10 miles behind the specific measuring point.
Yeah, we're standing 10 miles behind where the horizon is, and it's not supposed to be where it is.
Do you know where it's supposed to be?
Yeah, I just told you where it's supposed to be. We're a foot off the ground, so it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. Where do you see it?
Probably there.
It's not really there. Take a look again.
I don't know what the horizon looks like. I'm just looking at water and two oil rigs.
Do you know what a horizon is?
It's like... not really.
The apparent location where the sky seems to meet the ground, it's basically just the limit to how far you can see. So it's that line that you see behind the furthest oil rig there. So is
You're
that at one
talking
point?
about a sunset?
No, I'm talking about the horizon. That horizon has to be at 1.2 miles if the Earth is the thing that you think that it is. That's the geometric claim of the globe model.
Oh, I get it now. Okay.
Yes. So is it at 1.2 miles? Just take a look.
I'm not sure. How do I measure it? There's some words.
Well, those words tell you how to measure it.
Explain what?
Okay, I'll explain again. So the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles like you say it is. The horizon is not at 1.2 miles. Where is it? Just look at the picture and see where the horizon is.
Is the horizon the part of the water where it's fading?
Where it seems to meet the sky, yeah. Where it's,
okay.
Is it before or is it behind the furthest oil rig?
I can see the furthest oil rig, so I think it's behind.
Yep. And the furthest oil rig is at 9.4 miles, so the horizon is not at 1.2 miles, is it?
Well, how do you know that that's taking this picture is like truthful? I don't see sand.
Okay, well, at 2 o'clock, Seb posted the video that still came from. So that's okay. Can you see that?
Wait.
So at 2 o'clock, Seb posted the still the video that still was taken from. Do you see that? Because it sounds like you want to say that it's doctored or photoshopped or something like that. So
which channel?
Livestream voice text. Maybe it's been posted more recently. I'll just take a look.
Send it again or something.
Sure, if Seb could link that again.
I just put it back up there.
Sure. Yeah, so at 3 after the hour there from Dandelion. So, what now?
I don't know, the text is appearing like once and disappearing instantly. I have to focus on it. So your point is that we shouldn't be able to see the second oil rig?
Well, the point is about the horizon, actually. The oil rigs are just there as distance markers so that you can see how far out, at least roughly, that horizon is. The point is that horizon that we're seeing past that furthest oil rig at 9.4 miles has to be at 1.2 miles if the Earth is the thing that you think it is, a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. It's just simple geometry. They probably teach this in like the 10th grade.
Everywhere is not like the same.
Okay.
Like maybe there's like shallow water, you know?
Okay,
what are you talking about? Irrelevant, continue, sorry, but try and keep him away from like irrelevant sort of stuff like that. Like not like he's not doing it on purpose, but like I don't know, maybe he's not understanding this well enough. I don't know. I'm confused. I've just come in and like,
yeah, I don't really know what his point about shallow water is. I mean, it's water.
yeah, that seemed so non sequitur. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe he's like trying to prove that the second oil rig should be like sinking a little bit to have the illusion that it's on the curvature.
I'll say again, the oil rig is just there as a distance marker. It's just so that you can tell roughly how far you're seeing. The observation is not about the oil rig, it's about the horizon. We're just using the oil rig as a reference so that you can tell that the horizon is much further than 1.2 miles. That's all.
Right. Go.
There's a flaw in your elaboration.
Go on.
If there's something in front of me, then I will see it, and that is clearly what is happening.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're seeing it. You're seeing the horizon where it cannot be if the Earth is what you say it is.
I mean, do you want the elaboration of how far the human eye can see? Because
listen, well, how far is it the human eye can see on a ball that has very strict and basically like concrete size to it? You have to remember, the Earth has a concrete size to it, which means that things that you shouldn't be able to see. Do you want to know why? Because they're behind a lump of earth. They've started to curve and drop away. Like put a basketball up to your face, right? Put a pigeon on top of the basketball, right? Now put the pigeon instead of on top of the basketball. Put his little feet on the side of the basketball, right? Now you can't see him with your face close up to it because little pigeon guy is on the other side of the ball, right? Ball's in the way of your face. Can't see through ball.
The ball is too big, so it appears as flat.
Right, but that's why we use the numbers of how far we're supposed to see, and we use spherical trigonometry to find out exactly how far we're supposed to be able to see based on the numbers that they give us. Regardless of the size, the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers tell us exactly how far it is that we're able to see, right?
The horizon isn't where a purely geometrical sphere would predict, so, you know.
Never where a geometric sphere would predict. So it's not a geometric horizon, is it? And that's where they apparently derived the size of the Earth from as well, by measuring angles to the horizon from higher altitudes using dip angles and counter angles at the same time. So the whole reason and way they gathered the radius that tells us how far away the horizon should be is from them originally doing this in the fucking first place. Sorry, Abaya, I shouldn't swear.
Okay,
but
and
so what do you mean and?
your point still doesn't make sense.
My point is that the ball is bigger or it's flat.
It's
You're
not
gonna
a
go.
perfect sphere. So maybe it's like shallow
Oh, it's
water.
an oblate.
Like
All
I
right, it's an
said.
oblate spheroid. It's an oblate spheroid. Cool. Okay. How many flat pieces of water does it take to make up a globe?
Do you want to measure it?
We have. That's what we're trying to say.
You measured the water?
We have measured. Yes, we've measured with tests over and
Okay.
over again. We've done long distance observations. Observation. Look right now. Wait there. Let me grab it. Of an island off the coast of where I live that's 19.7 miles away from roughly about 6 feet off the ground. I took the photograph. Maybe 8 feet, let's say, to be to be put it in your favor. So the sagittar, the leading edge of the sphere edge, the lump of Earth curve should be 3.48 miles away. All right, let me just grab it quickly. All right. Okay. Take me like 2 seconds. So the point is the island is 19.7 miles, okay, off of the coast, right? There is a boat on the left-hand side. It's only 20 feet high. Its mast. I don't see how you're not understanding that the ball would restrict our vision and capability to see. Unable to copy image preview. What does that mean? Unable to save image. What? Why can't I save an image?
Central Banker, were you done talking to him, or I mean, that was a
Sorry,
good
yeah.
explanation of the black
No,
swan for sure. I
Yeah, it's all
appreciated you
good.
laying it out. Hopefully, someone's listening that actually understands the argument. But that was cool.
This
Yeah,
is a late
no problem. Whoever wants to
Why are
jump
you
in,
here?
it's all good.
What's the argument?
We're just trying to explain the basics of the flat Earth to man. So he's new to the server.
They're
Oh,
like, oh, we can see like the horizon, but they're acting as if the Earth is like a perfect sphere, and oh, geometry is like 100% accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the geometry still needs to give us some sort of prediction. I mean, basically, with the black swan and other long distance observations, we're not seeing the horizon where it should be for a ball. So that's a problem with their ball claim.
What the hell
I
is
just
a black
posted
swan?
another. I just posted another observation. Look at 10 minutes past the hour. Crack villain from me. Okay, that observation is of an island that's 9.7 miles off the coast. Right. The point is if, let's say, for instance, that we were to imagine that we were able to see things at distances of 10 miles away, horizons, that is, at 1 foot observer height, that would make it to where the Earth's radius would be something like, I think it's like 500,000 miles or 240,000 miles, which would make the Earth so big that effectively it would ruin every gravitational model that we have. It would make the Earth so massive
That
that
you
it would
have, or
destroy
that
it.
we
No,
have?
that they have their numbers. We're only using their numbers.
And
We're
that's why we call
falsifying
it
their
a black
numbers, their
swan.
claims.
Because it's an observation that we shouldn't see, but that appears to go against the model. You call stuff like that black swans. For a long time, people only saw white swans. That's where they get black swan from. They assumed that black swans didn't exist because all they saw were, white swans. It's the same thing with the Earth curvature thing. People assume it's a ball until they see black swans like this, long distance observations that go against the globe model and appear to invalidate it because we're seeing too far.
Wait, you're like, oh, look at this really obvious proof that the Earth is flat. It's like, oh, 10 meters. we can't see like the horizon. You think if something
10
as
miles.
obvious and as easy as this, you think if someone wouldn't have already discovered it and I would be hearing it from like the news instead of some guy
We
in a
discovered
fanboy
it now.
Discord server?
We discovered it
In the
now.
news.
That's why we're telling you.
People act like this has stood the test of time or something. Do you
When
realise
is
it?
now?
Listen, when the globe hasn't stood the test of time, you do realise that, don't you? It wasn't like it wasn't. It was only 80 years ago that schools local to where I live that were still teaching that the Earth was flat. It's only 200 years ago, the fact that the globe became something that was even a mainstream thing, and it's now again that people are whistleblowing and saying it doesn't make sense and that all of it's completely bunk. So it's not stood the test of time or anything, my friend. It's not. It's.
I was going to ask real quick. Hey, Manso, do you know of any time in history when anybody has measured
Hold on,
directly
hold
the curvature of the Earth?
Sorry,
Yes, sir.
Glad.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Glad. Time out.
I mean,
First of
we
all,
barely even mapped
bro,
18% of the
come
ocean.
on,
dude.
bro, come on. So what he said just then, before Crack, the other guy, I don't know his name, that was an argument from silence fallacy. Just because no one else is speaking about it means that the point is invalid. No, argument from silence fallacy.
Right, earlier this guy was saying like, oh, did it come from a flat earther? So like if I had a video of your wife cheating on you and I came and gave it to you, you'd be like, that video can't be real. Austin's a flat earther. I'm like, what a weirdo.
No, because if you're like a flat earther showing me a video, it's obviously gonna be a video that's its point is to prove that you're a flat earther, not an unbiased video.
It's a video of the Earth. Is the
I'm
Earth
not going to
biased?
The video of his wife being.
I'm not going to go through the 3 questions. I just want him to answer one question.
Which
when
is
has curvature been measured?
Yeah, good.
When?
Wait, you wanna someone that can answer all your questions? I mean, I know a guy that has
Now's your time to shine, baby.
Hold on, bro. You came to a flat Earth server to argue against the flat Earth, so you're going to have to bring something with you to do that, not just a smile and a sarcastic attitude.
I'm not smiling. Who's saying I'm smiling?
Okay, fine, whatever. My question remains: who measured Earth curvature and when did they do it? There's got to be at least one. It's a sphere. There's curvature everywhere, right? When did they get that?
It's not 100% accurate. It's estimations. It's not like it's clear.
Okay. So let me ask this question: is the Earth curved anywhere?
I mean, it's a sphere, so yes.
Great. Where?
What do you mean everywhere?
So show us.
Specific, wait there as well. Specific.
Let it soak in.
Yeah, that was it, dude. I love it. Thanks, Mr. Manso. Take care.
Can you go find us some
You're not
unbiased?
even letting me talk. You're just saying.
No, let him talk.
You just proved it.
Okay, bye.
Let him talk. Oh, it broke him. You broke him, bro. You should have just let it breathe.
Can you please find me some unbiased globe earther videos? Thanks.
Yeah. We're good.
What do you mean by everywhere?
Unbiased globe Earth videos. You mean literally everyone who with
Yeah,
an
you said
IQ over 100.
hold on. You were talking about videos that were by a flat earther, and then you said that would mean, right? That would be biased. So, are there any videos made by globe earthers or any videos about a globe that are unbiased?
You're calling regular people globe
No, I'm
Earthers?
asking you a question. Are there any videos
regular people
saying
flat
the Earth is
earthers?
a globe that are unbiased?
Flat Earthers aren't regular people.
So you can't even answer the question. It's a yes or no question.
Ask me your question.
Are globe Earth videos unbiased?
Yes.
Okay. So
This is an issue with two sides now, so it's partisan already. Not every astrophysicist or every Earth-based scientist agree actually at all. You do realize that people in most fields of science actually disagree continually. So the fact of the matter is there are biased videos all the time around this subject. Guess why? Because the people that make these videos don't agree with one another, even though they're apparently on the same team. Like, you do realize this, don't you? I can show you a video, in fact, that I watched today of this exact fact where Professor Dave is arguing against another Glober, and Professor Dave is talking about this other Glober scientist guy, exactly like he talks about us. He actually equivocates him as exactly the same as us, like flat earthers, because he has a different opinion to him. So
If you
you're
get
just
like
the bunk.
1
You said
million people.
you said sorry. You said approximation. Who made approximation?
Wait,
The
what?
scientists, the one that specialized
Which
in the
which
study,
which
and
one?
one
Can
of
you?
them, and
Yeah,
one
one.
of them.
Who
What's
is
the
that?
name?
Who,
What's their name?
yeah, name.
Dude, I'm not gonna know the name of everyone. What do you?
So you just
So
invoked an
one.
idea.
One.
Just an idea you have.
Huh?
It's like when
It's just
this
an
is.
idea you have, right? You don't actually know even one scientist.
It's like earlier when you said it's not a perfect sphere, but then like when Glatt asks you when did they measure any of the sphere, you're like, oh, I don't know, and then like it's like, well, you would at least need to know specific parts of the sphere they measured to even prove the claim you made where you said it's not specific.
I
Like
mean, I
sphere.
can say I can say Tyrone stole my wallet, but I don't say black people stole my wallet.
Yep.
Well,
what?
If Tyrone did steal your
Well, if
wallet,
Tyrone was
he's
black
most likely
and the
black.
black person stole your wallet.
See, now you're being racist.
Wow, what an idiot!
How is that racist, dude? If Tyrone was black and he stole your wallet, then a black guy did steal your wallet.
Just like you're saying,
Which
oh,
is facts.
scientists, but you don't know which
But what
scientist.
we should do is we should see, Monso, let's play a little game. And let's see by the end of the game if you have a religious belief or a factually held belief. Do you want to play the game?
What's it?
My
I don't know if I wait there one
my
second. What's it? I don't know if I'd let this guy talk to your girl because you might take her off your hands. This guy is smooth.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Oh, you risky behavior. All right. I go. Prepare
So,
to be.
okay, let's see, man. So, let's see. Let's see if you have a religious belief or a factually held belief. So, how about you go ahead and tell us what's the difference between a religious belief, and a factually held belief? What's the difference?
Religion is stupid.
Well, then why are you a heliocultist?
Okay.
What the fuck is a
Can you
heliocultist?
do you know the difference?
That's what you
Can you
believe.
give
Let's
specific?
Kai. Listen, let's just let Kai talk to him, all right? Instead of everyone jumping in, please. Like this is. Come on.
We just want specificity. So, can you answer the question? What is the difference between a religious belief and a factual belief, or factually held piece of knowledge? I shouldn't even say the word belief.
Justified belief.
We'll say justified belief.
I mean, anyone here watch Rick and Morty and listen to that one quote where that guy is saying tradition is
You
peer
said
pressure from dead people?
One second, guys.
So far.
Someone's hot micing, so and I think they're saying something personal. So yeah.
Okay, the difference is I am changing what I'm saying. We'll just say the difference between a religiously held belief and fact-based knowledge is evidence. Would you agree, Monso?
I mean, sure, like they are different.
Okay, perfect. So let's see right now if you have a religious belief about where you live or if you have fact-based knowledge. So question number 1 is, who measures the curvature of the earth?
Scientists.
Just scientists?
Yes.
So somebody who you do not know that you think is superior to you, that you've never met.
It's not superior. He's like
like a
smarter than me.
religious, like has access to this information that you can't have access to, almost like a priest, for example.
Access to the equipment that I can get access to if I want to.
Which equipment's
Okay,
that? Which equipment?
so sorry. I'm okay. So you just don't know then. You don't actually know that the Earth was measured, right? You don't know that.
Yeah, but he might know the
I know
equipment.
that there's an estimate, close to accurate estimate.
Okay, how did they do it then? If you don't know who did it, how did they get this estimate?
Thank you.
With
Sorry.
like measuring.
Okay.
You know,
how did they measure it? That's what I'm asking you.
with the equipment that they have.
serious.
Listen,
What?
they are doing like
Okay.
a
So
8
you
to like 15 years in university, and you're comparing
okay.
them to someone like you who is a woman in
So
a
you
flat
don't
earth
know.
server.
So you're just admitting right now you're saying the Earth is a ball, but you have no idea who measured it and how it was done. Okay. Next question. Who came up with the proposal of the Big Bang Theory? Do you know?
Listen, the Big Bang Theory is stupid, and fuck you. Whoever's playing the soundtrack.
Where do you think that you thought? Where do you think the globe came from then? The only hypothesis for where the globe could have come from was the Big Bang, my friend. There's no other way that a globe could have formed other than a Big Bang. Do you know that?
Okay, then it was probably a Big Bang. You know, it's called a theory for a reason.
Oh, you flip flopper.
Okay, all right. Next question. Okay, remember again.
Comedy gold.
The game is. Do you have a religiously held belief or fact-based knowledge? Right now, he has not given us any fact-based knowledge. He's just said scientists, universities. Okay, let's continue. How was the Earth measured to be spinning?
Observed from space station.
Oh, is that what they did in the 1700s? They went to space and observed the rotation. Cool story.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, so you're saying they knew that the Earth was spinning before they went into outer space?
I'm asking you, did they?
Okay, I don't think that
They
the Earth
didn't go.
was spinning. I don't think that
think,
they went to
exactly.
space.
You don't think.
Okay. Oh, you're so cute. Okay, so anyways, let's keep going. So wouldn't you agree that before they sent astronauts to the moon, they had to know the Earth was spinning, correct?
Before they sent astronauts to the moon, there were
Mhm.
models that were updated after they sent astronauts to the moon.
You're running away from what I'm saying. Before they sent anything into space, satellites, people, monkeys, before they sent anything into space, they knew it was spinning. The Earth was spinning, right?
They probably made a guess, but after restaurants went to space, they confirmed it.
Okay, when they sent a satellite to space, the Russians sent the first satellite to space. You're saying they didn't know that the Earth was spinning then? They just guessed?
I mean,
Or did they know it before? Did they know it before? Because before they even sent anything to space, they were saying that the Earth was a ball spinning in space. They were saying this. They had pictures and videos of it before they even went to space that they made.
I mean, they probably made a scientific guess before, but you wouldn't know that because you didn't do research.
So there's no way to know the Earth is spinning unless you get a video from NASA. Are you
Do
saying?
you wanna look at Google and ask how they knew the Earth was spinning before they went to space?
Well, that's your claim.
What?
Yeah, exactly. I don't need to research your claim. It's
But
obvious
my
that.
claim is correct. Yours is false.
So where's
What's
your
that got to do with
evidence
the
that
price of who
your
made it?
claim is correct?
It's backed up by scientists.
Be more specific.
Yes, be more specific.
My claim was backed up by professionals.
That's not being more specific. You're just using another vague term.
And appeal to authority as well.
Priests. So priests.
The appeal to priest fallacy.
It's the appeal to priest fallacy. So you cannot tell us. You want to bring up scientists. How did they scientifically prove that the Earth was spinning?
Wait, are you asking me?
No.
Wow.
The other guy that we've been talking to for the last 15 minutes.
Just don't know. You don't. It's okay to say
Wait,
you
me?
don't know. Yes.
Yes,
Okay, what's the question?
How did they scientifically prove the Earth is spinning?
I mean, it's like kind of obvious.
It's kind of obvious that's how they did it.
You want me to send you a video of a guy sending garlic bread to space with a camera on it?
Oh my God. Okay, so
Can
the
we just
results
move
are
on?
in. The results are in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they are. Do you
I
have a
actually
religiously?
have a video
I
of
am actually revealing the results. So please be quiet in the audience.
Got that.
So the results are in. Does he have a religiously held belief or fact-based knowledge? The answer is a resounding religiously held belief on all accounts. That is the verdict.
What is the definition of religion? It's belief held devoid of evidence.
Exactly. Just crying, scientists. That doesn't help you at all because it's the same. You could do it for the same thing with religion. You people are like, well, this priest says it, so it must be true.
Which is what they do. They have doctrines, which is how they interpret things, and then people believe them. That's a religion.
Look in the live stream voice text. I sent a link to the YouTube video. Stop being stupid.
Oh, is this the Foucault's pendulum method, sending garlic bread to space?
Yes, and with a camera on it, and two
Yes.
regular people, not scientists, people
The
with brains.
camera is spinning in the video. The Earth is not actually spinning in this video, or you would see the day and night.
You can see an obvious curvature.
Oh, wow. Why is it curving on the surface?
Curving on the surface, curving on the sides.
Yeah, why is it curving on the sides on the ground when it's like all the way on the ground?
Because you can't see the other side of the Earth.
So is the curvature the curvature seen on the ground is the accurate curvature of the Earth?
Shouldn't the Earth
What do you mean? You can't measure it unless you have an equation or something, or you're smart.
What?
So we can see the Earth curving because of the curvature of the lens closer to the ground?
Okay, so planes have lens to make you believe the Earth is
So the
globe,
curvature-
and also
Hold
this
on, let me ask you
guy.
a question. Menso, are you in the live stream voice text? Are you looking at?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Why?
I'll post an image for you. It's from that garlic bread video.
I saw this image
Do you?
for 6 months.
It's from your
every
garlic
time
bread. No,
I
it's
went
it's not
into
the it's not the oil rigs. It's from your garlic bread video that you mentioned. It's at
Okay.
30 minutes after the hour. Can you look at it?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, why is the horizon curved in the wrong direction in that video?
Because the bread was flipping.
The bread was flipping.
Really?
I mean, the
Manso,
package.
please.
Wait a
Dude,
second.
it's literally doing a flip in the GIF that the guy sent.
Yeah, so the camera's moving, and then the curve changes from one shape to the other. Is that correct?
I
Yeah, if you shoot garlic bread at
This
the
is
sky,
this is what you suggested we should watch as proof, right? Have you even looked at this yourself? This is ridiculous, dude.
That's really stupid, but this was his proof that the Earth rotates. It wasn't even about curvature. I don't even know how he gets rotation from this.
Yo,
No,
yeah,
it's like a multi-proof, a proof of multiple things.
Oh, we just multiply falsified it. Crazy.
Can you not see? He just destroyed you. He's showing you that the curve of the Earth doesn't ever curve upwards like a bowl, right? So why is it showing that in this video that you posted as your evidence of curve?
It's because of the bread flipping.
What?
The bread. How come the bread isn't changing at all? Just the curve of the Earth. Why is?
So the
I
bread
just
is
trolling
causing
now.
the curve.
Why would the bread change?
You're saying that the curve of the Earth is changing because the bread is flipping. The bread isn't changing. What's happening is the camera and the fisheye lens is warping the background because it's moving upside down.
Yeah, it's stuck to the bread, and when the bread flips, the camera flips.
Oh, so when the camera flips, the Earth curve goes the opposite direction.
You see it on.
When the camera flips, does the Earth curve?
According to the camera, it does.
Oh, so then maybe the curve is just caused from the camera angle to begin with.
What do you mean, maybe? You don't know?
Of course we know. The camera is showing you a concaved Earth and then a curved Earth. Any curve at all is caused by the camera, period. So you're not.
The concavity of the galaxy.
Just showing the camera is not proving curvature.
Yes, good job. You've proven
No, this
camera
isn't
lens
like,
curvature.
a proof or something. This is like a random video that I just got.
Oh, so where's your proof of the curve then? Because you have so many videos from so many scientists. And the one that you
I'm
brought to the table,
literally
the
a random
first
guy
one
that
that
just
you
joined.
brought to the table literally destroys your argument.
I have proof. You want
Oh,
proof?
show me your proof.
Okay. My friend over here, he has proof. It's called Chicken.
Okay, sweet. Bring him in. Bring him in.
But wait, before that, I want to finish. We have an opportunity for you to try to justify yourself for a final round of the religiously held belief segment. Do you want to try?
Listen, you're telling me I'm
Okay, I'm
religious
glad that
by
you want to
force.
try. All right.
Go for it,
Try.
Manso. You can do it.
I didn't even say yes.
Okay, simple questions. Okay. Are you familiar with some people will refer to different gods with a little g and then a singular god with a big G?
Huh? Different god?
Oh no. No.
Okay, listen. There's only one god, and his name is.
I'm not saying that, you idiot.
So
Oh,
I don't
shut
know
up
what.
and
Right. So
laugh
if
my
you were to
ass
write
off.
it in English as God, like God, then you'd write a big G. And if it was someone else's claim of a god, but it wasn't real, or it was a different god or whatever, you'd write it with a little g, right?
It's literally the same word. I don't know what you're on about.
Understand that.
Wow.
Listen to what he's
All right,
saying
all right. So
fully.
you understand in English, when you use the word God for like a creator, a deity, right? If someone capitalizes the G, it's to signify it's the creator, right? The actual creator, the one. If they refer to other people as having pagan gods, tons of different gods that aren't real, then it's a little g. Okay, so there's a big G and a little g, and that's how you describe different gods in English.
I do not care about the capitalization of the G word.
Well, I don't care if you care. I'm explaining it to you. So then, did you understand though? Gravity has that same thing where a little g and a big G.
I don't. I think it's the same word. What? Wait.
What?
So capitalizing a word gives it a different definition. Is that what you're meaning here?
What he
Well, yeah.
said, is
So
it?
gravity literally is differently defined with the little g and the big G. Yeah, that's right. You didn't know that?
You don't know what gravity is.
So look, did you know if you don't fully understand your religious belief, it actually extends into zealotry. You're now
that word.
You don't get it maybe, but what I'm trying to explain to you is you don't even know what your belief is.
I know the Earth is a globe.
Well, okay, we
know that.
we know the one.
Okay, and everything that holds your little belief together is a thing called gravity, right? Gravity represented with a little g, right? Okay, so it's this magical force, right? It's magical force that holds all of these different things together in this whole solar system. Everything depends upon it, right? Okay?
Every
Do you
planet
understand
has
that?
its own gravity.
Yeah, all of it exactly correct. So that the Earth's able to have the exact right amount of gravity for it to be in its exact position, and obviously Jupiter and the Sun itself orbit around one another around a center of gravity that's non-existent because they have a maximal level of gravity that's nearly similar. And then every other thing in every celestial body also has its gravitational force and back to the solar system and all of these things are kept in lockstep based on this gravity, right? Everything's held together by gravity, right? You understand that? It's all encompassing force. Omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. It's your,
Check it out. As soon
it's
as
your
my
God,
video
right?
uploads.
Your God, right? Gravity
Right,
is
yeah.
your
Just to
big.
conclude the religious segment, my friend, the point was that just like when people refer to different gods in English with a big G or a little g, your effective god or deity is described with a big G and a little g, and big G is this creative force that coalesces everything into spheres over billions of years and holds everything together. Is the actual glue of everything that exists. And you can't fully understand it. It can't be fully explained or isolated or proven, but it is the answer to everything that we can't explain. And I have a whole bunch of other people that call themselves scientists, professors, priests, and they have different theories on how they think this big G creates everything. I just trust them, even though they don't all agree. Even though they don't all agree, that's by definition a religion.
Do they call themselves scientists or are they actually scientists?
They're actual scientists.
Yes, fuck,
I'm talking about
like femboy
the
scientists from
the
Discord.
people that you are
Boy
invoking.
science.
Well, that has nothing to do with anything, but okay.
He's calling his own people, the proponents
I'm
of his
making
own
a
model,
role.
femboy
I'm making a
scientists.
role
Exactly.
called femboy scientist now. I'm just doing it.
You have
Well, and I don't know what couldn't be more femboy than wanting another man to speak on behalf of you.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Burn.
What the hell? He's my best friend. What the fuck does that
But my friend will speak for me.
Yeah,
You're scared of speaking
You're
someone
scared more like.
who has
That's why you're getting your friend.
You know what
Hey,
I'm scared
check it out.
of, partner? I'm scared of you going out in public ever again.
I'm scared of you
Check it
getting
out.
your.
I just made a video.
If one of
Got
you
some
people go to public and say like the earth is round and someone
I
with a
do.
brain sees you, he will probably like say, what the hell is this
The
stupid
Earth is
person
not.
doing here?
You mean round,
Yeah,
like a
what?
two-dimensional
Round?
shape?
Yeah, of course they would say that because the Earth isn't round. What are you on about? Of course they think we're weird. You realise you fucked up though, yeah?
Hey,
Well done.
whenever I was watching a SpaceX rocket launch and I was debating the guy that's contracted for NASA and just destroying him on camera for like 3 consecutive hours and actually made him tear up at the end of it, would you consider that guy qualified? The guy that works for NASA?
I mean, you just catch a guy off guard and like stress him out with 1,000 questions and he's probably not even educated in the subject.
No, he literally is, and he's like responsible of taking pictures of the sky for NASA.
Okay, good for him, I guess. What's your point?
Would you consider that one of those magical fairy tale people you keep invoking holistically when you say scientists or professionals? Would someone that works for NASA be considered a professional?
If he's just a photographer like you say he does, he just takes pictures, then I don't think so.
Astrophotography, dude. Do you not know what that is?
It's a type of like taking photos.
Yeah, and it's and it's done at NASA, right? Not exclusively, but NASA does that, right?
100%. No one here at the university and like a scientific thing.
And a scientific thing.
So, what does that mean?
Dude, I'm an APRI certified instrumentation technician. You need to know your fucking place.
Instrumentation like a piano or a guitar.
Dude, I'm a
so just-
weaponologist.
Yeah, don't even go down that road. You wouldn't even be able to tell who in here has a university degree, but I'll tell you, there's multiple people that do have higher
Who are
education
flat
degrees.
earthers? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm working on my second college degree right now.
We're not here to Yeah,
I've
we're
got a
not here to
foundation
prove
degree in law and
anything to
criminology,
you.
dude, and I'm a weaponologist.
Listen,
Just the
I
fact
don't
that you
care.
can't, Manso, because you're making these accusations, you're going to have to listen to me. Don't make me mute ya. Because that you can't, and this is the last thing I'm going to say to you. I've been trying to be nice to you, as has everyone
Yeah.
else in here. The fact that you've been here for hours and don't even realize that you're outclassed intellectually is a sad situation. So I do feel pity for you. I feel bad for you. And I hope if you stick around, that you might actually learn something, but you're going to have to humble yourself, get that little attitude out of your voice, and start thinking, maybe these people are onto something, actually listening to what they're saying. Because we've just been we've been spending our time with you just to use you as an example to explain to the audience the truth about the world. The joke's on you. If you don't know that yet, that's fine. Maybe it'll take a while before you'll figure it out. But
Watch
that's
the
all I'm
clip
gonna say
back.
right now.
Watch the clip back, dude, and just
So,
realize how get
you're
wrecked.
using me as an example when you are
Yeah, we are.
1v30, 1v30, me versus
So
all of you.
what? So
You ask-
what? If, okay, 1v1, me and you right now, you still look like a dick.
You are like, let me go bully this kid who doesn't even know
Bully this
what he's
kid. You
talking
came
about,
here, bro.
and
You
he's
came
not
here, bro.
experienced. When you mute a guy
That's
who is
not even true.
experienced,
You are the one that kept bringing up other people
You're the
while
one who
taking
kept-
on one person. Yes.
you are
You kept
muting
bringing up
people
your fucking butt buddy.
who are experienced.
His femboy. Do
He's
you
also
believe
on
in
deck.
a
Bring your fanboy.
creator? Do you believe in a creator, Manso?
Funny, because the Quran says it's flat.
I don't
I was
care. That's like the least.
I was
of
going to
my
ask you about
interest.
do you believe in a creator?
That's the
Does.
least of my interest.
Muslim. No, it's
You
not.
didn't
You
say
said
earlier.
earlier.
Yeah, that you said
You
earlier
couldn't
the
take the
creator's name
God.
is Allah. Did you not say that?
Yeah, and that's the least of my interest.
Okay, so you said the creator is Allah, and you believe that to be true?
Probably, but it's like very
So why
flawed.
does the Quran say that the creator spread out the earth and the verb they choose, daha, means to flatten? Why
Are
would
there
they
any
use that
Muslims here?
word? What?
Are there any Muslims here?
Yes.
There are Muslims in the server, yes.
Okay, so kick all of them because they are pedophiles.
Oh dear.
Man, oh my god.
See, this guy is
Wow.
just here to
See,
troll.
that's what
Fuck
you
him.
do. No, that's what you
Throw him
do.
to the sharks.
He just came here. It must be really hard for him. He's probably like 17, stuck in France or wherever you're living, some poor femboy communist dictatorship country. And you are literally just being disheveled and destroyed intellectually. You have a belief that you have no evidence of. And then a religion that you subscribe to also says the earth is flat. And you're going to sit here and you're going to lie.
It just
You're
says
going
it's
to
a
sit here and you're
carpet.
going to lie.
And that's like the Quran is literal.
Is it scary to you that a bunch of people smarter than you know is flat?
Is it
scary?
that I'm 1v40ing a whole server with like no expertise in this
I'm not
game?
sure.
I don't
what
hear
has to do
40
with my
people
question.
talking.
Yeah, I asked a question
Hey,
about something.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of the truth? Is that what it is? Is your defense mechanism to get kind of like a bully when
He
you
is acting kind
when
of
you're faced
female-like.
with something that challenges your
You act
worldview?
like a female, dude. Sorry to say, you take offense and then you want to cry and bitch and complain about things. That's a feminine thing. It's not a masculine thing.
Well,
You're
I'd say it's more of a
proving-
childish
you're
thing.
not proving points. Like, let's actually talk about Earth being
Great
flat.
curvature, go. Please
Yeah,
find the
like-
curvature.
Yeah, I agree. The only reason I went down that road is because you're claiming that you have some kind of, you've done this many times. You're claiming that you have some kind of, ESP knowledge of who in here is educated, who isn't, what degrees we have. All that's irrelevant. I'm not even going to tell you what degrees I have because I don't, it's not worth it. There's no point. You should be able to be a person on the earth who can evaluate information on its face, not based on the source of the information. So we have people here who have degrees. We have people here who don't. It doesn't matter. If you'd been educated well enough to actually examine the information on its face, you wouldn't need all the fallacious reasoning that you keep resorting to, like the genetic fallacy of where the information comes from, whether the person has a degree or not, and so on, or your constant appeal to authority fallacy. So many fallacies. I mean, this guy seriously, like we're going to have a fallacy event coming up here on the 20th. Like I almost feel like we should invite this guy,
We'll use
just
him.
as like
We'll
Exhibit
use him as
A.
an example.
Because I mean, has he not gone through like almost every fallacy there possibly
Everyone.
is today? Like I mean, it's
he did.
amazing. Like you are a fallacy machine, Monso.
Okay,
But
listen.
it's fine. Like
You're
it's
probably
not
like.
about you. I apologize for bringing it there. I only brought it there because you are trying to say that you know what
Everyone that are
Muslims when
Muslims are
you
paedophiles as
do
well. So.
not. So you need to stop talking about us. You need to start looking at the information. It has nothing to do with what you've been told flat earthers are. You need to look at this information with fresh eyes. That's what a person who has real intellectual curiosity will do. So if you're a person who's actually interested, you need to calm down. I understand what you're saying about being overwhelmed with, all these people here, but what's interesting to me is your globe, if it's so easy to prove, like you told me, I'll just Google it, no problem. Why haven't you been able to do it? It should be very easy for you, man. And you haven't done it. So where's your best proof of curvature? Where's your best proof of rotation? Go.
Listen, I know what I'm talking about. You're like, oh, we have smart people, which are probably like went to university and have a degrees. Listen, I don't care about the people who like have a degrees in like
all of a
gender
sudden degrees
studies,
don't matter.
gender
Look at
studies.
that. Hold on, I got it. No, I'm sorry, you can't flip flop like that in 5 minutes and get away with it. You just told us how stupid we are, that none of us could possibly have degrees. We don't know what we're talking about. Real scientists in lab coats have figured this all out. Now all of a sudden degrees don't matter. Fascinating, man. So okay, let's set all that aside and again answer the question I asked, which is, what's your best proof of curvature or rotation?
You didn't let me finish and you muted me. I wasn't gonna say.
Because that's irrelevant. You just told me it doesn't matter, so we aren't going to talk about it anymore. Answer the question I asked, or we'll mute you and go back to Gijan, except he's deafened now. We'll find somebody new. Answer the question I asked. If somebody said to you, Manso, save your life, you need to prove to me we're on a spinning globe. You got 1 minute. What would you say? Time's ticking.
Me if I say something that actually convinces you?
If you don't answer my question, then you got 50 seconds left. Time's ticking.
Bro, I'm getting bullied by women. What? Okay, let me answer.
Yeah, it's rough, isn't it, man? So what's
Hold on, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Why'd you say that?
Because
she's intellectually beating you up, yeah? Sorry that you're soft.
She's worth like 10 of you intellectually, so why'd you say that?
A flat earther is worth like 100.
She just destroyed you. She just destroyed you by asking
30 seconds
like
remaining.
5-word questions. You literally can't even answer point forward little questions.
Okay, the Earth is a globe. What do you want?
Evidence.
So prove it then.
What do you mean prove it? It's so obvious. You just see it. You see there.
Whoa,
where do you see it?
Actually, we've been showing you over and over again that we don't see it, so please show us.
You people have no working maps or no working
That's
model
not proof.
of how the
That's
sun
proof of your
and the
globe.
moon works.
Map works. Every map works. Maps work.
What are you trying to mean by you people? You racist or something?
Yo, it's just called, first of all, you're strawmanning us based on how you think we think it works, and you're also poisoning the well, grouping everyone together that's not dumb enough to still believe the Earth's a ball once they actually look into it. So we're going to get back to the facts here, which is that you have no facts that can prove that the Earth's a spinning ball, right? That's why you keep shifting your feet over to other random claims to divert away.
Can I just talk to someone? I say something and then I hear sentences from 10 different people. What the hell?
It's an open panel.
Prove the Earth. It's the same question from all the different people. Prove the Earth is a spinning globe. Go.
Can I have a partner?
Can you
Yes.
questions?
Yes, you
I'll do
can.
it.
Is it a man? As long as it's a man, yeah.
Yeah, you have
He
problems
wants
with
to
women.
phone a friend. He wants to phone a
Wait.
friend. Well,
Can I
I'll
help
unmute Gijan. Gijan is deafened right now,
I
but I'll
think
unmute
we
him. So
should
if he
let him
comes
phone a
back, he
friend.
can rescue his Betty. Yeah.
Okay.
What
He's a
friend do you
DM your
want to phone?
friend.
Gijan, yeah, Gijan is a deafened. Do you have another friend you want to phone there, Monso?
Give me a 5-minute break. I'll go to
That
his
1
house
minute's been
and tell him to
long
come back.
past.
Yeah,
I
this
know,
dude
he's
said,
gone,
can I
isn't
have
he?
my
Yeah,
partner?
So in that 5 minutes,
wife was on the line.
find some humility in that 5. Thanks. Appreciate it.
if
You
his
can
life
take
was on the line
15.
for that
Find the
1
best
minute,
person you can find.
he would have lost his life by then.
Yeah,
You should
poor
be
guy.
humiliated. You're even here.
R.I.P.
But hey, here's the question I
Is your
wanted to ask.
friend?
You were bringing
You're
up the
being
university.
humiliated.
Is your friend a Muslim?
Wait, before you flip flopped over from the university thing, you were acting like, oh, you people, there's no way any of you have any degrees or qualifications from universities. You're all stupid, blah blah blah. And then we brought up, like, for one, actually, tons of people in this room do. But my question is, because you flip flopped on that once pressed on it. But the question is, so when universities didn't exist, and then people came up and discovered tons of scientific information that the universities then taught based on what they discovered before the university existed, can we disqualify them as anything that we should consider valid because they didn't have a degree from university?
Listen, I didn't flip-flop on anything. This woman mutes me whenever she wants, and she plays with my words.
Yeah, but whenever you
I was gonna say
Hey,
university.
buddy,
The thing that I was gonna say
as
is,
soon as you
oh,
get the mic, you start
universities.
whining about something. Instead of
Bro, I
whining in
wanna.
the mic, use your time to present your evidence. Stop complaining when you get the
Answer the
microphone. Maybe
question,
you won't
dude.
be
If
muted.
someone came up with something and was an expert in a field prior to the existence of university, and then university taught their discoveries, they were qualified without a degree from a university, right?
Am I allowed to talk without being interrupted?
It's a simple answer the question.
Oh, so I can only say what you want me to say.
No, you can only answer the question. Yeah, you can only answer the question. That's right.
You've kind of got to the point where you don't get much leeway at this point. Yeah.
So I can't say what I want.
Can you answer the question? So how about this? I'll phrase another one for you. You just can't answer questions. You're like a robot, right? So if Nikola Tesla discovered the electricity in the very way that we use it in the electrical grid, Nikola Tesla, he dropped out of college. So can we not use the AC generator and electricity because he discovered it without a piece of paper from a university?
Are you comparing yourself to someone with an IQ of like over 180?
No, answer the question.
He had an
It's a
IQ of
yes or no. It was a yes
178.
or no question, man. So it was a yes or no question. Can you just
Got it
answer
wrong anyway. 178. Got it wrong.
Yeah, your hero Elon Musk, who supposedly goes to space, dropped out of college. I guess he's just not qualified for space either.
I dropped out of school and I've got an IQ of 168. Oh, what does that prove? Nothing. It's pattern recognition, bro.
These
It's a load of
close-ended
bollocks.
questions make you
How
seem
low of
right,
an IQ
however
do you
I
have to
answer
not
them.
be able to answer direct questions?
Right,
Seems like
and
a
like
pretty low
not only
IQ.
not be able to answer direct questions, but immediately talk about other people's IQs.
Well, what makes us seem right is that you've been in here arguing for the globe for 10 hours and you have no evidence for it at all.
Close-ended
me and
questions
you
that
both
make you
dropped
seem
out.
right, however my answer is.
How was it a
What?
closed-minded? We asked you to just present some proof. That's as open-ended as it gets, bro.
And here's another one. You wouldn't have to comment on the style of questioning if you could just answer the question.
Like I said, close-minded question that proves that
Or
you
you
are
could just
right,
do that again.
Whatever.
Say. He's all yours,
Asking you
guys.
to present one piece of evidence is closed-minded questions. I think that's as pretty open-ended as it gets, man.
No, it's because I want to answer in a different way, and you're
Okay,
like, oh
man,
no, only yes or no.
Man, so no. It was a yes or no question. That's the problem. And you just answered with another question. But man, so no, what we were asking you for is any proof of curvature or rotation. Do you not understand how if you had that, this conversation would already be over? You've already admitted when you went through the 3 points with Napalm that the globe is a belief for you. You have no proof of curvature or rotation. You just admitted that again, when your best proof is just to say the Earth is a globe with no explanation, no proof, no evidence whatsoever. So do you not understand how it makes your arguments very questionable when you're sitting here trying to attack us, which really means nothing to us, just so you know. Like, we really don't care what your opinion of us is. Like, we know who we are. We know what the truth is. We know there's no evidence of the globe. You're the one who's not getting it. So where's the disconnect between you admitting the globe is a belief and then still trying to attack us when we're here trying to help you to see? You've admitted it. How many times has he admitted it this afternoon? Like 10 or more times you've admitted you have no scientific evidence for the globe. It's only a belief. So why do you still insist that, man, so I'm almost done. Why do you still insist that there's some kind of deficit with flat earthers when we're the ones here trying to get you to engage your will, logic, and reason to observe the world around you and to get the way you describe it to match up with reality, not just with a belief because of a story you saw on TV or you believed from an authority. So yeah, if you want to just believe it because everybody else says so and because it's easier for you, because you obviously must be afraid of, like, other people making fun of you or something. There's no why you come in here and be the way you are. I mean, your only argument is making fun of other people. It's very weak position in the world. Like, you would be way better off if you could go out in the world and declare things, not just try to tear other people down. It doesn't work with us because we're resilient people, because we're grounded in reality and so on. So I don't know if it works for you other places, but I can't really think that it does. So maybe just consider re-examining your beliefs that have no evidence and think, oh, maybe I should find out what's really going on in this world. Would you consider doing that, Manso?
You're not resilient people. You just mute
Oh
everyone who
my
you think
goodness.
is right.
Oh my goodness. That's what you got out of what I said? Really? Okay, I'm done with this guy. You guys have fun. But maybe you'll think about what I said maybe late at night, and maybe something will get through to you. I don't know what to tell you, man. So if that's what you got out of what I said, but you're going to try to attack the idea that we're resilient people. I mean, you want us to present evidence because we could all day long, but we're not going to, because this is about you. And if you even had a tiny bit of humanity left in you, you would realize that there's something to this, that there's something to these arguments, and they need to be explored further. So, we'll just see.
Man, so that's what I think. What we're going to do is to give you a chance to answer this question, okay? And it won't be yes or no. You can explain it how you want to. If you do not answer the question that's being asked, though, I think we've almost reached the time where we're going to have to retire your mic for a little bit, or you're just going to have to control yourself and sit out for a little bit, because you're going to have to be honest, right? Or it's just a waste of time. So I'm going to ask you up. I'm just going to ask you, and if you can be honest and pass this test, then maybe we'll let you continue to talk and just be free again. But you're really testing my patience. If we see mountains from 255 miles away, and based on the globe Earth math, they should be blocked by 3 miles of vertical up and down Earth curvature. Yet we can see the mountains, and they should be blocked by a mile above the top of the mountains. Yet we can see all of them and even the shoreline. How is that possible on a globe?
What the hell is a mile? You mean a kilometer?
No, I don't mean a...
Okay,
Are there any other new people in here? Anybody in YouTube that wants to come in? Discord.gg/flat earth. We'd love to talk to you about your globe. If you've got any evidence to present for us, we would love to hear it. Oh, Adam Unsalted has this great meme. I got to put it up here. He made it in the memes competition. I'm going to put it up here in a minute. But yeah, if there's anybody else, because your buddy here, he's struggling here, man. So he even said, he's 1 against 40 or whatever he said. It's like, come on, guys, you're leaving him to struggle out here by himself, completely unequipped to defend the fantasy globe. Is there no one else?
Yeah.
Are there no other contenders?
Hopefully you can come with something better than what's a mile.
Yeah. I mean, if you think you can muster up the honesty to answer the question, I guess at someone in the text chat and we'll consider it. But you've been allowed to run amok much too long, and like she told you, we actually utilize these type of interactions to show people how to never respond to this information, and they get to see, oh, I never want to be on that side, where I impulsively have to lie, make stuff up, try to distract, be dishonest, and insult the other person personally over and over and over.
Ad hoc.
that say that I woke them up to flat Earth was saying that they stumbled upon a debate I had, and the other person's body language and behavior is what made them realize it. Like that there was something to the Earth. Like most of my emails. So you're a good example, bro.
Yes, thank you for that, Witsit. This young man is an example of what I call like a simpleton, and I say that with no disrespect, but just to say that he has no idea how to articulate his understanding or beliefs, but he relies on the experts to do so.
Yeah, I mean,
Does
there's
that-
something. Yeah, there's such a thing as the consensus state, and people who have not gotten into an individuated state, it's literally impossible for them to. It's a thing they have to go through. Like he hasn't gone through it. Like he is literally wed to the consensus state. Whatever they say is true. He's just going to go for it, and that's fine. Like not everybody can handle it. That's perfectly fine. We can still. I will do my best to be kinder to him. I'm sorry, Manso, if you feel like I was too harsh on you. Sometimes I do that just a little bit, like just to see like. Is there any chance of waking him up, like, by getting back? Like, your method of communication is putting other people down, like I said, tearing them down, attacking other people, not really looking at the arguments, and so on. So, like, sometimes you think, like, whoa, that gets through to him then if I talk to him in his language? Will he get anything? If I give him a truth that I've been holding back from him because I don't want to be too mean, even though it's glaringly obvious to everyone in the room, will that help him? And in your case, I would say it wouldn't. So I'm going to stop doing it, and I will try to be kinder to you. But Manso, if you need anything in the server going forward, just let me know. And if you ever want any more information or decide to start, questioning things, there's plenty of people here who will help you. There's A to Z channels down at the bottom. If there's anyone listening who would like to come in and feels like they're ready to have an actual discussion, without logical fallacies and so on, and a back and forth with anyone, we welcome you in. And so I hope you stick around.
Actually, I would consider him something different. I would consider him a normie, one of the laymen's who's like off the street, who perhaps is too busy with his career to even contemplate reality because what he is working for him.
That's right. Yep. And so that's fine. So what we tell people like you then, Manso, is that's fine. Just, stay watching your TV, saying it's a globe, chanting that over and over, stick with your religion that you don't realize is a religion. You'll get great feedback from everyone around you. I don't really know why you've hung out here as long as you have. What are you trying to get out of this, Manso? Are you trying to convince us that
I'm
this is
seeing
a globe?
if you're actually serious or is this just a meme.
Oh, okay. So what's your diagnosis? Are we serious?
I want to kill myself.
Well, it's not that big of a deal.
I think
does every other Muslim.
Go see a therapist, but
So does every other Muslim that you called a paedophile earlier also.
Again, I say, are there no other contenders? This is the best you guys have to defend your globe. Seriously, come on.
Well,
any proof of curvature, any rotation.
Manso, I want you to understand, bro. We don't want you to jump in unless you're going to answer the last question I asked you, okay? And I don't even think you have let it soak in. I don't think that you're in a state of mind to even be able to hear and understand things.
Repeat it.
Okay. If we see mountains from 255 miles away, the globe Earth says it should be blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature. How did we see the mountains all the way to the shore?
Upside down.
Less water, probably.
Less water, probably.
Oh my God, you got it right. You got it right. Oh my days. Well done. You got it right. You got it right.
In a way. Less water in the air, so it's clearer. So see further. You're right.
So welcome to Flat Earth.
Globe, though.
Snacks in the back. Snacks in the back, all the Peters that want to kill you on the left. I mean, Muslims. Shit.
I just want to say, do not kill yourself. We all have bad days. Tomorrow's going to be a better day.
Absolutely. And there's a suicide hotline you can call. if you have problems. Good advice, Godric.
And this might come as a shocker, but you actually also can entertain the possibility of being honest.
I got proof of sphericity.
Wow.
Sphericity?
Oh, yeah. Using an accepted premise, means, and methodology with measurement, I have proven my kitchen is spherical.
Liar.
So you're using a method like the one that I'm uploading right now. It's 69 megabytes, so it's going to take a while.
That's not. I should
Yeah,
take
well,
about
no, I use the same method that they use. I use the same method that they use to claim it's a globe. And I have measured,
69
used that method,
megabyte.
and therefore, that being accepted premise, my kitchen is also a globe.
Is that why every time you make an omelet, you try to make an omelet, you're dropping the eggs on the floor because you use your kitchen as a sphere?
MC.
Has nothing to do with me being a bad cook. That's correct. It's been spherical this whole time.
Can I eat?
I guess you just couldn't even tell. It's like it's spherical, but you just can't tell.
It's just such a big sphere.
Yeah, you just never can actually see that it's a sphere anywhere.
Well, no, according to my kitchen refraction, which is a variation of 7/6 of my kitchen, yeah, it makes it look flat. So we can get the measurements that need to be flat.
Damn, how do you take a shower?
Well, now we have it's a form of gravity in my kitchen that pulls everything to the center of my kitchen.
But you have a pretty big kitchen.
And like a drain in the middle.
No, my kitchen is only 85 inches in radius.
That's big.
Wow, man. So, like, I guess since your kitchen's a sphere, but you can't even tell ever, it actually might be spinning around and you can't tell either.
Hold on one sec.
Definitely spinning.
Put a gyro that establishes its own rigidity. If we see it ever change, then we'll know that your kitchen is actually spinning.
Wait, shit, if I sent you the videos of those gyroscopic balls that have got like inside of them, they're made of like carbon fiber. They've got like propellers, so that when you throw them in the air, they obviously show rigidity in free space. Because like whatever bias you place into the spinning gyroscope before you throw it into the air, it does the exact opposite motions using obviously the way the gyroscope works with the precession of the ring and that, etc., right? And effectively, it returns back to your hand in midair. Like you throw it up in the air and it flies around. It's like a circle, like a boomerang, and returns to your hand as a sphere. Pretty awesome.
You ever done that with a spinning wheel and thrown a spinning wheel up in the air like a frisbee?
Yes.
And you notice that it flies up and comes right back at you? Yeah.
So if your kitchen is 89 inches radius, that's the measurement that you said, or everything should be rolling off everything. There should be like things falling down the hill.
What?
And how do you know that's not actually a bathroom?
It was a bathroom, but they converted it into a kitchen. That's doable.
Without knowing if it was a sphere or not? Come on, give me a break.
And that makes no sense. The rest did, but that didn't. I made this new PC. I got a new computer. So
Everything, if you build a building and that's the radius of your kitchen, everything should be on the walls because they will be contained and falling down the hill, but it'll be contained with the wall. You just do the math and make the kitchen a sphere. That's it. So we're gonna use this moment of silence for the ISS. It's gonna be retired and crash into the oceans of the Earth. Rest in peace. Or
Probably
IP
the Bermuda
ISS.
Triangle as well. Did you hear about all the other space so-called spacecrafts that for some reason, due to spatial storms, have somehow started to crash, land, and explode and stuff like that?
Yeah,
Basically,
apparently
so
40 satellites from Starlink were damaged by a storm up in the skies, and it damaged the satellites, and they fell down back to Earth, like everything.
they're probably
Hey,
related
if
to
you're
that
looking,
Freedom of Information Act on the
So were the
ISS.
balloons recovered or not?
Who knows? They probably landed
Hey
in the
guys,
Bermuda Triangle, the same place they're probably going to send the ISS.
in the
so what they showed about this Saturday, it's kind of interesting because I think there was some type of event that something was falling from the sky, some lights, or I don't know what it was, but there's apparently some footage, and they're saying, yeah, this is what it is. It's 40 satellites that got damaged and they're falling. So that footage, they might be saying that was satellites, but it's probably something else that happened, some observable phenomena from the skies. And now they're saying that in a certain day they're gonna do that something similar is gonna happen to the ISS. That should be an event because that's a big. Supposedly that's a huge craft. So if it starts falling from the sky into the atmosphere, it should be visible and it should be some type of event. And they're gonna say, yeah, that was the ISS, something like that. That's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of weird, that space stuff. That kind of sounds. It points for some type of event that we might see in the sky, and they'll say, "Yep, the ISS is falling. That's why you're seeing this."
Well, if
hey
there
guys,
never was an ISS ever, and they've been asked to prove that the ISS to investigate it, someone might want to just destroy it to make sure there's no evidence left.
hey guys, just so you know, I put evidence of my curved kitchen, my spherical kitchen. I'm sorry, my spherical kitchen in the live stream voice text. It's an entire video. Unicorn actually done the measurements for me and the math.
Well, you could have just used garlic toast.
Well, I'm thorough.
Hey, how do you make flatbread on a sphere kitchen?
Well, nobody's claiming the ground underneath the bread is curved. See, that's the trick. But it's still a sphere.
How does bread rise if gravity's real?
I didn't make up the story, guys. I just used it in practice to prove my kitchen was a sphere.
If gravity can hold bodies of water in a curved shape, and Kansas is flatter than a pancake, why is it not at the bottom of a lake?
You're asking why it's not flat at the bottom of a lake?
On a ball, like they claim the water can hold its shape to the ball and create the sphere. So a flat spot on the ball would necessarily be a container for water in their idea. So Kansas being flatter than a pancake would mean that it would just contain water.
I guess I'd have to work that out. You're saying that a flat container would contain the water if Kansas was flatter than a pancake?
No,
I
I'm
think you'd
saying
be
if the
silly.
globe were true and gravity were holding water in a spherical hill, even though
Okay.
water cannot support itself, then any flat surface on the ball would automatically become a container for water.
With a round dome of water on the top of the flat container, you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I
And the
guess
bigger the flatness, the more pronounced and obvious that would be. So Kansas would be at the bottom of a lake, according to the Globers.
I guess I could see that reasoning potentially.
The whole of the USA is actually flatter than a pancake, so that whole bit should be a lake. I first thought of this when I looked at the salt flats,
Maybe
because salt flats get flooded, and the average height of the water is about a meter. So there isn't a giant bulge in the middle of the salt flat like you would expect on a ball. So it doesn't really work.
Are we talking about Bolivia or Bonneville? They both flood.
I think it was Bolivia.
Okay, because the Bonneville, it's the same thing. I know they're just
Well, and also
bigger
when
salt
you say
flats in Bolivia.
and when you say like a bulge in the middle of it, and you're comparing it to the water depth. I mean, unfortunately, according to the globe, even if the bulge was there, the water would still maintain the same depth.
Oh, plus I think it's not even a foot deep. I think it's like super shallow, like you look like Jesus walking everywhere.
Yeah, it can go up to a meter, I think, at most, but it can generally be a lot less. But the point is that it's equal across the whole flat, and it doesn't vary based on any gravity creating any hills of water or bulges, so they're screwed. Otherwise, we wouldn't get these kind of reflections. They would be distorted because the ground wouldn't be a flat mirror reflecting. It would be bulging like in a circus mirror.
I like the Bonneville pictures better because there's a lot more land features, and like the reflections look a lot cooler. Here.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, everyone knocks the states, but we got every single landscape here. We have desert, we have jungle, we have rainforest. We actually have what's it called? The cold rainforest. It's in Olympia National Forest. Gets down to like 38 degrees, and it's raining, and the whole thing is covered in moss. It's really pretty.
No to Joe Biden.
The what?
Joe Biden.
Say Joe Biden?
Yes, Joe Biden.
What about him?
He's a pedo. He worship.
Oh, I mean, water is wet.
I mean Joe Biden.
What about the rice price in China?
Joe Biden says under 18, no marriage. That's bad. No Joe
But
Biden.
we're not here to talk about Joe Biden and that. What do you think?
Yeah,
But
I
the
don't
earth
care.
is flat. It's a fact. No need to discuss none. Let's discuss about Joe.
Yeah, anyone who wants power is a bad guy. So it's a fact. So we don't have to discuss that. So let's not talk about negative things. Let's talk about positive things.
Let's get it.
Okay.
What positive? I can't think.
Like something intellectually stimulating.
Babies. Eating food while having too happy.
Don't let it get you down. It's only the globe burning. We found it that it's not turning. No, not turning at all.
Hello?
You won't come around.
Hello.
Can I ask you something?
Me? Yes.
I don't know anyone who believes the earth is flat.
It's not
Yes,
a belief.
Arabi.
Sure, I'll take you. What's up?
Wait, you're Arabian? Are you also Muslim?
Yes.
When was Aisha's age when Prophet Muhammad married her?
9.
Okay, isn't that considered pedophilia?
Wasn't that a
Because you
ceremonial
follow
marriage?
the rules of the government. Who said you can't marry if you're not 18? Government.
So pedophilia is a social construct.
Hold on.
No, pedophilia is a
Hold on,
government.
guys. Hold on. Wasn't that a betrothal anyway?
Oh, what?
Wasn't that a betrothal? A promise
Pedophilia
to
is a government term.
a promisal marriage. Look, man, you got to don't interrupt. Wasn't Muhammad and Aisha, wasn't that a promise to marry? Because it's a betrothal. That's what a marriage is.
They married
She's an adult. She was adult.
at 9.
Yes.
Yeah, for all of history, children have been being betrothed for all of history. But a betrothal is not is like marriage, but there's no sex or anything like that. It's just a promise that when they're of age, they're going to bear you children.
Ah, I get it. Okay, whatever. What part of Arabia are you from?
Me, Palestine. Free Palestine.
Wait. So Israel? Okay, I'm joking.
كيف حالك؟
هل أنت تصدق أن
الأرض
الأرض مسطحة؟
Yes, نعم. Of course.
أنت غبي.
شكرا.
This
Discuss with
guy
them.
actually believes that the earth is flat and he's Arabian.
Aye. Goodbye. See you later. Discuss with them, boy. Bye.
You're a humiliation to Arabs.
So, you keep speaking about this belief in your mind, this preconcept assumption of that you know something about people in here, and you're saying that people here believe the earth is flat or something like that.
Yes, the people here believe the earth is flat, which is, in my opinion, not really
Not a
smart.
belief.
It's not a belief.
Wait, my fact versus your belief.
Oh, hold on. You don't have any facts. What you have are interpolations.
My fact is a fact. Your opinion is not a fact until it's proven.
No,
So
what
try
you
to
have
prove
are
it
what
to
you
me.
have are interpolations. You don't have any facts. What?
You're
Give
using
me a
big
fact.
words.
Give me a fact. Give me a fact.
Okay, I will give you one fact. The Earth
Give me
is a
one.
globe.
No, I said give me a fact. That's something that can prove that.
I just gave you a fact. I don't know what you want from me.
It's not a fact because it hasn't been proved. How would you prove it?
It has been proven, unlike yours.
How?
Give me a
No,
proof.
no, no. I'm
Give me a
asking
proof.
you. You're the one making the claim. What we experience is what we experience. I'm asking you to tell me what your claim is.
Okay, my claim is that. You already know what my claim is. Why are you asking me?
Yeah, I want proof for your claim. What is it?
You want me to prove to you that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you obviously didn't do enough research, but if you Google, there's like a million results.
No, I asked for proof. I didn't ask for pictures.
How do you want me to give you proof? Do you want me to like fly you to the
No.
atmosphere?
Are you saying you can't measure it?
Hey, Beam, I just want to let you know that this guy, he had like a couple of hours, maybe 3 hours. Like, we were done with him. Just so have fun with him for his second time.
Okay. I'll just have some fun with him.
It's his second
Okay.
time, yeah.
All right, cool.
Listen, unlike you,
Manso, how do we
you're,
experience the Earth, Manso? How do we
insecurely
experience it?
about being a flat earther, which is
How do we?
obvious.
I'm not a flat earther though, so that's a problem, isn't it?
Oh, you're like what? A cube earther now?
No, I'm not.
What
I'm
are
asking you, what do you experience?
I experience living in an Earth that is a globe. Now, let
You
me ask
experience the
you.
globe. Now, how did you? Well, hold
after-
on. No, I asked you what you experience. How do you experience a globe? You've made a claim.
I mean, well, you know,
You
we are
drive
too
over it. Do you have
small.
to navigate over it? Do you navigate over it or measure it?
We are too small to notice something that's
Okay,
like this
so what
big.
you're presenting me is something unfalsifiable, then, right?
Listen, if you go up,
Well,
will
you just
see
said
it.
we're too small to see it,
Yes,
but then you know it's there, so that's
yes,
unfalsifiable.
it's not because
That's
people actually went
unfalsifiable,
up.
which means it violates the very first principle of science. I can throw it out.
People
I don't
went.
even have to consider it.
How? People went up.
If you can't physically prove it, I don't even have to consider it. How are you yourself going to physically prove it? Do you even have that knowledge? What's the circumference? What's the circumference of the Earth? Why don't you tell me that?
Okay, so I just
If
grab
you
a
can't tell me the circumference of, we're just going to end the conversation here permanently.
You don't know the circumference of flat
24,901 miles. Why would there be a
And you measured it
circumference?
with like a
Why
ruler.
would there be a circumference to a plane?
Wait, when you were measuring
How
it,
do you have a
did
circumference
you-
on the ground unless you're measuring two-dimensionally?
when you finished measuring it, did you go to the edge and you nearly fell over?
Who said anything about an edge?
Then what's in the edge of the flat Earth?
What are you talking about? What edge? Why are you saying there's an edge?
There has to be an end to a flat
Why?
Earth.
Why?
So
Where's
it
the
just
end of
goes
your
in-
universe? So you have
so
a
it just
universe
goes
that you believe.
infinite?
Hold on. You have a universe. Where's the edge of the universe?
It always keeps expanding. It never
It
stops
always
expanding.
keeps expanding. So again, there's something you're claiming that you could never ever test.
It's tested and it's
You're
proven.
making a claim that can never be tested or experienced scientifically.
It's proven scientifically. Flat Earth is
So
not
hold on.
science,
So
it's
you've
stupidity.
someone actually sent a probe to the edge of the universe to say that it's expanding.
They analyzed the nearby resources to find out what is happening to the far.
Nearby the sources. Explain. I need you to explain. Was that through parallax trigonometry? What was it?
Probably quantum science physics or something.
Quantum science physics. You're a retard. See ya.
You know, I have PhD.
He's been going on like this for more than 2 hours.
Yeah, I deafened him and muted him so that he can't even listen in unless he's on the YouTube channel.
All right. Ah, wow, that was a long run.
Him and his
With
friend are both
Manso,
crazy sophists.
with the combo with
Quantum science physics. Love it.
This guy's not even good at sophistry, though.
No, I like people who are good at sophistry because they're fun, right?
Yeah, the other guy was better at sophistry in general. This guy's just, I'm sad to say it, just dumb.
He's a retard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that he came looking for an argument about pointing people as pedophiles or something. He wanted to talk about pedophilia in here.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm not even a Muslim, and I adequately defended that. Right?
Correct.
Can somebody show him the verses in the Quran that explain a flat, stationary Earth? Maybe he'll believe the religion if he doesn't believe the science.
Yeah, he's not. That guy's not a Muslim, though. That we were just talking to.
No,
He talks about Allah. I think he's a Muslim.
No, he said, yeah, but he accused Muhammad
talked
of being
trash about religion
a
in general,
pedophile. So he was bashing Islam, is what he was doing.
Yeah, he was.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So he's not.
And I don't.
Science.
Yeah, and I'm not Muslim, but I'm not going to let people bash a religion in here.
Yeah, he was an atheist from a Muslim country.
Right.
He's a yellow jacket from France, guys.
A yellow
He's
jacket?
one of the main
I didn't
things.
know. I didn't know you were allowed to be an atheist in most of those countries, though. Like, I thought that was capital
you have
punishment.
to keep it secret. You have to keep it secret.
No, that's why they go to Europe to be able to do that.
Yeah,
atheism isn't even actually a thing. Atheism doesn't exist.
Look, there's a very small amount of extremely talented, intelligent atheists, but over 80% of them have a sub 80 IQ, and I'm not making that up. Them straight facts. It's from a survey that was done by an Indian doctor in England like 12 years ago or something. They found out that atheists are mostly complete morons.
So that's in the sheeple range.
Yeah, of course.
And their means
Hey,
prove
don't-
To be
it.
honest,
Please don't
sub
insult
80
sheep.
is
Call them what they are. They're
retarded.
cattle, not sheep.
To be honest, sub 80
I hate.
is.
Sorry. Yeah, I hate that sheep have been bashed the way they are. Anyone who's raised sheep,
they're smart.
knows that that's not how they are. They're smart and they're rebellious.
Cows are stupid and beast-like.
Cows are
Yep.
stupid and do everything you say. These people are cattle, not sheep.
Cattle. Moo.
Yeah. Just take me to the slaughterhouse. Moo. Because you don't
But wait,
slaughter
is
lamb.
atheism-
You don't slaughter sheep, do you? You don't slaughter sheep, do you? You fleece them.
No, but we slaughter pigs and we slaughter cows. Chickens too.
I get that people say that they're atheists or whatever, but is it actually a thing?
No, there's no
Like,
such thing as atheism.
yeah.
You literally cannot be an atheist because the position that is required is literally agnosticism. Because
Agreed.
how they define atheism is a non-position, and the non-position would be the withholding of a conclusion, which is agnosticism. Because the atheist cannot make a positive claim that atheism is true. Therefore, he has to, by definition of the term, be an agnostic.
Exactly.
So they're really suffering from a what is the fallacy where you have the same definition but two different terms? I can't believe I forgot the name of the fallacy. Identification or
double
equivocation.
Not equivocation.
A false equivalence?
No, not a false equivalence. It has to do with identity.
Identity crisis.
That's better. It's let me find out what it is. Oh, I can't believe it.
Incredulity?
Oh man, no, not incredulity. It is. Hold on, I'll be back in a minute because this is gonna bug me.
But yeah, you're right. It's ironic. They can't say that they know there is no creator. So it's like it's not even actually a thing that exists. Really dumb. Of course they have lower IQs. It's just the worldview is dumb.
That
Yeah, but I
fallacy, we
thought
forget the name of the fallacy. Sorry, go ahead.
I thought if you have an IQ lower than 80, you get a check for being retarded.
Yeah. Well, I'll say, like, I think that a lot of people haven't actually even intellectualized that part of their worldview, as crazy as it is. So you'll have some that have higher IQs, you know? Like, they think they're atheists, but they haven't even actually intellectually dissected it. So you can have a decently high IQ and be willfully ignorant simultaneously.
The fool says
Yeah,
in his heart
IQ.
there is no God.
IQ is not equivalent to education, right?
Yeah, well,
Intelligence
that
and
introduces
education
the
aren't
other
the
reason
same.
that introduces the other reason I think atheism's not actually a thing is because the fool says in his heart, well, what does his like subconscious spirit say? So I think that everyone knows there's a creator.
Yep.
They don't know exactly how to characterize it, you know, consciously. Well, some don't, I would say. Does that make sense? So, I mean, you can't tell me that there's someone that exists that doesn't know there's, let's say, for example, linear code of ethics or like moral objectivity. They can try to argue it, but they know there is objectively a linear code of ethics, objective standards of morality.
I think most atheists just straw man what God is and then beat up that straw man and claim that they're an atheist. Like, there's no guy in the clouds with a white beard, so I'm an atheist because I can't prove that there's a guy in the clouds with a white beard. So they straw man what God is.
Exactly. So
Well,
all
in that,
they've done is attack a certain version or characterization of a god, but you know, that's
yes,
it.
Trace,
I mean, I don't,
thank you. That's it right there. Ugh. Definist fallacy.
Is that
Yep,
it?
that's it.
The
Yeah,
etymological one?
yeah, the Socratic fallacy. Because they take a position. What's funny is the original definition of atheism was one that was very easy to defend because it simply meant you lived without God. It was a life choice, right? Like you
Godless, yeah.
could believe the gods existed. You've just chosen to be godless, and that was what the atheist was. And so it was just a lifestyle. Then it became there is no God, and that did not last very long. That lasted maybe 120 years or so. And then in the 1970s, Anthony Flew redefined what like modern atheism is into they don't believe in God, which that is literally the definition of agnosticism, is just a lack of belief because you don't have the information to make a conclusion.
Exactly.
See,
Ag,
yes,
not
it's
having, and gnosis, knowledge.
right. If I said Bigfoot does not exist, that is not the same thing as saying I don't believe in Bigfoot. Because a lack of a belief and the positive claim that there is no are mutually exclusive. You can't have both of those. You can't be, because the positive claim is an absolute. The softer part actually excludes the ability to have that positive claim. So there's not even any such thing as like an agnostic atheist. There's no such thing. Oh, I lean atheist, but I'm an agnostic. No, you're just an agnostic. That's it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the reason it had to progress like that was because it's just such lunacy to say that, like, to make the claim that there's no God. So that's why it's progressed into this watered down conflation.
Yeah, and so what happens is they make it impossible to have a conversation because they keep switching back and forth between the two. But that I think that's generally why low IQ people are attracted to it.
Well, the brainwashed don't have to wonder.
No, they don't. It's like that
So if you're
idiot came in
capable
here.
of wondering,
And they have nothing up there anyways, right?
It's like the guy who came in here, Manzo, and said, we're a bunch of flat earthers. I said, I'm not a flat earther because I don't know what the earth is. The earth? How do I know the earth is anything that I would understand? To have any kind of form or shape that I could comprehend from outside of it, for me to say it's this shape or it's that shape. I couldn't do that. It's literally beyond my ability to observe the earth in total to make any kind of claim. All I can say is that what we experience is a plane and what we measure is a plane. And I don't know anything beyond that.
Shape implies measurement.
It does.
I've done
Because
a lot
shape,
of digging.
once you've got geometry, that's it.
I've done a lot of digging in the dirt, like in the earth, for instance, putting in drain fields, leach fields, shit like that, putting in footings. But one thing is you always dig down and then bring it up to level and then to grade.
Yeah.
If you don't have it to grade, then it's not correctly. Now, why do you have to have a grade if it's a ball? Makes no sense. But on a flat plane, you have to have a grade. Otherwise, water will stand still and back up in the pipe and you have problems.
Yeah, how could you have a grade at all on any kind of a spherical surface? It's like an Alice and Bob like kind of situation.
And you know, the thing that really like convinced me is I'm underneath a house, setting piers and setting the jacks and leveling it, and I'm using this hose, not really understanding how it works. But at the end of the job, I asked the guy, "So how does this thing work?" "Oh, well, water's level." I go, "Yeah, but why and how does that work?" And he goes, "Because that's how it is." And it ended up getting down to it to where he goes, "Well, maybe the Earth's just flat, dude. Think about it." So, and this was an older guy. He was about maybe 63, and he's the one that told me. He's retired now, but shit, that's how a water level works with the datum. Is water's level no matter what. It's going to be at the same height as the datum in that tube. So, I mean, it's just like some people just have never had hands-on experience with like the real world and how things are built and how things are actually done.
That's because
Like, yeah.
atheists can't get jobs.
Well, houses don't have to be exactly square, but it's got to be good enough. Otherwise,
Well, you
nothing's
want
going to land.
your limit. You kind of want to be 1/16 to 1/4 out of square maximum. Yeah.
But I mean, it's you don't have to be like dead on engineering. It's almost impossible.
No, you don't need it to be within a 1/10,000th of an inch, like you're building a motor.
I mean, like, but they don't know anything. The only research that they do is typing on Google, and you can type on Google, you know, what is the first globe, and it'll come up with some model of the globe. But when you use DuckDuckGo and you ask what is the first globe, it'll come up with a Shakespeare playhouse. And the fact that Shakespeare was the one that coined the term globe, he invented it, meaning theater. The world is a stage, right? The world is a globe.
Isn't the winged disc though? Isn't that not a disc? That's a globe.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a flying orb.
Yeah,
right. And that's the thing is they didn't use the term spheres; they used the term orbs, right?
Right.
Wasn't the first globe 1492?
Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know. I can't validate that. So
Yeah, I think you're talking about the one that burnt down.
The first globe they can find in history is from 1492. So my point is, it took 1,800 years to build what they thought we lived on, or did they not believe that? Now there are these orbs. You said orbs. There are these orbs from the Roman times, but they're not the globe that They're it's a snow globe. You live inside. It was never
yeah,
you live around it.
right. The word globe is anglicized, but globus is an old word. It's Latin. So globe was just a derivation of globus, but I don't think globus was meant for like perfect sphere. I think it would just meant like roughly ballish, you know.
There's some pictures of like a teenager holding like a orb from the like, right before the Renaissance times, like paintings. But this is, if you look at the picture, it's not a globe you live on the outside. You live on the inside, like a snow globe. I just want to make that clear. There are these snow globes pictures that shows a flat land inside of a glass ball.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Not a globe.
I'm talking about something different. It's 1592 is when this was made. It was a playhouse to do Shakespearean plays.
Okay, can you put a link for me, please?
Yeah, I just did. There is another reference, and I do DuckDuckGo, and it has different search results. Hang on.
I'll be honest, I haven't looked up information in years. I just go into conversations. It's just on the fly because I don't know what's going to happen.
And the globe, it's like one of these Pantheon or Parthenon type looking buildings with natural light coming in. But we're oftentimes reminded of a quote, and we can't really pinpoint who created it, but it's a Shakespeare thing. It's from one of his plays from the Globe Theater. The whole world is a stage, right? And we are all just actors acting upon it. So,
well,
you've lived
you know, depending on your particular interpolation of him saying that, you could take that either way. You could take that as him literally saying the world is a stage and we're just actors on it, or you can take that as him saying everything's planned and get all Alex Jones on it. That could actually go either way.
I think they took the idea and went with it. Yeah, they took the meme and made it reality.
I actually don't believe in like direct conspiracy. I believe in general conspiracy, kind of just a second nature of mankind. I don't think there's like a plan.
Yeah.
I think humans are acting in a nature that they can't even control.
Yeah, but I still think that the ones that are in charge are setting stages and they're going out of the Bible like it's a playbook, just so that they can deceive people to think that the season is upon us, so that they can bring in their new world order. Know what I mean? Their new world order.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about any of it. It whatever happens. It doesn't bother me.
But they've been working on it so long, and it's been failing every time they do it. So perhaps they shouldn't have a plan.
Well, like I said, do they even have one? Maybe that's the big joke, is that there is no plan.
I look at it in both ways, to be honest. I look at it as in the way where, like, people with family ties, blood ties, they can have a long-term plan because it's gonna be passed down to their family, right? Like I could see that happening, where like a bloodline will have a certain plan, but then the people that are like just like their plans are within their lifetime. They're trying to accomplish things in their lifetime, because of ego or whatever. So I kind of see it both ways, where it's like a little bit of both, and I think it's a lot of fuckery. Like the people with long plans, and then the people with no plans, kind of just going off the cuts.
Yeah, I see your guys' point of view. Makes sense.
Jesus. We just missed Hank. He was in here, wasn't he? Okay. Hank was in here just a little bit ago. Hold on a second. Let's see, where is... Go to manage. Oh my God, we have so many there. Hey, Drace. Drace,
Yeah, what's up?
check your rolls.
Oh my God.
Congratulations, man.
Apparently I have the power.
Use it.
Has he got his anal swab so we know he's cleared?
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
You can say hey to everybody in the mod room, too, if you want. In the super secret mod room.
Secret Squirrel headquarters, man. Has it been warm today for everyone, or just me?
Warm here.
Felt beautiful today.
Got up to like 81. I was like, wow.
I just want to say that
Say that again, Gutter.
Well, I'm glad he got that off his chest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say that. There, I did it perfect. Guys, I'm going to tell you all the super secret way to make as much money as you. Did y'all get that? All right.
Wait, could you say it again?
Yeah, so the other day I was finding.
Now everyone's going to start doing it. Hank Hill.
Hank Hill, what? What? What'd you
No,
say, man?
I'm pinging Hank. He wasn't on. I'm going to give him mod while he's off. There we go.
What's he doing? Are you
Just as
trying
a
to find?
joke.
Oh, I see. I want to help.
I think his shift starts in a couple hours. Unless he's got the day off. I don't think he gets very many of those.
What's up? Where'd everybody go?
We're just chilling.
Oh, I didn't mean to see you. Sorry. Hi, honey. Sorry. I'm seeing you.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for the beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity, hell bent on vanity. You gave it for sanity, freedom lost rapidly. You gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies with scrutiny, objective reality, a global fatality, public pageantry. Lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny, me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from thee, a heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me, it doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? They stole in your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea, we're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge is free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in break and take a knee, stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points, 3, undeniably. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality with genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
It's all good though. Better to be a noob than to not be trying hard. You're getting better, bro. You're getting way better. Like it.
I love the part where he sings, "No matter what you do, it measures flat." I love that part, man. That's genius. I love that.
Yeah, I love Chocolate Saiyan and CB and all the other guys' music. I'm just hoping my stuff inspires them a little bit just to make their stuff, because I feel my stuff sucks compared to theirs. But they like my stuff, so and don't like their own stuff as much. So I'm like, just make more because I love your stuff. I think everybody has that. Everybody who's not really hyper narcissistic or super far gone on that spectrum tends to just find things they like in other people's things more easily than in their own. Versus in their own, they see their own mistakes and problems more easily. Like, I know I'm not perfect, but to me it all sounds really bad.
I was going to ask you about that because you seem to be so brave when you put it up and you're in the room when people listen to it, and you know, no one complains, of course. But I'm saying, you know, like that's got to take a lot of balls, even though people wouldn't think so, right?
It would have back in the day. I shattered my ego a while back, and then I watched C put out his music, and then I was like, oh, I can just try to do something, and like I gotta at least be as brave as C. So just face your fears and get over it. And I had a hard time talking on the mic in the beginning. I couldn't even record myself in front of anyone. So it's really helped me. Just taking one step further than you feel comfortable with.
What were you going to say, Jenny?
What's up?
Were you going to say something right before?
Oh, I might have, but it's all good. I was just gonna ask Drace, do you have anything that you do like right before you like perform, record yourself, or whatever?
No, I just
Okay.
when I feel dissonance or these kinds of fear or anything, I face it. I want to face it and get through it so that it doesn't hinder me anymore. That's why like I just try to go for it. Just fuck it. kind of.
Kind of like just jumping into the cold water, even though you know it's cold as hell. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll flail around at first, and then I'll start to get the hang of it.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be participating in our local open mic night. And so I was able to get an instrumental. Well, I made an instrumental version of the song that I want to sing. So hopefully I can do it justice. But yeah, I get nervous. I know everybody does. But some are better at hiding it.
Yeah. I think practice makes perfect a lot in that sense. Like it's hardest when you haven't done it or you haven't done it in a long time. Like public speaking and that kind of stuff. If you're not used to speaking in front of a bunch of people or singing in front of a bunch of people, it's gonna be harder the first time. But the more you try it, the easier it gets.
But hey, congratulations on getting mod. Long time coming and well deserved.
Thank you. I'm happy to be part of the family.
Yes.
Yeah, congrats, Drace. Now you know what you got to do. You got to keep it moderated.
Now it's harder for me to push responsibility up the ladder.
Congratulations, Drace. If anyone deserves it, you do.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I like right where I'm at, actually.
Yeah, golds have got it pretty good now. Back in the day, when we first started, wasn't like that. Golds have way more power than when we first started.
Yeah, it's kind of like I got downgraded from being able to speak at precious metals. I still have all the same responsibilities. I could just see an extra channel. But now I can't speak during one of the nights.
Yeah.
So I lost that privilege. Yeah, but no, people can't say anything. My karma's correct, because now I'm a mod.
Yeah, but it's only 2 hours.
Good times, good times. If you guys are gonna say nothing, I'll just play something. I could play my logical fallacies videos I just made.
Yes. Yes. That's a great idea, Drace.
I second that.
I heard it.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes is the first one, and 13 minutes and 30 seconds is the second one.
We're good.
Welcome to my presentation on logic. I hope you enjoy. To start with, I feel it's important to understand the different types of reasoning. There are two main types used in the discipline of logic, and they are deductive reasoning and inductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning is an inferential process that supports a conclusion with certainty. Inductive reasoning is an inferential process providing support strong enough to offer a high probability, but not absolute certainty, for the conclusion. The attributes of a deductive argument are soundness and validity, and I will define those further, starting with validity. Validity is the attribute of deductive arguments that denotes logical strength. Validity is about the strength of the inference or reasoning between the premises and the conclusion. A deductive argument is valid when you have the following. If all its premises were true, then its conclusion must be true, by necessity. To determine if an argument is valid or invalid, not valid, first assume that the premises are true, even if they are not. Pretend that they are true, and ask yourself whether the conclusion would need to be true, assuming or pretending that the premises are true. Here's an example. Premise 1. All dogs are snakes. Premise 2. All snakes are birds. Conclusion. All dogs are birds. This is illogical or unsound, since the premises are obviously not true. But this is a valid argument regardless, because if all the premises were true, then the conclusion would follow by necessity. The argument therefore has logical strength or validity. Validity is about the form of the argument, not the truth of its premises. Valid arguments may have true premises and a true conclusion, or false premises and a false conclusion, or false premises and a true conclusion. But valid arguments can never have true premises and a false conclusion. In a valid deductive argument, if the premises are true, it is impossible for the conclusion to be false. It is important to keep in mind that just because an argument does have a possibly valid combination of premise-conclusion truth values, for example, true premises and true conclusions, it is not necessarily valid. It must also be logically strong. That example with dogs, snakes, and birds is valid because the true reasoning works. If those premises were true, the conclusion would necessarily follow. Even if the premises are true and the conclusion is true, it does not mean that the reasoning is valid. Here's an example of an argument with a true premise and a true conclusion, but the strength of the connection, the reasoning, from the premises to the conclusion is not valid. The conclusion happens to be true, but not due to any reason provided by those premises. The argument form is invalid, a formal logical fallacy. Premise 1. All dogs are mammals. Premise 2. All collies are mammals. Conclusion. All collies are dogs. This is a categorical syllogism and commits the fallacy of illicit minor, because the minor term is undistributed in the minor premise, but is distributed in the conclusion, as is easy to show by changing the variables. Premise 1. All platypus are mammals. Premise 2. All dogs are mammals. Conclusion. All dogs are platypuses then. Which is why it's important to learn about fallacies. But to summarize, a valid deductive argument is one where it would be impossible for the conclusion to be false, given that the premises were true. The conclusion follows necessarily from the logical connections or reasoning established by the premises. And now on to soundness. Soundness is the attribute of a deductive argument that denotes both the truth of its premises and its logical strength. A deductive argument is sound when it is valid and it has all true premises. For example, premise 1, all cats are mammals. Premise 2, all mammals are animals. Conclusion, all cats are animals. This argument is sound because 1, it is valid, the premises support the conclusion by necessity, and 2, all of the premises are actually true. On the other hand, the example used before to demonstrate validity with dogs, snakes, and birds is not sound, because it does not have all or actually any true premises, but its form is still valid. Sound arguments are rare in today's world, but we must still strive for soundness to remain reasonable. Moving on from deductive arguments to inductive arguments. There are two main attributes of inductive arguments: inductive strength and cogency. Inductive strength is the attribute of inductive arguments that denotes logical strength. An inductive argument is inductively strong when you have the following. If all its premises were true, then it is highly likely or probable that the conclusion would also be true. Strong and weak are the terms used to describe the possibility for the logical strength of inductive arguments. To determine if an argument is strong or weak, first assume that the premises are true, even if they are not. Pretend for now that they are true. Then ask yourself whether it is likely or probable that the conclusion would be true, assuming or pretending that those premises are true. Here's an example. Premise 1. Most peacocks eat oatmeal for breakfast. Premise 2. This bird is a peacock. Conclusion. Therefore, probably this bird eats oatmeal for breakfast. This argument is inductively strong, because if all its premises were true, then it would be highly likely or probable that its conclusion would also be true. Inductively strong arguments may have true premises and a true conclusion, or false premises and a false conclusion, or false premises and a true conclusion. Inductively strong arguments cannot have true premises and a false conclusion. To summarize, a strong inductive argument is one where it is improbable for the conclusion to be false given that the premises are true. A weak inductive argument is one where the conclusion probably would not follow from the premises if they were true. So we should strive to make strong inductive arguments, not weak arguments. On to cogency. Cogency is the attribute of inductive arguments that denotes the truth of its premises and its logical strength. An inductive argument is cogent when it is inductively strong and has all true premises. In this way, it mirrors soundness from earlier. On the other hand, the example from before concerning peacocks used to demonstrate inductive strength is not cogent, because it does not have all true premises. Here's another flawed example from Lumen Learning where they tried to make a cogent argument, but fail. Premise 1. Europa, a moon of Jupiter, has an atmosphere containing oxygen. Premise 2. Oxygen is required for life. Conclusion. Thus there may be life on Europa. This argument is far from cogent, yet the assumptions of the author made him assume it is. This argument is inductively strong if we assume it is all true. However, it is far from cogent, since premise 1 assumes Europa has an atmosphere containing oxygen, when that is unverifiable, so not a true premise. And premise 2 assumes oxygen is required for life, when actually there are many forms of life that don't require it. It is only most living things that do. So the conclusion is uncogent, showcasing how hard it is to make sound or cogent arguments. So let me try. Premise 1. Refraction causes chromatic aberration from collimated light, or sunlight. Premise 2. We don't see the expected chromatic aberration in long-range images that violate globe Earth geometry. Conclusion. Refraction is most likely not causing us to see beyond any curves. This argument is cogent because 1. It is inductively strong. If the premises were true, then the conclusion would probably be true. And 2. These premises are actually true, so the conclusion is actually true. In summary, an inductive argument is one in which it is improbable that the conclusion is false, given that the premises are true. In closing, good arguments. The important takeaway from the information on the attributes of both deductive and inductive arguments is this. A good argument proves or establishes its conclusion and has two key features. It is logically strong, and all of its premises are true. Logical strength is the degree of support that the premises, if true, confer on the conclusion. This attribute applies to both deductive arguments by virtue of validity and inductive arguments by virtue of inductive strength. A good deductive argument is not only valid but also sound. A good inductive argument is not only inductively strong but also cogent. A sound deductive argument is always stronger than a cogent inductive argument, so we strive to be sound if we can, and when we can't, be cogent. That concludes the first part of my little logic course. I hope you enjoyed this, and I highly recommend the following course on fallacies. Until then, goodbye.
And you got a great voice, Trace. Thank you for doing that.
Is there going to be a test?
Right? I got to listen to that again if there's going to be a test. So much information.
Now, do we require the Globies to watch that before or after they try to foil us?
Well, once they have failed logically, you can just be like, here's a logic course, listen to this, and then come back to us with a logically coherent argument. I also have the second one, which is basically this first one sets you up with the basics of logic, teaching you the differences between how different arguments are defined and how to disqualify some arguments based on just their validity or and how sound they are or not. The second one goes into more common fallacies, and that's essentially a preview of my presentation, which I'm going to be presenting later this month.
You know, it's funny because when going to some of these groups where the Globies congregate, they swear that everything we say is a logical fallacy. And then in turn, when they start going, they usually beg the question or get into a couple other fallacies. So it is really funny. It's like the pot calling the kettle black, and they're really bad about it.
Yeah, it's called the fallacy variation when you just say you're begging the question, and then when the other guy says, "Oh, how am I begging the question?" and he can't explain how you're begging the question, it's just a fallacy variation where you're trying to avoid the point by calling it fallacious when it isn't. The fallacy is when you assume something is wrong because it's argued for by a fallacy. So this is a variation of that fallacy.
Yeah, another one that I think is interesting is I always call it the whack-a-mole argument tactic, where they give you a snow job, and so you talk about one subject, and as soon as you get them to the fact that they can't defend point A, well, rather than continuing to the logical end of point A to whether they then change off to point B, C, D, or N, and then as soon as you get a little bit into there and show that they don't have anything, they either go off somewhere else, say to C, and then when they can't really prove C, then they go back to A, and then next thing you know, you're just like you're playing whack-a-mole with them.
Yeah, that's a known type of trolling. It's called sea lioning. It's a type of trolling which consists of pursuing people with persistent requests for evidence or repeated questions while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity, and combined with a red herring to redirect away the argument to another issue which the person thinks they can better respond to. And so they keep doing that, never actually taking in the information and the implications therein. Otherwise, just one of the many points would be too devastating for them to actually handle, so they logically shut down and just forget that. That's why it starts going in circles, because they don't even remember the conversation from before.
Yeah, and so that's why I tend to call them out on that right away. When as soon as they start to change that subject, they say, "Well, that'll be a really interesting point for next time, but now we've been talking about this, so let's continue to talk about this until you either admit that it's wrong or you provide some better evidence or better logic." One of those three things. Which of those three things do you prefer?
Yeah, you can't just leave the topic hanging and then jump to a different topic and then leave that topic hanging and then jump to a different topic and then go back to the first topic that you left hanging before, and then no. That's not a logical conversation. That's people talking in circles.
Are you going to play the other one?
Sure.
So the real question here is, what is it that these logical fallacies present from? Do they typically present from well-intentioned debate, or do they just present themselves from trolling?
They just want to win.
Yeah, it's hard to actually. It's kind of like divining someone's motive, because people come in with different reasons. I would say about majority of them probably come and do it unconsciously, because it is used as an ego defense mechanism to rationalize away the cognitive dissonance. and it's the underlying problem for narcissistic personality disorder. They have these fallacious logic that they build their self-image on, and so they can't really get away from those fallacies, because that would destroy their self-image and ego. So it's defended like crazy.
Yeah, I tend to think that most of them actually come. Yeah, obviously trolls are a different breed, and that you can spot them a million miles away typically. But the well-intentioned people, I think, are probably the ones that fall prey to the logical fallacies a lot more, and then they don't something they're not as conscious of. That they got to a point, and then they legitimately think, well, okay, well, if that's wrong, well, what about this over here? And like you said, then they forgot that you cornered them on point A, and so they deflected to point B. And then that's why a lot of times, if I'm going to continue with somebody, I say, okay, so we can agree that point A is either not correct or it was a weak point. And I try to, and I'll mention it a couple times, to somebody, say, look, well, remember we already spoke about that. You said this. Now, and so I think a lot of times with most people, it's not, say, exposing willfulness. It's exposing the fact that they're not as prepared for the argument as not the argument, but for the debate that they thought they were.
Yeah, if you look at the 7 stages of grief, the 5 first stages, they use fallacies to try to cope with, and especially during bargaining, and with depression, it's generally they're go into like they lie to themselves about themselves, just to like put themselves down, to try to push themselves back into the old way of thinking. So it's kind of important to give them a chance and give them an outlet. Tell them that they can go test it for themselves and they can verify it for themselves, and really hammer that point in, because through the shock, denial, anger, and bargaining, they're not actually taking in anything. They're just trying to hold on to their worldview with desperate grip. They don't really absorb really well. When you're speaking, generally they're in their head thinking about what they're gonna say next, or how about how you could talk and they didn't interrupt you, but then when they try to speak, that you eventually interrupted them because you knew exactly what they were going to say. So that kind of builds into their delusional mindset sometimes. So it's important for us to play it nice and let it play out, and let them get out their delusions, so that they can be picked apart and they can see the error themselves, instead of being told there's an error, because they don't want to hear that.
And who does want to think about it? Because if you, who wants somebody to point out that their position could be strengthened? That they're, who really wants to hear that? It's kind of like, imagine if you were going boxing with somebody, and I try not to think of debate as battle or boxing or war or anything like that. Some people do, because they, and I was reading about that recently, because they use that similarity. They say, oh, well, this is like going to war. No, it's not. But if you think of imagine boxing somebody, and all of a sudden the guy says, hey, you know what? I could have really creamed you in the face there, but so why don't you, you should have blocked here, blah, blah, blah. Nobody wants to hear that, it's embarrassing. So, it's one of the things that's easy to forget when you're talking to somebody who's well intended and they're using various fallacies is it's embarrassing to be called out that they made a point and then you're saying, there's an error in that. It's just flat out embarrassing.
Yeah.
But it's but you, if you're going to continue on a debate with somebody, it's the correct called for thing to say, look, why don't you try that again? Why don't you try that again? And instead of begging the question, why don't you try to rephrase it a little bit? I want to see where you're coming from, but it's hard to see where you're coming from because you were begging the question or you were using slippery slope or whatever. And it's it's the right thing to do, and then is to give somebody the opportunity to correct their error so you could further the conversation rather than end the conversation. But unfortunately, these things are used on Fascist Book and other places to end conversations, not to further conversations. So as soon as you say something, they think, oh, gee, and you've ended the conversation, unfortunately, with most people.
Well, it depends on if you're having a debate or a discussion. I mean, a debate, the aim is to win. A discussion is to gain knowledge, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, this is why the Socratic method is so strong, because when they want to punch you, you just say, I don't know, and you're like they're punching gas. They can't hit you. You're not there.
Yeah, one day I was in a conversation with somebody, and this ended up, I should say one day, I should say 1 week, because this went over 4 or 5 days through. Yep, got a work call. I'll be back here shortly.
Creation Bear is so funny. But yeah, it's hard sometimes to in the moment respond perfectly, because we're all human beings. We all have our own problems and own views on things, that especially on what's perfect. So it's hard to do everything perfect, but at least what we try to do is improve as much as we can and acknowledge our issues and our problems, which I really like.
Amen to that. I like that.
Yo, what's happening, guys?
What's up, Frank?
What's up?
How much, man?
We got a VC verified guy in here called Frank.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah, yes, you can call me Frank, call me ANF, call me Francesco, you can call me anything.
Did you just now come in, or have you been listening for a while?
I've only just come in now.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I have been here before.
Okay. Where do you stand on the topic?
Personally, I don't believe they're flat, but I like listening to stuff. It's cool. I'll need proof that the Earth is flat, and then I probably believe in it.
Wait, I didn't hear the last part.
Huh?
I didn't hear so much of the last part, sorry.
I just said I need proof. I'm open to all ideas.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Are you a flat earther?
Well, yeah. I don't think it's a globe. It can't be a globe.
Hmm.
There's two different kinds of conversations we could have. We could talk about how the heliocentric theory has to be thrown out, or we can talk about how the Earth is observably and measurably flat. We see too far, according to the heliocentric theory.
Yeah. Well,
So yeah,
tonight I don't have enough time to really talk. I just wanted to join and see what's up tomorrow.
your mic isn't very good. I kind of, I
Yeah.
don't know if anybody else.
Yeah, it seems to be
I mean,
fading out.
yeah, sorry, I'll talk closer then. But I don't have enough time to talk tonight because I'm gonna go to sleep now. But
It's
I'll
all
talk
good, man.
tomorrow.
Thanks for stopping by.
All right. Yeah, I'll come and join tomorrow. Goodbye.
All right, bye. Hopefully he'll be thinking about flat Earth before he goes to bed. That'd be cool, right?
You seem genuine.
Yeah, and I'm back, by the way.
All right. Welcome back.
Why, thank you. Yeah, I'm hanging out here at work on the back porch for another 22 minutes. We'll see if I get another call or not. But yeah, but as I was saying earlier, is this debate that I was having on here was continuing, and so the person to me said, "Well, flat Earth people think that the sun is 3,000 miles off the ground." So I said, "Okay, really?" I said, "I don't know what the distance of the sun off the ground is. Do you have a source for that?" He was trying to back me in the corner to get me to answer something. I said, "Do you just have any one source that says that?" And I'd be interested to read it, and then I could tell you my opinion on what you send over to me.
Right.
And, eventually, he got so angry that Facebook, its fascist book itself, not the group moderators, but fascist book itself, muted him, told him
Whoa!
him on some ban.
Well done, sir. Well
And
done.
then he messaged me privately, right? And I didn't actually respond to that. I just blocked it, and because I didn't want to talk to somebody privately like that. And then I took the low road and I put on there. Well, I don't know what happened. I guess that you weren't interested in the conversation anymore. But thank you for stopping by. Once you have some evidence, but please send it to me. Then somebody else started picking it. I said, okay, great. Just like I said to him, what's your evidence of that claim? Just one piece of evidence. I'm like, it ought to be really easy because you said flat earthers believe that universally. And guess what? Like 4 to 5 different people kept on that. Like one person would drop off, and then another one would get on, and then and I just kept going, okay, well, what's your source for that? And they threw a hissy fit.
Wow, man. How did you come across that?
I don't recall if that was I can't recall which group.
Was that just some random post, or were you on a group flat Earth site?
I want to say it was on a group. Maybe I don't think it was the pilots and friends discussing the flat Earth, or
oh wow, pilots talk about that.
Yeah, there's a fascist.
Do you have a link for that? Do you have a link for that? Oh wow, does anybody else know about that? You guys?
Yeah, pilots and friends supporting the flat Earth.
Well, okay, is it a trolley site or is it a genuine group?
So they allow globies until they start to get to some point, but this cat, the one cat I was telling you about, Facebook itself moderated, not the group moderators.
That's
but it's
crazy, man.
Yeah, they don't they don't like very quickly throw out globes.
Well, the reason why I asked you that question a second ago is because anybody could say they're a pilot.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
That's why I asked you if it was the trolley site.
Yeah, no, of course. I've had actually some pretty good conversations in there. And then, but yeah, I've actually had really good luck of reporting globe trolls, and Facebook puts them in Facebook jail and stuff. And then I magically hear from them exactly 30 days later.
How did you find out about flat Earth, if you don't mind me asking?
So I've known about it since 2008. A good friend of mine who had traveled to all 6 continents had, when I was going over to his place, he was a reptile collector. So he went around collecting snakes on every continent. And yeah, very, very world famous snake expert. And so I went over there one day. His wife was Brazilian. And so I came in and he had probably like 2 or 3 reams of printouts and several different books. And they were pretty much all in Portuguese. And he was telling me how the earth is flat and how that's universally accepted in Brazil.
Whoa!
And
in 2008, high five, bro. That is awesome that your life was changed forever in that moment. I'm so happily jealous for you. That's great to hear.
Yeah, and and I started reading some of these things, and they were showing these stars in Brazil that you should not be able to see.
Whoa!
Yeah, like a constellation called the Three Marias.
Okay.
And you're not supposed to be able to see that in Brazil, but you can.
You need to tell more people. I mean, is this something you investigated personally and all that? That's what I'm getting from you.
Oh no, I've not been to Brazil, so I can't go down there and see. But
okay.
So,
but those points are really good to hear. You know, another good thing that I always get excited about hearing, and that is simultaneous observations from different parts of the quote unquote globe. Those are great. I mean, I'm not an authority on that topic, but I always yeah.
Well, my thing that I like to use for anybody who does any amount of traveling at all is to say, well, why does the horizon always meet you at eye level?
Right? Isn't that a coincidence? That's quite the coincidence that keeps happening, no matter where you are.
No matter how
even
high
if you're
up
in
you
excess, even if you're in excess of 120,000 feet. Isn't that weird? That's so weird.
And what
I get excited about stuff like
this is go take a look. You know, and I say, you know what, when you run the road next time, just pay attention. When you go up the top of a hill, look. When you go to the bottom of a hill, look. It'll always meet you at eye level. And then you know, it's not like a quick thing because obviously they have to start doing some traveling, but that will never leave them. If they do it the first time and they go to the top of a hill and they see that it meets them at eye level, they will never again look at the world any other way.
Bizarre. It's bizarre that all of us were bamboozled. It's so bizarre thinking about stuff like that. I mean, well, what you're entering into is the idea of 5D chess, right?
Yeah. Pretty much it's 5D chess, like you say. But you know, ultimately what I find is when you get people off a fascist book, you'd be surprised how many people are actually you say a couple things like that, like, well, why is it that Mercury and Venus are supposedly closer to the sun than us, but we can't see it until the Earth turns away from the sun? And they go, what?
People don't know. Okay, thanks to the indoctrination centers, we weren't taught stuff like that about the heliocentric theory, like how to really truly think about the positions of what we're told of the model. It can't even be called a model. And that's just like, you know, that could be an hour conversation, just that.
Yeah, and I've been having fun with sending the Neil deGrasse Tyson when talks about gravity, because that's another thing that trolls like to say, oh, you flat earther, you can't believe in gravity. I say, well, what gravity do you want me to believe in?
Exactly.
they start to tell me something, and then I post the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying we don't know what gravity is, and I go back and say, okay.
I don't know. I say we start a campaign to get Neil deGrasse Tyson into one of those fancy space suits and into a vacuum chamber. I think he should be nominated #1, first to go.
Man.
Yeah. I tell you what, I actually think he does a lot more good for our side. Like, I actually think this fake Professor is actually flat Earth. I actually think he really is.
Wait, what? Say that last part again. I was voting.
This fake Professor Dave who's on YouTube.
Yeah, he's pretty popular around here when we're talking about Globers. Yeah.
I've actually been wondering recently if he's actually a flat earther.
I'm sure everybody would enjoy hearing your points on that, for sure.
Just because he's so far out there, it's almost like he's trying to, how much money can I make from these stupid people to think that this is what we actually think?
That is a trend amongst content creators, unfortunately. Whatever opportunity they see. I mean,
he focuses on it so much, and he comes up with the most ridiculous stuff. I mean, I've tried to watch 2 of his videos, and like, I couldn't get past like minute number 3.
I think it's Indio that does videos on I mean, he doesn't like personally attack him or anything like that, but I think I've heard him talk about him. Other than that, I don't know if he's done videos in response to prove that he's full of shit. I think he has, but I can't say 100%.
I would never want to lose Tyson.
I think the lady does protest too much.
Wait, what, Trace?
Yeah, I would never want to lose Tyson to the vacuum chamber. I would send Brian Cox.
I'm not sure.
What? Yeah, you do.
I'll change my vote. Brian Cox is.
You know who he is. Can somebody do a link?
He's the guy with the feather and the bowling ball in the vacuum chamber. He's the guy who claimed 2 vacuum chambers separated at different altitudes will show a difference in the rate of drop of things. But this has never been repeated.
And what's his name again? Make sure that I heard it right.
Brian Cox. He used to be a singer or something, and then he became the acolyte of one of the pseudoscientists, and since then he's been a science communicator.
Yeah, AKA actor.
Yeah, he was an actor. Is he Scottish? Or is he Brian Edward Cox, CBFRS, born 3 March 1968?
I think he's sus all around from whatever I've heard. I can't recall to state it, so forgive me, but...
Oh, here we go. Brian Cox breaks down the science behind Don't Look Up or whatever. Okay.
I mean, like his relations, like who he's related to. I think I heard that being talked about, I think on the radio, actually. So, yeah.
Brian Cox has done a bunch of work on TV with like the quantum physics, whole series of them. Also guest speaker on the film What the Bleep Do We Know, which was a bunch of numpties. I mean, theoretical physicists. Some of them were pretty cool. Talking about the quantum.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them, but you have to look them up a little more. I just did a quick Google search there.
Okay, then I will go with the even more relatable Bill Nye, because he lied to the children for decades.
Yeah, these are criminals against humanity, people, for anyone listening.
When I was a kid, we had Mr. Wizard, and at least he did tests. At least he got on and showed you how to do the tests of whatever.
So yeah, the reason why I would say crimes against humanity is because of what Drace mentioned a few minutes ago, that they're lying to children. And you can't tell me that these people are passing along misinformation. Oh, no, no, no. They are progenitors of disinformation because they know. So yeah, they should be subject to any and all ridicule, in my opinion. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Yeah, it's yeah. They schlep for whatever dollar. They'll just more or less they'll read whatever comes off the teleprompter.
And protect people in a vacuum environment. Put them in there. Show me.
I need to prove it.
Now, Jenny, are you on Fascist Book?
Wait, what now?
Are you on Fascist Book?
I am, and I'm streaming this on there.
Ah, cool.
If you were asking me a question, I have to apologize. I didn't. Can you translate it for dummies or something? Sorry.
Yeah, he
Maybe
was asking you if you had a profile on Facebook.
Oh yeah, I do, but I don't go on Facebook. I mean, me and my mom talk on Messenger, but it doesn't really matter what you use. I mean,
I have a hidden group on there of us flat Earth group moderators and content creators. A couple moderators here from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord have joined it. I'm one of the administrators of the Flat Earth or Florida Flat Earth Fascist Book Group.
you did say fascist.
The Fascist Book Group.
Okay. So I'm not really into, I don't mind talking about it and stuff, but I'm not really into labels and knowing what they are, like especially with politics. Oh my God. I kind of know, like in context, what it means, but do you mind elaborating on it?
Well, I'm referring to Facebook, which is, of course, one of the most fascist organizations around.
Okay, so instead of saying Facebook, you say fascist. Okay, fascist book. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Sorry that took so long. I apologize. I have been doing other things in my defense while I've been listening.
No, don't need to defend yourself. No, if you didn't know, you didn't know.
But okay, so fascist. Anyway, I wouldn't mind reviewing that if you're familiar with the topic and talking about it for real quick because it is. I would contend it is absolutely true. Same thing.
He's calling it what it is instead of giving them publicity by repeating their retarded name.
Yeah, I'd be hip to passing that along. Yeah, being on that trend. So fascism, is that like another word saying it's communism?
Kind of. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say fascism is basically just corporate government.
Oh, corporate government. Well, I always thought Facebook was something a little more involved with intrigue and, government oversight. Let's just say that. Does that jive with anybody?
And that's fascism, more or less.
Well, no, because there's a specific organization in the United States that would kind of maybe oversee that.
A fascist organization.
No, not the fascist. No. An official ABC government, whatever you want to call it, organization that would be, I don't know, kind of like the news. They kind of cover all the bases. I mean, we're being recorded, so I'm just kind of tiptoeing into this topic if you guys feel me on that.
Yeah, and that's the very definition of fascism. That's my point. That's that's how the name comes about.
All right. All right, I'm trying to form a picture here, sure.
Yeah. Now, who said that you were streaming it on?
I am.
Yeah, that's why it's called Livestream, where you are. That's why it's the title of the...
Right, because I thought... so where all is it streamed? YouTube and? Fascist Book?
I got it streaming to YouTube, Facebook, D Live, Mob Crush, which is another aggregate to stream to other like platforms like Facebook for pages and groups. So
We're on all different platforms, actually.
Twitter.
Yep.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, we've been around together with Discord for 5 years. So
Very
the
cool.
admins and most of the mods.
Yeah, see, I set up the Florida Flat Earth group on Fascist Book last year, ideally so we could get meetups going, and we've been having a lot of meetups here. And
you know what? Do you know Flat Earth Goddess?
Met her last Sunday. She came down to...
Yeah, because she said she was going to a Flat Earth meetup.
Yeah.
Was that yours then?
I'm not the one who organized that, but that's about an hour north of where I live. But yeah, I was up there Sunday, and her and Zulu Hotel came. They got there a little late, so we met at a restaurant. There was several of us there, and we ate after the meetup. It was it was very nice.
Right on. Very nice.
Yeah, we've got so that day there was one in Palm Bay, there was one in Miami the same day. Then this weekend it's in Fort Pierce, and then next weekend it's in Jupiter, and I can't remember when they have it in Fort Lauderdale. So we're trying to set up all through the state on a regular monthly schedule.
So is there an ideal observation point in Florida?
Well, I mean, like, as far as you're talking about, like, with it using a camera and.
Well, no, you could use mirrors. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
Florida's very flat. So Florida, since especially along the coast, is very, very flat. And somebody on here was showing me a graph that I forget if they drove from Jacksonville to Key West, and the highest elevation was over the bridge to Key Largo from Homestead, and Florida's very flat, so there's a lot of great places to look around.
I mean, for those that showed up for whatever meetups, I mean, do you guys do follow-ups and like see who has what kind of equipment and knowledge and all that, or what?
Oh yeah, we discuss things to do. Normally we meet at a park, because with the park you don't really have to spend an hour dealing with waiter or waitress and then figuring out who can eat what food and
Yeah, because a lot of times people travel hours to go to meetups.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and we're trying to get them set up all over the state. So ideally, the goal is to have one that somebody could drive to at some point during the month in about a 45-minute drive. Hopefully, we'll get there within the next year or two, and because they have just been tremendous amounts of fun. We've had several in Jupiter, and so. That's what's been a lot of fun, is getting people in person. And I wonder how these trolls would be if they actually came in person.
Well, it's happened at a Flat Earth conference. I know that.
Violent.
Pretty uncomfortable.
They would show up and try to sabotage everything, be violent, try to incite violence.
Well, they would probably call in a bomb threat and say you're all terrorists.
Is that what you do, Sasha?
I've never done that. I've never done that, Joshua.
Awkward.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm going to get off of here. I usually go live for a few minutes, about 8:15, somewhere in there on the Florida Flat Earth group and
Nice.
ramble on about some nonsense. And
Well, it sure is nice hearing from a Flat Earth warrior on another platform. High five, brother.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And that's why I set up the group that it's for the various moderators and content creators. I've got it hidden so somebody can't search and find it, but it's ideally Ariel's on there and a couple others that we can. We don't discuss we've not discussed a whole lot on there yet. Every now and then I'll post a question or whatever, but I'm hoping that we can try to do things a little more to where to drive people back and forth between all of our different ones. Because believe it or not, when I talk to people on Facebook or wherever else, most of them have never heard of Discord. I go into Discord, a lot of people, no, I don't use Facebook. Right. I get on Telegram. No, I don't use either. I don't know anything about Facebook. I don't know anything about Discord. So I'm hoping that we can kind of coordinate a little bit and kind of introduce people around and maybe broaden some of our connections and such.
Yes, send people here. You know our vanity link, don't you?
Yeah, I've got it. I've sent it out. I've sent one of the guys. He's organizing the meetup in Fort Pierce this weekend. He was there in Palm last week, and we were sitting there talking about it. So I pulled up the live stream here, and then and so he then installed Discord, and I think he just listened for a moment or two, but he said he's been binge watching a bunch of YouTube this week, so he'll be on here soon enough.
Nice.
Yeah, he was listening a few moments there Sunday, so yeah, it's pretty cool because all of us have a different thing. It's because it's more fun here to talk with the Globe Trolls because here, they've got to be a little more civil or.
Yeah, well, you got more control on how to manage people.
And there they just copy. Most of the stuff them Globe Trolls use is copy and paste. And they just copy the same stuff over and over.
Well, yeah, because that's how the indoctrination schools taught us to just repeat things and not actually critically think about anything.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and last year, I wish I would have saved it before the moderators kicked this cat out, or bot out, I should say. There was one guy who was just really, really vicious, really, really vicious, and just had these, just kept having all these points. And then all of a sudden I saw a couple Russian letters and the number like 54. And then so I went back through when I started counting, and that was the 54th comment this person put up. And I realized that, people were arguing back and forth with him, but it was literally just a script that was waiting so much time and then pasting in the next and then the next and then the next. And then when I saw that, I flagged the moderator and they immediately kicked out the cat. I wish I'd have saved that because that's your perfect example of a bot right there.
Yeah, I don't know anything about nothing about that. Yeah.
It's just weird. Like I say, it's just weird that you see some Russian letters and then the number 51 and then some very stern reason.
Wait, what is 51 supposed to be? Sorry to interrupt you.
So that it was the 51 or 54. So that was the 51st or 54th comment. So they had a list. And so the program put in the first one, then the second one, then the third one. And so by the time the person put in the 54th one, they copied the whole thing. So which started with the Russian letters and then had the number, and it was the exact number of comments. So they had a script with maybe 100 or 200 different things to say, and then it would just go in order. And,
okay.
Yeah, so ridiculous if you ask me.
For sure.
And that's why you can't get through to a lot of them because they're just bots that are saying they're literally going to they got a list of what to say, and it just says the first thing and the second thing, and goes no matter what you say back to it, it's just going to go on to the next one.
Yeah, everybody. I've heard everybody's dropping Facebook and they're all heading over to TikTok. I don't know why, but that's what I've heard.
The CCP has done a really good job of telling people to go to their intelligence gathering operation.
Right. That's a good way to put that.
Yeah. And you think about it, and all these stupid challenges on here, the milk crate challenge and the throwing hot water. When you realize that the Chinese Communist Party are the ones who are getting these challenges going on which is their platform.
Right, exactly. I remember when Trump was president that he was gonna like put some sort of ban on TikTok.
Yeah, he fought for that, and then I think they were actually getting to where TikTok was going to divest it, and then once the diaper don took over, then they scaled that back and said, no, you don't have to divest it because we're more China friendly now.
Oh God, right? That's a good way to put that shit.
Or at least we're going to pretend to be, whether we are or not. That's a different story.
Oh my God, it's not funny. I can't help it. I'm so sorry to be obnoxious. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. That was a good laugh, man. Shit. Funny, not funny, really, but shoot. What were you trying to say when I was laughing and talking?
No, I was just saying there at the end. I was saying, or at least that's what they're pretending now. Doesn't matter who they are or not. At least that's what they're pretending nowadays. Because who knows what they really are. Yeah.
Do you think Biden's a clone? I know that's crazy. Forgive me. I couldn't help it. It popped in my brain real quick, and then we'll move on.
To tell you the truth, I've seen a couple pictures, and I want to tell you the truth on that one. I don't know because nothing.
But what your spidey senses telling you is what my real question. Maybe I should say. Well, of course, there's no way to prove it.
Yeah, I'm entirely conflicted on him because, they have him acting like he is the Dementia Joe.
Right.
And then, is it just all a big act? Is it is that how he really is, or it's hard to tell if those pictures have just been edited or if there's more to it.
Well, yeah, CGI is just so. Yeah, look at that picture CB just put up, man. Come on, that's a motherfucking clone, dude. Look at that. Look at it. Oh, CB, high five, bro. I'm taking them pictures. All right, I know that you can edit pictures. You can edit video. You can even edit live video.
Well, you can't.
So there's no way to tell. But if those are accurate anyway, something's happening. Sorry to get all excited, you guys.
That's okay. You can't edit an earlobe.
Well, I mean.
I don't know. Are you sure about that?
No, actually, you can edit an earlobe. I take it back. You can edit an earlobe. Yep.
Well, I mean, there are some things that you cannot change in the body, and that would have to do with the skeletal structure of that individual. I mean, we've got so much plastic surgery. So, you're talking about shoulder width, we're talking about height, maybe shoe size, stuff that cannot be altered. Well, I guess you could do shoe size. And, you got clothing to mask, the size of shoulders and, so there's just no telling. But all these different photos, it's like something spooky. I think people are catching on with Biden. Oh my God, the last one you posted, that can't be real. Oh man.
Well, back in the back when Joe Biden was a senator, he was extremely racist.
I think I heard something about that on the radio.
He had a crime bill where that was extremely racist. I mean, he's just,
Yeah,
and then people act like he's their savior.
remember
It's
that.
like so ridiculous.
I'm not calling nobody a liar or saying nothing, but this is hard to believe how different these pictures are. I mean, this is just him alone looks like a big damn rabbit hole if you looked at a timeline and all his pictures. I mean, from 2011. I mean, how can people not make, I guess, I mean, I did the same thing, but not making the connection of the state of the art of technology with CGI and, all the prosthetics and, the old fashioned type of movie making stuff. And then, plastic surgery. I mean, another big rabbit hole would be Paul McCartney. I mean, it's speculated that he was switched out when he had his car accident, I think soon after they started to become famous.
66. November. Revolver era.
Wow.
Well, like I say, I'm going to bounce off here. I've just hit the live button. I'm getting ready to let this intro start up here, and then I got to jabber there a few minutes. So I'll, if you'll be around here a little bit, I'll talk to you all just a little later.
Yeah, great to talk to you. TTFN.
Yeah, TTFN.
Man, those are some good images you guys got. The earlobe. I mean, okay, so the out of the earlobe, attached or not attached. I've heard of that before. And, the inside of the ear. I mean, I guess you could get a whole ear. I mean, what about the movie Face Off? That was great, wasn't it? They could do anything. Maybe they're doing this attached ear, not attached ear on purpose just to amuse us. They know we exist.
Yep. I talk about ridiculous movies. Movie review time. I started watching. I thought I would start watching movies, from way back, like in the 60s, late 60s.
Oh,
early
yeah.
70s.
Great idea.
So check it out. So I found the original Planet of the Apes. So I started watching that, which I haven't seen for probably 30 years or something, And and then I watched the whole series. I watched the Planet of the Apes, the first one. Then let's see what was Beneath the Planet of the Apes. That was the second one. Then there was Escape from the Planet of the Apes. That's the last part. So pretty interesting. Some weird stuff in there, but like it's so ridiculous. If you look at the movie knowing what we know now,
right?
It's a different kind of entertainment altogether. So
That is so bizarre. What about that old movie I remember as a kid, Sonny, was Journey to the Center of the Earth, based on the book.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, that wouldn't have anything about, the Earth measuring flat.
Yeah, but they're supposedly going to the center of what?
Right, where it's supposed to be super hot.
That Planet of the Apes movie was supposed to promote that Darwinism bullshit.
Which is stupid because where were the half-changed apes?
Hey, Jenny.
Hey. I think I did a screenshot of it, you guys. Let me take a minute to look. I heard a comedian talking about it. And who was that just saying something? Hello.
Sorry, I sneezed.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I'm looking for, new movies to watch, like while I'm falling asleep. It's kind of fun pastime. Sometimes I'll listen to audiobooks, but Let's see, what was this one? Oh, the battle. Now that's the battle for the Planet of the Apes. That's the fourth one.
Sonny, have you seen The Last Duel?
The Last Adult?
The Last Duel, as in Duel.
Oh, you know what? I keep
Save
seeing
it.
that, but I haven't watched it.
That's funny. That was funny.
It was a fantastic movie. I recommend it.
He said The Last Adult.
Man, I want to play something, but I don't want to get us in trouble.
The Last
Planet of
Adult
the
on
Last
Globe Earth.
Adult.
Wait a sec. The Last Adult on Globe Earth. We've already talked to all the adults. There's only children left.
Guys, I do have a question. If anybody wants to help me with something, I have a little picture
Give
here.
you
I
a
want to see if
topical
anybody.
answer.
Oh, that's perfect. Actually, I have a picture. I can't post it though because I don't have picture perms. But I just want somebody to check my math, if that's okay.
Why don't you DM it to one of us?
What? Who would like it?
Send it to me. I'll look at it.
All right, I will. There you go.
You guys. Hey, Sonny.
Yes.
I'll have to clip this maybe, but by chance, do you know how to play with the new bot at a timestamp?
I haven't tried to do that yet. Why? Did you send me? Are you SIN?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. What is this picture I'm looking at?
So it's supposed to be just a demonstration of perspective. So it's supposed to show that when the taller object gets farther away, perspective causes it to shrink.
Okay, very good. There's no problem. I can post this.
And then, by the way, whoever said the question about the timestamp, if it's on YouTube, there's a button you can press that says copy link at current timestamp or something.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for posting that, Sunny. If anybody sees an issue with what Sunny just posted, my picture in Livestream voice text, just let me know. I think my math is right, but the main focus would be the conclusion is as the taller object gets farther and farther away, it'll shrink, it'll get smaller and smaller from your perspective. And, the picture is not perfectly accurate, but the conclusion is it'll shrink and shrink and shrink until it's gone, and it'll fall lower and lower to eye level based on the trigonometry at the bottom. Anyone see any issues?
I disagree with the lower and lower part.
Well, maybe that's bad wording. It looks like it's lower. The angle.
Okay. Like the telephone poles, they appear to be going lower and lower. Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
And just like what Drace posted, I don't know why I said poked.
Right.
Like the mountain in the back, obviously, if you were standing right next to the mountain, you'd have to look pretty high up. You'd have to lift your head up pretty high to see the top.
Yeah.
But in the picture he just posted, it's basically at ground level. That's basically what I'm trying to show.
I gotcha. But shit
makes sense.
Yep. Shit shrinks with distance. Yep. Why is Crack? Oh, Crack was snoring. Okay, gotcha. Who else was? Someone else was. Oh, never mind.
So, was it just Drace and Hank Hill that got promoted today?
Oh, Hank too?
Really?
Yeah, I thought didn't Hank get promoted to moderator also?
I thought Mima said that he
cool.
promoted him as a joke or something, but I don't know.
I didn't know that he got promoted.
Oh, I wasn't in the chat. I was just reading the text chat, so I could be wrong.
Are you lying now?
Well, I clicked on his name and it said moderator, so I thought he got promoted.
No, I thought he's been promoter. I mean, he's been moderator.
No, before he was only gold.
Oh, that's cool. He got promoted. I wanted to get promoted, but that's cool that he got promoted.
2 solid additions right there.
No doubt.
Perhaps I could become valued.
I'm more valued than you are. No, I'm kidding.
The valued what is the question?
Valued FE or silver FE.
It's
there's
not
a
something you
silver. Sorry, go
valued
ahead.
is not something you ask for. It's something you get granted.
Yeah.
So
Something you earn.
profit and
It's
once
actually something
eventually,
given to you.
yeah,
Well,
eventually,
it's like the
as you
lowest
contribute,
rank.
that will become apparent that you are valued if you contribute. So
To be a maggot, you need to act like a maggot.
Well,
Maggot.
even Globers can.
yeah, but they also contribute positively to the server.
We're gonna tone down.
What did he contribute? Did you fart? Are you
We're gonna
contributing farts?
We're
Because I
gonna
don't
tone
think that's
down
cool.
Slow your roll.
We're gonna tone down the drill sergeant just a little bit.
If
There
you
is-
smell.
Sasha, there is a silver Glober role and a valued Glober at the role, so that's a nice high seat to sit on, if you ask me.
But I'm not a Glober.
Oh yeah.
You're not?
He's trying to help you out,
I'm
man.
on the fence. Is there a silver on the fence?
You're on the fence, man. Give me a
Yeah.
gun.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean,
You won't be on the
I'm not a
fence any
moderator,
longer.
but
I don't think there's.
I don't see why. It's a different color silver that sometimes is given to the
Give me a
Glober.
bowling ball. I'll throw it at him. He won't be on the fence any longer. He'll throw.
But would you
He'll
throw
know
me
it.
to the globe side or to the flat side?
He'll learn about density.
I mean, you can't be on the fence forever, right?
What?
Well,
So Sasha, you're coming to your senses, eh? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
yeah.
That's great. I'm glad. You're making me like you now.
We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
No, really.
I'm glad that you stopped lying to yourself and
You guys know,
like, oh man,
I was
thank
gold
you so
for
much.
a day. There was a day where I was gold.
Gold what?
Yeah,
Gold,
right?
like the rank.
Like a golden asshole, more like it.
Be nice.
I mean,
be nice. Behave.
Saying some triggering bullshit, man.
This is some bullshit.
Right, Jenny?
I got you, bro.
Sweet. Awesome sauce.
All right, so what is Sasha about on the fence about? Do you guys know already?
Yeah, he's a evolved monkey. So there's that.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Now he's walking up on two legs.
Yeah, they call me the space monkey.
They call me the space
Now I advise that you go and look at the videos of people seeing how high they had to go just to see from left to right, all around 90 degrees, right? And they're supposed to see curvature, but all they see is the horizon in the background.
Some people call me the space monkey.
Space cow. Space monkey.
All
You gotta hit that
pilots
gooey
know this
line,
too.
honey.
They know it.
Space
Well,
monkey.
I'm not a solipsist. I don't believe in solipsism.
That would be a good song title.
So there's objective
monkey.
truth in the world, then.
Sorry.
Yeah, I never said that. Well, there can be.
Before you said there was math and the mind, and that those were the objective truths in the world. So
Yeah, I think that is the objective truth.
So reality is not objective to you.
Math is reality, so I think reality
No,
is
it's abstract. It's in your mind.
What?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He doing that again. He doing it again.
So yeah, you're a solipsist. You believe only the mind exists and everything else
No,
is illusion.
that's not what solipsism believes. Solipsism believes that only themselves exist and that everyone else is fake.
Yeah. You only have your mind. You don't know about anybody else's mind. That's just
Right, but
existing outside of you, which you don't think is real. It's not objectively real.
I believe that you guys are real. Like a solipsist wouldn't believe that.
Okay, then that's one step closer to reality, at least.
Yo,
Wait,
Miguel,
so
that's a fire meme, bro.
what's with the math is reality thing? Because there's other people that say that, like a Kumu virus over on the Nathan's show. So why do people say that math is reality?
I think math is the most fundamental part of reality. I think without math we couldn't exist.
How do you square that with the absurdism you told us about, that you have, that a philosophy that is based in the belief that the universe is irrational and meaningless? And how can math have any meaning when it's irrational and meaningless?
Well, meaning is something that humans give to the universe. I don't think there's an objective meaning to any of this. I think we're just here for fun. I
Hey,
don't think.
Sasha. Hey, Sasha. If you're saying reality cannot exist or it's meaningless without math, then what's the purpose of math when life is eternal? What's the purpose of counting stuff when life is forever?
I'm not talking
It
about
will
math that
make
humans
it
do. I'm talking.
mathematics would make eternal life boring. That's what it will
Well, I
do.
believe that, people say, okay, chemistry is built on physics, biology is built on chemistry. I believe that physics
Chemistry
is built on top of
also.
mathematics.
Chemistry and physics would also make eternal life boring.
What?
Because
No, it
eternal
wouldn't.
life, yeah. Eternal
How? I
life,
don't think so.
it means that everything is perfect and it functions. So why do you need to interfere to change
I
the
disagree with the
mechanism?
claim that chemistry and physics would make life
Well, you can
boring.
disagree, but it doesn't mean you're right.
Well, I mean, yeah, we don't have to agree on everything. We're allowed to have our own view.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't thought of eternal life. You haven't studied, obviously.
Well, I
So
believe in
you don't
reincarnation,
know
so
the
I do believe in
problems of
eternal
it.
life.
Well, you can believe in stuff that doesn't happen, You can believe in that.
Well, how
Because
do
we
you know
live
it
in
doesn't
this
happen? You don't know that.
we live in this degraded world, defiled.
Agree.
Yeah?
Yes, the world is
Yeah.
imperfect and messed up.
So, yeah.
Can I just ask that to Sasha? Have you heard the question that we asked some people, like with the apples? So if you had 2 apples, can I take 5 apples from you? Works fine in the maths, but how does that work out in reality?
Well, in reality, you wouldn't be able to take that.
Right.
I mean, you could say the person is in debt 3 apples, I guess, technically.
Yeah. So which tree is gonna be in debt to you? 3 apples.
Any tree, whichever tree they find, I guess. I mean, it's kind
Oh,
of like a
really?
weird
Yeah.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
Negative apple tree.
But I mean, you guys
carry
don't
on, guys. I have to go
there's
back
more
to work.
complex things than like just negative numbers. Like in mathematics, there's imaginary numbers. I mean, think about that.
Right, but you see what I'm
Bro, that game sound, bro. Oh my god, that's perfect.
I'll have to add that one. But do you see the point?
Sorry. I'm sorry. It was just so perfect because you said imagination. That's that key factor word right there that we've been talking about. Bam!
Right. Well, I mean, I don't, by definition, imaginary numbers don't actually exist, but it's just part of like mathematics. I don't think those are real.
Nah, see, the globe is imagination.
Well, there's an underlying point on that. They can exist in mathematics, but it doesn't make them a reality.
Well, I mean, that's why they're called imaginary numbers, because they're not real.
I know this.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
It's like the square root of 2, right?
Yeah, the square root of -1.
Irrational.
It's the square root of a negative number.
Yeah, it's irrational.
Yeah.
So if we know what R is, right, which is 3,958.8 miles.
How did you get that number? You know what they say it is.
Right.
They know. We got close.
How do you know? How do you know it's close?
Right, Sasha?
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, like that's the claim, right, Sasha?
Wait, what's the question? How do I know what?
Close only counts in horseshoes, hand
Well, I mean, I
grenades.
told you the radius, right?
Right.
I never claimed the radius, dude. I was just talking about math.
Yeah, we weren't talking.
Yeah,
to you.
right.
I was joking with somebody else. I wasn't actually asking you that question.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't a question on it. It was more of a sarcasm or
More of a sarcastic statement.
yeah, an implication of the sort.
Oh,
if you would allow me.
My bad. Kind of jumped the gun there. I was like, oh.
I don't jump the gun.
Right.
I have jumped the broomstick, but that didn't work out well for me. The gun I prefer to keep holstered and under control.
Yeah, I like to keep my staff under control.
Oh, is that, what staff?
I have a bow staff.
Oh, okay. Okay. I assumed it to be a penal reference, sir.
No, it was not a penile reference, dude.
Like my staff of power wields unfathomable power, so I must keep it sheathed.
I'm sorry, no, I'm not like how most men are.
It may create life or destroy it. Here, let me help you with that input. Actually, this guy sounds pretty civil, man. You guys don't let me obfuscate the conversation.
Wait, Battle Mod, were you part of the decision process to promote everyone?
No, I'm just a guy that nags for a long time till it happens. That's all. The decision isn't mine, or I wouldn't nag so much. But hey,
who is it? Is it Indio or is it all three admins?
I feel like superheroes are not allowed to vote. That's what I think.
It's a collaboration between quite a few, not just the admins. But I mean, we make nominations. We just gotta, and they'll agree. But then we gotta push them around to get a triple agreement. But see, Jose's back and being more active now, so it's a little easier. You push Jose with the sentiment. See, Jose's a real good guy, and you just go, man, this guy's been waiting 3 freaking years for this shit. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And he gets it done on emotion. That's my boy.
Jose's a good dude.
Jose's the nicest guy here, El Baba Yaga. So, just so you all know.
Did you just call Jose a rollover?
No, I called him a nice guy. Just that. Are you a Glover?
That sounds like
so crack. What do you believe about the shape of the Earth? And who unmuted this fool? I had him muted, damn it. Somebody's getting demoted. I will find you.
Thanks for muting whoever that was. Master Chief. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't unmute you. I don't have that kind of power.
Don't?
No, honestly though, this guy he seems pretty simple. You guys should keep the conversation.
Battle mode, bro. I got a new PC today. Fam, I got a new PC.
Did you get the one where the screen doesn't work?
Yeah. It don't really matter because obviously it's plugged into my 42-inch television by the HDMI.
Yeah. Hey, go to a secondhand store and just buy you a regular old flat screen monitor.
In the front room anyway. Okay. This is better.
If you was here in the States, you could go to St. Vincent or Goodwill and get your little $5 fucking 30-inch.
Bro, I can get them here too, yeah. But
they're second non-profitable organizations that run secondhand stores.
Who are they talking to?
I didn't quite catch his name.
Didn't see.
I thought all these flat earthers got some roll upgrades. I thought I'd upgrade a couple Glovers too. But they should know.
Don't like asking.
They can get there anyway. I wonder, how does Sasha get Globe Earther and Flat Earther?
Because he's on the fence. I didn't give him any roles, but yeah.
We got Silver Flat Earther and Gold Earther next to it. So is this a conflict where one mod says you're full of shit and the other one says, no, man?
Yep. Well, that's actually.
Okay, well, here, let's...
That's the wrong Sasha anyway.
Yeah, Sasha 1. No.
That's a different Sasha, bro.
No, I think he said he wanted Globe Earther as a joke.
That is something he would do.
He LARP's pretty good as a Glober.
The Baker. Yep.
Oh, shit, look at that. I was confused. I clicked the wrong one. Well, no, do that, Sasha. You can't confuse a battle mod. I might accidentally ban you. We don't want that now, do we? Or I might come along and go, oh, well, he's a fucking Glover. He don't get this Silver Flat Earth. And then I'll bitch at all the mods for, what's his dumb shit? Who the hell gave him Glover and Flat Earther? I'm demoting you too. But if it's a joke, so I just give it back to him. I already took it. I thought it was 2.0, my bad.
Gave 2 Globers Silver Flat Earth yesterday.
I get it.
Isn't there another silver for them? It's like a different color.
Well, it had to be done so they could stream, bro.
No, it's just silver. Same color.
Yeah,
it just doesn't have FE on it. So, yeah, there's a couple.
Doesn't have the same power. Doesn't have the same powers, to be able to like live stream and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't come with roll perm. So.
Right. So who just joined?
I was still gonna give it to a couple Glovers today if they come in.
Well, Silver.
I want to, and the mod that takes it away, put them in the bucket. I'll ask for forgiveness afterwards.
Are you giving it to Gaijin?
Gaijin, no, I hadn't thought of it. Why? Why do you think?
I was just wondering which Globers you're giving it to.
I was thinking about going on a ban round.
Okay, well, when Crack finishes.
Day or so.
So, do you feel Gaijin is worthy of it?
Hell no.
I don't know. I thought Matthew already had it. Matthew seems worthy, but he already has it.
Yeah, Matthew.
Gaijin.
And Platypus already has it.
I'd give it to Sasha over Gaijin.
Who else would you give it to? You can't think of any other Globers that are just civil and give consensus and give.
I mean, there's not that many Globers that come here other than those guys.
Rolling my boulder.
Oh yeah, rolling my boulder. Yeah, you should give it to him.
Octane Weasel, but he's already got it. Fuck.
Octane's older than most of you Flat Earth members.
Yeah, I like Sisyphus or Rolling Boulder. He's can be reasonable and good to talk to.
Yeah, I thought he had earned silver.
The other good one is Neeto, Neeto. He
Yep.
doesn't really come in the live stream a lot, but he's good.
Nito, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so too. Well,
Is he
just
silver?
people always ask if Glovers can move up here, and I think we should just bump a few up so they quit asking. Because
I think we should make us gold, man. We should make the gold row.
for us, it should be not what it is for them. Oh, you're a flat earther. That's a label. I can use it to attack you. So we're just people, and those who act like people should be able to move up here, regardless of the role. If you act like giving somebody a label is a a key to or a ticket or a certification to treat people less than human, you shouldn't be welcome anywhere on the internet. But that's just my opinion. People are people. And if you're a piece of shit that takes whatever step stool you can to feel like you're above them and you can ridicule them, you're just a POS, in my opinion.
Coming from you, lead mod, like, you know what I mean? With all that lead mod under your belt.
Oh.
What about Reckonor? I think
Listen.
Reckonor deserves some roles.
Well, listen, I'll take
Whoa, he's about to abuse me.
Reckoner deserves a ban. He don't act honest.
Fuck Reckoner.
He constantly attacks me and my native heritage. Is that how you treat other people?
Oh, well, I didn't know he did that.
Reckoner also threatens people when they like mods like me when I accidentally banned him. He threatened me like saying you're going to regret that.
I'm about to co-sign that shit. Listen, you don't be talking about lead mod abuse when you got 50 fucking perma bans, all right? Most of us lead mods look for a way around banning people.
So do I. I don't want to ban anyone, bro.
Well, you're on the perma ban list more than anybody. Just
Fuck off, am I?
I could listen.
That is such a lie because no one can see it.
I could
Yeah,
go down
you
the
know that's a lie.
perma list and tell you the most asinine people here, but that's just my opinion. And I wouldn't
go and tell me who I banned.
I wouldn't include Indio in that because I know he bans strictly for certain reasons.
All right, yeah, and all the people I've banned, they've been unbanned and then banned by him.
He hasn't changed in 5 years. He stays true to same point. Be honest. Don't be a liar. We should ban liars quick.
Wait,
how come I never got banned?
Civil people shouldn't be banned for some dumb joke, though.
So is Reckonor a Glover or is he a flat earther?
That makes you look more childish than the person cracking the joke in a serious conversation. But hey, maybe they're just trying to lighten it up and bring it back down to earth and remind you they're just a person.
Oh, I got a new I got another new one.
Reckoner, fuck, I don't know if he's on the fence, flat earth, or rigged. So
don't even know.
Until I make a damn decision, he's suspect.
Yeah, Riggs doesn't know what he is.
I recognize that name, Riggs.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
And so what is the difference between Spartan and Silver FE?
Nothing really now because I haven't opened the arena back up yet. I need to get on that. I made a promise to people who like to do the arena, and I'm a man of my word. I've been busy.
Nah, don't do it, bro. It's pointless.
My daughter.
Well, we could do it because there are so many people that can't come in here, so yeah, we could do it.
My daughter was in service for 12 years, so actually you can't open my area, bro, because you're not changing my rules or any of that. It's 3 of us created it, and 1 of us will reopen it, or you can change the name and come up with your own shit.
What you mean? I don't want to reopen it. I think it's fucking.
I'm changing all the perms in there too, to where mods aren't coming in there and think, yeah, I can moderate because I'm a mod. No, it's not going to be true. I'm going to pick fair, honest people to run it. I won't even have ban authority in there. I'll just be the guy picking the people we're going to put in there, or bringing the people in there that other people pick. I want to remain biased. I'm biased,
Yeah, you biased.
Yeah, biased. Biased to the fact you're not going to change my own bias.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just think there's certain people here that get thrown off just because they ask questions on an academic level, and somebody wants to imply they're, disingenuous just because they have a harder to answer question. They want an answer to their question. You got to understand you're attacking entire people's entire belief systems, and the uneducated are going to ask simpler questions. When the educated are going to ask harder questions, and it doesn't make them disingenuous, it just makes them more aware of a larger scale of things and a better way to word it. That's it. They're not disingenuous people.
I prefer to have a conversation with someone
I would say
is
you're
more
disingenuous if you've
educated.
never heard of this and you don't have any questions. That would be more disingenuous than an honest person who just wants to, go through their entire paradigm. We're challenging your entire belief system. We're supposed to know that.
Bruh. Chocolate whole house, and that's like just one chocolate bar to rule them all.
So we've successfully obfuscated from this civil guy. Not even uncivil guys don't get obfuscated from as much as civil guys. What the hell? Where'd he go?
He's not here. He wasn't here from the moment that
Damn
you
it,
did
Crack!
it, bro.
You ran him off.
I didn't run anyone off, bro. I heard what.
You and
woke my ass up.
your screenless PC. Damn it.
Yeah, but this PC's good, bro. I can stream it in 1080p at 60 frames per second, bro.
Ooh,
In
keep it
any
away from water, bro. Don't have no water around it.
shit, I better move that drink. No, yeah, so no. But yeah, bro, it really works, man. It really, really works.
So you know what I'm watching right now? History of the World Part 1, Jews in Space.
Cool, man. I might head down to Biblical, by the way.
Anybody ever seen that? Jews in Space?
Mm-mm.
It's a decent movie. Actually, it's History of the World Part 1, and at the end they talk about Jews in Space. Stay tuned for Part 2, Jews in Space. It's pretty funny.
Sorry, mate. I got distracted there. It's because someone else on
Don't be
my mind.
sorry. Don't be sorry. I hate sorry people.
No, it's not. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Next time, do something you don't have to apologize for.
Fuck you, man.
So it's
I keep having to give Jason all of his rolls back and shit, right? And he keeps getting cogged this. I get he's abusive and that, but he got cogged this way back. Then he got cogged this the very next day he came back. He didn't even do anything.
Listen, people wonder where our inviting environment went. Well, we put the wrong people in power, and now the people we put up with have been here forever. They no longer got an inch to joke anymore, but they've been comfortable enough here to joke here. But now some idiot says, "Oh, you want to joke?" And next thing you know, they're in cog for a month. And if you say anything about it, they'll whine and cry. They'll change it.
Bro, like, I made a roll and some motherfucker complained about the roll that I made. I was like, what the fuck?
Listen, this is a debate server. I call people out on their actions and they gaslight it and never even address their fucking actions. They act like children. Grown ass fucking children. My
People think,
my
people don't realize that this stuff does go on.
My
Just in it's
16-year-old has
hidden.
more integrity and accepts responsibility for actions than 90% of the adults here.
I believe it. Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, if you can't admit you ever do wrong, you think you're a perfect person, and then you're just going to be the same motherfucker for the rest of your life.
I pretty much just don't deal with anyone that are mods. I'm just not really friends with any mods.
Look, Drace keeps tagging me. Drace keeps tagging me, but I ain't said one damn thing about welcome to the mod team.
And he listen. The moment that Drace is a mod, yeah, which I'm hoping he is.
He's been a mod for 30 days, maybe 6 months without green. He was supposed to expect it, damn it.
Yeah, he should expect it. Drace is the one where Drace is the one I think I was like, wait, Drace needs gold. Like I was like,
I had to nominate you guys for the last year, damn it. You better enjoy it.
Hey guys, hello.
And then
Sorry, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting here. I got someone here, Saya.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's how you say your name. He really wants to talk to us and talk about the curve and tell us about the globe. Of course, how God doesn't exist as well. So let's hear what he has to say.
Let's see what he has to say. Oh, by the way, that means we can make Hank Hill a mod now as well, because Hank Hill said the only way he would do it is if Drace was as well. That means that we already done it.
I assumed Hank was already modded.
Wait, does Sai say he does or does not believe in God?
Yeah, I assumed that Hank was already mod too.
No.
What? Who
So,
was
Saya,
already
what is it? Can you please
But
speak up?
go back. Yeah. Who was it who was talking? The new guy. Hi, welcome to the server.
No,
Hey, dude.
Was talking.
Let's welcome the new guy. I heard what you said, E.T. You're right.
Yeah, so I don't believe in God. That's the response to Sasha, by the way.
That's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. But this isn't the biblical area. This is the live stream area, and we should be.
I know. I heard someone talk about it, so I
on
responded.
science. We should be focused on science in here.
Yeah, so
I started
I wanted
out
to
with
ask.
he wanted to prove the curve and the globe. That's what
No,
I started
I
out
want to
with,
ask.
so I just
I want
wanted
to
to make
ask
sure that was
something.
clear.
Yeah, I want to ask something. Okay, so who's gonna respond? Just pick anyone.
If you want, but
okay. So,
Battle mod, please. Let's everyone shut their mouths and battle mod
It's
take over. Thank you.
It's an open platform, but yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So how do you explain the fact that everyone on Earth can see the same side of the moon?
What is
How do
that?
you explain that?
Hold on. So that's a Professor Dave premise, right? So are you saying that we say it's a flat disk and the moon's right on top of it, and it wouldn't be possible for because I'm going to tell you something right now.
Okay.
Everybody on Earth can't see the moon at the same time, so it's kind of a false dichotomy.
Okay, one sec. So you're saying, wait, so do you deny the model because it's literally the server picture of this? It's literally in the picture of the server.
I deny the model? No, I'm saying what I specifically said. Do you believe we think it's a flat Earth? That's a disk.
Yeah,
I deny.
Crack!
I
Don't do
deny
this,
that model.
man.
I deny that model.
I'm asking a fucking question, man. Come on, man. That was
I think you think it's
I
a
didn't
flat Earth
answer it. Question. So yeah, we believe it's a flat Earth. We just don't believe it's a disk with the moon fucking 30 foot above it, and all people on Earth can see the moon at the same time. Because none of these things are true. And
I'm going off by the picture of the server. Look at the picture.
I heard you the first time, so I'm trying
look
to
at the moon.
I'm trying to be specific. So that's just a joke, a reference. So just like flat Earth's just a trigger word, we really believe it's a level topographical plane. Nothing's 100% perfectly flat. Come on, guy. We don't believe it's a disk. None of us would give you a distance to the moon or the size of the moon. So Professor Dave's stupid video is based on a straw man. That's not our model. That's Flat Earth Society's model, and we're not Flat Earth Society. We're flat earthers. We're real flat earthers. Those are globers who started a Flat Earth Society just to say dumb shit and make flat earthers look dumb. But that's not what any real self-respecting flat earther would say. I would say I don't know the distance to the moon because I don't believe triangulation can be done on an apparent position. You never see the actual position of anybody in the sky. You see an apparent position plus a refracted position. So through multiple layers of atmosphere, that's known as stellar abbreviation. But I mean, so we deny triangulation based on certain premises, and to say we know the distance to anybody would or size would be an oxymoron for us. We don't believe you can actually figure that out or even approximate it. Not by fractions or fractional beliefs or triangulation.
Confirm that is the majority of our model.
So
No,
my
it's not.
answer to Professor Dave's video is that's a straw man. No flat earther believes that, so none of us said that was our model. So he's just making up models for us and then debunking them, and that's not intelligent at all. When you want to address really what somebody is really saying, or you just want to imply you're intelligent while you make up stuff for us.
Wait, what was your question? Do I want to what? I mean, I literally, I didn't make anything up. I literally just looked at the picture.
Professor Dave did.
Yeah, I mean,
and you seen his video. This wouldn't work on a flat Earth, the moon, right? Do you actually look at the way your eyes work in a straight line? That doesn't work on a human. We have a peripheral and a vertical. We have a
what? Okay,
have a,
first of all, it's not like I watch all of his videos. I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm
so
just
how
like,
did you come to the idea that the moon wouldn't work on flat Earth by yourself?
no, I didn't do it by myself. I got it from him. I'm just saying I don't watch all of his videos.
Yeah,
I
I'm
watched
saying
some of it.
in that video he draws a straight line from two eyes to the moon, as if that's
Yeah.
our sphere of view, and it's not.
Yeah, because if we look up, that's a representation of us looking in the sky.
No,
Like,
it's not an accurate representation in
how it's literally just a vertical motion of using your eyes and
not
looking
a
up.
straight line. We don't see in straight lines. Lasers don't leave our eyes and go to the object we're looking at. We have a peripheral vision and a vertical vision. It's called field of view.
Sorry.
So it's an inaccurate representation of how people actually observe things and their field of view.
Okay, I'm not like listen. Okay, I'm not trying to be offensive, but that's not how it works. Okay, do you know? Okay. First
so
of all,
you're saying we don't have a field of view?
No, I didn't dispute that. I'm saying it's literally not that difficult. You don't have to be a sophist to explain this. So all you have to do is look in the sky. Okay? Literally just look in the
we
sky.
all see the same face of the moon. We don't all see it at the same time. That's my point. I'm attacking points made by Professor Dave that you think
sometimes
make
you can
this
see the
a
moon in a
reality.
day.
Well, we can, but that doesn't mean people in another area of Earth can see it.
Wait, how does that respond to the objection? That's not the objection.
Professor Dave shows them everybody on Earth seeing the moon at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if the model.
Thing is, listen, here, it's a real specific point. Thing is, the people in the north don't look south to see the moon. They look north to see the moon when the moon is in the north. So that relative view of the moon is improper. That makes that a false dichotomy. Nobody in the north ever looks south to see the moon, buddy. We look north. And people in the south look south. and people in the east look east, and the people in the
Yeah.
west
So
look
which
west.
direction do they look to look at the moon?
They all look towards the outer ring.
Right. So it's a vertical direction, right?
Yeah, and Dave shows them all
So
looking
if
in
we
towards
take the
one
picture,
point. Do I
that
have
you
to
guys
show
have on
you
the
that?
server, you guys put a
Well,
picture for the
well,
server thing.
if we take Professor Dave's picture, it doesn't work out in reality.
Yeah, Professor Dave used what you guys are using for the picture of the server. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I know, but that's
hung
not
up
what
on
I'm.
the server picture. Dude,
Listen,
it's
I'm not
a
talking
contest,
about
man.
the server picture. I'm talking about the way people observe the moon on Earth and the direction in which they view it. You're not addressing my point.
I literally heard 0 objections. Like I'm telling you that if we look at the model that's that's in the server picture.
That's not a model.
Okay, what is
That's
it?
not a model either. Stop making
I
out.
denoted what it
It's
was.
an image. It's an image.
Okay,
I said
what is the image representing?
it's a reference. It's not a
Yeah,
model.
so something that references a 3D concept is called a model. That's what a model is.
It's a representation.
3D.
Past that,
Of,
they're
2D.
already telling you that's not it. So stop.
It's 2D.
Oh my
It's
god.
2D for one.
listen, I already covered this. We're not giving any distances to the moon. We're not giving you the size of the moon. We're not telling you how far it is above the Earth. And we don't believe it's a flat disk like in that image. That would just be the living area, and there would be more land outside of that. You keep strawmanning us.
I literally didn't misrepresent anything, especially considering
You
the fact
are.
that
Well, you've been told 20 times that's not a model, and we don't believe that the Earth is a
well,
flat
you can
disk.
redefine model if you want, but
You
it's
keep.
still a model. Like
That's
we don't
not
believe
our
it is one.
model. Listen, redefine this. That's not our model. We don't believe it's a flat disk. Redefine that. Because that's what was implied. I didn't try to redefine anything. I was very specific
okay,
about
is the
what I
globe
said.
okay, is you know how we have like physical representations of the globe like on a stick? Is that a model or no?
Oh my god, that's a
No, it's not a model. A scientific model requires certain things, and that.
Okay, I was asking because a lot of your memes say that globe earthers don't know their own model. So I was kind of curious how the globe earth is a model, but the flat earth is not a model.
Listen, you don't have a scientific model. That's the entire point. Ours isn't a scientific model either.
Right. So the flat earth is a scientific model, but the globe earth is not a scientific model.
I just said it's
what?
not.
He just said the opposite. He just said it wasn't. What's wrong with you, kid?
You're not listening.
Listen,
He said that
let's just take Dave's not to scale referencing that Dave's not to scale reference of a model that's not ours. Let's put your logic towards that. That's a model, but it's not our model, so it doesn't apply to us. Those people are too large in reference to that small moon on that small Earth. Nobody in those separate areas that he shows those people in would even view the fucking moon from the same direction, so it doesn't apply to reality. It's a straw man of reality. Your entire premise is a false dichotomy. It's based on in truth. And you can keep doing whatever you want, but philosophically, logically, it's a dead principle. It's a dead concept. It holds no weight.
What's his name?
I don't know, but
Sai, I'm about to add the live stream to send you a video.
Anymore. I prefer to keep people that are on a higher intellectual scale and who are genuine.
Right, I'm about to send you a clip in the live stream, Sai. Check this video out, right? This is a highly accredited scientist, right? Which Professor Dave tried to take the piss out of. And Professor Dave got his ass handed to him. You should watch that video. No, Pierre Meyer Robotier.
Oh my god. Pierre? Bruh.
Yeah.
Are you joking?
Watch the video. Watch it. Watch it. Watch
Bro.
it. Watch the video.
Pierre
Watch
isn't
it.
even. Oh my god, bruh.
Watch the video. I think
Pierre-Marie
Pierre's
Robert
wrong too.
debunks Professor Dave.
Idiot too. But listen, watch it. Watch it.
Bruh.
Watch the class and the style. difference. Just watch it. Just watch it.
Yo, I heard you the first time, bro.
Yeah, actually do watch it. Instead of like being like, oh, I'm not gonna watch it because my Professor Dave. Trust me, he gets destroyed. He really gets destroyed, mate. He tried to debunk him, and
Anyone can send you to, bro.
he shows exactly what Professor Dave does to us, and he did it to someone else.
I
in
want
the
to
same.
ask you a question. Do you
He
think
was
that?
also.
Do you think that?
Well, I
Kent
wasn't
Hovind-
finished speaking.
Yeah, calm down, bro. I want to ask you something. Okay, do you think that Kent Hovind won the debate with Professor Dave?
Let's ask him
He won't
questions
listen
more
to
watching.
He won't listen to anything that we have to say.
I'm just asking a question.
No,
do you think
you
Kent
won't
Hovind?
listen to anything that we have to say. It
Just
doesn't
watch
matter
the
what we
video,
say.
dude. Give it a listen. See what you think.
You want me to watch the video now?
Yeah, do it right now and tell us what you think.
Bro, first of all, I'm better in biochemistry than physics. So I can't really just like look at this and act like I have knowledge on it. But I know that Pierre's field of study is not physics, and instead it's I forgot what it was. I think it had to do with a subcategory in chemistry or something. But he's not qualified whatsoever to speak on physics. That's why.
Not what's in question. What's in question is what the fake Professor Dave did to him.
Bro,
and how
I
he
can't analyze it.
answered
I'm not good in physics. I'm good in
You
biochemistry.
don't need to know physics. You need to watch it to show you what Professor Dave does, how he is disingenuous.
Yeah, luckily you don't need physics because the Earth's a geometric claim. So you just geometry.
Yeah, the video's telling you how disingenuous he's being, and you're gonna laugh while you're watching this.
No,
video.
actually, most of the exchange between Dave and Pierre, Dave's 40-minute long video, I think, was mostly related to physics, because he talked about things like he highly criticized like our understanding of the theory of relativity and things relating to that such. So like,
hold on a sec. You watch Dave's video, but you won't watch Pierre's.
I didn't
See
even know
how
Pierre.
double standard.
I didn't even know Pierre made a video before you say anything. So I don't know what you're talking about.
And now you're making 500 excuses why you won't watch it, but you watched the fake Professor Dave's. Funny that.
All right, bro.
And then he laughs at it because we called him out on it. You're a fucking piece of shit.
So how did you find Professor Dave?
I've known him. I've known him for a long time because he's really good in biochemistry, and I use his videos for some of my homework. So I just.
How's his geometry? Did he find any Earth curvature?
So he's the one that's pushing the bullshit too. This Saya fucker. That's amazing.
Yo, calm down, bro. Like, you don't need to be heated.
We've just been
Haven't
looking
been
for a
here the
long
whole
time for
time,
Earth
man.
curvature, and we're hoping you could help us.
What's wrong, Linda? Did that hurt your earlobes?
I'm waiting. Curve.
If 40 minutes is a bit long, you've only got to watch 10 or 20 and just see what you think. You've got to listen to both sides before you can make a determination, correct?
Bro, I'm not good in physics.
I don't think he understands that we're trying to nip that Earth curvature belief on the butt right now.
You're not doing anything, bro. I'm telling you, I'm not good in physics. I'm better in biochemistry if you want to ask me about abiogenesis.
Well, he's rebutting what Professor Dave said, and you listen to Professor Dave for 40 minutes, but you won't listen to 10 minutes of Pierre. Doesn't that sort of tell you how disingenuous you are?
Yeah, seems like you only want to approach the issue from one angle.
You can't learn by listening to one side of the story.
Even though I don't have a solid understanding of physics, but I can
You
probably.
don't need it. You just
don't
need
know
geometry.
about physics. You haven't watched it.
Geometry literally uses physics, bro.
All you have to do is just
Okay,
watch the
but-
video, dude.
Wait, did
Like,
you
I
just
don't
say
know what you're-
geometry uses physics?
Yeah, that was dumb
Yes,
as fuck.
you need, like, for example, if you're talking about
Are
Yeah, but you don't need to.
applied
Yeah, if you're
geometry?
talking Earth and its alleged curvature, you don't
well,
need
if
to
the
use
video's
physics.
if the video is only about the Earth, then maybe not. But I remember in Dave's video, he was talking about a bunch of other stuff. Like, he was talking about the Big Bang even in Dave's video. So if Pierre's response is only about the Earth, then I guess not. But I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Well,
10 minutes. Tell us what you think.
If the Big Bang happened and gravity was supposed to have coalesced the Earth into a ball, well, none of that could have happened if the Earth is not a ball. So that's why we need to check for the curvature first.
If we give him time. Not to mention, you're listening to a bunch of people talk about something that happened when none of them were around. Supposedly happened.
Yeah, so it's philosophy, speculation, religion, not science.
Wait, what's religion? Can you say it again?
Heliocultism.
The Big Bang is a theory. Nobody was around to witness it.
He's finding
No.
excuses
Someone
not to
said
watch.
it's
That's all
religion.
he's
Who said
doing,
that?
guys.
Well, do you have any
Yeah,
Earth curvature to show us, or just religious claims?
Wait. What religious claim did I make?
Well,
belief devoid of evidence.
Huh? You guys
Belief
both
devoid of evidence.
What?
Belief devoid of evidence.
How is that a religious claim? Belief.
Well, that's what religion actually stands for.
Belief
Belief
without evidence
devoid
for
of
what?
evidence.
No. A religion is a moral code, a set of beliefs that are
Well,
mutually.
check out what religion means in the definition, then, dickhead.
I made 0 religious claims.
Do you have any evidence to support your beliefs?
You said you believe in the globe Earth. That's inherently religious. Like, you realize
Oh
that,
my
right?
god.
Yeah, he doesn't know
It's
it
not
yet,
religious, bro.
Okay, it's not religious. Do you have any evidence to support your belief in the globe?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I have a lot of anecdotal evidence.
Okay, show us any anecdotal. Show us any scientific
Empirical.
evidence or empirical
empirical
evidence.
provable evidence, not anecdotal. Images from
Do you
NASA.
know what anecdotal means? I don't think you do.
Religion.
You've got cool stories. That's what it means. Now, where's the empirical evidence?
Aren't you literally a Christian? That's kind of like backfiring for you to say.
I didn't say I was a
How is that
Christian.
backfiring? So what,
Because you're telling me I believe in stories, but you literally believe in
something that's claimed to be scientifically held as a fact. Yeah, that is something that's terrible when
we do science,
Sorry.
we don't
An
we're not
acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof, is belief in extraterrestrial life, for instance. Trust, faith, or confidence in something or something. A belief, right? Now
No,
let's
a
define
religion is a moral code.
Listen, wait there.
A religion is a moral code, a set of beliefs that are mutually exclusive with other beliefs that cannot be changed, or else you violate that religion. Those claims that are made that stem from that are religious claims.
Yeah. So anyway, do you have any evidence for the globe, or are you just a religious?
Yeah, it's
zealot?
talking about chemistry, by the way, Ty. So you can watch it and understand it.
What is that? What I said to listen to? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually listening to it for him. So
Good. Because it actually shows what Professor Dave does even to flat Earth.
What do you mean
fact, right?
personal definition, bro? Like, this is what a religion is, bro. I don't have any set of moral code or any belief that's mutually exclusive with other beliefs or anything like that.
You have a collection of beliefs, right? And basically values as well, because there are values inside of science. Are there not in the world of science? Yeah. And there's an entire collection of beliefs, in fact, involved in those values. And also there are practices that group hold to be true and sacred. Are there not? Such as things like the moon landings, and such as things like,
those
maybe
aren't
the high
religious things.
smashing of atoms, and those aren't religious things. Those are practices that a group does and then hold to be true and sacred. They have a collection of beliefs. The beliefs don't necessarily have scientific validation. For instance, you hold the belief of gravity, right? You hold the belief of evolution. You hold the belief of the Earth. By the way, you keep interrupting me. I will fucking mute you. because I've had enough
A
of your
belief
tone
isn't
already.
always a belief
Right, you're
system, Batman.
gone. You're gone. You're gone.
Just
You're
mute him.
gone.
All right, go ahead.
So, you want to know what I meant by personal definition? It's your personal definition. Buddhism is undoubtedly a religion, and there is no moral code. So you're factually wrong. Period.
All right, I couldn't be bothered with that guy. When I was here a minute ago, I had the windows updated and come back, and he's just the same thing. Like I tried to speak to him for 2 seconds, and he just kept speaking over me.
Yeah, I was listening on the live stream just for like 3 seconds. I could already tell he's a douche.
But I just hate people with tones like that. Like I'm the last person. I give people chances usually, and I will go in the weeds with people and everything, right?
I bet you, I would bet $1,000 he was raised
But
by a
him,
single mother. I
yeah,
guarantee
those
it. He
those
never got
Professor
smacked
Dave
upside the
twats.
head by a man.
In it, exactly, yeah. And I recognise it because I was the same, mate. Like, not many men slapped me upside the head either because I would punch him back in the face, which was wrong, really. Do you know what I mean? Like, I should
You
have
wouldn't punch
took
your
it.
father.
I punched my father once in the face one time, and that was when he was playing around with the mains electric, without turning it off, and I was so frightened he was going to electrocute himself to death, and he wouldn't listen to me, and so I ended up instinctively punching him to save his life. And then 2 seconds later, the electric actually blew up that he was playing around with, so he would have actually died, I imagine, because it was mains electric. That's the one time I ever hit my father. And I was like 10 years old, and I believe it was genuinely instinctive. But no, I never would have hit my father. No.
I hit my dad because he told me to hit him. Got him right in the air pocket, knocked his wind out.
You're lucky he didn't rupture his spleen or fracture his bloody, ribs or something.
I just got here. So what was that guy's
No, I was
Sai.
SAI.
Yeah.
Sai. So what was his proof of the globe?
Well,
He had
Professor
no.
Dave.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
basically watched Professor Dave, and that was his proof.
He asked some questions about the moon.
And he
Oh,
said
why
he
does
tried
why
to
can
force
you
us.
see the moon from any angle or whatever and it's still a circle?
Yeah.
Yes. Why do we only see one face of the moon? He thought that was a
Yeah, that's
gotcha
a
for
good
the
question.
kid.
That's a good question for the globe because they're the ones claiming it's a sphere.
So I said, that's what I said. I was like, how do you explain that?
Like, why are you asking us?
Yeah, you're the one claiming that it's a sphere, right? So with all these different angles of view from a globe, right? On a view, you're the declination where you are on a globe, like your longitude and your latitude at different times versus what you're looking at the moon, the angle from where you are, and then the moon as it goes overhead. It's quite funny, isn't it? How some reason you don't see any change of face ever whatsoever. Actually, very weird.
I'm gonna post something for him, which is this before Dave ever came out with his video. This video was made about how you see a circle as a circle. You don't have to be directly 90 degrees from a circle to see it as a circle. If you're the radius distance away from the center, then it'll always appear as a circle no matter what. So Professor Dave is factually wrong. Okay, he was factually wrong 2,000 years ago when Euclid wrote his book Optics.
You should actually
I just want
watch
to finish
this.
because I actually, when Dave made that video, I went on his channel and said, will you publicly say you're wrong if I show you that you're wrong? He basically called me names, and that was it. Stop replying. That was his response because I had posted this video probably a year before he ever made his.
Even though that's pretty cool, actually. Like, so, even though
I'll probably go find the comment. Hold on.
India, even though this is another scientist who doesn't really know what he's talking about yet, at least he is questioning everything that physics and the astrological physics department is saying, right? He's questioning it all because he's saying that it's all complete bunk and there's something that needs to change because it's nothing adds up, right? Okay. And this guy here, Professor Dave, tried to debunk him and did a hit piece on him. You should see the volatility that he comes at Pierre Robertier with. I just posted it in the live stream. It's at 22 minutes past the hour. Check the video out. It's worth a watch. Me and Logros watched it earlier with Elijah and a few other people. It's actually worth a watch. It's interesting. He's saying that physics and astrophysics is about to be flipped upside down on its arse completely. And he gets compared by Professor Dave as a flat earther when he clearly knows his shit way more than he knows his rhetoric, his religious scientific rhetoric, way more better than Professor Dave. So it's weird to be rooting for a Globey, in a sense, when you watch it. It's a nice experience to have because he's one of those intellectually honest sort of Globies, in a sense, who's just listening to the material and coming up with the best potential hypothesis that he can, I guess, without testing it really to any extent.
Man, I had my hopes up that I was finally going to get to see some of this curvature.
So, Sai, look in the live stream voice text. So this is the video you're talking about. This is my comment. Here's the challenge. If I show you how this is possible on a flat Earth, will you publicly concede yes or no? Here's his response. Kiddo, if the Earth was flat, you could do all these things. No Flurf has an answer for any of them, not one. Literally, when I just told him I have an answer, and I asked him to publicly concede, just says we don't have an answer. Not one. You don't either. So go ahead and try and let the world laugh at you when you fail and save the list of random fallacies for your echo chamber of morons. Normal people know how full of shit you are. That is his response. This is the person that you're placing your faith in. Someone who responds like that. He could have just said yes or no. Obviously, he's not. He's not even gonna acknowledge that there is even a refutation on the table. He can't even pretend that for a minute there's a refutation. Because if he gets shown up by a flat earther, that's money in the bank. He's gonna lose all sorts of money, dude. He's gonna be the laughing stock of YouTube. You think he's gonna lose his $20,000 a month on me? Of course not. He's a fucking coward. He doesn't interact with any flat earther. He'll talk shit about him on anti-flat earther channels. He'll go on Fight the Flat Earth channel and talk shit. He won't interact with any flat earther because he just likes because they will get schooled. They will get destroyed. Half the shit in I'll give you a perfect example. 10 things all flat or 10 challenges for flat earthers. The very first one. Flat earthers have no working map with a scale. Make a map with a scale. That existed since 18-something. The Gleason's map. Antonio Subaratz had a map that he actually that Antonio Subaratz actually posted on his channel. Antonio Subaratz's map is published in the Book of the Sun. It has a scale right on it. He lied. He just blatantly lied. This is the person you're following. A fucking liar. Yeah, there's Antonio Subaratz's map. Trace posted that. He knew about that. He still says that in his video. You're following a liar.
Yeah, you should honestly check out the if you do get a chance to check out that video I posted India. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I will.
So it really is interesting.
The funny thing is Dave dupes people that don't know any better.
Yeah.
They don't have the intellectual capacity to analyze the information and tell who's telling the truth, and they're too lazy to check. So they just go with what's the easiest thing to believe because your guys are lazy. So Professor Dave, he's got hundreds of thousands of YouTube views, so he must be the one that's right. This is how you guys think, man. You determine truth by popular opinion. Let's have a vote. What does everybody else think? That's what I think.
Good. That's why that video is so good by Sky Scholar, right? By Pierre, because he effectively has to deal with the bullshit of Dave, right? Yeah. And yeah, he has to deal with it, right? He has to deal with it, right? And basically, does my microphone sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds fine. Hey, do you want to know what Sai thinks? Want me to tell you how easy it is to figure out what Sai thinks? Ask 10 people that aren't Sai a question, and whatever their answer is what he thinks.
Glober logic.
How fucking way to go through life, man. What a way to go through life. I don't even need to know him to know what he thinks. I only need to know what 10 other people think that aren't even him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So I'm gonna post an appropriate meme for this because
Most of them are all kids.
You have to. Here you go,
Guy
buddy.
says here
Earth is
he's
glob.
navigating with a globe. He's navigating on sea with a globe. He says his map is the globe.
He has a globe. Really?
Yeah, he's in the lobby right now. He's describing
No
the
way.
actual process as done by me and countless others by using a globe for his map.
Uses a map to navigate the globe. How does that work? Hey, take a left at that wave. I've seen that wave before. I've been this way. The last time I came this way to go to to Africa from New York City, there was a wave there. We got to take a left there, right up there.
I had to
It's not right here on this globe, man. There's a wave. Like if you take a microscope and look on the globe, you can see a wave right there. Clowns.
That's what Saya says too. Now he's making another paragraph of bullshit. He just keeps talking.
Can't see his posts for some reason.
Oh, now Saya says ships disappear bottom up. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome.
Is he posting a live stream voice text or
in the lobby? They don't know we have a live stream voice text. They're all like really slow. Every single one. So you tell me, Saya, where is that boat? Right there. Where is that?
Yeah, point at the Earth curvature and Justin's GIF there.
That's awesome, right? How about this one? Let me show you this one. This one is like very crazy how it just disappears and then comes back after the ship comes in front of it.
I don't want to talk to each other. I'm gonna unmute him.
Yeah, I know. Just unmute him.
So.
Oh
shit.
Yeah.
We're fighting each other.
Yeah.
So, Sai, if I can show you a boat disappearing bottom up on a known flat surface, what are you going to say about that? Just because you think it's not possible because you suck at geometry doesn't mean anything.
Yo, what did you say?
You suck at geometry.
If I can demonstrate a boat disappearing on a known flat surface, what are you going to say about that?
Disappearing on a known
bottom
flat
up
surface.
the same way it does at sea, according to you, which doesn't even happen every time, which rarely happens, quite honestly. But the same way it disappears at sea, if I can demonstrate that on a known flat surface, what are you going to say about that? Known flat surface. It's not possible?
That's not my objection.
You said ships disappear bottom up. You posted it. I just read it.
Yeah, I know that. But what did you like? What did you just say? That has nothing to do with what I said.
You can do ships disappear bottom up. That happens.
Yeah,
on
I know.
A flat
To disprove
surface
what I
too.
said, you'd have to show a ship in the distance disappearing, and every single aspect of that ship disappearing at the same time, rather than
on a flat surface.
Well,
on a flat surface.
Well, it's not.
I can show you on a flat. I can show you on a known flat surface.
Yep.
100% known it's flat.
All of it disappearing. Go ahead, do it.
Okay, hold on. Which one do I want?
By the way, all of your yes men have sent me gifts, but all of these gifts are either extremely gray. Like, what is? Let me just quote this one. What is this? Why is the color like that? I wonder why it's like that. Like, you can't even.
It's the distance that it's at, dude. It's
no, it's not. We have pictures of ships disappearing without.
It's an optical illusion out there.
Dude, that color isn't necessary. Send a clear video. of a ship disappearing with all of its parts.
You can look this up. I'm not gonna do anything for you, Saya. You need to do
You
the
can
work.
look it up, really?
Fucking do the work.
No,
Okay?
because there's
I'm
somebody
gonna do
that's
the work.
tested this and
I'm
done.
not
It's
here
been
to convince
replicated
you.
over and over.
You think I'm here to convince you with that picture? That picture didn't convince me. I went and did it, fucker.
So
I have
check
my
this
own
out.
boat. Thanks.
Yo, you're crazy, bro.
You're crazy for asking me to do your work.
No, bro, you're actually crazy. Like, seek help.
Unfucking
So
believable.
yeah, okay. That's not really
We
the
might
best
be
we can do.
crazy, but we're not fucking stupid.
Can we stay focused here on point, right? So this video, this lake, this pond, is 500 feet long. The globe Earth model says the horizon is 2,600 feet away. This RC boat completely vanishes in 600 feet.
RC boat.
It's an RC
Oh, I mean
boat.
it.
Yeah. It's a two scale replication.
Okay.
He doesn't even know how to test.
So I've personally watched the boat go from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles out to sea. So do you know what the globe Earth says? The globe Earth says that boat is 470 feet under the horizon. But it wasn't. Why is that? Why didn't that ship go under the horizon?
Bro, I can't even see anything because they're all spamming the chat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Post it again.
Yeah, post it again.
RC boat proves optical phenomena.
Dude, listen, there's a whole channel full of these. They have replicated this over and over and over and over and over
Okay,
again.
well, my phone.
Because you're in the wrong geometry. You're thinking of the world in a orthographic Euclidean geometry, but that's not how we see the world. We see the world in a projective geometry. And you think because if I take a side view of something and I can draw a straight line to it, it should be visible. That is wrong. Okay? Using that logic, railroad tracks don't exist. Because if I drew railroad tracks orthographically in orthographic Euclidean geometry, they would never converge. But when I go into the real world and I look at railroad tracks, they converge in the distance. Why is that? Why do railroad tracks appear to converge to a point in the distance when if I took a tape measure, they are going to be the same distance apart from each other? According to your logic, railroad tracks don't exist. Because orthographically, if I drew it on a piece of paper, those I would draw two lines and they would never touch each other, no matter how long the piece of paper is. And this is how you're thinking about it. Oh man, I can't see the bottom of that boat. Oh, but if I took it orthographically and I draw a line, that line goes to every part of the boat. But we don't see that way. The 3D world is projected onto a 2D surface.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, if you're going to address it, yeah, I'm done.
Are you on your right now?
Yeah, I'm on my computer.
Okay, I'm on my phone, so I can't open YouTube links and stay in the voice call at the same time. So why don't you live if you can? Why don't you share your screen? And
no. First of all, screen sharing is disabled in this chat.
Are you an admin or something?
Yeah, but I'm not making a variance for you. What's your refutation of what I just said?
Bro, you literally went like I don't even know what your point was. That's not how you make an argument. You make an argument and then you stop, you know, go on a tangent and then ask me to respond.
Okay, do you understand what's projective geometry? Do you even know what that is?
Like the field?
No. Projective geometry. So we see things.
Projective geometry is a branch or a field. It's like it deals with relationships between different figures.
No.
So what does that have? That's what it is, bro. That's
we
what
see in a projective geometry. That's how we see the 3D
It's literally
world.
mirrors, dude. It's mirrors.
Okay, no, it's not. We see the 3D world is projected onto a 2D surface, your retina, or a camera sensor, or a camera film.
Okay, what does this have to do with the with the boat thing?
Because you are thinking of, if I can't see the bottom of the boat, there must be something physically blocking it. It's because you're thinking of it
Well,
in the
yeah, it has
wrong
to be. There has to
geometry.
be something.
You aren't
There has.
thinking of it in it. Listen, I just gave you a demonstration where that's not. I've demonstrated that's not true. It's not my words, dude. It's a demonstration
Okay,
that
one
what you're
sec.
saying is not true.
One sec. If the boat is far enough for it to be disappearing, and then since it's at that distance, if one side of the boat disappears first, then that means something opaque is covering that part. So the question is, no,
Wrong.
that's true.
No,
So
you're
look, think of it like
you're wrong, dude. You're wrong.
okay. Let me
Okay,
finish.
let me. I'll tell you why you're wrong. What is the diffraction limit?
I don't know.
You have no idea. So there's two stars, Sirius A and Sirius B. If you look at them, you're only going to see one star. But if you take a powerful enough telescope, you actually see two stars. That's because of the diffraction limit. Now, when you see one star, there's a space between that little dot. There's a space in there. You just can't see it. And if you take the biggest zoom telescope you want, you still can't see that space. You need to get a telescope that has a larger diameter lens because of the diffraction limit. It's the same. You ever seen a car in the distance?
That's not answering the
Listen
objection.
to me. Listen to me. No. Listen, it is an objection. You just listen, you don't understand it. There's a space in between. So if I look at the headlights of two cars and it's way up in the distance, initially I'm going to see one light. And as it gets closer, that one light is going to separate into two lights. That means there was a space in between.
Yeah, it's luminous.
Those things.
Obviously, it's going to do that.
So
it's illuminating light.
So if you're looking at a boat, there's a space between the middle of the boat
is it
and the
luminous?
bottom.
No,
right?
it's
And when it
going
goes
in a
far
straight
enough away,
line.
you can't see that space
Oh my
anymore.
god. Okay, can I respond? Because what you just said was so stupid.
Oh, that's really an argument. That's a great argument.
Let me respond.
That's stupid. That's a great argument. Can you like? Is that like a? You got a citation for that? You got a citation for you're stupid?
Okay, so the boat, all of the boat itself, right, in totality,
Not
isn't
how we see a
illuminating.
boat, though. We see. Listen, light reflects off of something. Each particular point of a boat is what reflects light. A boat is actually made up of lots and lots of points of light, right? So you look at your hand, you don't see atoms, you don't see molecules. Why is that?
Bro, let me ask my question, okay?
Because you see light. So why don't you try addressing one of his points instead of
He doesn't know what I'm talking about. He's drowning right now.
Instead of just saying "nuh-uh"? That's dumb.
If you look at the boat in totality, at the distance where it's disappearing, and you notice that one part of it disappears before the other part. So let's say, for example, the top part would disappear before the bottom part.
Image of the boat delivered to your eyes by light?
It wouldn't. That's the point. The reason that it proves curvature is because the bottom part disappears first because there's something opaque covering it. So if you imagine
I got one question.
Listen,
Have you ever
wrong? Because check this out. Okay, now imagine instead of water, right? You have a long hallway, and instead of the object being on the ground, it's on the ceiling, and it goes off into the distance. So to you, apparently, it's going to appear as if the top of the object disappears first. You're trying to differentiate the object from the surface. The surface is getting a narrower and narrower grazing angle. The object is getting smaller and smaller because of the linear.
What are you talking about?
Hey, bro, you know we could just say refraction, right? Sinking is a form of refraction.
If you stood on your head and watched the boat go off into the distance, what part of the boat would disappear first?
The bottom.
Not to you, that would be the top.
What did you say before? If what your head?
Wouldn't it be the top of the boat? From your viewpoint, it would be the top of the boat. If you're standing on your head. If you're standing on your head.
You mean like an upside, like a handstand or something?
Yes, you're standing on your head. You're watching a boat go off into the distance. Okay,
No.
I'll give you another one. If you have a long hallway, right? You get close to the left wall. You get close to the wall on your left-hand side as opposed to the right-hand side. You can see more of the wall on the right than you can on the left. Why is that? So if your face is really, really close to the wall on the left, you're not going to see, because of the angle you're at, you're not going to see the entire wall. But you're going to see the entire wall on the right side. Because you have a shallow grazing angle. And when a boat is far enough away, because of the diffraction limit, you can't differentiate the bottom parts of the boat from the surface. Okay, this isn't even my opinion, dude.
Why can't you
It's
differentiate
demonstrable. It's not my opinion. We can demonstrate it and have demonstrated it. So you
Okay,
can
why?
say whatever you want. We have demonstrated it.
Okay,
It's
why does
been
the bottom part disappear first?
the diffraction limit, and
How
you're
does
trying to
how does?
differentiate from the surface.
By the way, there's literally no difference between diffraction and refraction. So I don't know why you're using that word.
What the fuck are you? No, there's no difference between diffraction and refraction.
Yeah,
Please
tell me the
say
differences
that
right now.
again.
Tell me the difference. What's the difference?
Diffraction is when light passes through a narrow aperture of an edge and it spreads out. Okay. Refraction is when light changes its speed in a medium and slows down.
Yeah, but you're using them as if they're not interchangeable in this
They
conversation.
aren't. So when light passing through a narrow aperture is the same as the speed of light slowing down. That's the same thing.
That's not refraction.
Oh, that's not. Okay, so I'm going to read the definitions to both to show everybody
Yeah,
on
diffraction.
YouTube what a fucking moron you are.
Yeah, diffraction and refraction are in no way analogous.
They're literally used.
Diffraction.
No,
The process by which a beam of light or other system wave spreads out as a result of passing through a narrow aperture or across an edge. Exactly what I said. Refraction. The factor phenomenon of light, radio waves, being deflected and passing obliquely through interfaces between one medium and another, through which the medium has a varying density. Change in direction of propagation of any wave as a result of traveling at
Where do the
different
waves?
speeds at different points along a wavefront.
So
where do the
You're
waves
wrong.
go?
One is
Now concede you're wrong.
propagation.
Concede that you were factually wrong.
Where do the waves go? For
You're muted
refraction.
until you concede, dude.
Where do the waves go?
Isn't a wave.
They get deflected. One is propagation, one's deflection. So you should.
He's not talking until he concedes.
That you were wrong. He should. He was just wrong.
He's not talking until he concedes. There's no point in dealing with dishonest people.
I mean, at least it's interesting.
Well, I mean, what's interesting? You have a clown that's flying his ass off, scrambling, twisting himself into an intellectual pretzel. I mean, I can go down like downtown and watch some fucked up tweaker do that.
In an intellectual conversation, you actually address what's being said to you, and you don't just repeat what you said already, as if somebody didn't hear it. As if you repeat it 10 times and it becomes true, even though somebody has given a refutation.
That's called the proof by repetition fallacy. X is true, X is true, X is true, X is true. Like the more times you say it, it becomes more true.
Yeah, these people don't even address what they say. They twist what we say. So what you're saying is...
Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh. So what you're saying is... it gets annoying.
I like the hand wave when they go, that's interesting, and then just continue on like that you never said anything.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that nothing Indio said is a flat earth concept. It's actually applicable science. It's an applied science. We can demonstrate all of what he said. It's not theoretical. It's applied. That's the difference between applied science and theoretical science. We can actually demonstrate applied science.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's nothing to argue about. I could have no theory, I could know nothing about physics. And just the fact I can demonstrate on a flat surface just ends the argument. It's just over.
Newton's flaming sword, that which cannot be settled by experimentation, is not worthy of debate.
Oh, yeah. of the, Newton I have mixed feelings about. A lot of stuff he did was wrong. A lot he did was right. So that particular thing was right.
Yeah, he actually goes against his own sword on quite a few things, and you got to wonder if they weren't just thought experiments and somebody else propagate them as a reality. And Newton never even said they were a reality; he just said it was a thought experiment. So his sword wouldn't apply to a thought experiment.
Yeah, I like to quote Galileo Galilei because he said, "In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual."
That's an appeal to authority. About an appeal to authority.
Hey, should we give him a chance to cite anything or address?
Yeah, I want to hear what he
know
has
what
to
I'm
say.
talking about. He has like no clue what I'm talking about. He's trying to fake it.
I know.
Like, listen, because flat earthers are dumb, there's no possible way we can be right. So
Yeah,
he can just say anything and it automatically makes us wrong just because.
Yeah, I get that feeling. We can say diffraction and refraction are the same thing because flat earthers are so uneducated they wouldn't know this.
I could say frozen water is ice, and like if he refuted it, I'd automatically be wrong if he just said nuh-uh, because I'm a flat earther and he's not. So being correct is a social status or a whatever, some foundational belief
or a label or a side.
Yeah, like I don't even know. Like
you're not on the right side, so you're by default you're wrong.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. He must be a liberal.
Yeah, and it's as if we're not both standing on the same stream. We could both be on different sides of a stream, and the only difference would be perspective. But when they say the bottom of the boat sinking, when they say, listen, they go ahead. I'd just like to point out that one of the forms of refraction is sinking, so I don't know why they don't invoke refraction every time it actually applies.
I don't have a, like dude just said, the ultra dumb guys back. Like I don't have a problem with people not knowing things, not at all. I mean, the arrogance they come in here with it that bothers me.
Did you hear that Manzo guy earlier though? It was really painful.
I heard part of it if I remember right.
Yeah, it was rough.
What was he doing? He had some little. Oh, he was the one playing dumb, but maybe he wasn't playing.
His proof for Earth rotation was garlic toast, literally.
Yeah.
And then just calling us stupid over and over.
The high altitude balloon with the garlic bread. That.
Yeah, and also basically what you just said. You guys are flat earthers. You can't be right about anything.
So he's a tiny earther.
Well, he jumped back and forth between being a giant earther and a tiny earther.
Well,
it's too big to see the curve, but ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, and then he showed us a video of curvature at basically ground level because of the warped lens.
Yeah,
he's all over the place.
Wow. That's his upbringing or something. Imagine wanting to be right so bad that's what you degenerate to.
I think Mimas maybe server muted him or something, but if you guys wanted to have a go at him, I don't know.
He's not.
I don't worth it.
I heard Crack came in. You were talking to him, and then Crack came in, and then
yeah.
And then he's like playing stupid, pretending he didn't understand shit, pretending he didn't hear it, pretending like all this stuff, right? Oh, what does that mean? And then saying like, so what? That doesn't mean anything. Plus playing that stupid LARP.
LARPer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even original at this point. It's actually that stuff we used to deal with like 3 years ago. Like, you trolls, you guys evolved, I guess. Like, because you believe in that thing. But you guys evolved and you guys had better LARPs than that. That's just like the playing dumb LARP is so boring. You don't have to convince us. We're already convinced. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, like, what exactly are you trying to convince me of? That you're stupid? Like, I mean, you don't have to play like you're deaf, dumb, and blind.
Yeah, we got them that actually. Well, I must be just too dumb to understand this.
No, they're just LARPing. They don't want to acknowledge the information is valid. So if they just say, "Oh, I don't understand it," that's better than acknowledging it's valid. They don't even want to acknowledge it exists. They're the people that like. There's not a single piece of evidence for flat Earth. Flat Earth is a hoax. Flat Earth is fake. And then you go, okay, so why does the Earth look flat? Oh, because it's too big. Well, they're looking flat is a piece of evidence. So there is a piece of evidence, at least one, that the Earth is flat, that it looks flat. So they have to acknowledge there's at least one piece. Just dishonesty. Whatever. So there's no point in that. At least to me, there's no point in dealing with people like that. Unless you want to make them look like buffoons for YouTube.
Yeah, that's about the only point. They serve a good purpose that way, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is your champion. Like, this is what you're, like, this is the people defending the globe, and this is how they defend it. Something you think is foregone conclusion. This is the defense of it. Instead of just like, oh, measurements of curvature? Oh, here they are. Click, 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 type. Boom. Post in the chat. Oh, shit. I guess it is a globe. India shut down the server. Click, delete server, game over, right? That should happen in about 3 minutes. But that never happens in 4 years.
Oh, the guy, he wants to debate you now. He's in the chat.
All right. Oh my God. Manso. Not Manso again, please.
Yeah.
Come on. Can only beat a dead horse.
Well, he's actually one of the smarter baltards.
Here's the thing, man. I don't want to miss out on being able to talk to somebody because somebody else in their way didn't work.
Somebody else can talk to him.
That's true. Someone talk to him then.
A dead horse to you might be able to pull a plow for me.
I think we should call him Mango. Can someone change this to Mango? Mango!
I'll ridicule his premises, not him.
Look, he's just going to pull some nonsense. I'm not even entertaining that. If someone else wants to deal with him, they can. But like I said, these two serve no purpose. I mean...
Could I walk him through the 3 points?
See, that's why...
Did someone actually try that? Did someone try the 3 points with him?
Yes, he's already been through the 3 points, please. But go ahead. Like, really, honestly... If you want to talk to him again, it just makes more content. Like,
let's not repeat ourselves. So,
yeah, I mean, like
if he went through the 3 points and it didn't work, well, then we just end up being what we say about them. Let me repeat this and see if it fallaciously teaches him that we're right.
Oh, he was the one that was saying he wasn't sure what the horizon was. Nah, don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, forget him. Forget that. Like, serious.
What were you going to say, Dandelion?
Oh, yeah, please.
Oh, I was just going to say the 3 points worked. He admitted that the globe was nothing but a belief. He admitted that like at least 10 times. So, yeah, I don't know where to go with him.
There's nothing worse than rude, condescending, and ignorant all in the same bundle.
Basically, his whole thing is it's too big to prove that it's a ball, but flat earthers are dumb, so it's a ball.
Yeah, let's not do what they do. Let's stick to the premises they make and not the people, please.
Yeah, that's true. The premises are
Well, I mean,
Well,
this
yeah,
is
the premise-
Kruger, man. Anyone that listens to him talk versus us talk knows that if he thinks that we're dumb, he has like a severe case of Dunning-Kruger. He's even like way to the left on the bell curve for Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, into illusions of grandeur. Yeah. Narcissism.
Well, I mean, the Dunning-Kruger effect is actually a distribution. There's some people that have more. It's more severe than others. He has it severely.
Yeah, he thinks he's smarter than he is, and he thinks we're dumber than we are.
And the ironic part of Dunning-Kruger is the people that think they're smarter than they are too dumb to know that they're the stupidest person in the room.
You know what my dad used? You know how my dad used to say that? He knew about Dunning-Kruger, but he didn't know it. He'd say, "Boy, aren't smart-ass dumb people annoying?" Yeah, they are, Dad. He said, "Thing is, though, if when you argue with one, they'll just pull you down to their level and beat you with experience."
Yep, I refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You have no kung fu. How then can he battle the White Lotus? Ooh.
I never. This was a really interesting day because I've really never seen so many different. I don't even know how to describe it.
Personality?
No. So many different fallacious arguments that are just pulled up out of nowhere with no connection to each other. This little weaving together this globe deception by any means necessary, through any path necessary, with any pseudoscience available at the time.
Sonny, the worst part is they think, people like these two, they think they're actually making a good argument. That's the messed up part. That's actually the scariest part, is that they think, man, this is actually a good argument. Let me say this. When it is so bad, it's like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, like, I'm surprised I haven't hurt myself from my eyes rolling every time I listen to this chat and these go over.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting for a different response when they get called out on that, like numerous times, where they just go, "Flat Earthers, you're just dumb." That like, why is that the only gig they have?
That's the only thing they like. Literally, that's like. I was listening to a stream. I don't know. It's like from like a few months ago. Tracy Van was on. I think I heard you. I know Battlemod was on. Battlemod actually came in and just like ripped this dude a new one. His response to everything was, "Oh, you just don't understand. You're getting that wrong. You don't understand." Like, he was doing this for like 15 or 20 minutes. That was literally his only response. "Oh, you can have gas pressure next to without a container." Oh, and then they like Drace explained like the second law of thermodynamics to him, and he was like, "You don't understand the second law of thermodynamics," and it was just going back and forth like this over and over again. He would make a bare assertion, no evidence. They would refute it with actual evidence, and then he'd say, basically, "Nuh-uh, you just don't understand it."
That's that dude. Hey, that's that dude that kept trying to interrupt me and Drace, and we just kept talking right through him. I listen to old debates too to try and see where I can improve myself or get it from these low level arguments up to a higher tier. I can't stand debating the simple shit that's actually a non sequitur. Works on both models. And if you don't understand that, well, you just shouldn't be in the argument.
Well, yeah, part of what I was saying before is that people coming in with all this, what they think is technical knowledge, and then when pressed to the issue, like Battlemod does quite a bit, is questioning them on what they're saying they know, and time again, they are found to know nothing about what they're thinking or saying that they know about, which is just amazing, one after another, like ducks in a row being knocked down.
Dude, like that dude with the neutrinos and the propagation wouldn't work. I gave Cyrus the link and we just went through. I was arguing one thing and Cyrus come back with I don't know why this wouldn't work on a flat earth, because one building is at a higher elevation than another building. One tunnel is shorter than another tunnel. So obviously it'd have to be at a downward direction to meet you got the propagator and the receiver. So if the propagator's higher than the receiver in elevation, then wouldn't you have to angle it down, whether you're on a flat earth or a globe? So it'd work on both models. Then dude was like quiet because he came in, here's an academic level guy, a graduate level guy, came in with a premise that he said wouldn't work on flat earth, and he didn't know the article. He didn't know he could get images. He hadn't researched and looked into it enough to even know it wouldn't work on a flat earth. He just assumed that. And he's an academic. And me and Cyrus, we walked through it 2-on-1 and didn't even overtalk each other at all. Not once. Just when it's done like that, it's done in perfect form. I love that shit. When you work with somebody, you don't even have to. You just work good together. It's not even work. It's not stressful. There's no friction because you're both on the same point. Neither one of you obfuscate the point. You each you take turns addressing the point to a progression. Because I asked him from the get-go, why so would it not work on a flat earth? And he couldn't answer the question. So we just kept progressing to why he was wrong.
I have to say, I would like to hear you guys debate this guy.
That's nice.
He's unmuted. No one's stopping him. Asked him. We've asked him several times. Yeah, we've asked him several times for proof of curvature rotation. If he wants to bring something to the table, no one's stopping him.
Well, you know.
You know what?
Okay, so is this guy just a
pretty
troll?
obvious.
No, you don't have to state the obvious.
Before you attempt to formulate your argument, can you agree to concede when you are wrong and attempt not to be fallacious?
Would you rather have a gay son or a thought daughter?
So that's obfuscation. You're avoiding answering the question.
I learn a lot about my enemy's perspective from the answeration of this question.
Enemies?
Like debating enemies.
Opponent or enemy? So enemy implies a personal thing. And being personal.
I don't
I
think he speaks
personally
English.
don't like any flat earther.
Personal goes into feelings, and feelings have no place in a formal debate. Only premises and facts. You're debating that which is a fact and that which is not, demonstratively.
Hey, Manso, the Earth is too big to see any curvature at ground level, right?
Okay, and?
Is that true? Do you agree with that?
I mean, sure.
Okay, so how's it obvious that the Earth's a ball?
Because, you know, like space stations and stuff.
That's how it's obvious? Space stations and stuff?
People went to the
Have you
moon,
been
you
to a
know.
space station?
Can you verify any of that to make it a reality 100%? I mean, you state it like it's scientific proof. Yeah, we got images and live streams, but can we verify for certainty?
If you had like the amount of smartness that
It's
a
not about
non-flat
smart.
earther would have, then you would have had a job with enough money to be able to afford going on a rocket and seeing it
You
for
know what's
yourself.
funny? Hold on. You know what's funny? I own a business. Verizon Galactic still owes me money. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, what's your business called?
Yeah, I'm just gonna give you the name of my paving company or my repair service. Yeah, I'm dumb.
You own a repair service? For what?
Fleet trucks and heavy equipment. It's an extension of my asphalt company.
Dude, isn't like that in the field of people who like don't do anything scientific? And
No,
like, you know.
actually, I've got a bachelor's of science in engineering. What the fuck are you on about? You just talk about things you don't know about as if you know about them all the time.
All the time.
Right. But
You know that leaves you open for somebody to say that you're ignorant, not stupid, ignorant, and that you argue from a standpoint of ignorance.
I mean, you study like asphalt and stuff, you know.
No,
How is that?
no, I don't study asphalt. I study civil engineering. See, you're just ignorant. You want to
You
take
know,
another attempt so I can smack you with that too?
my cousin also studies civil engineering and he's pretty like kind of stupid, so I think there's like a pattern
And your
between
point
people who
is
study civil engineering.
is consensus, is that causation? Does it prove I'm ignorant? Here you are talking about shit you don't know about. Here I am speaking only what I know about. So I would prefer to declare it. Just because your cousin's a stupid fuck isn't a qualifier for other people being stupid fuck. That's a statistically insignificant sample size.
I mean, it's
But I
proven
guess
that flat
I guess
earthers
you'd have
have
to.
lower IQ.
No, it's not proven. I guess you'd have to have a degree of intelligence to know this. Show me the study. Give me a citation for the study.
That flat
What's your
earthers
IQ,
have
man?
lower IQ.
The
What's your
clinical,
IQ, buddy?
yeah, IQ doesn't
Yeah,
have
we already know.
intelligence.
$1,000. Mine is higher than yours right now.
Manso,
Give me the
what
smart.
happened? Manso, what happened to you? Like, did you get bullied a lot? So you're just looking for people to bully? This is not the place for that. I understand that you think you found someone, a group that you've been told are dumber than you. I'm just here to tell you that you're wrong. So you could look elsewhere if that's all you're looking for. I'm sorry you were bullied. Instead of choosing to try to find other people to bully because you're failing at that, you could try to improve yourself instead.
You know, I was
Okay, a
gonna
woman really.
rumpus you to say that this guy just thought he'd be the smartest guy here, and I didn't. So I'm happy.
Now I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
he's that guy. He's
Yeah,
that guy. We've seen that
he
guy
is.
before. Yeah.
What's your IQ, man?
The fact that you are talking about flat
W-
Earth
Would
makes me more
would you
confident than
would
you
your
automatically.
IQ be a good qualifier for intelligence, or your ability to use the information you do have?
It makes me do better problem-solving skills
Christ, you
and
can't
like
even form a
life
coherent
skills
and
than you.
cohesive sentence, man.
Maybe
English
New
is
Hampshire.
not my first language, so you know.
What's your first language?
I speak Arabic, French, English, and you know.
Okay. Cool. I can speak Arabic too.
You probably only speak English, so
No,
like you're not as smart.
I'm not as smart as you are. I
Really?
bet I can speak Arabic better than you. How much you want to bet?
Chinga tu madre, vente punto maricón.
I'll put money on it.
Dude, my first language is Arabic. How do you speak Arabic better than me?
Because it might be my first language too. How do you know, man? I'm just a voice on the internet. How do you know
What
what
is
I
it?
know?
Which one applies there? Inshallah.
Or mashallah. Which one is it?
Which one?
Oh, neither, because this guy's a dumbass, so it's okay.
Yeah. So can you recite the opener for me, please? I would like to hear your Arabic.
Oh, the opener? Oh, of course. You want me to read it? Yeah.
Well, I was talking to him, but damn, you
ain't
answered
quiet,
quick, and I don't hear shit from him. You know, Dandelion hit it on the head. This guy said, "Man, I didn't even graduate high school, but I could go here and be the smartest guy in the group. Man, I'm running." And we didn't even get into the actual argument yet. We can't. We're stumbling over his ignorance.
No, he's heard it all. He's Napalm went through the 3 points. Central Banker went through the Black Swan. He's been through it all. Yeah, none of it's rung a bell. Witsit even had a go at him.
Yeah, I mean, His
You
ignorance
probably
is
think
a professional highway engineer wouldn't know anything about science, even though he has to have a bachelor's of science.
he probably thinks it's egg shaped because the Quran said so. Is that right?
Well, actually, that word that they use means open hand, not closed hand. They say that it'll start like open hand and end up like a closed hand, right?
He's not talking anymore, so.
In the end, it'll be closed hand, but in the beginning, it'll be open hand. And if he actually knew his language, he could tell me what words I'm referring to, and I wouldn't have to do that.
I know
But
my language. What words are you referring to?
open hand and closed hand. When it stated Allah made the world this way, open hand. But in the end, it will be closed hand.
You want me to tell you what an open hand is in Arabic?
Oh my God! Can you even keep up? Do you?
I don't know what you want. Is this like a verse from the Quran you want me to mention? You're not being specific.
Just testing your knowledge, man. That's what
It should be specific enough for you. You know
A
how
guy
many?
working with cement, testing my knowledge. What the hell?
Oh wow! What do you work with?
Cement. Hold up.
Cement.
I'm not a
Oh, man.
not a concrete guy. I'm not a mason.
That's why this guy,
Neither am
that's
I.
why we gave up on this guy earlier. He's just
I
so
work.
hateful. It's hard to even have a conversation with
I know.
him. He explained, man,
That's
so he explained to you that he had an engineering degree, so you need to stop with this. It's just ridiculous at this point. You know, if you don't want to learn anything, that's fine. You know, go back where you came from. That's fine. If you're just here to to try to find somebody to put down, to, I guess, make yourself feel better, then, just go talk to a brick wall or talk to the mirror if you want. Like, it's really very uninteresting level of conversation.
Yeah, and roads are made out of asphalt.
Having a conversation.
Yeah.
We'll find somebody else to talk to. I've had enough of this guy. Are you going to have an adult conversation, man, so or not?
Talk to this.
Okay, sure, but give me a proof that the Earth is flat.
Did you just call her sir?
He said sure, but yeah, he said sir instead of sure. I think.
I said sure, but I don't think 90-year-old people.
You actually speak English. You actually speak English. You actually speak English fairly well. That is not the problem. So you need to just start thinking a little more on a deeper level about what we're talking about instead of just reflexively being defensive and hurling out insults. This is just childish. All right? We're not in junior high here. He asked for proof the Earth's flat. Central banker explained the black swan to you. I mean, does somebody want to talk to him about the laser test? He hasn't heard about that yet. What did you learn from the black swan oil rig image, Manso?
I totally want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, he told it to me, and I proved him wrong because it's easy.
You haven't proved me wrong yet, because I'm not gonna attack any of the flat Earth. I'm gonna attack your large ass ego. Why do you think you're so much better than everyone else? Because you speak Arabic. So do I.
Your logic is flawed, and I am trilingual, and I go to university.
So did I, and my logic is not flawed.
You're not trilingual, you're bilingual, so you're not smarter. You're like dumb.
I am bilingual. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm trilingual.
Oh, I'm quadlingual. I speak
Literally no one cares. You speak extra languages, like cool, dude.
Yeah. Doesn't mean
my mind can comprehend more things than yours.
Oh, really?
Okay, can we just ban this guy? He's like just being blatantly disrespectful.
Hold on. Well, it's okay. He's not pissing me off. He's cool. He just has a large ego.
Yeah, can we listen? I muted to let Cyrus do this. He's better equipped than me. He has patience to work with slow people. So could you just guys not rumpus him and let him do this, please? Well, then I won't have to mute no one.
It's all good. All right, man. Test my logic. Let's see. Go ahead. What you got for me?
I mean, give me one proof that the Earth is flat.
One proof that the Earth, it measures that way. It's a measurement thing, really.
Did you measure it?
Yeah, I did.
With like a ruler or something?
With long distance observation. Yeah.
You're right.
You measured it by observing it. That's it.
No, it's called a comparative measurement. So I used light.
Elaborate to me how the elaborative measuration works.
Elaborative. Okay. Do you know how lasers? Are you familiar with lasers?
Are you talking about the guy that did the experiment and proved the Earth is a globe by accident? Yeah, I know that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm gonna talk about FE core over a 40 kilometer. Since you work in kilometers, 40 kilometer laser test to determine the sphericity of Earth.
Yeah,
and it's not a fucking ball. But we have to get specific because this is a specific example. So if you want to go through some numbers, I'm down. If you don't, just let me know. I'm not going to even bother.
Give me the numbers.
Give me the numbers. Okay, FE core. What is it? Memes FE core? Here. Let me try this. No, I want the PDF. Is it? PDF. No. PDF above? Where?
Links. If you do links, FE Core.
Is it pinned? Oh my
18
God.
minutes past the hour, Donato posted it as well.
Okay, go scroll up 18 minutes past the hour. Or here, Donato posted it again, last post. Download that, open it up. Since you're being so fucking arrogant. What are you studying, since you're a smartass? What are you studying in university? Manso?
You're asking about my major?
Yes. Or your minor.
Well, you know, computer science, not like
Who cares?
cement and ground things.
Not cement and ground things, bro. So you're just trolling? You're just trying to be funny? Is that it?
I'm just saying what I study.
I'm just saying it with a smile on my face because it's so fun.
Does cement have to do with anything? Huh.
Dude, I can hear the smile on your face, bro.
Or you can, actually.
I'm not smiling.
Smirking.
Maybe not now.
Smirking cunt, but it's okay. Let's see. So, open the PDF.
Yeah, I'm reading it. Give me time.
Okay. Go to the Lake Belaton one. If you want. That's the longest one. It's about 25 miles. Let me know if you have any problems with that documentation. And then we'll take you to the space-time continuum to actually test your IQ. See how much of Einstein's field equation you can actually solve.
I really want to do an IQ. I really want to do an IQ test with you. I really do. You're gonna like.
Mine is more than $1.50, so you're gonna struggle.
Okay, let's do it then. If you win, I give you like $5.
I'll do it. Go ahead. Post the exam. I'll take it. You take it. Let's do it.
Ooh, actually, let's do it right now.
No, let's not. Let's stick to the FE core. Then we'll do the IQ.
You're scared.
Yes, I'm scared because I want to talk about the FE core laser test. You are correct.
Okay, am I just supposed to read 200 slides?
Well, that's my proof. You asked for proof, and I gave you one. What else do you want? You don't want to look at it now because you're too arrogant to look at it because you think it's wrong no matter what.
You can't give me a summary or something?
It's in there. It's pretty summarized, man.
Summarized in 120 pages?
Yeah. How much curvature? Okay, how much curvature is supposed to exist in 40 kilometers? Bulge.
I'm not experienced with the numbers.
Okay, use an Earth curve calculator or whatever flavor you would like. Go to whichever website you want.
Earth curve calculator? Really?
Well, unless you know it, then calculate it yourself and just tell me how much drop should be there.
Okay, I'm in an Earth curve calculator. Tell me what to write.
Plug in the numbers from the PDF.
There's like 200 slides. Which slide?
Kind of hard to keep a straight face. Eh?
It's pretty hard, I know, and you have to plug in some numbers. So
just pick one.
Height. I don't know. What do you want? 3 meters. Go ahead. Observer height 3 meters. Well, actually, I don't know, so that's why. Check it in the PDF and plug those numbers in. And let me know how much curvature should exist in 40 kilos.
Wow, did you read the description? It says
You're like giving me a
Letterbunk's
whole
useful
book
tool to calculate
and
how
Yeah.
far
me
away the
random
horizon is
numbers.
and how much it hides.
That's right. I'm giving you a whole book. That's what you asked for. And
A
you
whole
have a
book
problem
with
reading this book?
stuff that's literally all wrong, and no one has time for the stupidness to
Okay.
correct it.
Hey, dumbass. How did you know
Now who's
that
calling
it's
who's
wrong? Hold on. How did you know that it's wrong if you haven't given the time to actually look at it? There you go. You're a dumbass because you can't judge if something is right or wrong without actually solving it or looking at it, trying to prove it right or wrong.
Throwing
No, it's
some
wrong
numbers.
because a flat earther gave it to you. Yeah,
You're
that's your
throwing
ego, bud.
a lot of complicated numbers and big words.
I thought you're
someone.
Aren't you in university, bro? You can't do algebra, and you're studying computer science. There's nothing but algebra in that PDF. I didn't give you no tensors. I didn't give you shit. No calculus. Nothing. Just algebra, and you can't do it. And you're
Not
studying
reading
computer science.
200 pages in 2 minutes.
Huh? I'm gonna give you all the time you want to read it. Whenever you're done, just comment.
I do not have time for your senselessness.
Well, don't talk then. Don't open that fucking pie hole.
But I was about to take a bite of my pie.
No pie allowed.
And I have my cake, and I still ate it too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be making fun.
Oh, you're cool. He's just reading the PDF.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I did.
He kind of already determined that it's wrong without reading it. I'm not sure how. And I'm getting triggered.
It came from someone who is you.
If he's really reading it.
He's in university, you see.
What? Someone was in the background.
You
Whatever
missed out. Were you here?
university it is, I wouldn't suggest anyone go to it.
What?
Were you here the other day when somebody said that their proof that the Earth was a ball was a picture of a car in space?
No, what was it?
I laughed so hard I couldn't even.
Of course it is, man. Well, of course it is, sure.
And then the dude got really mad. I was like, I can't help it. I'm sorry. I really thought he was kidding, but he wasn't, obviously.
I'm reading it, and until now, some numbers aren't even making sense. This just
Which
doesn't
ones?
work.
Which ones? Which ones? Go ahead, tell me. Which ones?
The laser can be easily like moved, and some numbers are just like completely way off.
Did you see that it's on a platform that it won't shoot unless it's level? You go read it. It's called the Salad, the super accurate something laser something. What else you got? Numbers don't make sense.
Let me just Google this myself. Well, let me just Google this myself.
Please do. Google it yourself, yes.
Google Earthers, unite!
Yep, he's already gotten the Google Earth role, so he's doing that role proud.
Alrighty then.
But I really want to test your IQ. I didn't,
Just like I expected. It's like a hoax. It's a fake. It doesn't work. I told you some numbers don't make sense.
Go ahead, circle. I want you to circle which numbers don't make sense and post it and tell me why and how they don't make sense, please.
I sent it in live stream, voice text. I told you some numbers are off.
No.
Right.
I gave you the PDF. PDF. I want you to circle in the PDF what's wrong, what you found to be incorrect.
Not only me, when I thought the subject was sussy,
and not only
I
you.
Googled it,
Yes.
and I found
You know everyone's
a link.
How interesting. We'll have to get together later so you can pick the football team.
I'm sure you know what Hayawan means in Arabic, don't you? That's what you're sounding like right now.
Wait, are you talking about yourself?
Yeah, you. Exactly. You knew it right away. Yeah. You sound like one. Yeah, not laughing now, bitch.
The link you posted is very, very long. Did you read that as well? You read both the PDF and the link that you posted? Because it's quite extensive.
I read
No.
a few pages of the
It's just-
PDF. Some numbers weren't making sense, so I
What?
googled it.
Which ones?
The first
I read some
result
pages and saw some
was
numbers.
What numbers?
a
What
page,
numbers?
a page that just first result, a page that
Yeah,
says
but
that
did you
it's
read
wrong.
it? Did you read it though? Because
Not all of it, just some pages.
I don't think you.
Okay,
read
man. So do you realize what just happened here? You asked Cyrus for a flat Earth proof, right?
Yes.
You wanted to know a proof of what the Earth is. He provided it to you, right? And you complained that it was 200 pages, then it was 120 pages, and then it was 200 pages again. And then took a second, I don't know, a few seconds, went and read a bit. You didn't like one number, okay? He asked you that, right? You could have had a conversation with him, but what you did is you went to Google. Does that sound like something that an intelligent person would do?
I told him I'd go to Google when I went to Google. Plus, these articles are backed by scientists, unlike your articles,
I'm
which are
a
backed
scientist.
by
No. I'm a scientist.
Discord
You can't
femboys.
even see. You can't even no, but it doesn't even matter what credentials anybody has. Like we're just talking, right? He provided you proof of something that you asked and you just dismissed it. And you can't even have a conversation about it. It's very sad. And you claim to have a higher IQ than all of us.
I sent him a link
Like
that
that
counters the
that's
proof.
not no.
Even those with higher IQs know when they're wrong and they're willing to admit them. Unless you're not a man.
Manso, yeah, I
Unlike
mean,
you.
Manso in school, Manso, these days in school, they don't tell you that just you literal minutes ago.
Robot.
Is she
For
robotic?
bear.
Pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, she's
Nailed it.
robotic.
Your words were. This was
Yeah.
the first result. Oh, sorry.
Roboting pretty bad Dandelion.
You asked for a summary.
I think we got the gist of what she was trying to say.
She's back.
No. Oh, she's back, yeah. Hopefully she can continue.
Yeah, that guy came in here very, very cocky.
He still is.
He asked for a summary of the FE core. How about, is there a summary for that link you posted or anything? What is in there that we should be looking at?
He can summarize it himself. Since you're an academic, summarize it, bud.
Here, I resent the link if you wanna take a look at it.
No,
Where-
I'm not
where
gonna
in
take a look at it.
You can hear this work still. Like as
Wait.
you're saying it, it's just so distasteful. Like to even have a conversation with you.
Why are
It's
you
just
deleting
horrible.
the link that I sent? If you want me to look
Because
at
it's
your
nonsense.
proof, then you look at my proof. What the hell?
Because you're full of shit. Because you're full of shit,
How
man.
is
So
it your
you
proof, man? So
didn't
if you
even
haven't even yeah, Sonny, you never read it.
you didn't even look at our information. You went straight to an anti-flat earther site. Shut up.
Which is fine with as long as
is
he
now
highlights
an-
for me what's wrong, I will work with that. But he's not. He's just fucking carding out. Like, bro, highlight in the
He
PDF
never
to find what's
has.
wrong.
Manso, you're the most religious person in this entire server.
But you didn't read the article that you posted.
We don't
I
keep
did.
religious zealots around here very long, just to let you know.
So what does
Yeah,
it
because
say?
they eventually
What is
prove
it?
you wrong.
What does it say in the
Prove me
article?
wrong,
if you read it.
Like, cool.
Like what? Sorry.
Yeah, what should we be looking at in that article? What does it
I don't want to talk if you're gonna mute me.
say?
Don't mute
That's
him.
good. That's
Sonny,
good because one. Okay.
Leave him.
Well, you just overspoke somebody, so someone muted you. I think the second time was just a mix-up of somebody accidentally unmuting, muting at the same time.
Don't worry, no one will unmute you until you
Answer.
rage quit. It's okay.
Yeah, on point of logic, you can't speak when you're muted anyway, so your statement was illogical.
You're biased. He speaks over me all the time.
Yeah, but when
Are
you
you
get
gonna
the mic,
highlight
you
for me
complain.
what's wrong in a document, or are you not just gonna talk out your ass? Just let me know now.
I mean, if
So-
I looked in your document, you need to look at my link, you know?
Your
But you
link is
didn't
a
even look
rebuttal
at
to
your
my
link.
document. That's all your link is.
It's a counter to your document.
That you haven't fucking read.
I have.
You
You
have
didn't read either of them.
200 pages.
Just
In how
a
many
quick,
minutes?
Just a quick scan.
Go fuck yourself. Quick scan. Cunt.
That's all. That's all he
Right.
has. See?
Yeah,
That's all you have, man. Really? Wow.
Hey. Well, you know what? No, I'm not gonna even go there.
Spirals.
Right.
No proof whatsoever was provided by Manso. Just a quick recap.
Do you want another proof? Maybe you can talk about. You want to talk about thermodynamics?
Keep coping.
Coping with what?
With your stupidity.
Which is how? Okay. Okay. What did I say that was stupid?
Yeah, only person I hear coping is you, Manso. So.
Well, I want to know because Cyrus provided him with proof. Manso, where's your proof of whatever you claim the Earth to be? I imagine you think it's a globe. So where have you provided proof of that?
I sent it a counter to his proof, but you guys deleted it to like doing propaganda of flat Earth.
No, but you
That
didn't even
was
read it. Though.
not even my question. Like, even a little bit.
I told you I sent it.
Where did you?
What?
I asked you for. Okay, so what? Just based upon that, you think it's a globe? Just based upon 2 articles that you never read? Like, what are you talking about, Manso?
There's literally counters for this whole server, and I just sent one of them.
But you didn't read
That's
it.
weird because you haven't shown us even one.
Quick scan. Can we talk
Okay,
about the counter, or can we
if
just
there's
talk about
so
the links
many.
exist? Like, dude. I'm sorry, Redford. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, if there's so many counters, can you not just say one?
Talk about the counters. And we
Like,
know
if that's your proof that, sorry, if that's your proof, then like provide at least one.
Why are you always pushing regular people into them giving your proof if their facts are already facts? Why are you not giving us
Not
proof?
facts.
Because you know
Do
everything
you
that
even
you said
understand
will
how a
be
conversation works, man? So, like, I don't know you. You don't know me, right? You don't know any of us.
You're
So,
speaking over me.
Which facts do you have?
were you
And
talking?
what's your
What are
evidence for
you
them?
talking about? Oh my goodness.
Wait, when was it regular to say the Earth was tilted?
Until people like you showed up, you know?
Yeah, bro. This guy's okay. Dude. Hey, man. So, what shape is the Earth? Let's start there.
A globe.
Okay, what's your proof to that? Since you're the one that's making a positive claim, you have to provide the proof, not me. See, I just asked you, you answered like a dumbass. Now you have to provide a fucking claim. That's called IQ right there, which you lack. So, there you go.
I mean, you
You're
have
the one with the
same
positive claim now, bud. Proof is on you. Go. Proof
You have
globe
the
now.
same conversation with like thousands of people who join every day.
Yep.
Oh, give
Yeah,
me
they don't
one
have the proof
proof.
either.
And then I'm
So you know
like,
you're
oh,
gonna lose.
NASA and space stations. And
Just
you're like,
lose. Who cares?
no,
Lose and
they
take it
are
like a
lying.
champ. Don't matter.
Oh, so just believe
engage in a
you
debate,
and-
man.
Wait, Manso,
There is
when
no
you asked,
debate.
when
If
you
I'm
asked,
gonna prove myself right, you're gonna
Spirit,
be like, no, you're not.
that's not how evidence works.
So
And
you haven't proved anything. You just proved how much you're being so ignorant. Okay, you're not understanding the point of the arguments. All right, we have been bringing things up to show you, but you're denying of what we're showing you, and you're just coming in here and you're trying to tell us that what we're saying is just denial. but you've been in here arguing with us the entire time, denying it. When you haven't even taken the time to actually do the research and listen to what we are saying to you. You're being ignorant, my friend. That's just showing how stupid you are being.
It's
Research to
just a
something
handed
that's obvious.
dismissal. Like all day, he's been nothing but fallacious. So I think he really needs to go back and learn some logic before he can actually have a discussion in here.
Okay, what is in mathematics, in a certain type of mathematics, what is the area under the curve called? Since you study computer science, you better fucking know this. Litmus test,
What does
motherfucker.
computer science have to do with the area under the curve?
Oh, because you study that. You study that level of math in computer science.
Yeah,
I know
if you're studying computer science and you haven't even taken calculus 2, like
Shut up, Sasha. If I wanted to say it was calculus, I would have said it was calculus, bro. I wanted to leave it unnamed.
Are you talking about the ground levels, like what's under there? You want me to name each
No,
part?
the area under a curve in mathematics has a specific name in calculus. If you don't know it, you're full of shit. Or you're about to study computer science, but you're not studying computer science. For sure. If you don't know this,
I don't know math
you're not in
terms.
university, bro. I'm sorry. I like that music. Bump it up a couple notches.
That music.
Now you're in high school. Like, now you're like, I dropped your education. Like you're not studying computer science. There's no way.
I don't know if you're like waiting for an answer from me or something.
I am actually. Or an I don't know is a sufficient answer. Be like, I do not know. I love that. I do not know.
He has to be he has to be open and honest with himself to say I don't know. And let go of his pride, because he has a lot of pride.
Manso?
Are you done with your thing?
I mean, the gap is silence.
Are you ever going to answer my question? What is the area under a curve called in calculus? I was,
area under a curve in calculus.
If you
know
just
what we study in calculus? Do you even know what calculus is? What?
Just answer the question.
You want to
Area
answer
under a curve in calculus?
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, what calculus did you study?
Okay, so
Or you don't know.
1, 2, and 3 I've studied. What type of calculus did you study? And advanced calc. Which calc did you study, asshole?
Calc
None.
1 and Calc 2.
Did you?
Yes. You want me to send you my assignment emails?
No, just answer the question.
You took Calc 2 and you don't know that the area under the curve is called the integral?
I mean, no, because I didn't study that yet. No.
Oh, I thought you studied Calc 2. You just said you studied Calc 2. Do you want me to send you the what? Homework, whatever.
I am studying Calc 2.
Oh, so you are right now. And you still haven't studied the area under the curve? You're full of shit.
Dude, I'm 17 years old. Do you expect me to finish university at this age?
You expect us to know your age when you come in here talking your shit and your pride?
You don't have a degree?
Wait, hold on. Didn't he say he had a college degree?
Bruh, I'm confused now. So you're 17 in university?
Yeah.
Cool, bud.
I am 17 in university.
Okay.
Wait, so you don't have the
I could
credentials
hear the
then.
smile.
But you didn't know what the area under the curve is. Cool, man.
I don't.
Well, it's called the integral.
But that's because he didn't.
So when you integrate from whatever 0 to whatever x, that'll give you the area under the graph, whatever that graph is. If you got the equation, you integrate for that, for the variable from, whatever set numbers, set points, on the graph, you get the area, man. It's useful for that. That's why we use it a lot in mechanical engineering. So, integration is like bread and butter for us. We have to integrate a lot of stuff. Anyways.
I'm interested in how he has a degree 17 years old.
I said I had a degree.
What up, Kiwi?
What's up? I've been listening for a while. So somebody said you had, I didn't hear you say it. Somebody said that you said it.
No, they're on. I'm in my second year of university.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
So you're a scientist, right?
I'm studying computer science.
That's not fucking physics.
Probably not, but it's like a science thing, you know?
No, that's an equivocation fallacy. Natural science is physics, general chemistry, organic chemistry, parts of some are synthetic. Biology, biochemistry, and genetics. Not.
Ooh, sorry.
Under science majors category and like
What's a
requirement
scientific?
for
So what's
applying
a
to
scientific hypothesis? Don't overtalk me. What's a scientific hypothesis?
What's a scientific hypothesis?
Yeah, you got that. Yeah, you got plenty of time now. Right?
I'm not Googling it. I asked you because I don't realize what that is.
You don't know what a scientific hypothesis is?
I mean, do you know what a scientific hypothesis
The
is?
prosecution rests.
My goodness, you're stupid.
What about all that scientific evidence that you had for the globe?
Yeah, I heard you say there was scientists. So, who are these scientists again? Can you post their names and occupation, please?
I mean, people who are experts at their field.
That doesn't mean they're scientists. So, you said
Are you a scientist?
Yes. Retired, though.
Yeah, I don't think so because you're like
you don't
a
think
flat
so? Boy,
earther.
that carries a lot of weight in here. At least I know what a fucking hypothesis is.
I don't think a flat earther would be a scientist.
You don't think a flat earth? That's a stereotype fallacy.
I mean, it probably is, but I don't
Yeah,
care.
it is. So you're using fallacious reasoning, right? What's your scientific evidence for your globe-tard spinning space monkey religion?
I mean, I'm gonna say NASA, and
not
you're
what
gonna
you mean,
say
just
it's
what it is.
lying.
Huh?
To convince you something you don't
Convince
wanna.
me of something. Just give us
You don't wanna
scientific
believe.
evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. Easy.
Okay, the theory that your friend sent me, the experiment that is like disguised as a success. He's like, oh, look at this experiment.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you
What did he even
rambling
say?
on about, Matt? Are you wearing a mask? Because I don't think enough O2 is getting to that gray matter. So let me ask you again. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. Simple.
Why are you muting me? I said.
Well,
your
because you're not
experiment
answering my
that-
fucking question. So I'll say it again. Please provide, this is real simple. Take your mask off, take a deep breath. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion with flowers and rose petals all over it. Okay? Yep, that's what I thought. You're a clown. What did you say? Space station? I heard that in your fourth drivel before. Where's that space station located again?
You know, I have a lot of proof, but if I say anything,
Where's that space station located again, since you won't answer the one shred of scientific evidence because you don't know what science is? You already said you don't know what a hypothesis is. Forgive me for asking you that follow-on question because you're absolutely fucking clueless. So let's ask this question because I heard you say space station before. Where is that space station located again?
holy shit! As soon as I talk, I get muted.
Yeah, stop
Where is
whining
that
every
space
time you get the
station
mic.
located again?
I don't want to talk. Goodbye.
Bye. Don't come back. Take this mute and deafen with you.
See, someone kick his ass. Shit.
He was getting hurt by QE's. His was getting hurt by QE.
No.
He lasted what? A whole 45 seconds?
He didn't like the fact that he kept on getting muted.
Let Cyrus Never mind.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Dude.
Usually that's what they have a problem with is when you either mute them or when they think you're not listening and you're talking over them, they'll just keep saying, "Oh, are you going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish?" That's all they keep saying. It's just a way to fill in the space. You know?
Well, it's the fact that he keeps on answering with that kind of statement, right? And when he's not even answering the question to begin with.
All right, I'll be super honest with you guys. Since he speaks Arabic, my tactic was I was trying to get a rage quit because we got a race going on with me and Mike, and I gotta one up him. So I was trying to get a rage quit, and my plan was I was gonna drag it that way and just trigger him, just to like fuck you guys. I'm out of here.
Yeah, man. The more I start learning Arabic, the better I'll be able to be able to talk to people in the argument of Arabic too.
He's just his ego is just a little bit.
Oh yeah, he had a very high ego, bro.
I didn't like it.
Disappointed on a 17-year-old like that, but man.
It went down real quick when he didn't know what a hypothesis was.
30 seconds.
We all remember being young, dumb, and full of cum.
Down to fucking shredder, man.
Oh, I think he's actually a prodigy, but it's a language barrier.
Yeah, whatever.
Right, like I said, you know, if I knew Arabic, man, then the language barrier would be broken and he would understand me.
I mean, it's not like I was just gonna just fucking, just call him names and shit. I was just gonna trigger.
Is that like a linguist with a lisp?
I can't wait till I like understand fully Arabic because like that. Are you talking about my speech right now?
What? I don't know.
No, Matt. I don't know. It doesn't matter how many languages somebody speaks. That belligerence comes through whatever language.
I think he's talking about.
I wasn't talking about your language. I was making fun of the other guy. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Did I say?
I thought you were
didn't
talking
mean to
about
sound
my
like I was-
accent.
You shitting on me. It's
No. I've heard your accent before. I don't have a problem.
Oh, okay.
I got a problem with it.
Of course, you'll have a problem.
Well, there you go. Now it's.
Now you have a contender.
The facts that my tics keep on making it so I can't control my accent is very disturbing. So he's like, man, motherfucker, control that shit. And I can't.
Oh, I want to say something real fast to Professor Phil. Please stop DMing me. It's just too much work to read all that text. Hop in here, pop open your mic. Let's get some thermodynamics talk, right? Yeah?
He can't.
DMing me.
He can't come in here. He can't.
Why?
He's banned.
I'll unban you. Let's go, bro. Come on.
He's perma-banned. He's perma-banned.
Is he perma-banned?
Is that the guy?
Yeah, Professor Phil. Yep, that guy.
It's just Phil.
Yeah, that's
What
Wolfgang.
does a man have to do to get permabanned anyway?
Professor Phil. Hold on. Let me check if he's perma-banned.
I thought it was just Phil.
Should be.
Hey, I got a location for that ISS. There it is in the pool. It's better than the evidence Mansell provided.
Good point, Sonny.
Because water is so much like the vacuum of space.
Yeah, right.
It's the same thing, right?
It's heavy.
It's
Identical.
the same. It's exactly the same, isn't it? Yeah.
Right.
I mean, don't you go to the water fountain and get a glass of vacuum?
Jesus. There's Professor Phil.
Or
right
go to
there.
get
Phil
a fire.
Bellin. Professor Phil Bellin, Cracker Jack box. 36 minutes of absolute destruction. This fucking clown is below first grade basic reasoning and science acumen. You think I'm kidding? Listen to that. I want you to play it. Go ahead and listen to that. And if I'm telling you, you're going to say, holy shit, Huey, you're right. So there you go. Posted it right there. A few minutes
Wait
ago.
a minute. Where'd you post it?
Oh, shit. Live stream too.
I was watching, like waiting.
All right. There you go. Yeah, don't play it. It's too long. So it's right there.
Put that my to-do list.
Thanks for that correction, Sonny, because I would have never known. I'd have been a live stream too, the boys.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it happens to all of us.
I'm not posturing either. Go ahead and listen to that, and then come back. You can PM me and say, "Holy shit, QE, you're exactly right."
Oh no, you're cool, man. I've never heard this guy's voice ever before. He only shows up in my DMs. I know he's in the
Here
YouTube
you go. This bud's for you.
Shoot, I've damaged Professor Phil myself just in casual conversation. He had to leave with his tail between his legs. Several times. Actually, every time.
I don't debate in text. There's too much work.
No, not in text. He was here when he was here.
What are you scared? They
Is
say.
he at the YouTube stream?
He usually is on there.
Oh, I thought he was talking to him directly, Cyrus.
I don't know what name he's
You
using.
want me to post what he posted? Like, I'm not gonna read all that.
Please don't.
No, we get the idea.
Phil, I do know that gas particles move because they have kinetic energy. I understand that. Tell it to the Globies that hop in here, bro.
Oh my God, you're reading that from a PM or not in YouTube chat, are you?
Yeah, no, in a PM, man.
Oh, that's part of that. You'll have fun listening to that then.
All right, okay.
It's in there.
Oh, did I tell
Listen,
you I officially started getting complaints in DMs since yesterday when I said something about it?
It's 36 minutes of just, you're not going to believe, and just an adult, not somebody that claims to be a professor of something. Just a grown human. You're going to be shocked.
Here, bro. I'll thumbs up your video, bro. There you go. Went up to.
No, you think I'm lying? Go ahead and PM me and say, "Listen, QE, you're way off base." That will never happen.
All right, I'll listen to it later on tonight.
You can play, Sonny. You can play some of it since there's not too much happening in here now. Anyway, you can play some of it. You don't have to play all of it.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, just to give you a little taste.
Did you talk to Hekra before?
Hekra?
New guy, VC verified.
Yo, we have talked to him before.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't. Maybe not personally, but I think I've heard him talking to other people on here. Yeah.
Okay.
Hekra,
you can check.
Hekra, do you have any additional questions?
Well, I know the Earth is flat, but I have one question. Like, this is just like speculation, of course. But what are like asteroids and stuff like that like supposed to be? Is that like?
Who wants to answer that? Anyone want to answer that one?
I'm gonna have to speculate, so no, I don't want to answer that.
Yeah, exactly.
Observable phenomena. Observable phenomena. That's what we see.
I take that question to Witsit personally.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah.
One would just be speculating. It's meaningless anyway.
True.
Yeah,
grab it.
We can talk.
Sample it.
Sorry.
Or put it through a mass, whatever, spectrometer or something, and then we'll. It is, right?
So we can talk about the unmanipulable lights in the sky after this short intermission.
All right.
The Snoz particle chef, Professor Booger Eater Phil Belland, back from his Nobel Prize winning "Water Vapor is a Gas is the Dumbest Thing I Ever Heard," June 2021.
Okay, so you understand, and this is tried to explain to you that the atmosphere is not the same as how we describe gas pressure.
Wrong. Phil, Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms, a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number 2, your train wreck atmosphere is made up of gases at pressure. So how are gases at pressure not the same as gas pressure? You dumbass cracker.
You understand?
What's the atmosphere made of, Professor? If I may.
So it's made out of different gases.
So it's made out of different gases at pressure. So again, how is that different from gas pressure?
Do you understand that things fall? Do you accept that things fall to the ground?
Oh, brother. Yeah, we accept that some things fall and that other things rise, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, etc.
Do you accept that? Do you accept that moisture from the sea rises? Do you accept that?
Yeah, it's called water vapor. That thing you had some difficulty with some months back? Jeez. Professor Numpty Dipshit, some things fall and others rise. Is there a point to your brain-dead queries?
Do you accept that molecules have mass? Do you accept that they weigh, that they have, that
yes.
They would weigh something?
No. You or anyone else can't even define mass, for goodness sakes. At the very best, it's but a concept. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity.
And you accept that weight is a function of both mass and acceleration?
Wrong. Weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing ball-tarred brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libretext, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal ma was filleted and fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
fatality,
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal ma is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed, leaving you holding the W equal mg, mg love you long time, empty baggy. Capiche, son?
Do you accept that things fall at the same rate?
No. A 25-pound anvil and 25 pounds worth of feathers will not fall at the same rate, sunshine. Moreover, some things don't fall at all, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor, among others. You know, Phil, you sound like a numpty dark getting ready to faceplant into a dumpster fire you prepared for yourself.
Define mass for me, Professor.
Okay, so everything is made out of atoms. Would you agree with that?
Are you high right now?
Everything is not made out of atoms, Professor Numpty Dipshit. Electrons, neutrons, protons, and light are some shining examples. And physics professor. Everything is made out of atoms, belly laugher, is not the definition of mass. It's a feeble, incoherent red herring fallacy.
Do you agree that the stuff going up is H2O?
Yes, more specifically, water vapor, which is a gas. Do you still think that water vapor is a gas? Is the dumbest thing you ever heard?
And you agree that when it does become a gas, it rises up, and then eventually, if there's enough of it, it'll come down as rain. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it condenses into a liquid and will eventually fall as some form of precipitation.
So you agree that gases have mass, that they are attracted to the Earth?
No, I already exposed your mass train wreck, and gases aren't attracted towards the Earth. If you think they are, then you haven't the first f***ing clue of gas behavior at a grade school level, and are in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics.
Things that have mass will fall to the Earth at the same rate. We agree with that?
You need to be institutionalized.
This is why we have an atmosphere, because all the gas molecules fall to the Earth at the same rate.
Even though that the gas law states that there needs, for it to be gas, you have to have walls for the gas to bounce off to create the pressure as stated in PSI.
No, and that is precisely where you're mistaken. Okay, where your knowledge just isn't sufficient. Okay, so let me help you with that.
You couldn't help the bionic woman with hearing if you tied her to the back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're an imbecile.
Which gravity are we referring to, Professor? Let's define terms.
There is only one gravity, Montreal.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir, on that.
No, there's only one. So let me explain.
You heard of Newton, sir? You heard of Newton?
Yeah. You're asking me, a professor of physics, if I heard.
Yes, because this professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain to you a little bit about this, just so perhaps you'll understand.
Gravity falls to the ground? What the fuck?
Gravity falls to the ground.
Can I catch it? You are so dumb. Damn.
And there's only one gravity, eh, Professor? From NASA.gov, lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Duh.
What we're talking about here is observe Newton's laws, which observes how gravity works. This is how I managed to get a satellite from one orbital range to another orbital range.
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist. Newton's laws observes how gravity works, eh? Forgive me, but you're a bumbling, imbecilic Dunning-Kruger buffoon of the highest order. A genuine window licker. Number 1, reification fallacy. Debunked laws don't observe other debunked laws. Number 2, Newtonian mechanics, that is, the laws of motion and gravity, were wholesale debunked and replaced over 106 years ago, then had its guts ripped out by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter, as already detailed. Number 3, so you use Newtonian gravity to maneuver your second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale satellites? Professor Gez from UCLA, Department of Physics and Astronomy, would vapor lock from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome if she heard that delusional horsepuckery. From the aforementioned Professor Andrea Ghez, UCLA, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Einstein's right at least for now, said Gez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Do you use phlogiston to fire up your Barbie? Clown.
It describes what happens in the atmosphere within it. In other words, gases go up from the Earth, they come down as rain.
Really? So we have helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen rain, Professor.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Put it this way, Montreal. Let's say, for instance, I owed you, $1 billion, $1,000 million, and I gave you 1 cent. Would you theoretically say that I gave you any money back?
This is friggin' painful. You gave him 1 cent back, and not theoretically. Next block of instruction, how to breathe. Then look at a horse.
I've told you this many times. There's no truth in science.
Factually incorrect, Crayon Muncher. There's no truth in pseudoscience, that which you mindlessly parrot. Moreover, if there's no truth in your self-purported profession, knuckle-dragger, wouldn't that ipso facto make you a liar?
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Professor Bell.
Yeah, go ahead.
We always talk about experiments that we can do. Are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related to the Earth that you personally have done?
Well, look, I have to do I wouldn't even call them experiments. They have to be real life things. In other words, it's not by accident that we get a satellite to be 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. It has to be so precise, because we don't want people on the ground having to readjust their satellite dishes on your house.
What a clown. Wake up,
Professor
Kiwi.
Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
For instance, I've got one on my house that's been there untouched for 12 years. That's because it's been pointing at a particular satellite that's giving me my television thing. Now,
my unicorn needs
Professor
feeding.
Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
a good thing for those people who do control this satellite, because they make sure that it stays where it's meant to stay. And why does it stay there? It stays there because it's a precise range, a precise distance from the Earth, and therefore moving at a precise speed, so that it stays with the Earth as the Earth spins. This couldn't happen if the Earth wasn't a sphere.
Exactly.
And the millions, the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have to commit.
Hundreds of millions.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
For instance, on a rocket with a satellite, we put all of that money up there, knowing what it's going to do, being able to make such incredibly precise predictions.
Professor Bell,
with all of this money, it would be impossible to if there was any guesswork in it anymore. We don't have to guess. All of these things are so precisely defined. And what's amazing is that these things were defined so long ago, when these people had so little to work with.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
I mean, gosh, imagine if they had the technology that we have now, how much more how much further ahead we'd be. If you have a look at one single photograph, it's probably one of the most amazing photographs ever.
Professor Bell. Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
And that is around about 50 people sitting on a bench at the Solway Convention. You are...
Professor Bell.
You are looking at the most amazing minds that have ever walked on this planet. Right there.
Professor Bell.
Enjoy it. Look at it. Read their history. Learn something about what they came up with.
What they came up with.
What they came up with.
He even says it himself.
What a numpty. QE,
Really?
wake up. Wake up, QE.
Hey, wake up.
Wake up, QE.
Let him
Yeah,
go. Play the whole
freshman
thing.
physics, our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere. There's so many other things.
Yeah, why demonstrate anything when you just brainwash them? From Singamano, Teaching and Propaganda, Physics Today, Volume 53, June 2000, page 54. Professor admits physics profs brainwash students with propaganda. And I use that trust to effectively brainwash them. We who teach introductory physics have to acknowledge that if we are honest with ourselves, that our teaching methods are primarily those of propaganda. We appeal without demonstration.
Our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate.
To evidence that supports our position. We only introduce arguments or evidence that support the currently accepted theories and omit or gloss over any evidence to the contrary. We give short shrift to alternative theories, introducing them only in order to promptly demolish them, again by appealing to undemonstrated counter-evidence. We drop the names of famous scientists and Nobel Prize winners to show that we are solidly on the side of the scientific establishment. All of this is designed to demonstrate the inevitability of the ideas we currently hold, so that if students reject what we say, they are declaring themselves to be unreasoning and illogical, unworthy of being considered as modern thinking people. Of course, we do all this with the best of intentions and complete sincerity. I have good reasons for employing propaganda techniques to achieve belief.
Say what?
So I, like all my colleagues, teach the way I do because I have little choice. But it is brainwashing nonetheless.
Uh-oh!
When the dust settles, what I'm asking my students to do is accept what I say because I, as an accredited representative of my discipline, profession, and academia, say it. All the reason, logic, and evidence that I use simply disguise the fact that the students are not yet in a position to sift and weigh the evidence and arrive at their own conclusions. End of citation.
Newton didn't give a definition. Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
So Newton figured out how gravity works, as opposed to Einstein, who did what?
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
Mr. Belland, when you juxtapose positions, you're contrasting them. That is, you're showing how they are different from one another. In your juxtaposition between Newton and Einstein, you said,
Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
Then you contrasted with Einstein and said,
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
there's no difference here, booger eater. Unless you're implying Isaac Newton, who figured out how gravity works, according to you, was a mute who also couldn't write, who then needed Einstein to tell us how gravity works 250 years later. Ergo, Mr. Belland, unless you can show that Isaac Newton was a mute who couldn't write, you've just unequivocally demonstrated that you're a double-speaking retard. Capiche, sunshine? And to dot all the T's and cross the I's with your dumpster fire here.
He simply described how it works.
Simply describe how? Law of identity violation. Descriptions only pertain to what's and is's. Explanations, on the other hand, pertain to the hows and whys. You need to start over again. As in primary school, try and pay attention this time. I'd also highly suggest a few basic reasoning courses along the way. Clown.
Inside of Einstein's field equations is Newton's work.
Newton's, exactly.
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you...
Yes, and Liberace's sister was a Saudi prince, a Mau fighter pilot, and Sasquatch. It's funny, these crayon-munching window lickers been claiming this for a couple years now. Whenever challenged to support this contradictory cockamamie horsepucky dumpster fire, they obfuscate or run away. First of all, this isn't science. It's mathematics, specifically geometry. How in the world can the natural law violating Einstein's field equations, which pertain to pseudo-Riemannian 4 space, have anything whatsoever to do with Euclidean 3 space? Answer: it doesn't. It's non sequitur. Hey, bald-tard bozos, you're missing a dimension.
Ay, caramba!
Number 2, disregarding their ability to even define mass, with Reverend John Michel Cavendish CV Boy's gravity, remember Newton said he didn't want to have anything to do with the fairy tale horseshit gravity, there's no problems calculating with 2 or more masses. However, with Einstein's field equations, you can't calculate anything using 2 or more masses. From their alma mater wiki, as the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with 2 massive bodies in it. So unless you have a completely empty universe, or a universe with only 1 mass, you can't use Einstein's field equations. Number 3, if Einstein's field equations contain Newton's for gravity, then Einstein's field equations in general relativity debunks special relativity. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously.
Uh-oh!
According to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity.
Uh-oh!
A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
And finally, another tiny little problem from Warwick University, UK. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It is a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Fatality.
Not only is every appeal to fairy tale gravity demonstrable pseudoscience, the incoherent Dunning-Kruger Baltard Booger Eater faction's shotgun marriage between Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein's field equations, general relativity, containing no less than 4 paradoxes, rivals only the shotgun marriage between bachelors.
Particles move because they have kinetic energy.
That's astonishing. What's next? Sugar sweet?
And of course, just if you throw a ball in the air, will the ball not stop and come back down?
Let me think. It's a tough one. So you throw a ball up. Will it come back down? Yeah?
Why does the ball go up and stop? Why does the ball stop?
These mind-bending queries are getting exponentially more difficult. Do it with milk? So why does the ball stop? It loses kinetic energy?
You know why the ball stops? Because it runs out of kinetic energy.
Yes, I was right. Hallelujah. Who's all that in a bag of chips now? That's right, me.
This is why gas particles can't go any further.
Are you high right now?
No, darling. This is clinical level Dunning-Kruger pretender clown Baltard spinning space monkey numpty dipshittery from deep below the Black Lagoon. From a self-purported professor of physics, no less. Professor Booger-Eaton Burke of megalithic proportions. Clumsily feeble false equivalence fallacy times 2. Number 1, balls are made of solids. Gases are gases. Number 2, the kinetic energy imparted to the ball is governed by you, or whoever's throwing it, as opposed to gases, where their kinetic energy is governed by the absolute temperature of the gas or gases. As long as the temperature of a gas or gases is above absolute zero, the gas will retain kinetic energy, i.e., it'll never stop. If a ball isn't picked up and thrown, there is no temperature where it will fling itself in the air. Next block of instruction, how to eat cereal out of a box. Additionally, Professor Booger Gobbler, your incoherent second grade belly laugher comparison catapults you into direct violation of Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law. And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody lifeless pulp. Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. Prepare yourself for the call from your alma mater, Captain Kangaroo U, requesting you give the keynote address at the upcoming Who and Where the Fuck Am I convention. Topic: how to scare up a below first grade science acumen from a Cracker Jack box.
Thermodynamics.
What the hell did you just say?
Thermodynamics.
So thermodynamics, Phil.
Thermodynamics. Entropy is simply the movement of from order to disorder.
Fatality.
Now, is it Professor Thermodynamics? You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy.
Space is not a place that you can go to.
Why not?
Because that defies natural law.
What
Second
natural law?
Specifically.
What natural law?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Tell me which part of the second law of thermodynamics does it defy?
That you can have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container.
Not the second law of
without a
that's
barrier?
not the second law of thermodynamics. Thermo means heat. Thermodynamics is specifically about the transfer of energy.
Wrong.
Can you please now drop thermodynamics?
Not
Find
just
another
about
place,
the transfer of energy.
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not, Professor Belland. You're toast. Say goodnight, pretender clown. Professor Porter, Nobel laureate. This numpty dipshit Belland says the second law is solely about the transfer of energy. What say you, my good sir?
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes.
Uh-oh!
Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all, of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
Oh, yeah.
I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, because all that happens is a change in entropy.
Uh-oh!
In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no temperature change. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Turn out the lights.
Pretender clown face monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. Baltar, space punk, yeah.
Call it a night. The party's over. Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Professor Bell.
Oh, okay. I guess that settles it.
Did that do it for you?
So anybody wants to speak to Professor Phil, just listen to that little video again. Nah, some of y'all still want to talk to him though. I get it.
Sorry it was so long, guys. I figured you might as well just play it to the end.
It was worthwhile.
Well, he is a useful idiot, just like QE used him. We may not want to talk to him. We may want to use him as a useful idiot. He is.
That's true. And that's a good point.
So that's why generally we want to keep half these guys around that people are like, no, but then we have nobody to talk to and nobody to use as a useful idiot. So, you know, only a little thought is required to see how it limits us getting rid of all these people. They bug you.
Yeah, no need to do that. It's true.
I mean, Quantum does it. John does it well, displaying ignorance, and so do a lot of us when we're given the right tool, pun intended.
The right tool. Exactly. The right tool.
Well, you can't cut a riff without the right tool, right?
That's right.
So I can't cut my riffs on these idiots without a useful idiot.
Yeah.
Well, you need a numpty canvas. I need a numpty canvas so I can paint my Rembrandt.
Right. I mean, you can't play bongos if you don't have a bongo, right?
That's correct. You got it. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, unban him. Bring him on in here.
Right. We just had to. We'll have to host a class in pointing out tomfoolery and idiocracy. You know. With the host useful idiot class 101.
I guess that was some dumb shit right there. That's like bag of hammers shit right there.
Right. I guess it could be said if I'm not willing to teach people how to do it, I shouldn't open my mouth. So.
I like the part about how gases go up and then the gases rain down.
Yeah, that's a good one, right? Yeah.
What did he call that? A Bohemian expansion?
Bohemian. Well, that's a new.
Bohemian.
Bohemian, whatever. How is it? That's what I'm wanting. I'm wanting people to know what that expansion is called. The professor that said the expansion. Is it a Brownian expansion?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? I thought you were joking.
No, the professor in there starts talking about, let's look at how it applies to the expansion of gas in a vacuum.
It was bromine.
Okay, so yeah, he says we only have to look at the bromine expansion.
Yeah, it was he just used bromine because it's a colored gas, right? So there it is. Drace put it up there. It's
okay.
The whole video.
So it's the bromine gas.
That was a reach.
All right. I thought maybe that was a rated expansion as dictated by somebody. You know what I mean? I'm with it now. We can just watch this colored gas expand.
Right into a vacuum. When there's no
Right.
container, no container right there, and he opens it up, boom, immediately. It equilibrates with the other side, with the vacuum, right? So our question is, to the baltards, how the fuck are you still breathing?
In an open system, right?
Yep.
You
got to be careful with open, closed, and isolated systems, right? You have to define the boundary conditions because now, when we're looking outside this system right here, obviously this is a closed system, right? But within that closed system, it's an open system when he opens that little valve right there.
It is.
Yeah.
Plus, through condensation and other processes, it can't be a perfectly closed system, but that's another topic too. It'll still have a degree of entropy. Even if it equals equilibrium.
You guys don't get it. Space-time curvature was much greater in the what is it? The glass bulb on the right, the curvature on the left. Am I right or wrong?
Space-time refraction too, probably.
Well, it's the warping. It's warped a lot.
Oh Lord!
And over there, it's not warped because
The warping of space-time refraction.
Well, is it bendy or is it warpy?
Makes
So
the gas flow.
Is that the dilation of a container? Is that what we're talking about here? Hold on. Do you have a tensor for that?
No, it's only structure that dilates.
Depends on your location and
only from a certain angle of view.
Depends on how close you are to the bend.
And what time it is.
So it's an apparent deflection then.
It's an apparent dilation.
So Cyrus, did that do it for you?
Yeah, man, that was good, man. I missed, I think, the last few minutes. Went up to the check-in, but it was great. I did hear the gas is raining down to Earth.
Gas is
cool,
raining.
man.
But they're going up too.
But they rain, right? You know, they cool down and they come back like a baseball, right?
Yeah, gases are being held down to Earth. That's why they're rising up in all directions.
I can feel it. Yeah, they bounce on my head all the time. Oxygen and then, you know, argon. I collect them when they bounce off my head and just... Sometimes off my shoe, the top of my shoe, that's where I collect my argon.
Gas drops are falling on my head.
Gas drops.
Water gas drops now.
Gas drops.
Yeah. Water
You don't
gas
mind if I
pressure.
use that, do you?
No. We can call it the Jimbo effect.
That's Professor Phil effect, man.
No, they're Baljitsuits. What they do is they stop punches with their face.
Baljitsu. It's what?
I like that word. It's kind of like Duke.
That's copyrighted, by the way. I
you
made that up. Yes, I did about 2 days ago.
You could be free to use that one too. That's my word.
Yeah, that's okay.
Stupid.
Just give
Dumb
credit where
and
credit's
stupid.
due. Just give credit where credit's due. I put it in Skype. I can go back and cite it.
So just put a QE, you know, superscript. Right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
Baljitsuits. Remember it.
That's a good one. I like it, man. If I ever use it, I will superscript the QE. Don't worry.
Yeah, they stop punches with their face. Don't forget
Wait,
about that.
wait,
That's-
are you saying you don't like my word stupid?
That's the quintessential tenet of Baljitsuits.
Sounds like
Punches
false.
with their-
Sounds like false jujitsu. That's actually the same thing as false Jesuits. False jujitsu. They also stop punches with their face. I thought it was going to be a Jesuit faking being a Jesuit. False Jesuit. I guess Jesuit jokes aren't going over that big these days.
Any globies in the house? Bong Sao, coconut globie. Pull it up.
The things we do for love.
Sasha, hey man, I remember you.
Too many broken hearts have fallen in the river.
I don't identify as a Glober.
Too many
You're on the fence?
lonely Glovers set their eyes on what's above. They drifted out to sea with boats that sink from the bottom up. The things we do for love.
I'm trying to fish some guys up from Chill Chat, yeah.
Oh man, you ain't gonna get them out of there. They like that chill chat, and there's a reason.
Alright.
Because moderators aren't in there moderating to their preferred standard.
Crack's in there. He's a moderator.
Oh, he just fucking talks a lot, man.
I was gonna say shit, man, but you had to.
How could you say that?
I went there. That he needs. Listen, he needs a tampon on that bleeding orifice he calls a mouth sometimes.
How dare you?
Yeah, a diaper, if you will. You know.
Here, while Crack's not here, why don't we play the Crack monologuing song?
I love him, but yeah, he won the battle. That GIF I got is it's a mod battle to the death for monologue rights, and he won. You know what GIF I'm talking about? Here. I want you to imagine this, envision it. Every time I play it, I'm saying, every time I post this, I'm saying the mods are fighting to the death for monologue rights again.
Yeah.
And the ones that should be heard, they're too busy trying to moderate like they should be. Every one of them got a fatality move, but the thing is, those don't work on mods. They just live through it, and I show monologue. None shall monologue before me, the Most High.
Yo, I joined and then they said if I join again, they're gonna ban me from the. I'm not allowed to join, they said.
What, the chill chat?
Yeah.
Oh, they said you wasn't chill enough.
I'll move you down there if you want.
Bro, I'm gonna get banned.
Oh, let's try. Move to.
Oh, hold on.
Wait,
Don't
Mike
move
wants to
it.
say something. All right.
No, I'm gonna escort his ass down there.
Hold on, let's get you.
No, don't. I don't care.
Wow.
Oh no, move him down there so I can say, don't you be banning him. I said he's chill. Y'all better chill.
This will be good.
I'll go in there together.
Let's go. Raid. I mean, the party.
We got someone in Cogdis that says he has 70 observations of globe reality, like globe in reality.
Bring him in here. Have him tell us. Start with number 1.
now Crack's all upset that we that we went down there. Oh man, what a mess.
Oh snap.
I gotta go to bed. Have a good night, you guys.
Good night. Sleep well.
Thank you.
Wasn't Crack a little drunk though? He sounded like he was.
Could be.
Does he even drink? I don't even know. Sometimes I think he is, and then other times he's like, no, I'm not drunk. And I'm like, and then he doesn't sound drunk anymore. It's weird.
Sai, you've got something to say to us? Are you going to admit that you were wrong when you said refraction was the same as diffraction? Because that's why you got muted, remember?
Yeah, when I said that, I was talking about the conversation we were having. There was they're used interchangeably. Sky's the horizon. Anyways, that's besides the point. I want to talk about biochemistry.
Well, it's not beside the point because that's why you were muted.
Yeah, well, it's a fact that they're used
Yeah, Indio, he
interchangeably.
just said it again. Yeah, he's not backing down.
They're used interchangeably when we describe the horizon. But if we're talking about them individually, then there's a difference. Yeah.
They're not used interchangeably.
Can we discuss biochemistry somewhat?
Well, Indio explained to you the definition of those two words, and you're still trying to say they're the same. That's a problem for us.
I just explained myself. I said individually they're different, but in the discussion we were having, which is about the horizon and ships disappearing, they're used interchangeably. Because the only aspect we were talking about was like perception of different things. So like your friend used an example of car lights. Like when you see cars disappearing in the distance, you can see one light but not the other. So in that conversation, diffraction and refraction would be used interchangeably. That's all I said. As individual concepts, they're different. Anyways, can someone discuss biochemistry? Because I want to see the best case you guys have against abiogenesis.
Oh yeah, I definitely believe in abiogenesis as well.
Wait, who said that?
Sasha, below you.
You accept it?
Yeah, but I'm like the only one who accepts it, I think.
Yeah, well, I just want to talk to someone that objects to it because I've studied it a lot. And
well, what is your theory? Is your theory that it resulted from like entropy and it was like the only way for entropy to progress?
What do you mean? What is my theory? I'm just
well, like you're talking about abiogenesis. Like, where do you think it started from?
Well, I think it began in either a neutral or reducing atmosphere in the early Earth conditions, and I think that every substance was purely inorganic. Like it was just chemical reactions, like ammonia, hydrogen, water, methane. Just literally no life, just purely chemical reactions. And I think that those reactions were sparked up by energy. So we can explain that by lightning, because in the early Earth there was like lightning was really abundant with the atmosphere and everything. And when that happened, what is it called? We got amino acids, and that's proven by the Stanley array experiment. If you know what that is, do you know what that is?
No.
So there was a chemist named Stanley Miller, where he conducted an experiment where he only had chemical reactions. So he composed, like, he made early Earth conditions. So like he put hydrogen, ammonia, water, and methane, and he sparked an electric fuse through a flask. And when he mixed it with molecules like RNA and everything, he made amino acids. And as we know, amino acids form polymers, which are literally the building blocks of life. Like, they make cells and stuff. So that's literally the definition of organic compounds coming from inorganic substances, which is abiogenesis. So we literally empirically proved it a long time ago.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on consciousness? Like, do you think that arises from like material things? Or?
So you think that consciousness
You
proves
don't see the flaw in
immateriality?
that?
Yeah, I know. So
what was
consciousness.
the question? I couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah. So you think consciousness proves immateriality? I've heard this many times.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. No, I think consciousness is just it literally is just sentience, and I think that just goes back to neuroscience. Our neurons, when we experience things from sense drive, we store them in neurons, and whenever we want to recall something like a memory, that neuron gets, it receives energy, and we recall memories, and that's how we operate.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. But like, what is our experience? Like, why do we have like this experience? Like, it would make more sense if the neurons were just firing, and there was no like consciousness, and like we didn't experience anything. It was just like mechanical. But it seems like there's something that's immaterial going on also.
Well, if you want to intuitively conclude that, that's fine, but that's not evidence.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
So you're saying that the guy put this stuff together and made life, like he created Frankenstein, it came to life?
What? Who said that? Wait, what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter who said it. I'm asking you if you're saying that this abiogenesis proof is proof that organic material turns into life, because that's what we're talking about, right? Turning into life.
It's proof that inorganic substances can.
It's chemistry, bro.
Can produce. It's biochemistry. Can produce organic compounds.
Abiogenesis. That's not right.
Huh?
If it's just chemistry, it's not abiogenesis, right?
No, that makes no sense. That experiment proves abiogenesis.
How? It's chemistry.
Because abiogenesis. Okay, if we want to break abiogenesis down,
there's no life.
What?
You need life, bro.
No, that's biogenesis. That's what I'm arguing against. I'm arguing against biogenesis. Biogenesis says that only life produces life. Abiogenesis says that organic compounds can come from inorganic substances. That's what I'm here to prove. So,
to prove that, man.
Well, here's the problem with that.
Huh?
Organic material already has life. That's why it's organic. So it's not.
What? Okay, one person speak at a time. Who's speaking right now?
Okay, don't moderate. So, and don't overtalk me because you'll get the same hammer.
Sure,
Organic
what's your objection?
life is already existent, living. It's not an inanimate thing. So where did the organic life come from?
Wait, what did you say before that? I didn't hear you.
Well, you're saying abiogenesis says organic life can bring forth life, but organic life is already life.
No. I didn't say that. I said abiogenesis says that inorganic substances, not organic, inorganic.
Yeah, I know that.
Yes. So why did you rephrase my?
Because you're a fucking asshole and you're fucking confusing as fuck.
Yeah,
listen. The bullshit.
That wasn't confusing. I'll say it again.
This is the place.
Listen, I'm not going to say don't overtalk me again. Organic life already has life. It can't bring forth life. It is life.
Yeah. Okay. So
are you really that moronic?
This is the Michelle Fuller type.
Listen.
This is
Yes, you are.
Organic life is life.
Yes, I never disputed that. What I said was that. Let me finish. Let me finish. I said that abiogenesis can be deduced to inorganic substances producing organic compounds.
It's not deduced that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying that that's proven through the Stanley.
I know. You're
Yeah.
saying that. Listen,
Then get into your.
you can prove organic life changes. That doesn't prove inorganic gives birth to organic.
Okay, no, let me go over this again. Okay, let me prove how this
How
happened.
does your theory work?
Seriously,
if the,
seriously, let me prove how
oh,
it happened. Okay, let me
listen,
prove
listen,
it.
dude. Does your
Well,
theory depend
don't say
on a ball?
prove.
Why is
You're
big
gonna
data
assert.
wrong over talking to me? I'm trying to prove it.
Well,
I'm
he's
just
a
asking you.
mod. You should be careful. He could ban you.
Wait,
Okay, here, battle
Sai,
mod. Battle mod.
Alright, guys,
Let
just
us
let
have
Sai
battle
talk,
mod.
please.
Battle mod. Can we
Don't
have a
ask
one
the
on?
same question again.
Can we have a one-on-one discussion?
It's
Okay,
an
because
open
I just want to.
platform.
Huh?
This is an open platform.
Okay. Let me go over my position. Okay, so I'm saying that we can prove that inorganic substances such as hydrogen, okay, methane,
Burns.
those are not organic substances. They're purely chemical reactions. Okay, I'm saying stuff like that can give rise to organic compounds such as
Chemical reactions. Are chemicals organic?
what?
What's
No,
an organic compound?
hydrogen is not organic. Okay, methane is not organic.
What is
Water.
organic? What's the definition of organic? What does organic mean? I don't know. I'm stupid. So teach me.
It's called organic chemistry.
Okay, so
organic technically just means it
organic.
has
Okay, so
What?
so an organic compound
right.
is simply just an organic compound is just a compound that like has living matter. Let's just say.
What is
So
living matter? What is living matter?
it's matter that possesses life.
What is life?
Are you?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Thank you. Know about that
no,
curvature.
no. So life is anything that falls into the six kingdom, or let's just say,
Carbon.
life is anything that has the 8 fundamental characteristics of living
Thank you.
organisms.
And what is not medicine?
Who said that C
Right,
word,
man.
magical C word?
Sasha said it first. Sasha said it a while
Carbon?
back. Yeah. That
Okay.
it contains organic
Okay,
compounds contain carbon. Sai.
Yeah, carbon life, right? Carbon.
Does life
okay,
want to live?
so let
They
me
kind of go
Does life
together.
want to live?
Carbon is
let me
organic.
once again
Why does
restate
life
my
want to
position
live?
so someone
I mean,
can
is
make
there
an
even a
objection to
purpose?
it. Okay.
Huh? I mean, do rocks have purposes? Do life have
Hydrogen,
purposes?
oxygen, nitrogen, they all contain carbon. Carbon contains organic life.
No,
This-
stop.
Yeah.
Hydrogen is not.
Listen, guy, I'm trying to get people to let you finish. The least you could do is extend to me the same respect that you want. It's rude as fuck to interrupt people. When the next time this guy talks, let him fucking talk. Because if he does it to me again, just because he's frustrated, I'm gonna fucking ban him and everybody that frustrated him.
Okay, so can you so you think carbon is an organic compound? Is that right?
Carbon-based life, is it not? It already holds the elements of life. Yes.
What element of life does carbon have?
What one does it not have?
I don't have to disprove a negative. I'm asking you what element of life does carbon is literally purely it's literally just a covalent.
Chemical. You think there's no such thing as organic chemicals?
What? No, carbon is a covalent chemical bond. It literally just has 4 electrons.
Bro, gasoline is organic as fuck, and I put it in my vehicle. It's fine.
Well, who cares? You
Come on,
used
man.
to be
Wrong
a
there.
piece of shit at one time. You used to be nothing. Who cares? It doesn't matter. If there's no life, it doesn't matter. Why ask questions?
Okay, so does no one here have any objections to abiogenesis? No one?
I don't care. I don't care about what you're talking about. If the earth is not a ball, fuck what you're saying.
Okay, I don't really.
Okay, explain how abiogenesis happened in light of homochirality.
Okay, so homochirality. So are you talking about left-handed and right-handed amino acids, for example?
Yeah, in sugars. Where did ribose come from?
Okay, so for example, so do you know that all human?
I want the actual chemical reaction.
Do you know that all living chirality?
I want the actual chemical reaction.
Okay, do you know that all?
I want the actual chemical reaction which produced it.
Can I speak?
Yeah, if you're going to address what I just said.
You're interrupting me. Can I speak?
Okay, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to address what I said if you don't.
What did you say? Okay. What I was going to say.
I want the exact chemical reaction to produce ribose.
Oh, okay.
From inorganic matter.
Okay. So, hydrogen, methane, ammonia, and water.
Produces ribose.
Well, it produces amino acids first, and then those amino acids can produce self-replicating ribozymes. Yes.
All of which have carbon.
You're so
Yeah.
fucking full of shit.
Isn't he? Isn't he?
Yeah.
Really?
I was
So-
surprised Quantum Eraser lasted as long as he did.
No, I just sat down. I just sat down.
yeah.
What is ABA?
This guy's a piece of work.
So how did you get the Homo Chiral though? In
How did we
nature?
get what Homo Chiral?
This guy's a fucking
The sugars,
moron.
clown.
Oh well. Okay. So the ribozymes act as backbones of RNA.
Ribozyme? Where'd you get ribozymes from? Where's
What are you talking
ribozymes found?
Ribozymes are the they cover
He didn't answer the definition
end
where
of the
they found.
They what?
Where
serve-
are the ribozymes found? You're all the way on chapter 58. I'm at the preface. Let's go back to abiogenesis. Define abiogenesis, please.
What?
He deliberately came in here and asked for he challenged on abiogenesis.
Yeah.
So,
So
you know.
here. So
What is it?
so quantum. Okay. So abiogenesis. We can just summarize it as.
No, what is it? Don't summarize it. What the fuck is it?
Okay, it's inorganic substances
No,
producing.
it's not.
It is. It's inorganic substances producing
life from non-life.
That's what I just said. Inorganic.
No, you didn't.
Okay, let me explain how that's what I just said.
No,
because
you're not explaining. You
Let me
fucked it up.
explain.
You fucked it up.
An inorganic
You
substance.
fucked it up. It's not. It
And-
doesn't have anything to do with inorganic.
Yes, it does.
What
because
where is inorganic in life from non-life?
let me explain. An inorganic
Let
substance.
you explain.
An inorganic substance doesn't have life, but an organic compound.
Does organic substance have life?
Yeah, it has cellular
Oh, it
organization.
does. So fucking
It has
methane
cellular
has
organization.
Life.
What are
so
cells?
methane has life.
What are cells?
Really?
Cells.
So
okay. What is
fucking
bacterium?
methane
What is
has
bacterium?
life.
What is bacterium? It's a unicellular organism. It's a unicellular organism.
I'll tell you what, clown fuck of a moron. How do you get a single ribose DNA base from its constituent parts, please? Chemical reaction right fucking now.
That's what I just asked them.
Hydrogen, ammonia, methane, water.
That's not a chemical
just
reaction.
telling us the
Yes, it is. Literally look up the Stanley.
We want the
listing-
reaction.
you're
That's
listing
an
it.
elephant hurling fallacy. Give us the reaction, fucktard, in the second law of thermodynamics concept. I want the DP, right?
Yeah, you're in.
Fucking
Yeah,
now.
you're. Well, okay. Get a flask.
Get a
spark-
flask. Fuck off.
Get a
What is
spark.
delta G?
Yeah, spark the flask.
What is
over-
delta G? You're talking
this
about
guy down.
Stanley Miller?
Yes.
Are you fucking
Yeah,
kidding
you're talking
me?
about the Miller experiment.
Yeah, Stanley Miller.
What was the
Really?
purity? What was the
Yeah.
purity of what he got? What
He
was the
literally
purity?
got amino acids. He synthesized amino
No, he
acids.
didn't.
Yes,
No,
he did.
no, 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 no.
They
you gotta
reanalyzed
do.
the flask, you dummy.
Holy
They
fuck.
reanalyzed the flask.
What?
Looks like I'm not. Go ahead, take
Yeah,
over. 'cause
what?
I'm not putting up with this shit.
What did you say about the flask?
They reanalyzed this flask something like 40 years later.
Yeah, and what
Yeah.
does that prove? He synthesized amino acids.
He didn't synthesize anything.
Yes, he did. 13 of the 22 amino acids had chirality. They were left-handed. That's what
So,
life uses.
listen.
They use left-handed amino acids, not right-handed ones.
You're a
Flask was
fucking
sealed
moron. No, they
properly.
didn't. What are the amino acids they come up with?
Bro, 13.
Bro, what are the
He read the
amino acids?
Wikipedia article, QE. He read the Wikipedia article.
What are the
I'm
amino
not reading
acids they come up
Wikipedia.
with?
I'm literally telling you the basics of the
You ain't
experiment.
telling me shit. I knew
Then give
fucking
us the chemical
Stanley
reaction.
Miller and fucking. I know more about Stanley Miller yesterday. I forgot more than you know now.
Okay,
You're a
then
fucking
object to what I
clown.
said. Object to what I said then. Come on.
Object to what you said. You haven't answered my question about the fucking DNA.
You said
Give
ribo.
me a single nucleoside. I bet you don't even know what a nucleoside is. What's a nucleoside?
You didn't even ask about
Yes, I
what is it?
did.
What's a codon?
Now, what's a nucleoside, number one, and then show how a nucleoside can be formed naturally from its constituent parts, and I want it in a delta G context. Show it now.
Nucleotides just compose DNA
No,
and
I
RNA.
didn't say nucleotides, motherfucker. I said nucleoside. What's a nucleoside?
Are you gonna be nice?
What's a nucleoside, you clown fuck?
Okay, if you're gonna talk like that, then I don't know
I'll
why.
tell you what, fucking done. You're a clown fuck show.
He is a
Why do you
clown.
talk like that? You
You're
don't
a
need to talk.
you're a fucking pretender clown.
Huey,
What?
he said diffraction and refraction are the same thing. Yeah.
In the context of a boat disappearing over horizon, yeah, they're used interchangeably.
No. How is diffraction?
Anyways,
what is the tell us? No, not anyways.
What
How
is
does-
your
what does
objection to
diffraction
the
have to
Stanley
do with the
Urey
horizon?
experiment?
Oh.
What is
So
your
our
objection?
topic is flat Earth side. We're going back to the horizon and the diffraction,
So
refraction.
tell
None
me
of
how
this
diffraction.
I didn't
Tell me
get my
how
answer for
diffraction
abiogenesis.
interacts with the horizon. How it causes it. What
I didn't get
does
my answer for
diffraction have
abiogenesis.
Any? There is no abiogenesis. It's a fairy tale. What is the what are the odds of a single protein? What is this? How much time does it take to a single protein to form by chance?
Protein? He can't get.
No.
Get, hold on.
I just want the answer.
Single protein? He can't even get fucking alpha. What's an alpha amino acid? You can't even get an alpha. Just one alpha amino acid. Just one naturally. What is an alpha amino acid there, son? You clown fuck. You're finished.
Oh, I don't even know when I'm muted or not because you guys keep muting me. I don't know.
I don't even know. Appeal to muting. You're a fucking clown.
Yeah, because you mute me every second.
I didn't mute you. I don't even know who you are.
I muted you, Sai, because you kept trying to talk about abiogenesis. We were going back to the horizon. Now we're back to abiogenesis again. You've been unmuted for quite some time. You wasted your time complaining about it. I'm the moderator. Answer his question.
Fuck, he didn't even know what abiogenesis was.
Yes, I did. I literally summarized it.
No, you didn't. You said inorganic. We ain't going back over it. So
is non-living matter. If it's inorganic,
no,
then
it's not. You're a fucking moron. Of the 500 amino acids known, dipshit, 23 of them are alpha amino acids. All life requires and exclusively uses the 20 essential alpha amino acids. I want you to
those are left-handed ones.
Shut your fucking
That's what
mouth.
chirality is.
You're fucking done. I'm fucking over talking to you. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit. You didn't know what abiogenesis was, just at a basic fundamental level. What else did he know? What did you ask him, Indio?
Indio was trying to go back to his earlier claim, which was that refraction and diffraction are the same. That there's no.
I thought he had another. Before
we.
He
has. I don't know what's other question.
I asked him how ribose is made outside of nature.
Mm-hmm.
I asked for the chemical reaction to make ribose outside of an organic body. Inorganic chemical reaction. I know there is.
Yeah, that's why he didn't provide it. So good question, man. I didn't hear that fully.
Well, without ribose, you got nothing, right? Really, you got nothing.
Well, without a knower, you got nothing. I wasn't gonna go there.
I mean, there's like 50 parts where if you don't have it, you don't have anything, and you can't make any of them.
No, they're all uphill react. He didn't even know what a nucleoside was. He went right to nucleotide. That's where I busted his dumb ass.
Is he still here?
And when I said Delta G, I'll bet you that motherfucker thinks Delta G's a disco band from the 70s. I'll bet he does. Don't you?
He's here.
What's Delta G?
I'm gonna give him a little advice. Go on YouTube, type in James Tour. Got a 10-part series on abiogenesis. He's the most cited synthetic chemist
Dave
in the world.
Destroyed him, by the way.
No, go look at his reputation today.
Professor Dave? He doesn't even know long thermodynamics.
Listen, clown, dude. He answered Dave's little video, okay? In detail, with the actual chemical reactions. James Tour is cited something like 130,000 times. Yeah, dude. He's considered one of the top 3 chemists in the last 100 years. So, I'll put him up against Professor Dave any day.
already went up against Professor Dave. We don't need James Tour. I destroyed his dumbass. He doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. He doesn't know what delta G is. The exact question I asked this fucking idiot. What's delta G? What is... Oh, you've had plenty of time. You've had like 5 minutes to look this shit up. What is delta G, fuckwit?
Listen, I'm here to discuss abiogenesis.
Fuck you. You don't even know what abiogenesis is. You already showed that. Post cited definition of abiogenesis right now. You're not coming off mute. Right fucking now. I need a citation. Abiogenesis. Right now. I'll guarantee it's not what you just said. Guarantee it. Because I know it.
What's up, ZYX? We can have a new member. You can talk to him until this guy gets you a citation.
Yep. Okay.
Yo, ZYX. You got a mic? Yeah, I'm muted. Well, let me know whenever you get a mic, alright? Alright.
I got to give that guy the fake Prof. Dave cultist role, so that's really fun.
So the video I posted there, Clown Shoe, that is a direct refutation of the Uri Miller. They retested the flask. The thing was contaminated. Sorry. Game over.
It was over before he started. It was Uri Miller.
Yeah,
He's
I know.
calling him
And
a
like,
guy, too.
I was trying to explain the diffraction limit with him, and he tried to say refraction and diffraction are the same thing.
Yeah, they sure sound like it. Same word.
Yeah, and then I read the definition to him, and then he just keeps saying it. He just like, in the context we're using it in, like if he says it 7 times, it becomes true.
Dude, do you want to comment about that? I actually want to hear that, man. That refraction and diffraction are the same thing. What's diffraction? Sorry.
I want to know what diffraction has to do with the horizon.
Must be a little slit in the horizon, man. Wave is breaking. Yo, Sai.
Oh, I didn't know I was unmuted. Yeah?
Yeah.
What does diffraction have to do with the horizon? In the context we were talking about it, what context was I talking about diffraction in? And how is it related to refraction?
We were talking about boats disappearing in the distance, and all I said was that they can be was that diffraction and refraction can be used interchangeably in that conversation.
No, they can't. No, they
I said
can't.
that individually they're different concepts, but in that conversation,
They
like,
can't be used interchangeably. They have nothing to do with each other.
They do,
Diffraction
though.
is the inability to... No, they don't.
They're related.
No, they're not. They're not even remotely related.
Yeah, the diffraction is just when like any frequency or wave sort of like reaches
Waves either, you fucking clown.
What? That's what diffraction is. Like a frequency or a
they're
wave.
not waves. That we'll get off the beaten path, Indio. Just go ahead.
Let's-
He's a
look,
How is it
okay.
not waves?
I'm going to explain it to you like it has wave-like behavior, but it's not made of waves. Anyway.
I didn't say it was made of waves. I just said waves. Why are you assuming that?
So listen.
What?
Listen.
That is how it's defined.
If I stick a rock in a river, right, there'll be a wake at the edges of the rock. Right? I'm trying to explain to you by analogy. A wake around the edges of a rock. If I stick a rock in a moving river and it's sticking partially out of the river, or if I stick something in with a bunch of holes in it, you'll get these interference patterns, right? This is diffraction. Now, it can happen along an edge, or it happens when light passes through a narrow aperture. So the narrow aperture of like your eye or a camera, right? If the angle displacing two waves is too narrow, you can't differentiate 2 points of light. This is a diffraction limit. So 2 points of light, and I use the headlight analogy. So
You can
headlights
measure.
in a car. No, you can't. It's unresolvable.
You
It's
said
called
you
the
can't.
diffraction limit. It's a limit. It's a physical limit.
But they're like, it's like separate. Even if it's narrow, they're still separate. You can measure it.
No, you can't. That is the point. It is a physical limit. It is a diffraction limit. It is a theoretical limit. It's the maximum resolving power. The theoretical maximum resolving power of any optical instrument is the diffraction limit. Nothing even gets close to that, but it's a theoretical limit because the actual size of the wave, right? The actual wavelength overlaps two waves. Two waves are overlapping. So if two waves overlap, you can't differentiate them, and they appear as, like in the case of light, it would be two airy disks. Two airy disks, the angle separating them is too close together, so you only resolve 1 point of light. Because the interference, they're overlapping.
I just searched it up, and it says that it can be limited by factors like imperfect lenses or misalignment. But it says that there's a principle of resolution to any optical system.
Yeah.
So there is a resolution.
Yeah, I know all about it. Yeah, but there's a limit.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so go on with what you were saying.
So if I have 450 nanometer light, I can't image things that are smaller than 450 nanometer, right?
Nanometer. Yeah.
So I can't image things with that wavelength that are smaller than that wavelength. Right?
I mean, maybe. Like, I'm not really well versed in this. That's why I wanted to talk about biochemistry.
So stop talking about it. Then why are you like, you can use them interchangeably? You can't. If you don't know anything about it, just admit it and move on.
I'm not completely ignorant on it. I know some stuff of it.
No, you're completely ignorant.
Okay, sure. Anyways, is there any like specific channel for like biochemistry or something? Because
not here. What does biochemistry have to do with flat Earth?
Religious channel. Just scroll down.
Well, the server's mainly.
Huckleberry Sunshine, I just handed you your ass, by the way.
You need chemistry 101. You don't need biochemistry. You need chemistry 101.
Okay, then why don't you? Okay, then why don't you expose
inorganic
me?
chemistry?
Why don't we talk about the flask? You can expose me right here.
I exposed you already. You didn't know.
Okay, do it again then. Let's talk about it.
I posted the video. I posted a video. You can watch it.
Biochemistry.
Abiogenesis. I just posted definition like I said it was. He's a fucking clown. He doesn't even know that.
That video is part of a 13-part series, a refutation of Dave's little 2-part series.
I'm out of here.
I want the kid to actually learn something instead of being a dumbass. I know that's a tall order, but whatever.
Oh, that's what Google is for. Did you hear? Yeah. I just looked it up, and yeah.
So, as they say, the devil is in the details. So, Dr. Torek goes over the actual chemical reactions because he's an actual chemist, a practicing scientist with hundreds of patents. Actually, dozens of companies. So
he
what?
Openly lied. I can tell you how he lied. Chirality. He said that Stanley Miller only made right-handed amino acids when that's false. He had 13 left-handed amino acids synthesized from the flask. So he literally, Dave.
Okay, I'm not going to take your word for it. I mean, I would need like an extra.
Okay, I can give you timestamps if you want. I'm not making this up. James Tour, in one of his 13 videos, I don't know, I can get the video if you want. He said that the experiment is useless because it only produced unusable amino acids, which aren't used for life because they're right-handed, and all life uses.
Different than what you just said. That's way different than what you just said.
What?
saying something is unusable is different than saying they produce none of it.
Right-handed amino acids are unusable for life. That's why he said that. They can't be used for life.
Okay, you're inferring something from what he said, but it can be unusable for other reasons, as in it's not in the concentration required to make the reaction.
No, because we're talking about life. So he would be talking about life. We're talking about making life.
I don't even know what life is. What is life?
Okay, so if you need a 50% concentration, right, and you got a 90% concentration, having 13 amino acids out of, say, 1,000, it's useless, right? But there's still some there, but it's still useless. You're projecting what you want to think, dude. It's way different than somebody lying, which means you're lying.
Yeah, you see, he seems like, Sai, you seem like you really want this to be true. Like, and so you're not really examining the other side.
Does it go down to
objectively.
religion?
He's not even critically thinking about his side.
I've literally, okay, first of all, I'll prove you wrong on James tour later, but I've literally, I used to not believe in abiogenesis, so that's just wrong. I willingly believed in it because I literally just believe it's true. And I want to prove it's true, but no one here.
Religion room and discuss shit like that down there.
First of all, it's not even provable it's true without a fucking time machine. Okay? It's not provably true. That's
no, it is possible.
You can't prove events of the past. No, you cannot prove events of the past. That is fucking impossible.
We can through induction.
Look,
no,
man,
induction can't prove anything.
Are you talking about The Problem of Induction by David Hume?
Dude, yes, induction can't prove anything because all inductive logic has a fatal flaw: the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent.
The inductive reasoning isn't affirming the consequent. It's not if P then Q.
All inductive logic uses affirming the consequent.
No, inductive logic is just like observing patterns and
If you want to say organic,
this pattern fits my hypothesis, then this pattern is likely true. Likely is an appeal to probability fallacy.
No, because there can't be any other option.
Hey, which is more likely? That
if there can't be any other option, then you would have a deductive proof.
No, it's inductive because it keeps occurring.
Yeah, it's inductive because it's not a proof, dude. That's why they're two different words. This is how we differentiate.
Wait. Are you a Christian, by the way?
Oh my God, dude!
None of your fucking business, and it's irrelevant.
You're saying it accidentally happened. We're saying it was created. Which is more likely? That fucking lightning hit a rock, or that it was created? So take it down to religion, man.
Well, I want to tell you this because Huey wouldn't let me answer. The odds of a single protein being created by chance is 1 to the 164th. That's an exponent. 10 to the 164 years. If you had a snail, right, in the heliocentric model, if you had a snail going across the universe at 1 meter per hour, they would be able to travel across the entire universe 21 million times in that amount of time for a single protein to be formed by chance. Okay? You believe that
let's
shit.
Discuss ribose then.
Good luck with you. There's nothing to discuss. This is a flat earth server. I'm not talking about pseudoscience, unfalsifiable gibberish. Because what you're saying is unfalsifiable gibberish. Then, dude, you don't know what that even means.
What do I not know?
Having evidence of something does not mean it's falsifiable. You have to be able to do a test that would prove it wrong.
Yeah, but it is falsifiable. All you have to do is prove biogenesis.
Listen,
oh my God.
No, dude, you don't get it. Okay, I'm going to explain it to you. My theory is all swans are white. I go look for a black swan. That would falsify my theory, finding a black swan. You look, and it doesn't matter how many white swans I find. I can find a trillion white swans. Listen, I could do a biogenesis 150 so-called experiment, which is consistent with the theory of abiogenesis. But it only takes one experiment that isn't consistent with it to prove it wrong. That's how falsification works.
Yeah, so if you prove
confirmations don't matter.
If you prove biogenesis, then abiogenesis is wrong.
Dude, you're an idiot. You are.
Do you know what biogenesis is?
I've got 6 children. I've proved it 6 times, Sai.
Dude, you're like super stupid. Listen.
That's not proving biogenesis.
Listen. Let me. I'm going to ask you a simple question. If I could do an experiment to prove abiogenesis did not happen, what experiment would that be?
You could probably examine the chirality and prove an error there, because if the chirality has an error, such like if you use James Tour's argument and argue that, for example, like the early Earth didn't have the same conditions that we had today from the Miller experiment, because the early Earth was like a lot different than today. Like it was like a neutral atmosphere.
Flat? Was it flat? Was it a flat Earth?
Early Earth.
Holy shit, stories, man.
Hey,
I asked for the experiment. I asked for the
early
fucking
Earth.
experiment.
Yeah, that's what the early
Listen,
Earth is.
do you see? Why don't you see that what you're doing right now has nothing to do with any type of science? You're telling a story, like a storyteller.
That's
You might as well be reading us Middle Earth.
It's a
You're
science.
not talking about chemistry, but you're not talking about chemistry.
Abiogenesis it's literally purely chemistry.
Okay. You haven't given us any chemical reaction that anybody can perform in a lab.
Okay, I'll give it to you right now.
How far is early Earth?
Okay. So
Take
this,
hydrogen.
listen, okay, dude, I asked you for the experiment, the scientific experiment, like a chemical reaction, anything that I can do to prove that abiogenesis is bullshit. What experiment can I do?
To prove it's wrong?
Yes, that's how falsification works. Falsification.
Yeah, I know. You can do what Louis Pasteur did. He tried to prove biogenesis. He did an experiment, I believe in the 1800s, on chirality, where he tried to prove that inorganic substances don't have the energy to produce organic compounds. That's what Louis Pasteur did. You can search his name up. He's a well-known Christian that argued for biogenesis. He argued for biogenesis.
Pasteurized milk, dude. Yeah.
Huh?
Like, we all know who Louis Pasteur is.
Yeah.
Pasteurized milk.
Huh?
You never heard of pasteurized milk? Jesus Christ, man. Holy fuck. I'm about to jump off the fucking ledge right now.
Yeah, well, maybe you should
like,
calm
serious,
down.
man. No, like, dude, you have the fucking one of the worst Dunning-Krugers that I've ever seen in my life, man. Like, seriously.
Okay, then make an argument. You can't make any arguments.
I did. You don't understand the argument. That's the problem.
Okay, what's the argument against abiogenesis?
It's not falsifiable by fucking experiment, which makes it pseudoscience.
It is falsifiable because it makes
and
claims.
Give me the experiment that could falsify it.
Okay, so we can just look at what Lewis did, I guess. What he
Another
did was
story. So if he got a certain result, it would have falsified abiogenesis. You couldn't claim that it was a different mechanism.
Yeah, no, there's definitely more than one mechanism, but I'm just using an example. So you can prove that inorganic things can't give rise to things that have cellular like organization. So you can do that by doing an similar to what Stanley Miller did. You can get a flask. You can
Cellular organization. How does that happen?
You can get a soup of molecules. You can get
a soup of molecules. What molecules?
Will you please let him finish? Will you please,
You can,
please let him finish? I want him to destroy this bullshit, dude.
Okay, yeah, you can write it down. So look. So you
I don't need to write it down. I'm gonna just destroy it because I already know the answer because you're just talking gibberish.
Okay, perfect. You can destroy it.
So Stanley, you the Urey Miller experiment. So they did it for how much time?
7 days, I think.
Okay, so what if they didn't get anything in days? Would that have falsified abiogenesis?
If they didn't get any result?
No. Yeah, in 7 days. No.
Yeah, probably
and
not.
What if they did it for 14 days? No.
No.
What if they did it for 300 days? No.
No.
300 years? No. Right?
Maybe.
Because we're talking about time scales that can't be tested.
So
we're talking about time scales that can't be. No, listen, dude. Yeah, I want you to really comprehend this because you're having a really hard time. It's not falsifiable because you can just say, wait longer. Right? So that experiment can't falsify abiogenesis because you can just say, you didn't do the experiment long enough.
No. I don't think it's purely time based. I think it's just it has to do with the compound.
And this person time based.
I can explain the experiment you can do. You asked me to explain it. I can explain it.
Dude, I didn't ask you to explain shit. I asked
Yes,
you
you
for the
did.
experiment that you could do to falsify
That's what I just said.
abiogenesis.
You asked me to explain the experiment, which can falsify it. I'm about to say.
No, it would not falsify it. You already conceded that.
No. No, I didn't concede anything. I said that just that if they didn't synthesize any organic in 7 days, it wouldn't disprove it. But there's other ways, and I can explain it right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give us.
So, so do a test like Stanley Miller, but I'll modify it. Okay, I'll give you the difference. So you get a flask because we're going off what abiogenesis says. So you need energy to spark the reaction. So you get a flask. You get a what is it called? So you get hydrogen, ammonia, water, and methane. Those are the basic chemical reactions we need. And then you get and then you get molecules. So you put RNA in there. And then you can put DNA in there. So yeah.
Where did that come from?
Huh? RNA.
You can put
Where did
DNA.
RNA?
Where did you
RNA
get
and DNA from? Where did you get that from?
Hold
So
on.
spontaneous combustion somehow.
Hold on. So
yeah.
the primordial Earth before life had DNA and RNA.
No, RNA came first.
Oh,
before life came, there was RNA.
Yeah, that's called the RNA world hypothesis. It's well known.
The hypothesis.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis.
Well, if it's a hypothesis, that means it's never been tested.
Well, we
you
have
know
a
what
lot of
the
evidence
RNA is.
We have a lot of evidence that RNA molecules existed. I can give you evidence for that if you want, but that's a different topic. RNA isn't organic, so it doesn't matter.
Look, but it's never been tested.
Okay, do you want me to give you
You
evidence?
know what a hypothesis is, right? A hypothesis is you haven't done the experiment yet.
Yeah, but we can still give evidences for it.
So, like, my hypothesis is I'm going to cross a bridge in 3 days.
Okay,
I can't say that I crossed the bridge in 3 days because it's still a hypothesis. It's complete speculation. So your evidence is speculation.
Okay, do you know what the RNA world is or not?
Dude, listen. You're dancing around, and I'm getting pretty tired of it.
You
I just want the fucking experiment. No,
I was going to finish it, but you interrupted me.
Look, you're wrong because that experiment can't falsify anything because the RNA hypothesis is simply a fucking hypothesis.
The RNA world is
How can it falsify a theory? How can a hypothesis that's unproven falsify a theory?
Okay, RNA is a close relative of DNA. It was the first genetic molecule.
Oh, he's got to get the story out. I don't give a fuck about your story, dude. Really, I don't. It's a story. It's a story. And
no, it's not.
You are literally proving it. Just listen. This is the story. Okay,
the Bible
this is the story. Good
this
for the Bible.
Story,
no, it is a story because you have no evidence for it.
The Bible is a story.
No, you have no evidence for it. No, you have no evidence for it. That's why it's a story because I'm asking you for the falsifiable experiment so we can actually call it science, and you don't have any. You going back into narrative, dude. Song and dance, song and dance, song and dance, song and dance. This is what you're doing over and over again.
Right?
I want the experiment. The experiment. Give me the experiment. The chemical reaction. Give it to me.
So
if I get some result, it proves it wrong because we want to be able to call it a proper scientific theory and not a fucking story.
Okay, so I'm going to finish what I was saying now.
The story. Okay, let's hear it. Yeah, let's hear your story. Why don't I just read Wikipedia?
Yeah, if you want, you can search up the RNA world because it seems like you don't know what it is.
I don't care.
Then don't mention Wikipedia. Anyways, what I was saying.
Your Wikipedia.
What?
Your Wikipedia.
Okay, I guess. I don't know why that's an insult.
Because it's a fucking story, dude. Because it's a story. You're telling a story.
Yeah, and the Bible and the Old Testament telling Moses and his soldiers to raid.
The Bible doesn't. Listen, let me ask you a question. Does the Bible claim to be a scientific text?
Hopefully not, because it makes so many errors, like calling whales fish.
Yes,
oh
you're
my
not
God,
fit to
dude,
judge
you're so stupid, man. Dude, like, getting listen, that's categorize things like that. You're so stupid, dude. Dude, I'm muting you. You're fucking. That is so dumb. They not categorize things like. Like,
Yes,
are you
I find it
serious?
unfortunate. Yeah,
I'm still not muted, by the way.
we
Oh,
find
shut
these
up, man.
young
Flex.
people that they actually don't understand why we make fun of Wiki as a source, like, you know, Quantum Eraser, which I think it's funny when Quantum Eraser, what is it that he says? Your alma mater, Wiki. That's this guy is,
Yeah.
his alma mater is Wiki. He's not even like ashamed of it. He doesn't even understand why it's a joke. Like, it's just, it's humorous to me.
I'll
Like
literally link you
when I was in
PubMed if you want.
when I was in education school, you know,
Oh,
we were taught that to teach our students very clearly. I guess teachers have stopped doing it. Wikipedia is not a valid source. You can possibly go down to the bottom and find the sources that the page were from and see if they're actual academic sources that have credibility to them. But these days, even that you can't even, you know, rely on, because you cannot necessarily even rely on a peer-reviewed
Okay, do you want
paper or
Cambridge or PubMed?
university
'Cause
and
I have those.
actually being a valid source, because the information is pseudoscience. So you're new to this idea, you're new to the concept of
No,
science
I'm not.
needing to be falsifiable, because unfortunately you're a product of society that has given you a misunderstanding of what science actually is, that it has to be
No, it's not.
observable, repeatable, verifiable, and that you have to have a testable experiment to test a cause and effect
Nope.
relationship, and that has to be falsifiable. So when
he said no.
does it do well? Does that go well for you in the world when someone's trying to explain something to you and you just keep saying no, 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 while they're talking, instead of waiting for them to be done and then addressing their the actual points which they said, instead of going off onto some other tangent?
That's so ironic.
What would you like
Also,
to say about why are you
It
saying
is
you don't think science should be falsifiable, testable, repeatable,
doesn't
verifiable?
Paul
Why
say?
did you keep saying no when I said that? And you're pretending you're the scientist, and you're trying to act like we're the religious nuts here. You're the
Yeah.
religious nut, Sai.
You're
You're a religious nut.
Doesn't Paul say women can't speak over men? So why are you interrupting me?
Why are you assuming I
You're
care
not a
what
man.
Paul says?
You're not a
That's
man.
my question.
Like, what are you fucking talking about? You're not a man.
Wait, so you guys are against Paul?
Complicated rock,
You
like
guys-
Michelle Thorpe. You sound exactly like
Yeah,
Michelle
like
Thorpe, dude.
complicated.
Have you heard of her? Have you seen her face? Have you heard what she
Yeah,
says?
I guess you
You're a
guys are.
religious
That's his
zealot.
grandma.
Sai, you're a religious zealot. You're a cultist. You're a member of a religious cult that worships
Damn.
the
Okay.
globe.
Okay.
Welcome to your world.
You're using verses from the Bible or whatnot. It's like, bro, you're the only one that's bringing up like religious stuff.
You're the.
I mean,
you're
most of
the
the flat
religious
earther,
dude
like
here.
low
We're
IQ
trying to.
maniacs
Hey,
are Christians.
Oh,
hey.
wow.
Yeah, but you came here.
Yeah, okay.
Stop.
So do you have any
stop
evidence
with
for that?
fallacies.
Do you have any evidence most flat earthers are Christians? Any evidence?
Yeah,
Any?
like all of those nuts quote the Bible all the time.
You belong.
Oh, so your anecdotal evidence, the thing that you guys were talking about earlier, and you questioned on whether somebody knew anecdotal or not.
Yeah.
You don't know what it is. You
It's
don't
so
know what it is.
funny how you remember everything I
You
say.
just used it.
It's very smart.
I remember everything, period. So,
goddamn thing you
anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence. You just used it. Your personal anecdote. You made a generalization.
Yeah, it's not a fallacy, you idiot.
You met. From the
It's not a
three people
fallacy,
you've
bro.
met.
He's
The thing is a fallacy. Google it.
Not, okay, name the
Wiki it.
fallacy then.
Even better, wiki it, dude. Wiki it.
His brain
Bruh.
is melting.
This guy's an idiot.
Generalization
You're a
fallacy is
sad
making a
person, Josiah. You're a
general claim based upon a statistically insignificant sample size, as in
Yeah,
your
well, most of
anecdotal
the flat
evidence
earther
and the
nuts are
people you've met.
Christians. Like quote Isaiah.
Well, you just keep saying that. If you say it 3 times, it becomes true, which is an appeal, which is
I mean, it is
argument
true.
by
They all quote the
repetition
Bible.
fallacy.
They all quote the Bible.
They all quote the Bible. I didn't quote the Bible once.
You're the only one that quoted the Bible, man. You're the only one.
So
Yeah,
you
when
must
the
be
woman,
a Christian.
when the
So
woman
he's the
was
Christian.
over him.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's the
because
Christian,
Paul,
man.
You're a Christian.
Paul taught those women. He was like, "Yo, you can't overspeak
Christian.
men. Put them in their."
What time is mass? What time is mass, Christian?
Because you can't overspeak.
Where do we pay our tithe, Christian? Imagine having a religion with no deity, man. How pathetic. At least get a deity.
Yeah, man. I heard Big Bang was a new deity, dude. Big Bang.
Yeah, that's his religion. Clearly, you're a religious zealot, Sai. It's very sad. How does
Fanatic.
Christianity hurt
You got
you?
called a fanatic.
Fanatic.
He would strap a bomb to himself. He would blow us up if he could.
He's a fanatic.
You're a terrorist, Si. You're an extremist.
I'm a terrorist.
He's a terrorist to logic and reason, man. Destroying it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Found in the Earth curvature. Found in the Earth.
You can't even comprehend a simple principle of falsification. Why? I gave you an example. Black swan. It's a well-known example. It's been taught in the philosophy of science for like 150 years. How can you know Hume but you don't know Karl Popper? Like, what's your issue?
Well, he's here quoting all these books, all these people, not providing anything except faith in all these books and all these people. And then he goes on about Christians in their book, right? It's like, dude, are you religious?
He's
the religious one.
Wait, you don't have faith.
Do you believe in God?
I'm going to prove in 1 second that you have faith. Listen, I can prove in 1 second, in like 2 minutes, that you have faith. Have you ever experienced the earth as a ball? Ever?
What do you mean by experience?
Experience with your senses.
So like sense drive?
Yeah, with your senses.
Sense drive.
Outside of your mind.
Yeah.
Outside of your mind.
You have senses?
Have you experienced the earth as a ball with your senses?
Yes.
Where were you?
Huh?
Where were you?
You can prove it with philosophy.
What
philosophy?
Yeah, that's rational.
The philosopher sensor. Oh no.
Yeah, you can prove it with philosophy. It's quite easy.
First of
that's
all,
what the Greeks and Romans and Persians did thousands of years ago, and yet you numbnuts are still here today acting like retards online.
Okay, so they proved the globe with philosophy. What is the axiom of the globe? What is the logic?
Axiom of the globe? That's not how axioms work, bro.
It's a logical axiom. What is the logical axiom of the globe? That is exactly how they work.
No,
it's not a refutation.
Divided into 3 factors: self-evidence. Okay.
Yep. What's self-evident? I don't need to know the other 2 because it only matters one. Self-evident.
So you don't know what an axiom is.
What's self-evident? So what is the globe? What's self-evident about the Earth that it's a globe? That's why I asked you, when do you perceive the Earth as a globe with your senses? When do you experience it? So you're trying to dance around and run away with it because you're caught. You're trapped, dude. There's no way out. What is the globe axiom? Yeah, it's self-evident that the Earth appears flat. That's self-evident.
1 = 1 is self-evident. The Earth being a globe isn't self-evident because you have to do external things. Like you have to do
so you never experienced it.
I did experience it, but I just don't think it's self-evident. That's it. Those aren't 2.
Where did you experience it at? Where did you experience it at? How did you experience? What sense was it?
I rationalized it using philosophy.
That's not a sense. That's not an experience.
It is an experience. Do you not believe humans are sentient?
Listen, thoughts are not a sense.
Yeah, but they're rational. Like they're rational.
They're not sentient.
They're logical.
Oh, that's a thought. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. You have never experienced the Earth as a globe. You've constructed it in your mind.
Well, no, because I can rationalize it and I can prove it through senses.
Listen, I have no rationalization because you have no axiom.
You don't know what an axiom is.
Through sense, he said he can.
You don't know what an axiom is.
I do know what an axiom is.
Can I tell you why there's no such thing as an axiom of the Earth? Can I tell you why?
There's an axiom of how we experience the Earth, of what it is.
Can you tell us why? Are you able to?
Actually, no. No. Technically, what you rephrase yourself, and you're actually right when you say that. There is an axiom, and the axiom is that the Earth is a globe. But that's an axiom because axioms are propositions or statements which are generally regarded as established, accepted, or self-evidently true.
You're talking about a mathematical axiom. You're confused.
No, that's literally just a general.
You're talking about a mathematical axiom. You're confused.
I think you're really like philosophically illiterate. That's what an axiom is.
Listen.
Yeah, I think you're pretty dumb, bro.
Yeah, you're dumb. That's.
Oh, you said no.
You're just dumb, and you just don't understand. You don't even understand orbital mechanics. That's my reputation.
Orbital mechanics, bro. You don't know what an axiom is. Come on, man.
What a rebuttal.
Come on.
You said axiom is something that's self-evident. We can look up the definition. Diffraction is refraction. We can just look up the definition. We know the definition of axiom. It's written down. It's in the English language. There's a Webster's
so I can read it
dictionary.
for you if you want. I can read
Yeah,
it.
and something, and there's 3 options. Something that's self-evident is one of
So
those
you
options.
said
It's the only one that's applicable.
You said that the definition I used was mathematics, but if I go to Oxford, it says this: general noun of axiom, a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. Mathematics, which is different, a statement or proposition on which an abstractly defined structure is based. They're 2 different things. You conflated them. I didn't use the mathematical definition. I used the general one.
Listen,
the
the
Earth being a
mathematical
globe.
definition is an axiom which was regarded as true. So
That's
in
wrong. I just
mathematics,
got it from Oxford. You want to see
listen,
it? Look it up.
You don't know any. You obviously know nothing about mathematics.
So you're wrong. I literally just looked it up.
I'm not. Listen.
Okay.
No, you're confused, and you don't understand words, and you have poor English comprehension. That's pretty much the fact of the matter here. Taken as true. So in mathematics, you take something as true. So in non-Euclidean geometry, one of the axioms is there are no straight lines.
Okay.
That's an axiom of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, India.
So you take it as true, and that's why it's an axiom.
Great. Go on Google right now.
We're not talking about that kind of axiom. We're talking about a logical axiom.
So are you saying that all these
self-evident,
dictionaries are
which
wrong?
doesn't have to be proven? Which
Is
doesn't have to
Cambridge
be
wrong?
proven. You can try. Yeah.
Can you let him finish, bro?
Yeah. Listen, it's not wrong. You're using it out of context because you have poor English comprehension.
Okay, then read it. I have poor English, and search it up and read it. Let's read it together. Come on.
Listen. You have poor. You're using it out of context. There's multiple definitions, and there's different contexts.
They all say the same thing. They all make the same distinction.
Yes, distinction. That's right. And each distinction has the context in which it's used in.
Okay, let's read it together.
The context in which it's used in. Yeah, great, fantastic, dude. You're trying to dance around and get away from the fact that each distinction of the definition is used in a specific context. And in the context I'm using axiom is in the context of logic. And in the context of logic, it's used as something that is self-evident.
It literally has label.
It doesn't require proof. So you can talk over me all you want. It doesn't require proof because it's self-evident. This is a starting point from rational inquiry. It's well known, dude. Okay, should actually take a philosophy class. Actually, take one.
Bruh. You don't even know Phil 101.
What good is your brain?
I graduated university over 20 years ago.
What good are you as
You're
a
almost
philosopher?
4 years old, and you don't even
before you would trickle down your daddy's leg, dude. Like
you don't know what an axiom is, bro. You don't know what an axiom is.
Yeah,
I have a question.
I know you will, but what am I? Is that nuts?
I have a question.
I think you should hold your breath till you turn blue.
Yeah. I pressed the mute button. I'm holding
Yeah,
it.
that's a good idea, Cyrus, because he's just a very silly person. I mean, I don't know how he expects us to take him seriously at all, and he can't even make a coherent argument to save his life.
He can't concede because we're flat earthers. He can't concede.
I know he just explained that. Yeah,
the epic embarrassment of being crushed by a flat earther. He can't concede.
He's got that inherent bias. Yeah.
But if you're
because you grew up with everybody gets a trophy. You don't get a trophy here for being a loser.
What's up, Bong? I hear you, man.
Bong wants to ask him something. I don't know. He's muted right now. Tell me what you want to ask him, Bong Sao, and then we'll decide if we want to.
Ask him, what kind of person, right? What kind of philosopher, right, never thinks? What kind of philosopher always has to think about what other dead philosophers have thought about, even though it doesn't make sense, and keeps going with it? What do you call that person? Is that a philosopher, or is that a religious zealot?
Sheep. I'm thinking of sheep. I don't know why.
Never think, right? Let other fucking dead men think for you. What the hell are you if you're not thinking? If you're not here philosophizing? You're quoting books and people who are dead and then complaining about other Christians, other religious people who use their books, right? And don't think, right, but have faith in what's been said to them. What are you? You're not a philosopher. You come here with your stupid profile trying to look like you're fucking think about shit, but you don't. I'm just saying, what do you think you are doing here if you're not preaching shit?
Before somebody unmuted him, but I'm sorry. So I gotta mute you again because I gotta address what you said in the live stream voice. It's like you're not listening. You're not hearing us. You said invoking intelligent dead men is wrong, but invoking Jesus is very smart. Who here Rewind
Jesus alive.
the hours here and tell me who kept bringing up Jesus in the Bible and Christianity. You're talking to some imaginary straw man flat earther that you heard about on the Dave video. We got that. How about if you consider talking to the people who are right in front of you, who are talking about logic, philosophy, falsifiability, and what science is? We're not talking to you about the Bible. We don't talk about that in the live stream, in fact, at all. We have a religion section, Sai. I'm sure you'd have a great time down there. I'll take you down there sometimes and introduce you to everybody down there, Sai. I'm sure they'd love you. That's not what we're about here. We're talking about objective reality.
Yeah, and this Jesus you're talking about, this religion that you're so against, right? It's the Catholic Church, right? They're the same people that gave you this ball earth, all this science that you're preaching. The same people that you have a problem against are the same people that gave you your model and all this thing you call science and knowledge. Those are the people you should be complaining to, the Pope, the people that gave you the ball. You see your problem? Like, you don't know who your enemy is. You don't know who you're angry at. You're so... Yeah, it's like, it's like Indio said, you can't hear shit because in your mind, right, it's already fixed. You guys are stupid, you guys are dumb, you guys are dumb. Who talks like that? Except little fucking kids know how to speak and communicate. Sorry, that's it. Thanks, Dandelion. Sorry.
Yes,
The ancient
Sai,
Greeks weren't Catholic, you idiot.
Oh my goodness, Sai, please. You got to stop with this calling people idiots thing, okay? We haven't called you that, I don't think. Maybe Quantum Eraser did.
Bruh, are you dumb? Have you heard the people
Sai?
before?
Okay.
It doesn't matter
We
anymore.
are
You
not
lost
a
the
monolith. We are not the Borg. We are individuals. Sai, have I
you
called
came-
you any names? Have I called you any names, Sai?
Yeah.
You called me Sai.
Attitude and a certain way
Is
of
that not your name? Do you
Oh
want us
my
to call you
God.
something else?
Don't be silly,
No,
bro.
yeah.
I'll just ban you if you're silly. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
man.
Sai,
He's just an attention whore. I'm to come to the conclusion. He's just an attention whore. He just likes the attention.
that's probably true. And it's sad. I mean, if you didn't get proper attention when you were a child, I understand. Like, and you're lashing out at the world and so
Tell me,
on.
were you
That's
raised
fine.
by a single mother?
Give you a hug, bro. Come here. Give you.
Were you
want a
raised by
hug?
a single mother? I guarantee you're raised by
I
a single mother, weren't you?
my dad's literally in the room above me, so probably not. So.
Oh, a single father? Oh, you live
No,
with your dad
my
now?
mom is sleeping next to her. So.
Oh, is he your biological parents?
Yeah.
Do they know you act like this?
I mean, I literally speak in front of them. I study biochemistry in front of them. They do it with me too. So
do they know you
Yeah,
act
get
like
him in here. Can you get him in here? Because seriously,
you want to speak to my parents?
Oh yeah,
No,
please. We'd
listen,
love to. If they talk about
listen,
biochemistry,
I haven't.
yeah.
Yeah,
They
get
haven't
him in
done a
here.
good
We'll
job.
replay the live stream like the last 15 minutes, and they're gonna wonder if they can have a postnatal abortion.
Honestly, they're really overprotective. They'd probably just be angry at you, but nothing else because they'd agree with everything I say.
So they're yes men. Have you showed them this Earth curvature you believe in?
No, they're not yes men.
But have you showed them this Earth curvature you believe in?
But he doesn't want to talk about flat Earth. He's been trying to do everything to avoid it.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
totally avoiding it.
His subjective thoughts are actually experiences. So he experienced the globe.
My philosophy, because I philosophized about the globe.
Oh, wait until you join the metaverse.
I presuppose the globe has some subjective thoughts about it, and that it's a globe, and that's my experience.
It has to be floating.
Sai, I'm
nothing.
really hoping. I'm really hoping, Sai, that it might be hard for you to do here because we do have some people who are able to, kind of wake up and smell the coffee in real time when they're talking to us and realize, oh, there's something to this. You don't seem like somebody who's going to be able to do that, which is fine. Because you have your indoctrination is very strong, so it sounds like your parents reinforce that, which is fine. That's their right to do so as your parents.
I wasn't always an
when
atheist.
you get older, maybe or if you're just thinking about this on your own later without all your defensive mechanisms up and everything, maybe you'll think, Sai, would you be willing to listen to
The
what I
Earth
have
is
to
really
say
flat.
without those little, condescending noises, Sai? Would you be willing to just listen to me for give me 15 seconds, Sai? Would you give me that?
No, he
Yeah,
can't.
honestly.
It's how he copes. It's how he
Yeah,
copes. It's
he
like
can't
blocking
take
you
in
out.
what I'm
It's
saying.
like sitting in
Yeah,
the
because
corner,
he knows.
rocking
Yeah,
back and forth.
yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
listening.
La
I'm
la la
not
la 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 la
listening.
la
Nah,
la
nah,
la
nah,
la.
nah.
He's getting too deep.
If you want me
Right,
to be
yeah.
honest, I probably would have. I would have I would barely open my mouth if the very second I got in the server and went in the check-in, that Justin guy. I mean, you can just ask him. You can just ask him how the verification went. So like,
Oh, so you've met Justin, huh? Well,
yeah,
Feelings,
and everyone
nothing more than
here is like the
feelings.
same. Anyways,
it's like
yeah,
a
Dandelion, you
hey,
can
you
finish
know
what you
what
were
you're
saying.
fucking like me, right? It's like get
Oh,
off
thank
me.
you.
You like
But
me
I got
though,
you.
Sai,
No, let's
right?
talk about your feelings.
I would like to
That's the
finish
Talk
my
about your
talk.
feelings.
That would be cool. I'm just hoping that you will at least realize that even though you have been listening to the propaganda from Prof. Dave and all those things, that you'll
Right.
realize. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to finish my statement. Actually, I'm just going to go to bed. You guys can have fun with him. He's hopeless. I'm sorry, Sai.
He
Some
is.
people
Sure.
just are, right? They're just hopeless. That's fine. All right. He
Sai,
doesn't
you
hear
said
anything we're saying. See you
Sai, you
later.
said you used to be.
Well,
You didn't
hold on.
always
I
be
want
an
to like.
atheist.
Can I
What
say
happened?
like one thing for 30
Wait, who said
seconds to
that?
this guy?
Oh yeah, man.
Can I say one thing for 30 seconds? This guy. I just want to finish like what I started, like experiencing the Earth as a globe. Guess what, dude? You're never going to, ever. It's always going to be in your head, dude. Forever and ever, dude. You're locked into your imagination forever. Think about that for a second, dude. You're going to reject what you experience, concept in your mind for your imagination, and it's a sad. But good luck with that.
So, Sai, you said you haven't always been an atheist. What brought about that change?
Just like, I mean, I can accept like I guess like a deistic God, but I just like the Abrahamic version just doesn't make sense. So
you're by definition not atheist.
I mean, no, I am atheist.
Well,
that's agnostic.
No, agnostic is suspending any judgment.
What's that
You're
got
saying
to do with the science live stream?
And ignorance is judging a matter before looking into it. So there you go.
Huh?
He said
Ignorance is
Matthew, he's a university professor and he's a Glober and he's a Christian. So you might want to start your spiral now.
Who?
No, this is Matthew. I was the one that asked about your history of atheism.
Matthew, this
I
guy's
don't believe
throwing
the
the
Earth is
boost
flat,
around like
but I'm a
fucking like it's
Christian.
Matthew.
you got rumpus by Bong Sao, Matthew. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
His
So I couldn't
Mike
hear
Kung Fu was better than yours. What's that? Wing Chun?
Mike Wing Chun, yes.
Wait, who's the Christian university guy you guys were talking about?
That's me. I'm Matthew.
Oh, okay. Wait, so did you ask something? I didn't hear it.
I was just explaining who I was and why I asked about your history with atheism. Yeah, I was just curious how you made that decision to stop believing in God.
So I know Matthew, and like all the Globers I've ever met are Christian, so all Globers are Christian.
Yeah.
Same here.
So the Glober asked the Glober about religion. That I'm okay with.
Oh man, he's the only religious one. He's the one that's quoting the Bible in here, bro. Yeah,
Bro,
and he says abiogenesis is true. And
Start a fight amongst.
He's quoting the Bible.
It sounds like a personal vendetta or problem that you might have.
Well, how is the biogenesis?
Hey, want to see me start a Glober fight? I want you guys to define mass.
So here's what I would say to Sai about abiogenesis. I think that the beginning of life presupposes the creation of information from somewhere, and all the experience we've ever had is that information comes from intelligence, and so that's why abiogenesis is false, because the beginning of life is the beginning of new information.
It doesn't really go with kind after kind either, does it?
So by information, are you talking about information embedded in? Are you talking about information like encoded?
Coding.
Bruh.
Yes, I cut you short. We hate that long-winded crap. We all know there's coding. We all know there's coding, so let's not be asinine.
Are you talking about information in like genotypes and stuff? Like
coding?
Yes.
It's a genotype of code.
Claude Shannon information theory, like the life has more information than non-life, no matter how you look at it.
You know how it says cellular organization? Remember when you said that?
We're supposed to have the globies fight, aren't we?
Yeah, cellular organization is a term. I don't know
What
what
do
you're
we mean by
talking about.
information? It has to come from an intelligence, a mind.
Okay, can I respond to that now?
I mean, by definition, it is called genome code, genetic code.
No, it's called the genotype. Okay.
Well, data is just data until a mind puts it together.
What you need a citation?
Data is just data. Without a mind to put it together, like the dog uses its nose, right, to find stuff in its ears. That's all data. But without the mind, the dog doesn't know what it's doing with its senses. But here's the dog, right, using the information to survive. It can't be without the mind. Without.
Okay, this is literally all sophistry. Can I respond to what you originally said?
Sophistry, huh? How so?
Because he's bringing in random metaphysical claims into a purely physical process. I don't know why.
Really, I'm just not listening.
Bro, I'm tired of this shit, man. Hey, how do you? So, through which sense did you experience Earth being a globe? Remember that?
Well,
Idiot was talking to you about that.
The fact that it's a physical process is philosophical because you can't demonstrate it. So it's sophistry you bring too.
Mike, this guy claimed his sense for seeing the Earth or experiencing the Earth as a globe was what his thoughts, philosophy.
Yeah, well,
it's philosophy sense.
Yeah, but you can rationalize your senses.
So you
rational? No. Through
you
which
can't
sense?
demonstrate what you're saying through experimentation and make it a physical reality. So it is.
Copernicus thought. See, the reason why the Earth
killed your own sword. You fell on your own sword there.
I think Matthew was really good.
Hold on, wait, man. Wait,
Matthew was
really good.
Matthew, what do you think about the Stanley Ray experiment?
Well, we're not going to revisit that shit again. I'm sorry.
No.
2 hours.
So here's the philosophy. Hold up, man. The reason why the Earth has to go around the sun is because Copernicus thought it was good logic. Listen to this, that the lesser should revolve around the greater. This is the reason why, right, the ball goes around the sun and why it's not geocentric, why the sun doesn't go. You see, it was philosophy that started. So you're not wrong when you say it's all philosophy. You're not wrong, but it's not reality and it's not science. Do you understand now?
Okay, you clearly don't know what philosophy is just by analyzing that. You don't know what philosophy is.
Look it up. This is
okay. Define philosophy.
Man, we're gonna go there again. This guy's just gonna take you guys.
I know this guy's a moron. Here, get off me and let me just crush this dude with his own premises.
Yeah.
Come on, man, talk.
I wanted to hear Matthew speak about the Stanley Ray experiment.
No, we're on you and your sophistry.
Okay, what sophistry have I done?
Okay. You said everybody's bringing sophistry. I already demonstrated how your entire evolutionary theory is sophistry. You can't demonstrate any of it. So it's based on a philosophical, theoretical concept.
Fossils support evolution and abiogenesis.
I didn't say support. I said demonstrate. Hold on, boy.
So the thing is that we cannot demonstrate.
That's right. You can only assert. So what?
We cannot. No. That's a false dichotomy. It's not either that we
can. Do something other than assertion. Hold on. Don't tell me to let you speak. I'll let you speak when I prefer to.
It's a false dichotomy because there's
demonstrate
more than
it. Show me on fault.
It's not either demonstrating it or asserting
it. Okay, explain it without asserting it. Without asserting it, then. How are you going to do that?
Explain
How you can make it a real reality without your assertion?
Okay,
I'm not
abiogenesis.
asking for explanations. I'm asking for demonstrations.
Okay, abiogenesis.
Clearly, you don't know the difference.
Okay, abiogenesis, yes or no?
No.
We can go to evolution, period. You can give me whatever form of evolution you want. I want a demonstration of it. In reality, give me a citation to the experimentation that proved it to be a reality.
Okay, well, first of all, abiogenesis can't occur today because there's too many living organisms that would consume.
Yeah, well, how does that address what I said?
Because I'm saying that you can't.
I'm not talking about abiogenesis. I'm talking about evolution. Demonstrate any premise in evolution with experimentation. Go. Make it a reality for me without running your damn mouth. Give me a citation.
What do you mean experimentation? I just said it doesn't occur today.
You're not going to get a citation out of this guy.
Well, that means it's not.
Hold up. So is all evolution biogenesis?
Evolution came after abiogenesis. So after abiogenesis is no longer possible.
You guys can't agree on that.
Huh?
You Globers, you don't agree on that. Another guy says evolution doesn't require abiogenesis. When it comes to Globers, I mean, we all have.
He's a Christian.
We all have solid formation.
It doesn't have to be.
I don't care what his religion is. I'm trying to get past his sophistry, his assertions, and make it a reality.
You can't because of irreducible complexity. If you haven't heard, scientists have moved on to intelligent design.
Oh my God.
So what are you doing back there?
Listen, your God didn't walk you into this. You did. You fell on your own sword.
You need to come to the future, come to the present, to what scientists are doing today. Nobody in evolution. You can't do science with it. That's why it has
old ass theories are colloquial theories, not scientific theories, because they're not backed by experimentation. And like, so do you believe intelligence evolves along with man? Yes or no? We become more intelligent as we're better equipped to live in our environment.
I think the opposite.
Yeah, you know, that's the pistol that's going to kill you, right? Why do we file archaic concepts when we now live in a more refined technological world and we can actually demonstrate truths in reality, wherein we don't have to theorize them about no more, but we still file these Pied Pipers of the past who maybe didn't even have a fucking microscope when they came up with their theory.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, did Darwin have a microscope set? Did he even have a formal education? Or was he just an ignorant moron?
That's not what Darwin did.
A lizard looked like a human, so they must be related.
How are people
bro, you're just retarded at this point.
I'm not retarded, dude, and you couldn't
You're a retardation.
You're the moron, bro.
Hold on, guys. Don't
There's
get
no
all
way
triggered,
you said
because I
that,
want to point out something. Your inability to fucking demonstrate your claims and make them a reality in no way is a qualifier for my slowed mental capacity, okay? It's a qualifier for yours. Once again, you're going to fall on your own fucking sword. All I got to do is let you talk and finish your sentence, and you prove you're ignorant and stupid all the way.
Well, I think he's religious. I think you're blinded by your passion for this thing that you're going after. Whatever it is you're going after, right? You're not going to get it. Like, are you fighting a war against God or against people who believe in God?
I'm still waiting for that citation for scientific experimentation on your theories to make them something more than sophistry. Remember?
Yeah, it's not a religion. I'm not religious.
Yeah, you were looking for the quick door out, but I'm not going to give it to you. I'm going to grind you in the ground with that sophistry shoe.
Okay, go ahead.
You live in a philosophical world. You couldn't demonstrate anything you're talking about. And because of you attack
those two things have no.
You attack the person, not the premise.
Philosophy can speak about ontology, so it can speak about things in the real world. So those two things.
Philosophy can talk about ontology because ontology is a philosophical concept, is it not?
Yeah, ontology is just entity. Ontology is entity. So yeah.
Yeah, entity? No, it's where did we come from?
That's not what ontology is. Ontology is entity. It speaks about the entity of what things
What's
are.
the ontological question?
Bruh, are you talking about the ontological argument for God? That's different.
Okay, like you're the person. How can you, who is equipped with so much knowledge and equipment today, technology, not be smarter than that dumbass Darwin who had nothing, who works for people, who was hired
This
to go
idiot just called Darwin a dumbass, bruh.
Yeah, he is a dumbass.
Listen, he's another archaic
Just like
motherfucker
Einstein.
that didn't even have a formal education.
Another moron.
So how are you going to qualify that he wasn't a dumbass?
You can do so much more than these people. Why do you
How are
hold
you going to prove it? He married his cousin.
so-called didn't know anything? Why aren't you
Well, he
blazing
married
the
his cousin, man. He could live in Alabama or Texas and be fine.
Why are you denying your senses when we have all this science to explain to us what's really going on? Why are we living like mystics who don't understand shit about their reality?
Why do you guys use your senses to like determine reality? Like, oh my
He's what you call a fig wasp.
Why do you rely on people for integrity
Lost
that are
prize
obviously lower in intelligence than modern people? For your
I disagree with that. I've agreed with everything you said. Battle mod?
Explanations of where you live. I don't care if you agree. You have no qualifiers to build a case.
No, I'm saying I agree with everything you said except for that. I don't think they're the most technologically refined today. I think man is ignorant compared to, the man of old, the ancient man with the ancient wisdom. Like, we don't even know how they built the pyramid.
Show me the guy of old that has a laser.
Yeah, why?
Okay, so maybe we're more advanced electronically.
Show me the guy of
consider
old
that might be even worse.
Point communication.
Maybe they purposely didn't use electronics because it was harmful to us. They were carcinogenic and stuff like that. We don't know how they built the pyramids, for God's sake. We are not. You can't claim that we're more technologically advanced than all of man of history.
I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell every idiot that says it. Just do not assume because we don't build the pyramids that no engineer could design a process by which to build the same fucking pyramid.
I didn't say that. I said we don't know how they.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't. I could
because that means that we didn't have their technology.
I could replicate them. So listen, just because we don't have their technology doesn't prove ours isn't better.
Yeah, but doesn't prove it is either. And if we are so much more intelligent, we should listen. If we are so much more intelligent, we should be able to reverse engineer at least their technology, and we can't even do that.
Listen, wrong, please, man. Listen, I'm an engineer by trade, in degree, so I'm telling you, we can replicate the fucking pyramids. It doesn't matter if we match their process.
It does matter. If you're claiming they're more intelligent, we should be able to reverse engineer it. We should be able to make it like backwards compatible, as it were.
I don't believe that you can replicate.
No, wow, how is it?
And I don't think you can adequately replicate it either.
How is reverse engineering a qualifier for intelligence? This is what I gotta know.
Because you're saying you could, right? But you don't know how they did it. So if you're more intelligent, you should be able to replicate it the way that they did it.
Replicate it. I'm going to tell you that again.
Listen, we could agree to disagree on this.
Well, it's the same way. Well, you can disagree, but are you an engineer? Have you been tasked with replicating anything ever in your life?
Do you know how they built the pyramids?
Yes or no?
Do you know how they built the pyramids? Yes or no?
Speak on this. I don't need to. I've already.
No engineer knows how they did it. It doesn't matter if you're an engineer.
It doesn't matter.
Agreed.
And we have pretty good ideals of how they built it. Leverage. Leverage. You can move more weight with box and tackle than you can move with a crane. They had box and tackle pulleys, dude.
It's like you want to live in some kind of
mystical... They built it from rock, man. You just act like we don't know anything about their fucking process. And you're only displaying your ignorance.
We are not as technologically advanced as they were in the past.
Listen,
absolutely.
This is your assertion that you haven't qualified.
The learned men of today, you know, the leaders of knowledge today
you're not
are
one.
nowhere at the level of the leaders of knowledge,
You
the learned men of
wouldn't
the
know.
past.
You're not one.
Prove that.
All you have to do is rely on like the ancient texts.
Prove
Look at see all of the knowledge that all of the ideas that we have for how the universe works came from those ancient men. We haven't improved upon them that much.
Is history 100%?
I know what he's talking about.
100% reliable.
I thought ancient men were apes and freaking soup that were swimming around help.
No, miss me with that.
Hey, but
Evolution's a lie.
How is this proving the globe? Can anyone prove the globe to me, please? I'm dying to hear.
No one can prove the globe. Come on, that's
Please, I'm dying to hear someone prove it.
I
Give me a
want these
hard
idiots to actually say stuff like this.
Go hold your breath.
Give
Because
me some
without the
experiment.
we don't
Come on,
have
tell me
anything.
already.
All
Let me hear
these
this.
things. Thank you. The globe. About that.
Hey, bro. Yeah, bro.
Good morning.
I mean, I just joined this call. I just really want to hear someone explain the globe. Like, come on.
That's what we want this Sai.
Well,
Please.
damn it. Yeah, wait your turn. We've all been waiting.
He's desperately trying to talk about anything but the globe. He's having a really hard time finding Earth
I want
curvature.
to know how the globe aligns with my senses every day.
It doesn't end off by thank you.
So Sai here reckons it can be proven with philosophy. Don't get excited. Calm down. I know, but go ahead, man. Sai, you still
We
there?
accept the reality as which it is
Hey
presented,
man,
right?
I muted him because we don't discuss religion on this channel. Remember?